I swear, one day it'll make it onto the front page of People's Daily. A full-page feature with the headline, China's best tutor, or maybe phenomenon-level lecturer. Everyone will adore me. It'll be so damn cool. A chubby guy wearing a gray and white horizontal striped t-shirt was furiously writing on the wall, full of swagger and drama, when suddenly out of nowhere an object fell from the sky like a ninja's weapon. It was a red flip-flop, worn through at the sole, which smacked him right on the head. Enough already, Yang Rui. Stop embarrassing yourself. All you had to do was write an ad. Minghua Tutorial Center seeks new students. Contact Xiao Yang for details and include your number. Then get lost before the security guard catches us again and kicks our butts. The barefoot young man strolled over casually, clearly the one who'd thrown the shoe. Come on, give me a break. I'm just getting back in touch with campus life, breathing in that youthful air, reminiscing about my youth. Can't I have a moment? Grumbling, Yang Rui quickly finished the poster with a few swift strokes, ending with his handsome phone number, 1388-880-1118. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. His handwriting was stunning, almost glowing under the sunlight, visible from far away. He admired his own work. Proudly, these strokes could rival those of great leaders. Then he sighed deeply. If only fate had been kinder during the Gaokao college entrance exam, he might have exploded with potential and gotten into a top university. Instead, he ended up in an ordinary second-tier college, forced into a biology major he never chose. After graduation, job hunting proved impossible. So he doubled down, studied like mad, became a postgraduate student, worked harder than ever, and finally graduated. But once again, no job came knocking. Yang Rui analyzed his failures. First, whoever decided to switch him to biology should be cursed. No government research institute would take him. Private companies scoffed. You study biology? What are you doing here applying for an e-commerce position? Get lost. Second, years of hard study turned him into a fat panda. He had a special metabolism. The more stressed he got, the fatter he became. Worse yet, he could control it. Want to gain weight? Easy. Want to gain even more? Also easy. His true handsomeness remained hidden beneath layers of softness, costing him countless job opportunities. Eventually, he ended up teaching at a cram school. Little did he know this would become his second coming. In no time, he helped over a dozen students get into top universities. Within a few years, his students were everywhere: Tsinghua, Peking University, Fudan, Zhejiang University, you name it. He became the star lecturer of the tutoring world. Yang Rui could only sigh deeply. Born too early, achieved too late. It took him years after graduating to truly understand the Gaokao inside out. Too many tears shed. Finally confident in his mastery of all things Gaokao-related, Yang Rui quit and started his own tutoring center with two former colleagues. To raise awareness, they had to resort to handing out flyers themselves. Hey, you two kids again. Stop right there. Just as Yang Rui was admiring his beautiful handwriting, an old man stormed toward them with a broom. Time slowed down. The white-haired old man sprinted like an arrow. Before Yang Rui could react, the broom bristles were nearly in his face, filled with murderous intent. He ran for his life. His partner in crime had already vanished. Typical Zhang, always leaving him to cover their escape. Yang Rui waddled away on his thick legs while the old man chased him down with the broom, shouting, "You want to post ads? Fine, but everyone else uses chalk. Why the hell do you use paint? Do you even know how hard that is to wash off?" The old man's voice grew sadder and sadder, and Yang Rui couldn't help but feel sympathy. Yeah, paint is really hard to clean. If it weren't, we wouldn't use it either. At the last second, Yang Rui dodged the old man's furious broom throw and burst out the school gate triumphantly. But just as he caught his breath and smiled smugly, a shiny BMW gently brushed past him. Everything froze in that moment. In his final thought before darkness, my dream of mentoring 100 students in a Tsinghua hasn't come true yet. How sad. Yang Rui, I like you. Dazed and groggy, Yang Rui opened his eyes to see a girl with a heart-shaped face, big watery eyes, fair skin, twin pigtails, two red flowers pinned in her hair, a white shirt, a long blue skirt reaching her ankles, and black cloth shoes. Her hands clutched at her shirt like it had offended her. What class was she from? She looked like she'd stepped straight out of the countryside. Such a shame, with such a pretty face. Wait, she said she liked him? Was this some kind of hallucination? From childhood to now, the only person who'd ever told him she loved him was his mom, saying, "Xiao Bao, Mama loves you the most." Confused, Yang Rui asked, "What did you say?" Instantly, the girl's face turned redder than a Fuji apple. That one confession had taken all her courage. Seeing Yang Rui awake and okay, she stomped her foot and ran off, swaying her little hips. Still dizzy, Yang Rui sat up, feeling strange. Around him was an abandoned factory dormitory way worse than the shabby tutoring school he used to work at. Thirsty, he spotted a cup nearby and tried to stand up to get water. As he rose, he froze. Holy crap. There was a mirror on the wall, broken, scratched, missing a corner, but still showing his entire body. And in it stood a tall, handsome, charming young man, sharp eyes, delicate nose, pale skin, refined jawline, rosy lips. Okay, maybe a bit too feminine, but above all slim, tall, over 1.8 meters, legs going on forever, golden proportions. So hot it hurt. That's when Yang Rui understood why the girl had confessed anyone would fall for this version of him. He stared at the mirror, stunned. Had he actually time-traveled? From a failed, overweight tutor to a tall, gorgeous, long-legged teenager? This was a win-win-win. Too happy to contain himself, he stepped on a puddle of water splat. He slipped, hit his head on the bedpost, and passed out again. When he woke up, his mind was flooded with foreign memories. After sorting through the chaos, he wanted to scream. He was in 1982. His new body belonged to the son of a township party secretary, also named Yang Rui. In rural China, the party secretary outranked the mayor, basically a local emperor. He was a pure-blood official's kid. And what did this spoiled brat do? He failed the Gaokao and tried to kill himself. He drank a little pesticide, panicked, couldn't vomit, didn't dare call for help for fear of shame, and eventually passed out. His classmates thought he had heat stroke and sent him to the dorm. Lucky me, huh? Seriously, if your dad is the party secretary, failing the Gaokao doesn't mean the end of the world. Connections exist for a reason. Still confused, Yang Rui heard voices outside and decided to lie low for now. Two people entered the room. One was his homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu, tall, thin, wearing glasses and a blue Zhongshan suit. The other was a woman in a yellow dress, curvy, but with a surprisingly delicate face. As soon as she saw him, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Xiaobao, are you okay? If anything happened to you, what would mom do? Forget the Gaokao. You can join the army, and your father can ask his comrades for help. Yang Rui had been stiff with confusion until she called him Xiaobao. That voice exactly like his real mother's. He felt tears welling up. But then she mentioned joining the army. No way. Join the army? After finally becoming a hot guy? Haven't even enjoyed my looks yet. And now I'm supposed to go serve as eye candy for old soldiers? Besides, having tutored for years, Yang Rui had solved more Gaokao questions than had met women. Deep down, he wanted another shot. Sure, the 1980s Gaokao acceptance rate was abysmally low. But back then, college graduates were gold and the competition was fierce, but the rewards were real. If he could ace the exam, earn a title like province top scorer, and stroll through a picturesque campus looking like this tall, handsome, and absolutely gorgeous, he could finally fix all the regrets of his first life. I'm going to take the Gaokao again, Yang Rui declared firmly. Chapter 2. An abundance of information. Not attending university is not a concern. Rui's mother believed her son was pretending to be strong. And tears of compassion were on the verge of spilling over. Yang Rui shook his head vigorously. In his previous life, he was a plump individual. One who relished indulgence and shunned exercise. Being compelled to march and sink, step by step, felt akin to a death sentence. His innate laziness had become deeply entrenched in his very soul, unaffected by time or place. Mother, please cease your words. I am determined to participate in the college entrance examination. If I cannot surmount this challenge, what prospects do I have for the future? One must rise from where they have fallen. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself to diligent study, striving for commendable results, contributing my share to the modernization of my homeland. In his moment of urgency, Yang Rui instinctively called out to his mother, even recalling a few slogans from memory. As fate would have it, upon hearing his declaration, the haggard-looking teacher Lu, who stood nearby, began to applaud, exclaiming in agreement. Well said. Rui's mother was momentarily taken aback by her son's fervent words. Having doted on her only child since his infancy, she had always considered him her little treasure. She never anticipated that her son, whom she perceived as still so young, would articulate such impassioned sentiments. Overwhelmed with surprise, she quickly transitioned to joy. In her eyes, her son was undoubtedly capable and destined for success. With such ambition, dear, I wholeheartedly support you. Study diligently. If you do not succeed this year, you can try again next year, and if not then, the following year. I shall speak to your father about it. Yang Rui rolled his eyes, pondering. If you were to ask me to pursue a doctorate, I might feel some trepidation. But participating in the college entrance examination, that would be a walk in the park. He dismissed the 4 acceptance rate as inconsequential, even a mere 0. For acceptance rate did not faze him. As a dedicated biology research student, Yang Rui could not merely limit himself to teaching biology at the tutoring school. To earn additional income, he took on the role of mathematics instructor when a foundational mathematics class was offered, became the physics teacher for an advanced class, and taught chemistry during the summer program. It was through such diverse experiences that he found the confidence to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. The scope of the college entrance examination was quite limited. One could assert that apart from needing to review politics, Yang Rui was more than prepared for the other subjects. Nevertheless, Rui's mother's perspective was echoed by teacher Lu. Yang Rui is quite intelligent. His only flaw is a lack of focus. With an additional year of study, he holds considerable promise. If he truly commits himself, securing an undergraduate degree within a year or two is certainly attainable. Yang Rui could only smile wryly, realizing that in teacher Lu's mind, another year of study would only yield a diploma from a vocational school or junior college. However, it had become commonplace for students to repeat 2 or 3 years. Upon hearing teacher Lu's words, Rui's mother was elated, immediately expressing her gratitude and praise towards him. The two soon found themselves in a loop of mutual admiration and thanks. The following day, Yang Rui awoke early, staring at the ceiling. The dormitory environment was dismal. 2 rows of 10 bunk beds constituted the entirety of the humble quarters. Although many students returned home after the college entrance examination, numerous others, like Yang Rui, opted to enroll in a supplementary class, commonly referred to as a repeating class. Due to the exceedingly low admission rates of the college entrance examination, the majority of students, aside from those who have decided against further study, must endure 2 to 3 years in remedial classes to secure a place in university, or alternatively, they may choose to abandon their aspirations entirely. Consequently, the number of students in remedial classes often surpasses that of the regular classes. This naturally results in overcrowded dormitories. However, Yang Rui found himself unable to sleep not because the Kong bed was too hard or the wheat straw pillow too prickly, but rather because his mind was inundated with an overwhelming array of words and images. Plants, animals, cytology, genetics. The terms he had memorized during his time as a research student surged one after another in his thoughts. To his astonishment, along with the emergence of these terms, entire volumes of books he had once read began to materialize in his mind. For instance, following the mention of genetics, he recalled the 3rd edition of Genetics from Higher Education Press, the 2nd edition of Genetics, the 3rd edition from China Agriculture Press, the 2nd edition of Medical Genetics by People's Medical Publishing House, and the 3rd edition of Principles of Genetics from Higher Education Press. Yang Rui felt as if he had memorized the content within them, with just a slight recollection. He could recall extensive passages verbatim, yet he was certain that for the majority of these books, he had merely skimmed through them, attempting to recall other texts. Even the intricate exam practice books for the entrance examination yielded similar results. Even more astonishing, he could vividly remember the assignments he had graded from his students. In a mere few minutes, Yang Rui found himself revisiting some of the most frequently read books from his graduate studies. This was indeed the rhythm of a lifetime of academic excellence. Contemplating the multitude of classic papers and books yet to be published left him momentarily speechless. Around 6 o'clock, his dormitory mates began to rise one by one. Some ventured outside with books to recite, while others sat by the door or window, furrowed brows immersed in problem-solving, and a few were laughing foolishly as they penned letters. Unable to remain still, Yang Rui dressed and stepped outside, only to be jolted by the cold wind. "Don't catch a cold again," called out a student who poked his head through the gap between 2 broken door panels, grasping Yang Rui's attention. "Are you better?" "Yes," Yang Rui replied, glancing at him and instantly recalling his name, Wang Guohua, a common name in this era. He remembered that they had shared a dormitory long ago and were close classmates. Both had unfortunately failed the recent entrance examination. On the surface, Wang Guohua appeared unfazed by their setback, his lean face adorned with a smile as he said, "The west wall is crowded. If you intend to study, it's better to stay here where the wind is less fierce." He lifted a piece of the broken door panel, allowing Yang Rui to squeeze in. Hesitating momentarily, Yang Rui entered and nodded in agreement. "It certainly blocks the wind. What are you studying?" Wang Guohua handed him his notebook, smiling sheepishly. "I barely scored on the trigonometric functions in this exam, so I thought I'd review a bit. But honestly, what is the point of these symbols going back and forth?" Yang Rui curiously examined his notebook. On a seemingly ordinary 32-page white notebook, tiny characters densely filled the pages with topics and knowledge points. Although the classification was not particularly detailed, it was nonetheless presentable. By 1982, reference books were available for purchase. Yet their quantity and variety remained limited, and their prices were not affordable for the average income earner. Typical middle-level officials' families could not afford the rigorous examination tactics of excessive practice questions. Wang Guohua's father served as the director of the post office in Shibao town, a junior cadre whose administrative rank was merely that of a regular staff member, even lower than that of a deputy section chief. With 3 children at home, frugality was a necessity. For students in rural middle schools, copying questions and doing exercises had become almost second nature. Yang Rui flipped through his notebook and remarked habitually, "Trigonometric functions can indeed be perplexing at times, but once you grasp the sine, cosine, and tangent, solving the problems becomes straightforward." Wang Guohua responded with surprise, "Oh, so you figured it out?" Yang Rui fell silent and replied, "I suppose I've come to some understanding." As a renowned tutoring teacher, it was imperative for him to comprehend such fundamental knowledge to sustain his livelihood. Wang Guohua was skeptical, "But you only scored in the 20s in math, right? Could it all have been from trigonometric functions?" Mathematics posed a significant challenge. Many students in the countryside averaged below 20 in their scores. Particularly, those who had only recently begun their studies struggled significantly with quadratic equations unless they exerted considerable effort to catch up from elementary school. Jack Ma of Alibaba had once participated in the 1982 college entrance examination and scored a mere 19 points. Yang Rui pondered, stroking his chin. And noticing that no other students were within earshot, he confessed, "I choked during the exam and forgot everything I had memorized beforehand. However, I do know a few special techniques." Wang Guohua was incredulous. Yang Rui chuckled and proposed, "Shall I share the methods I've learned with you?" "Then do share." Wang Guohua's interest piqued. During this era, the atmosphere of mutual learning among students was robust due to the scarcity of resources and high-quality teachers. They could only rely on each other for information and assistance. This is called the hexagonal memory method. First, draw a hexagon. Yang Rui took Wang Guohua's paper and pen, writing as he spoke. Starting from the upper left corner, write down sine, cosine, and cotangent in order. Then, there's a pattern. First, the values of the trigonometric functions at the endpoints of the diagonals are reciprocals of each other. Second, the value of each vertex's trigonometric function equals the product of the values at the 2 adjacent vertices. For instance, cosine equals sine multiplied by cotangent. Wang Guohua's eyes widened as he listened. Such a summarizing memory technique was virtually unheard of in the 1980s. Even if it existed, it lacked sufficient means of dissemination. Since the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, only 5 or 6 years had passed, and students were still grappling with the new system, while teachers were equally bewildered. What to assess, how to evaluate, what to teach, how to instruct. No one had clear answers, prompting various education bureaus to organize teaching groups to re-educate teachers with even the slightest grasp of the situation. From the perspective of future generations, it is likely that only a handful of major cities and esteemed educational hubs will achieve an average standard across all subjects. As for rural institutions like Shibao High School, they rely heavily on graduates from vocational schools and high schools of earlier years for instruction. Remarkably, the most qualified among them is a graduate from the old 3 classes, who, after failing the college entrance examinations in 1977 and 1978, had to forego further studies due to marriage and remained at the school. The sight of high school graduates teaching high school students has become a common phenomenon in rural and industrial educational settings of this era, and the effectiveness of such an arrangement remained shrouded in uncertainty. Wang Guohua listened intently to Yang Rui's explanations. Regarding the so-called hexagonal memory technique as a kind of arcane secret, it was truly remarkable. Wang Guohua fervently took notes, eager to inscribe every word spoken by Yang Rui. Chapter 3. Ambition. As Yang Rui spoke, he observed Wang Guohua, noting his eagerness to learn and his capacity to comprehend the discussion. This prompted Yang Rui to decide to put into action the idea that had begun to take root the previous day, developing Wang Guohua into his student. This notion arose from Yang Rui's realization that he had a year remaining until the next college entrance examination. For an ordinary student, a year might seem pressing, however. For Yang Rui, it felt somewhat ample. Aside from the time required for memorizing political theories and literature, he hardly needed any preparation to achieve an exceptionally high score on the exam. With an entire year at his disposal, Yang Rui preferred to leverage his expertise. Becoming a premier tutor for an entire year appeared to be the most suitable choice for him at that moment. It was now 1982, and they were preparing for the 1983 college entrance examination, with graduation anticipated in 1987. In that year, university graduates were still assured job placements, and the prospects were quite favorable. Students with undergraduate degrees or higher, if they ventured into government roles, would at least secure positions at the municipal level. Those from reputable schools or disciplines had even greater chances of being placed at the central government level. The institutions and state-owned enterprises that offered graduation placements were themselves commendable options in terms of personal career development. These students were fortunate to be part of an era rife with opportunities. In business, the doors of the market economy were gradually opening to them. In academia, this marked the beginning of China's renewed engagement with the world since the mid-1950s. A modicum of English proficiency could enable them to publish numerous papers. In politics, the vigorous movement toward youth leadership was their safeguard. When they eventually aged, their educational credentials would once again propel them forward. As they matured, the university graduates of the 1980s would have become towering figures in their own right. These students represented a generation capable of transforming China and the world. The success of the Chinese model was inextricably linked to their struggles. The country's developmental shortcomings were closely tied to their oversights, and social injustices in China were profoundly connected to their negligence. In seeking to make a mark in this life, Yang Rui aspired to leave a lasting legacy. By transforming individuals, he believed he could effectuate change on a grander scale. Thus, he resolved to dedicate a year to sowing seeds of knowledge. He aimed to meticulously select a group of students from his own locality to elevate them, influence them, and reshape their futures. His goal was to assist these students in passing the college entrance examination, securing their places in universities, and enabling them to occupy significant roles in society, slowly yet surely altering the fabric of the nation, strengthening its foundations, nurturing its growth, and expanding its reach. Simultaneously, Yang Rui did not shy away from the prospect of utilizing his knowledge during this period to reap corresponding rewards. He envisioned that 1 year of effort could yield a lifetime of fruitful contributions. No other investment could promise a return as substantial as this. Lost in thought, Yang Rui was also aware that Wang Guohuo was equally engrossed in contemplation. After a considerable pause, Wang Guohuo expressed his genuine admiration. "That's incredible. Where did you learn all this?" Yang Rui smiled and replied with his prepared words. "Before the exam, I went home to study for a while. I hired an experienced teacher, and he even provided me with a few books." "What about him?" "He left early." "And the books?" "I sent a package to Xiaobei, as she also has exams to prepare for." Xiaobei is the girl who confessed her feelings to Yang Rui on the first day of his rebirth. But due to her father's transfer back to Beijing for work, she has also changed schools to one in the capital. The last day Yang Rui saw her was indeed her final day at that school. In this age of limited communication, it is not surprising for packages to go missing, and Yang Rui will have ample reasons to fabricate excuses in the future. Wang Guohuo sighed with regret. Yang Rui smiled and said, "Though the teacher and the books are no longer here, I still remember quite a few things. Would you like to hear them? Do you remember clearly?" "Of course. It's a trivial matter. Now, tell me which problem you find the most challenging." Yang Rui appeared nonchalant, as if inviting any topic. Wang Guohuo hesitated for a moment and replied, "The problems involving auxiliary lines." Yang Rui nodded in agreement. The use of auxiliary lines is indeed a challenging aspect of high school geometry, requiring considerable effort to grasp. In later years, tutoring centers often dedicate specialized sessions to elucidate this topic. After a brief contemplation, Yang Rui smiled and said, "It's not easy to explain auxiliary lines in just a couple of sentences, but I have a mnemonic. Please share it," Wang Guohuo urged eagerly, gripping his pen with excitement. After a moment's thought, Yang Rui recited, "If the problem includes an angle bisector, perpendicular lines can be drawn to both sides. For a segment bisector, connect the ends. The midpoints of a triangle's sides yield the median line. If there is a median in the triangle, extending it doubles its length." Wang Guohuo's pen flew across the paper. After reciting the mnemonic twice, Yang Rui added, "This mnemonic helps clarify the thought process. But to truly understand the problems involving auxiliary lines, one must engage in systematic study. Of course." "Wait a moment. Let me find a couple of problems to review," Wang Guohuo said, flipping through the pages of his small notebook, revealing neatly written problems alongside organized diagrams. He compared the mnemonic to the standard answers. Moments later, he let out a sigh of realization. It really is like this. For straightforward problems that do not intentionally create traps, this mnemonic proves quite useful. In fact, the current college entrance examination questions are primarily simple, and there is no need to create traps. For knowledge points like auxiliary lines, mastering mnemonics suffices. Yang Rui spoke with the authority of a tutor. Wang Guohua nodded in a daze, seemingly compliant. Yang Rui then cleared his throat and continued. What do you think of my method? Good. Of course, Wang Guohua replied, suddenly awakening as if realizing something, looking at Yang Rui with newfound recognition. You have so many methods. It's a pity for you this time with the college entrance exam. Not to worry. I can always take another year to review and aim for a good university. You seem quite optimistic. Who knows, you might even get into a bachelor's program. Wang Guohua gazed at his notes, making a grand wish. Yang Rui smiled gently. Is merely getting into a bachelor's program enough for you? Isn't a bachelor's degree satisfactory? Wang Guohua exclaimed, eyes wide. Forget about a bachelor's. If I could just attend a vocational school, I would be immensely grateful. If you had the choice, which school would you wish to attend? Wherever I am accepted. Wang Guohua seemed quite resolute. Yang Rui pressed further. Surely you have a school in mind? Every youth harbors dreams. Wang Guohua hesitated for a moment, as if fearful of being overheard, and whispered, I have heard that Hedong University is quite excellent. But it is a key university. I have no hope. Yang Rui chuckled softly. Indeed, it is quite challenging. Do you dare to even contemplate it? Just a thought, really. But what if you were to actually succeed in the entrance exam? How could that be possible? Wang Guohua replied. If you study with me and are willing to put in the effort, there is an 80 to 90% chance of success. Yang Rui had pondered for a long time before finally articulating this assertion. He was not jesting. The standards for the college entrance examination in the 1980s were not particularly high, and the scores were relatively low. In the Hedong province where Shibao is located, the admission scores were moderate nationally. A score of 370 to 380 in the sciences would suffice, and a score slightly above 400 could grant access to one of the 88 prestigious universities directly under the central government. Hedong University was a key institution in the province, and typically, scoring just above the key line would provide an opportunity. A score of 450 would even allow one to choose a major. Moreover, the difficulty of the examination, aside from the occasional off-topic questions beyond the syllabus, was even less formidable than that faced 30 years later. Students in later generations could effortlessly prepare for 2 months and gain admission to a key university. After all, the high school students of 1982 had experienced a rather lax educational environment in elementary and middle school. Their foundational knowledge was considerably inferior to that of future students. The teachers instructing them had also spent a decade either engaged in political movements or adversely affected by them. Thus, their experience in preparing students for the entrance examination was not significantly greater than that of the students themselves. Yang Rui, however, was different. Amidst the wave of educational commercialization 30 years hence, the instructors at tutoring schools were seasoned veterans, as a prestigious instructor aspiring to entrepreneurship. He was adept at teaching students of all levels. Those who scored 200 in the entrance exam were taught in foundational classes, while those with scores of 500 attended advanced classes. And teaching effectiveness was expected to be reflected in the student scores. Given Wang Guohua's foundational knowledge, expecting him to score above 500 like students of later generations was indeed a faint hope, but in the context of the 1980s, achieving a score in the 400s was not particularly difficult. Thus, when Yang Rui made his guarantee, his gaze was earnest and piercing. Wang Guohua, both believing and doubting, remarked, You were just boasting. And what of the 2 strategies I shared with you earlier? Were those mere boasts as well? Wang Guohua was momentarily at a loss for words, though his gaze gradually ignited with fervor. After a while, he hesitantly asked, Yang Rui, do you truly believe I can gain admission to Hedong University? Yang Rui nodded firmly. Wang Guohua looked at him, then at the mnemonic notes in his notebook, gritted his teeth, and said, If you can truly help me gain admission to Hedong University, what do you propose I do? Really? Indeed. Seeing that Wang Guohua was genuinely earnest, Yang Rui finally revealed a fragment of his thoughts, saying, I plan to organize a study group, bringing together like-minded individuals. You will be the first member. All right. Wang Guohua nodded without hesitation, even asking with admiration. Are you intending to teach your study methods to everyone? Not solely study methods, and not merely organizing study sessions. It should encompass a broader spectrum. However, entry into the study group is not granted to just anyone. It requires careful evaluation. As of now, it consists solely of the 2 of us. Yang Rui harbors a preference for an American-style fraternity, one that does not necessitate excessive parties or alcohol, with the evaluation methods open to transformation while maintaining the essence intact. This group aims to extend from the confines of the school into society, serving as a means of networking, connecting the bonds of those who have walked the same educational path. Wang Guohua, on the other hand, is indifferent to such matters. His sole focus is gaining admission to university. Otherwise, why endure the torment of this remedial class? Yang Rui glanced at the sky and contemplated, from today onward, you shall adhere to my study regimen. The first objective is to master trigonometric functions thoroughly. Wang Guohua, somewhat intrigued, inquired, how do we achieve that? By memorizing problems? Yang Rui promptly replied, conjuring up some classic questions in his mind. He returned to his room for paper and pen, transcribing as he spoke. You will work through these problems and memorize them entirely. In a couple of days, during the diagnostic exam, if you tackle the trigonometric questions, you should at least secure half the marks. Mathematics may be a game of thought, yet within the realm of examination-oriented education, it equally transforms into a game of memory. For students with shaky foundations, merely aiming for passing marks, memorizing problems proves far more effective than solving them. Wang Guohua had indeed heard of this approach, however. He struggled to compile various representative problem types. Watching Yang Rui transcribe at a swift pace, Wang Guohua suddenly felt a burgeoning anticipation for the diagnostic exam, which he had always dreaded. If he could secure half the marks on every type of question, would that not amount to a score of 60 in mathematics? Such a score would be the hallmark of a top student from a remedial class. Chapter 4. Preliminary Examination in the following 2 days. Yang Rui devoted half of his time to transcribing and organizing test papers, while the other half was spent perusing the wealth of academic papers and books deeply embedded in his mind. During his time as a research student, he approached his studies and experiments with commendable seriousness, even harboring aspirations of pursuing full-time research after graduation. However, amid the expansion of graduate programs, securing a genuine research position in the biological sciences proved exceedingly challenging. Reluctant to settle for temporary roles such as feeding lab mice or washing flasks, he found himself distanced from the realm of scientific inquiry. Now, however, circumstances had shifted. Without even mentioning the vast repository of papers and books residing in his mind, the knowledge he had already mastered, those theories and experiments so familiar to him, was sufficient to grant him access to some of the nation's premier research institutions. Yang Rui's thoughts were primarily occupied with how to make the most of his resources, slowly, meticulously, and to the fullest extent. In contrast to Yang Rui's silent contemplation and diligent note-taking, Wang Guohua was incessantly reciting questions, his head shaking vigorously with each repetition. The more he memorized, the more effective he felt his efforts were. Despite the simplicity of many questions Yang Rui had given him, he invariably managed to apply older questions to new ones. Unbeknownst to Wang Guohua, these were classic examples tested by the rigors of future examination strategies, yet he was acutely aware of his own improvement. For a student repeating a year, this sensation was akin to a stimulant. For 2 full days, Wang Guohua sat beside Yang Rui, engaging with no one else and doing nothing but fervently memorizing questions. When the Chinese teacher arrived, he recited example questions. When the English teacher entered, he continued the same. During self-study sessions, he persisted, and even during breaks, he remained absorbed in his memorization. The teachers at Shibao Middle School were of average competence. Yet Wang Guohua recognized that none could elevate his subject scores by 30 points. Thus, he resolved to place his trust in Yang Rui. The peculiar behavior of the two naturally attracted the attention of some peers. Whenever someone inquired about their activities, Wang Guohua would dismissively state, I am learning new methods in Yang Rui's study group, before returning to his fervent memorization. When approached, Yang Rui would merely mention that it was a new technique he had acquired, providing no further elaboration. Convincing others through mere words is a formidable task. He and Wang Guohua shared a good rapport, were well acquainted with each other's dispositions, and had devised targeted demonstrations and study plans that ultimately instilled confidence in him. He was determined not to repeat this endeavor. Instead, he chose to use Wang Guohua as a demonstration of their method. Wednesday arrived, heralding the long-anticipated preliminary examination. A total of 68 students filled the classroom to capacity. The room was remarkably bright, although it was merely a single-story building by contemporary standards. It resembled a spacious dwelling with ample ventilation and ceilings soaring 4 to 5 meters high, albeit with somewhat Spartan interior decor, a cement board, bench seats devoid of backs, and a solid earthen floor. Yang Rui positioned himself in the center of the classroom. The preliminary examination was not as formal as the college entrance examination. Of the 7 subjects available, Only 5 would be tested in a single day. The scoring system mirrored that of the college entrance examination, 120 points for Chinese and mathematics, and 100 points for physics, chemistry, and English. In the realm of academia, a perfect score in politics and a mere 50 in biology do not necessitate preliminary assessments. To gain admission to university with a total score of 690 in the college entrance examination, one must achieve no less than 350 points in the sciences. Over half of the total score is imperative for hope. Within the halls of Shibao High School, a score of 300 is regarded as exemplary. Yang Rui's previous scores hovered just above 200, placing him in the middle tier of his current class. While in the remedial class, he found himself at the bottom. As the language teacher distributed the ink-scented exam papers, she perched on the podium, her gaze piercingly fixed on the students below. The paper was thin, slightly yellowed, with handwriting varying in depth but still legible. The entire exam was devoid of multiple-choice questions. The first section comprised pinyin tasks, requiring the translation of pinyin sentences into written form, simple enough for a primary school student, yet valued at a mere 2 points. The second section involved literary knowledge fill-in-the-blanks, 12 questions worth 12 points, which posed a significant challenge for Yang Rui. Fortunately, he had some memories to rely on and managed to answer the question regarding the 5 classics, though he could only guess at which of Lu Xun's works was a collection of lyrical essays. Subsequent sections included reading comprehension, language structure, classical Chinese, and essay prompts. Without any revision, he was able to respond to these, timing himself as he completed the language exam. He calculated that while the questions related to the text would likely yield poor results, he might score better on the reading comprehension and essay questions, potentially allowing him to pass, similar to his previous performance. The bell rang sharply, prompting the language teacher to remain seated at her desk. Surveying the room with an air of authority, "All pencils down," she commanded. "Class monitor, collect the papers." A girl stood in response, moving from the back to the front to gather the exams. When she reached Yang Rui, she paused momentarily, seemingly examining his paper. Surprised, he raised his head and scrutinized her in return. He recalled that this girl, Lu Xun, was a gifted student who had shared a class with him in their first year. His impression of her had been that of a diligent yet ordinary girl with fair skin. However, he now realized his memory had deceived him. What ordinary girl could possess legs that could stretch green military pants into the semblance of jeans, while her thighs could transform them into hip-hop trousers? One need not gaze at her conservatively dressed upper half. Those exquisite legs would render her a top beauty in any contemporary campus setting. In a year or two, as her features matured and she donned flattering attire, she would undoubtedly become an alluring beauty, likely to captivate some unsuspecting man. Yang Rui shook his head in lament. What a spectacle, he thought. The girl suddenly exclaimed, straightening her posture as she continued forward. Yang Rui, perplexed, found his gaze inadvertently following her steps. A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight, he mused, simultaneously reassuring himself that he was merely observing a model strutting down a runway. After all, models who could showcase their legs in green military pants were a rarity even 30 years hence. Having collected all the papers, Lu Xun accompanied the language teacher to her office. Upon her return, Yang Rui found himself idly scanning the room, noticing that his deskmate, Wang Guohua, was still diligently reciting example problems. Upon witnessing Wang Guo's earnest demeanor, Lu Xun could not help but halt her steps, veering sharply to confront Yang Rui with an air of indignation. "You are leading these students astray." What? Not only did Yang Rui look up in astonishment, but the surrounding students also turned their gazes toward her. Lu Xun, her countenance laced with disdain, declared, "I reviewed your Chinese examination paper, and you barely scraped a passing mark. How can you, with such mediocre results, dare to teach Wang Guo new methods? Is this not a disservice to the students?" Yang Rui opened his mouth, rendered speechless. To explain the situation would be far too intricate. Struck dumb, are we? Lu Xun seized the opportunity, snatching Wang Guo's notebook from him. "Stop memorizing these irrelevant materials. Who knows where these obscure questions originated that are misleading you? Despite having a year to review, time flies. And before you know it, the day arrives. Ask any senior in the class. Everyone has heard of the methods for rote memorization, which are utterly ineffective." Lu Xun, possessing a cool exterior yet a warm heart, held considerable esteem within the class. As she spoke, several classmates rallied to her support. "It's your questions that are inadequate." Wang Guo had posed similar inquiries to Yang Rui, now fervently defending him. Lu Xun scoffed, her legs firmly planted on the desk's crossbar, asserting, "With so many students struggling, How can his methods possibly succeed? Turning her gaze to young Rui, her tone grew somber. If you wish to form a clique, that is your prerogative, however. I cannot stand by and watch you gamble with the futures of your peers. In that moment, young Rui felt a peculiar sense of being cast as the antagonist. He realized that he had misjudged the situation. To lead this study group, to assume the role of a teacher, he must first surpass the ordinary. Mediocrity in answering questions or executing tasks would not suffice to become a leader. Initially, he needed to impress these students with his own academic achievements. While he did not intend to include them all in his study group, if he could not even manage a single class, how could he hope to cultivate future scholars? I understand now. Young Rui suddenly rose to his feet, his towering stature instantly exuding an aura of authority. Lu Shan locked her gaze onto his eyes for several seconds before, feeling an unexpected flush of embarrassment, she averted her eyes and asked, "What have you come to understand? In the mathematics examination, I shall perform admirably. As for the efficacy of my study group, we shall debate that once the results are in, shall we?" Young Rui's tone brimmed with confidence. Lu Shan tilted her head to admire young Rui's chiseled profile, suddenly feeling a wave of inexplicable anxiety wash over her. With a soft sound of acknowledgement, she turned and hurried back to her seat. Young Rui observed her hurried steps, a smile creeping onto his face. Oh, this world that values appearances is indeed filled with an abundance of goodwill. Chapter 5. Rapid Responses During the Brief Intermission of 15 Minutes. Teacher Lu entered the room with the examination papers. The students promptly took their seats, displaying commendable self-discipline. Young Rui refilled his fountain pen and neatly spread out his draft paper, preparing for an earnest endeavor. He had resolved his thoughts. The Yang family was a prominent local clan, and as the son of the village party secretary, he held a certain standing. Even though his father was not in power within the town, he was akin to a local sovereign next door. As the offspring of such a figure, he was surrounded by numerous compatriots at West Fort High School. While it might be an exaggeration to suggest that a mere call could summon 500 valiant souls, when the need arose, he could easily rally a dozen or so unruly lads without difficulty. In a public disturbance, even the local police, hailing from the same roots, would lend a hand. With 3 generations of influential township officials behind him, what was there to fear? He neither oppressed the weak nor engaged in racketeering. With improved academic performance, who could possibly question him? In this remote and impoverished mountainous area, which had witnessed violent clashes just 2 days prior without the county's awareness, the quality of a student's grades seemed utterly inconsequential. In contrast, adhering to his own plans held greater significance. Young Rui was a person who thrived on structure. Whether conducting experiments or tutoring, he approached all tasks with a meticulous plan. Although he occasionally adjusted his strategies, it was always in favor of replacing one plan with another. Rarely did he adopt a haphazard approach. Thus, when the ink-scented examination paper reached his hands, he seamlessly entered a state of focused engagement. Tutors, too, must frequently tackle examination papers. Any renowned test set that surfaced, be it from Huanggang, Jinggang, or Jing'an, he diligently worked through himself. Failure to do so would render him unable to address peculiar questions posed by students, jeopardizing his esteemed reputation. In his spare time, young Rui often practiced science papers, with mathematics being his primary focus. The subjects of mathematics and English served as the financial backbone of the tutoring school, while he refrained from teaching English. His mathematics instruction was thorough and precise. After several years of this rigorous practice, although he could not consistently achieve a score of 151 in mathematics, his speed had become remarkable. He could often discern the answers at a glance, and even when faced with trick questions, he could resolve them swiftly. Equally adept at rapid problem-solving was his deskmate, Wang Guohua. He was indifferent to his scores in the preliminary exams. His concern lay solely with how well he could tackle trigonometric questions. Thus, upon receiving the paper, he immediately focused on the trigonometry section, eager to validate young Rui's methods. For in doing so, he hoped to secure a passing grade in mathematics. In 1982, achieving a passing mark in mathematics was considered a significant accomplishment. Not long ago, the national average score for mathematics in the college entrance examination had not even reached 30 points, while the average score for admitted students lingered just above 40. In fact, even 3 decades later, the average score for science students in mathematics hovered around 80 points, failing to meet the passing threshold of a 150-point examination. As for the average scores of liberal arts students, they typically ranged between 60 and 70 points. The entire set of exam papers consists of 5 questions related to trigonometric functions. This examination was meticulously crafted by Teacher Liu. Drawing inspiration from the college entrance examination paper of 1982, and considerable effort was invested in its design. The first section features 2 fill-in-the-blank questions on trigonometric functions worth a total of 2 points, followed by 1 question requiring a response worth 6 points, and culminating in a significant problem worth 8 points, bringing the total to 16 points, which constitutes 13% of the overall score. Achieving full marks seems effortlessly attainable. Wang Guohua felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, especially after successfully tackling the first 2 questions, which filled him with a sense of unstoppable momentum. The mathematics section of the college entrance examination inherently emphasizes concepts over techniques, with nearly all question types solvable through universal methods. Given that Wang Guohua had memorized the quintessential types of trigonometric problems, he found the experience exhilarating. I have encountered this question before. I've solved this one, he thought, recognizing that the problem seemed to possess 2 potential solutions. Previously, mathematics had been a source of headaches for him, but now he yearned for more questions, specifically, more trigonometric ones. At this moment, he glanced to his left at Yang Rui, only to be taken aback. What was this? The half-filled page, densely scribbled with numbers and symbols, suggested that Yang Rui had already completed half the exam. Even if he were copying, such rapid progress was astonishing. After all, they were in an examination room. Wang Guohua stole a quick glance at Yang Rui's paper before hastily averting his gaze. Unperturbed, Yang Rui continued writing, the sound of his pen scratching across the paper resonating softly, as he meticulously solved the problems without even needing a draft. This was likely a strategy to mitigate suspicion. After all, his score would undoubtedly exceed everyone's expectations, and the detailed intermediary steps would serve as compelling evidence. In less than 30 minutes, Yang Rui not only completed the entire exam, but also found time for a brief review. However, he did not submit his paper. Exiting the classroom left him with nothing to do, and encountering other teachers would only invite unwarranted inquiries. After some contemplation, Yang Rui decided to cover his draft paper and laid his head down on the desk to rest his eyes. At that moment, Lushan happened to look up and witness this scene. An inexplicable sigh escaped her lips, quickly followed by a realization, why am I worried for him? It's not me who will be embarrassed later. Moreover, it was he who had claimed he would answer the questions diligently. Yet he was the one sleeping during the exam. She pondered these thoughts, glancing at Yang Rui, who appeared genuinely asleep. She couldn't help but think, this guy is quite fortunate in appearance, even younger than Takakura-kin. Girls tend to mature faster than boys, and at 17, Lushan, having skipped 2 grades and repeated 2 years, was at the prime of her youth, beginning to notice boys. Although Yang Rui struggled academically and had a somewhat awkward demeanor, his striking looks inevitably drew the attention of female peers. However, in Lushan's eyes, his performance was decidedly lacking, an instance of all that glitters is not gold. Reflexively, she began to jot down the opening words of a thought on her test paper, only to suddenly realize her folly and quickly cross them out with her pen. This would surely cost her points in the exam, and she blamed Yang Rui for it. Resolutely, Lushan turned her attention back to the questions, refusing to cast another glance in his direction. The 2 consecutive lessons swiftly passed, and as the bell rang, Teacher Liu, with a friendly demeanor, instructed, "All right, everyone. Please check if your names are written, then place your papers face down on the desk. Remind your neighbors to supervise each other." Teacher Liu hailed from Zizizi Township, under the jurisdiction of Secretary Yang. Each year, dealings with the township government were inevitable for purchasing water, fertilizers, borrowing agricultural machinery, paying agricultural taxes, and other matters. Thus, having Yang Rui as the head teacher afforded him certain social conveniences, and he took special care of Yang Rui. Wang Guohua gently tapped Yang Rui twice, prompting him to engage in oversight. Is class over? How did you fare? Yang Rui wiped his mouth, appearing relaxed after a brief respite. Brother, you still remember to care for me. I answered all the trigonometric questions. The correctness is uncertain. As for the other questions, I wrote whatever came to mind. It's time to submit. Wang Guohua's tone was rather confident, albeit modestly feigned. That's good. If you manage to answer, your accuracy should be quite high. Yang Rui was aware of the advantages and disadvantages of rote learning, dreading the trick questions and those that strayed from the topic. This exam paper was crafted by Teacher Liu based on the previous college entrance examination, making it relatively straightforward. Being able to answer meant there wouldn't be significant issues. Teacher Liu cleared his throat twice. No talking. Pass your papers forward from the back. Do not write anything further. The class monitor, Lu Shan, stood up to assist in organizing the papers at the front. Yang Rui, tall and a newcomer to the remedial class, sat towards the back. And soon his paper blended into the crowd. Lu Shan could not publicly inspect his paper. Instead, she glanced at him from a distance and formed her lips to say, "We'll check the scores tomorrow." Chapter 6. My father is the secretary after the mathematics examination concluded. Wang Guohua casually inquired a couple of questions from Yang Rui before enthusiastically recounting the exhilaration he experienced while tackling the problems. He then expressed his aspirations for revising other types of questions. It had only been within the last 3 to 4 years that he had earnestly dedicated himself to studying, with most of that time spent remedying past academic shortcomings. The pace was relentless, and the outcomes were far from satisfactory. He had never encountered such a liberating state of mind while answering questions. His spirited demeanor was unmistakable. Wang Guohua joyfully transitioned from the classroom to the cafeteria, discussing everything from meal distribution to dining itself, while Yang Rui listened patiently. Focusing on idle chatter was certainly preferable to fixating on the monotonous steamed buns. Consuming plain steamed buns without any side dishes for consecutive days is an endeavor that modern individuals typically shun, yet most students indulged heartily. The school cafeteria's abundant supply of white steamed buns had only become commonplace since entering high school. Previously, they were often paired with coarser grains like cornmeal. While Wang Guohua reveled in his delight, not everyone possessed Yang Rui's level of composure. Before Yang Rui could finish his first bun, an irate upperclassman with a face full of acne slammed the table and snarled, "What are you so happy about over a mere preliminary exam? If you were truly that capable, why are you here repeating a year?" Having recently completed the college entrance examination, Wang Guohua was particularly sensitive and, without turning around, retorted sharply, "What is it to you if I'm happy? Did you even pass? You must be in the new Fourth Army by now, right? What is your point?" This retort proved even more damaging, inciting not only the acne-ridden upperclassmen, but also several others nearby. A crowd of around a dozen students rose, forming a semicircle that effectively obscured the sunlight. Some among them had already begun to shout, "What did you say? You don't want to mix in this town anymore, do you?" Given the low acceptance rate of the college entrance examination, many students had to repeat multiple years, and those who managed to pass within 2 or 3 years were dubbed the Liberation Army, implying that they would soon experience freedom, a fortunate group indeed. In contrast, the new Fourth Army referred to those engaged in the anti-Japanese resistance, facing a protracted wait for liberation. Among them were older students who had participated in the exams since 1977 or 1978, and even some who had spent years as educated youth, still struggling to pass the exams. Their hearts bore the weight of bitterness and inferiority, and it was not hard to imagine their discontent upon hearing the brash taunts of the youthful newcomers. Seeing that he had drawn the ire of the crowd, Wang Guohua licked his lips and fell silent. Most of the older students merely vented their frustrations verbally. Yet the two companions of the acne-ridden upperclassmen seized the chaos as an opportunity, their fists clenched, seeking to deliver a harsh blow to Wang Guohua. The Chinese society of the 1980s was far from the idyllic narrative often recounted in later tales. The impending crackdown was a response to the near collapse of public order. At that time, street thugs had become so brazen that ordinary citizens feared to venture out at night. Moreover, aside from the professional criminals and unemployed youth, many working young men would occasionally resort to temporary roles in crime, such as drunkenly robbing elderly gentlemen or groping women amidst the tumult. Although conditions in schools were somewhat better, the bravado and aggression of young men in their 20s were inescapable. Yang Rui, being well-versed and experienced, immediately noticed the two men clenching their fists. He promptly stood up and pulled Wang Guohua behind him, betting that the reputation of the Yang family would intimidate them. Zizaizi Township is adjacent to Shibao Town, which is slightly more prosperous, yet smaller in both area and population compared to Zizaizi. The Yang family has produced 2 generations of township party secretaries, and their relatives dominate the surrounding area, making them a formidable local force. Although Yang Rui's father and grandfather upheld strict self-discipline throughout their lives, they were known for their ruthless methods, having engaged in conflicts and intimidation, leaving behind tales that the villagers could boast about for an entire day. The matter of beating Wang Guohua was trivial, but should Yang Rui be harmed, it could escalate significantly. In such a small township, where all the residents were primarily students, the cadre's children were well known. The 2 older students with clenched fists halted and turned to look behind them. The boy with a face full of pimples approached with an air of bravado, dragging his cloth shoes, and pointed at Yang Rui, then at Wang Guohua, saying, "Yang Rui, You've got some guts, daring to challenge me, Yin San. Are you feeling a bit rebellious? Step aside, or I'll have to take you down too. Yin San was a self-appointed nickname, while his real name, Hu Yin Shan, lacked the same flair. He was also a cadre's child. His father was the director of the Power Supply Bureau in Shibao Town. With ample spare cash and a willingness to make friends, he was well regarded in the local scene, considered a minor tyrant in the township. The Power Supply Bureau wielded considerable authority, operating independently from township leadership. In this era, it was a powerful department, capable of cutting off electricity at will, leaving one to rely on kerosene lamps during the new year, and it confronted both the township and village governments with great confidence. While Yin San had previously not bullied Yang Rui, he also did not regard this bookish youth with much respect. However, the Yang Rui of today was no longer the timid and meek individual he once was. The trials of post-graduation life and the hardships of entrepreneurship had forged him into someone who would not simply retreat as expected. He rubbed his nose and smiled. I do feel a bit rebellious. How about you give me a punch to satisfy my craving? The onlooking students, anticipating a spectacle, erupted in laughter, with some even pulling over chairs and sitting atop them with buns in hand, ready to feast amidst the bloody and chaotic brawl. Yin San, somewhat taken aback, stroked his chin and chuckled. Looks like you've grown some backbone, huh? All right, I'll give you a taste. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, adopting a stance that suggested a serious fight was imminent. In his mind, such a display would be enough to intimidate Yang Rui into backing down. However, a few of Yang Rui's familiar classmates, realizing that a fight was about to break out, quickly stepped forward to mediate. Unfortunately for them, Yang Rui easily saw through Yin San's hesitation, parted the crowd in front of him, and clasped his hands, saying, Everyone, I truly want Yin San to give me a taste today. Please don't stop him. The individuals obstructing his path were utterly bewildered. Among them, the imposing Chao Baoming used one hand to block Yang Rui and the other to restrain Yin San, exclaiming, Stop fighting. Everyone step back, step back. Yin San forcefully pushed Chao Baoming's hand away and menacingly pointed at Yang Rui, declaring, Today, I'm definitely going to hit you. So what? Yang Rui, maintaining an air of calm, brushed past Chao Baoming without hesitation and positioned himself directly in front of Yin San, stating, I dare you to hit me. If you can make me bleed, I won't protest. I'll simply turn around and leave. Wang Guowa, you can do as you please. Yin San blinked in confusion, failing to grasp the situation, while Wang Guowa and Chao Baoming looked on in astonishment. If you dare to make a move today, I will immediately go to the county to have my injuries examined, Yang Rui said evenly. My uncle is the chief of the police station in Shibao Town, and my cousin is in the county's criminal police unit. I can assure you, they will find evidence of injury, and then it will become a criminal case. Yin San scoffed derisively, mocking, Is that your great skill, just calling your parents? Yang Rui replied with a smile, Children call their parents for playtime. But going to prison is not child's play. I am quite curious how your father, the head of the power supply station, will manage to extricate you from the clutches of law enforcement. Each system has its own advantages, and while the head of the power supply station can operate independently, when trouble arises, he may find himself powerless. Yin San, gazing into Yang Rui's cold eyes, suddenly felt bewildered. This was not the game he had anticipated. He had thought he was engaged in a thrilling tale of vengeance, yet it swiftly morphed into a sinister struggle for power. Yang Rui, not allowing him any time to ponder, surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, Those who wish to eat should eat. Those who need to sleep should sleep. No need to linger. Being remembered for this is hardly a blessing. The onlookers quietly exchanged glances before dispersing silently. Before long, aside from Hu Yinshan, only a few individuals remained by Yang Rui's side. The rest had either returned to their seats or, as if nothing had happened, made their way back to their dormitories. Although the head of the town had now been rebranded as the party secretary, the power wielded remained akin to that of the former commune leader. From land development to pig farming, there was little he could not oversee. The so-called commune leader was a local emperor, and the village secretary, a local tyrant. In the countryside, their words held more weight than any other authority. The students in the remedial class ranged from 23 to 17 years old. While they were not entirely worldly, they understood the importance of avoiding trouble at home. Yang Rui's threat was palpable, and no one wished to invite such misfortune. Yin San stood in stunned silence for a long while, unsure of how to respond. He had some friends on the streets, but even the most formidable of ex-convicts would not dare to provoke the police. His father's influence was considerable, with many sycophants around. Yet to wield absolute power was a different matter altogether. The furtive gazes surrounding him deepened Yin San's unease. He recognized that the impasse could not persist any longer. With a sly grin, he pointed at Yang Rui from a distance and remarked, "You certainly have your strengths," before turning to leave. Wang Guohua watched him depart from the courtyard of the dining hall, then turned in astonishment to Yang Rui, saying, "I never thought you, the son of the secretary, had much to offer. Today, however, seems quite different. He was the one who intended to strike me, not the other way around. When matters escalate to such a level, the one who strikes first inevitably bears the consequences," Yang Rui replied with a smile, exhaling in relief. He then gestured for a few classmates who had just stepped forward to take a seat with him. "Let us eat first. After our meal, we shall rest. For we have 3 exams to tackle this afternoon. Once we finish, should you have any queries, feel free to join my study group as an observer." The group nodded enthusiastically, treating the situation lightly. However, the tall and robust Chao Baoming inquired with curiosity, "What you mentioned earlier about sending Yin San to prison, was that merely a bluff?" "Perhaps," Yang Rui replied, his gaze wandering. As a graduate student in biology who had previously executed hundreds of lab mice and dissected numerous rabbits, he carried a certain coldness within him. Chapter 7. Simple matters. In the early afternoon of the first physics examination, Yang Rui arrived at the classroom 10 minutes early, only to be surprised to find Hu Yinshan had come even earlier, fully equipped with stationery, engrossed in his studies. Upon noticing Yang Rui, Hu Yinshan merely raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "Is this fellow actually studying?" Yang Rui mused, a hint of curiosity escaping his lips. Wang Guohua, overhearing, chuckled. What else would he be doing if not studying? He has been repeating the year for quite some time now. If one were to ascend the ranks in the military, it would be akin to achieving a technical secondary school diploma, although it pales in comparison to a college degree. However, the position of a mere director at the local power supply bureau still holds some influence, albeit distant from military matters. What was his score on the college entrance examination? Yang Rui's curiosity persisted. Wang Guohua tilted his head in thought and replied, "Around 280 points, I believe. He is likely aiming for a college diploma, and this year marks his 3rd attempt. Graduating from a technical secondary school grants one a cadre status, and if one has connections, re-entering the workforce is feasible. Yet, to achieve a higher starting point and surpass his father's accomplishments, obtaining a college diploma is essential, necessitating a score of at least 330 points, if not higher. It seems that Hu Yinshan's father, having spent half his life as the director of the Power Supply Bureau, wishes for his son to escape the rural confines." Yang Rui, lacking sympathy, laughed, given that Hu Yinshan has scored below 300 points after 3 years. He might as well aim to become an old Red Army soldier rather than a member of the new 4th Army. In comparison to the new 4th Army, the old Red Army's liberation date feels even more distant. Wang Guohua joined in the laughter, reveling in the misfortune. Other students glanced at them in confusion before returning to their own preparations for the exam, either gathering their tools or hastily cramming. The dedication of students in the 1980s towards their studies is beyond the imagination of future generations, whether at school, home, or on the playground. The predominant topic of conversation among students is invariably their academic pursuits. This is partly due to the prevailing societal atmosphere, with fewer distractions allowing for greater focus, and partly because the pathways available to young students are severely limited, with the college entrance examination being virtually the only avenue for advancement. This is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once crossed, one transforms from fish to dragon, instantaneously metamorphosing into an elite of the nation, possessing a formal position and a record, becoming the pillars required by the state. Those who do not succeed are left to either toil at home, work in factories, or serve in the military, their status and remuneration incomparable. As for self-employed individuals, they remain the impoverished or ex-convicts with no other options. Even for students from affluent backgrounds, whether they manage to enter university ultimately dictates a vastly different future. Hence, any glimmer of opportunity prompts students to diligently study and strive for improvement. At precisely 2 o'clock, the physics teacher brought in the examination papers, as per usual, printed on mimeographed sheets in handwritten text. The questions were similarly modeled after last year's college entrance examination. In recent years, the guidelines for each college entrance examination have undergone significant changes, compelling schools to reference the most recent exam for necessary adjustments. As Yang Rui gazed at the still-drying ink of the questions, he silently nodded in admiration. Despite Shibao Middle School being merely a rural institution with teachers of limited academic qualifications, their dedication is truly commendable. He has indeed experienced the role of a teacher and is well aware of the complexities involved in crafting an examination paper. It is essential to encompass as many knowledge points as possible, while also judiciously allocating the frequency and scoring of these points based on their significance and difficulty. Furthermore, it is a laborious task to exclude knowledge that falls outside the syllabus and to ensure a diverse range of solutions for the questions. The teachers of 30 years hence, despite having access to countless mock papers and resources, find it quite challenging to formulate their own questions. In the 1980s, mock examinations relied almost entirely on teachers creating their own questions, an undertaking of immense magnitude that is difficult to fathom. One could easily surmise that it would require at least an additional week of classes to produce a single paper. Yang Rui initially reviewed the paper from front to back before immersing himself in the questions. Unlike other students, Yang Rui had grown accustomed to deciphering the intentions of the examiner rather than focusing solely on the questions themselves. This subtle pursuit had become one of the few remaining pleasures for him after having tackled countless examination papers. Otherwise, the incessant repetition of similar questions would become utterly monotonous. After approximately 30 minutes, Yang Rui neatly completed the physics examination paper. Compared to the future, the difficulty of the current physics paper was noticeably lower. It included relatively simple electrical concepts that would be covered in the third year of middle school in later years. And the highest difficulty level of other questions did not exceed that of an average second-year high school student. However, considering that both middle and high schools in the early 1980s operated on a two-year system, this was not a significant reduction from the perspective of selection examinations. Nonetheless, students who had repeated a year possessed a distinct advantage over their counterparts. Yang Rui glanced at Wang Guohua, who was also nearing completion, having finished all the questions he could tackle, leaving only guesses for the remainder. As Wang Guohua chewed on his pencil, he sensed Yang Rui's gaze, smiled broadly, and remarked, "A score of 36 on the college entrance exam. I doubt I can achieve much higher now. With a full score of 100 in physics, 36 points would only suffice for the basics." Yang Rui cast a sidelong glance at his paper, noting that most of Wang Guohua's major questions contained only 2 or 3 calculations, with the rest left blank. It was evident that his score of 36 had been cobbled together from a few points. "I'll help you catch up on physics when we return," Yang Rui whispered. Wang Guohua nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "No talking, focus on your own work," the physics teacher reminded, tapping the desk. Yang Rui smiled faintly, flipped the paper over for a final check to ensure nothing was overlooked, then covered his draft paper and pretended to doze off. Class monitor Lushan, disturbed by the commotion, lifted her head and noticed Yang Rui's typical demeanor. She could not help but pucker her lips in puzzlement and sighed softly before returning to her own answers. Her scores on the previous 2 college entrance exams were 352 and 361, leaving her just a hair's breadth away from the admission threshold. Yet, in an era where over 6 million candidates vied for only around 200,000 spots, that slender margin was not easily bridged. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the physics teacher collected the papers promptly. Students who had submitted their papers hurried outside for a restroom break, while those with a penchant for smoking seized the opportunity for a quick cigarette. Students with a little extra cash often lit up publicly, filling the classroom with smoke, their loud conversations imbued with an air of bravado. Nearby students, accustomed to this environment, remained unfazed as they inhaled the secondhand smoke. Students primarily smoked the inexpensive Sanhua cigarettes at 3 cents per pack or the slightly pricier Jinyu cigarettes at 5 cents per pack. Those who could not afford commercial cigarettes yet struggled with nicotine addiction would discreetly retreat to secluded areas to indulge in hand-rolled cigarettes. Hu Yanshan, who occupied the highest social stratum, carried 2 varieties of tobacco. One was the lamb cigarettes, which he frequently shared with his entourage, priced at 9 cents per pack, surpassing the quality enjoyed by ordinary teachers. The other was the extravagant Dayanta, a staggering 26 cents per pack. Far too costly for students and even beyond the reach of many adults, most often reserved for gifting. At that moment, the renowned Dakiaman was selling for 36 cents. Available only through a ticketing system, serving as the mainstay for gifts within the county. Hu Yanshan's father, the director of the town's power supply bureau, frequently received Dayanta and Baochang as gifts, indulging in a pack weekly while bestowing 2 packs upon his son. Yang Rui habitually waved his hand before his nose and moved to linger by the window. During his early university days, he occasionally shared a cigarette with classmates. However, following the public smoking ban, even the pretense of smoking had been abandoned. Hu Yinshan cast a disdainful glance at him, considering Yang Rui's current demeanor excessively delicate. What a softy. Hu Yinshan's remark was blunt and pointed. His two followers immediately chimed in, albeit quietly, as they still recalled Yang Rui's midday comments, which left them somewhat apprehensive. The fleeting 10-minute break dissolved, and the chemistry placement exam commenced. Yang Rui answered with increased speed, completing it in just 20 minutes. Compared to other subjects, chemistry appeared remarkably straightforward. Yet, to the students and teachers in the countryside, chemistry was deemed a perplexing and challenging discipline. Due to the school's inadequate facilities, where foundational experiments were unfeasible, relying solely on rote memorization made it arduous to cultivate an intuitive understanding of chemistry. Systematic learning of chemistry was beyond the capabilities of Shibao Middle School. Even their chemistry teacher was merely a factory worker from the city, driven by fervor, hoping that diligence could compensate for lack of expertise. The examinations he crafted were clumsier than those for mathematics and physics, predominantly consisting of basic formulas, with even the final question exhibiting clear oversights. Yang Rui hesitated, refraining from marking the errors directly on the paper. Instead, he followed the teacher's line of questioning and produced the correct calculations. As he leaned down for a moment of respite, Yang Rui scratched his head, pondering that merely relying on paper and pen would not suffice to tutor his study group in chemistry. They required teaching equipment and reagents, at the very least, to establish a coherent chemical thought process. Of course, rote memorization was not entirely unfeasible, but it was an exceedingly time-consuming method. While students and teachers of the 1980s might have become accustomed to this, Yang Rui was reluctant to squander his students' valuable energies in such a manner. He resolved to devise a plan to procure funding. Subsisting solely on steamed buns was not a viable option. As thoughts of dinner crossed his mind, he grimaced in distaste. Chapter 8. You are the immortal. After a brief half-hour respite following the chemistry examination, the students faced yet another challenge, English. Although Yang Rui took a moment to rest, he still felt a lingering discomfort, a sentiment echoed by his peers, who appeared utterly exhausted from mental strain. However, when the exam papers were distributed, even the most lethargic students rallied their spirits and commenced their responses with diligence. Initially surprised, Yang Rui soon grasped the underlying truth. In this temporal realm of 1982, having questions to tackle was a privilege in itself. Currently, there are no more than 3 systematic mock examination papers available on the market, and the categorically organized science papers are equally scarce, regardless of their quality. One salient point remains: the teachers responsible for crafting the college entrance examination questions have undoubtedly reviewed these materials. Therefore, unless one is an exceptionally gifted student who has thoroughly mastered the content, the performance of others relying solely on common questions is likely to falter. Internal examination questions devised by various schools, while not as comprehensive as published papers, nonetheless serve to address the students' weaknesses and are a crucial step in the journey toward the college entrance examination. To the students, these questions function like practice partners, a rare opportunity that embodies the painstaking efforts of their instructors, invaluable beyond monetary measure. Thus, regardless of the exhaustion, they were compelled to engage with the material. Yang Rui had no alternative. Propping his chin with one hand and gripping his pen with the other, he spent the entirety of the class period completing the English paper. Upon estimating his score, he surmised it would exceed 80 points, and after a brief review, he realized the potential for improvement was minimal. His command of English could only be described as mediocre. During his graduate entrance examination, he scored 55, which, while surpassing the minimum requirement of most institutions by over 15 points, paled in comparison to the 95 attained by true scholars. During his graduate studies, he was compelled to translate a considerable amount of foreign literature for the convenience of his advisor, which did enhance his reading abilities, though he neglected essential grammatical components. The early 1980s college entrance examinations' focus on grammar was as obsessive as a woman's preoccupation with her weight, making Yang Rui's aspirations of excelling a challenging endeavor. Ultimately, he resolved that achieving full marks in mathematics and the sciences would suffice, dismissing the perplexities of grammar questions. In truth, a score exceeding 80 in English was nothing short of extraordinary for students from rural backgrounds. Those who only encountered the language upon entering high school could not be compared with children of future generations who began bilingual education in kindergarten. Upon returning to the dormitory, the weary students collapsed into slumber, while the teachers' quarters remained illuminated. The faculty engaged in a sleepless night of grading. The school had assigned one teacher for each subject. urging them to complete the grading by the end of the day. With 68 students in the science remediation class, the task was neither too large nor too small, and it was inevitable that 2 teachers would work late into the night. Mr. Liu, who taught mathematics and had examined his subject in the morning, took a brief hour for lunch before sequestering himself in his room to grade the papers. The school's teachers lacked an office but had their own independent accommodations. Most utilized their dormitories as makeshift offices, grading assignments and instructing students within those walls. Mr. Liu and his neighbor, Mr. Zhou, a fellow mathematics instructor, had agreed to divide the labor. One would grade the major problems while the other tackled the minor ones, and thus the papers were distributed accordingly. Around 8 in the evening, Teacher Liu finally completed the grading of over 30 comprehensive examination papers. After meticulously annotating the last paper, he hurriedly knocked on the door next door. Done with the grading? Zhou, a chain smoker in his 30s, had fingers stained a deep yellow, reminiscent of cured duck, and his clothes bore the marks of burnt holes. Yes, I'm done. Observing the swirling smoke emanating from within, Teacher Liu passed the papers through the threshold and remarked, "Are you practicing sorcery?" "I shall not intrude. I am no sorcerer." "You are the one." Zhou chuckled, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. He placed his cigarette into the ashtray, clapped his hands, and retrieved a stack of papers from the windowsill, handing the top one to Liu. "Examine this one closely." "Examine what?" Teacher Liu replied, puzzled. "You will understand upon inspection." "I am at a loss for words," Zhou said, snatching the papers from Liu's hands and closing the door with a swift motion, adding through the door, "I'll return the papers to you by morning." "All right." Teacher Liu shook his head, bemused, and returned to his room, switching on the light to review the questions. Upon glancing at the paper, he was immediately taken aback. A series of correct answers, aligned meticulously as if in formation, stared back at him. Teacher Liu examined it once, then again, before grasping Zhou's implication. To his astonishment, every minor question was answered correctly. How is this possible? Was his first thought. He was well aware of the paper's difficulty, having crafted the questions himself. It would not be surprising for students from the county or the city's top school to answer all minor questions correctly. Yet, given the capabilities of rural students, such proficiency seemed implausible. If they were that adept, they would not be relegated to remedial classes. They would have long since received their acceptance letters and joyfully embarked on their university journeys. A surge of anger welled up within Teacher Liu, undoubtedly. Someone had entered his room and stolen the answers. Such audacity was intolerable. With a swift motion, he seized the examination paper, determined to uncover who possessed such boldness. Yang Rui. Yang Rui. He read the name twice before connecting this Yang Rui to the one he recognized. Upon confirming the name, Teacher Liu's ire dissipated to some extent, replaced by a flicker of suspicion. He recalled Yang Rui vividly. The young man hailed from a family of strict educators, and he perceived the introverted child as incapable of such audacious behavior. Could it be that someone provided him with the answers? With this thought in mind, Teacher Liu began to sift through the other examination papers. The 34 papers he had just received were soon thoroughly examined, and rather than uncovering a single paper with all answers correct, he found only a scant few with even half marked in red. Reflecting on the 34 papers he had previously graded, he recalled the disarray of responses to the major questions, which fell woefully short of the full mark standard. Perplexed, Teacher Liu instinctively picked up Yang Rui's paper once more and scrutinized the major questions. Correct, correct, correct. Every step was accurate, every calculation intact. The more he examined, the more peculiar it seemed. Yang Rui's methodical approach was even more detailed and clearer than his own answers. While minor questions might be directly copied, the elaborate steps for the major questions were not present in the answers he had prepared in advance. In other words, the answers utilized by Yang Rui were not those he had pre-prepared. To plagiarize such an examination paper, one must first possess the ability to solve these complex problems. This is no simple feat. Scouring the entire county, one could hardly find anyone capable of achieving a perfect score on a mathematics paper of such difficulty. Even among the few seasoned university students, after years of disconnection from high school mathematics, it would be improbable for them to undertake a dedicated review for this purpose. Moreover, the level of detail in the answers suggests an even greater investment of effort. Upon reflection, it all seems rather peculiar. If it were indeed the case that Yang Rui had stolen the examination paper, wouldn't it suffice to copy the answers as well? Why go to such lengths? Unless, could it be that the problems were solved by Yang Rui himself? This thought struck Liu Laoshi, leaving him restless. No wonder old Zhou was reluctant to elaborate. This matter is fundamentally inexplicable. Yet, without this explanation, What alternative could there be? Amidst a sea of perplexity, Lu Laoshi completed the grading of all the papers. Unbeknownst to him, other teachers of physics, chemistry, and English were equally engulfed in confusion. Chapter 9. Achieving a perfect score of 120 in mathematics is an arduous feat. Some individuals may consistently attain scores of 95 or even 99, yet attaining a flawless score remains elusive. In the annals of the college entrance examination, only a handful of students across an entire province manage to achieve a perfect score, particularly in regions where the independent examinations are notably challenging, where sometimes there are merely one or two perfect scores. Throughout the not-so-lengthy history of Westford High School, there has yet to be a record of a student achieving a perfect score, neither in the college entrance examinations nor in the mock tests. Nor even in routine assessments has such an occurrence been witnessed. Mr. Lu, holding Yang Rui's paper, felt both perplexed and incredulous. This examination was designed to simulate the college entrance examination of July, and the scores of the students in the remedial class fluctuated around the expected outcomes of the entrance exams, with the highest score being 82, equivalent to a score of 69 in a percentage-based system, and the lowest barely reaching double digits, attributed to a student struggling in certain subjects. Yang Rui surpassed the second place by a remarkable 38 points, and his score exceeded his own recent college entrance examination score by 80 points. Such a performance was utterly unfathomable to Mr. Lu, who had always kept a close watch on him. Perhaps it was best to inquire further. With this thought, Mr. Lu discreetly set Yang Rui's paper aside and proceeded to enter the classroom. The students sat upright, their attention fixed on Mr. Lu. The 1980s were undoubtedly an era of academic excellence, where the college entrance examination was regarded with the same reverence as the imperial examinations of old. In this environment, both students and society placed unprecedented importance on scores. The class monitor, Lu Shan, tightened her fist slightly and called out, "Stand up. Good morning, teacher." The students echoed the greeting in unison, their gazes still locked on the paper on the desk. Lu Shan turned her head slightly to glance at Yang Rui, attempting to discern any signs of guilt. Yet, Yang Rui's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any embarrassment or discomfort. Could he truly have scored so high? The young girl was unaware of the concept of a poker face, and her mind began to wander. Typically, Mr. Lu enjoyed imparting a few words during class, but today he seemed disinterested. He picked up the first paper from the pile and announced, "Li Shuigong, 82 points. An excellent performance. Come and collect your paper." A rustling sound of astonishment rippled through the room. In an era where 370 points could secure a place in a university and 340 could lead to a vocational college, an 82 in mathematics was indeed enviable. Li Shuigong stood up, beaming with joy as he retrieved his paper. Mr. Lu cleared his throat and said, "Take a good look at the questions you lost points on. During practice, remember to time yourself as if in a real exam. If you can perform like this in the college entrance examination, you could save yourself a year of waiting." Li Shuigong lowered his head, murmuring, "I felt my heart racing during the exam." Laughter erupted from the students below. Li Shuigong had scored only 61 in the college entrance examination for mathematics, a full 21 points short, and with some inconsistencies in his subjects. He ultimately ended up with just over 350 points, a significant distance from qualifying for university. Such students often find it difficult to accept attending a vocational college, as the disparity upon graduation is substantial. Many prefer to repeat a year in hopes of securing a brighter future. In the remedial class, there are numerous students like this, particularly those from less affluent families. The reason they return year after year is that they find themselves tantalizingly close to the passing mark, unable to relinquish their hopes and thus persevering with gritted teeth. Conversely, those whose scores fall significantly short often recognize their inability to meet the threshold and, after 1 or 2 years of repetition, quietly depart. Yang Rui scrutinized Li Shuigong for a while. His timid demeanor indicated a sense of fear and an understanding of when to advance or retreat. Achieving a score of 82 in such an environment suggests he possesses a commendable tenacity, making him more deserving of cultivation compared to some who have languished for 5 or 6 years as returned youth. Silently, he inscribed this name in a pristine red notebook. On the podium, Teacher Lu picked up the second exam paper without needing to glance at it, announcing, "Su Jing, 71 points. Far too careless. You must practice the functions more. You lost too many points on the fill-in-the-blank questions." The gap between the second and first places was substantial, of course, excluding Yang Rui from consideration. "Understood. Thank you, Teacher Lu." Contrary to her name, Su Jing was a robust girl, her strong arms and sturdy waist shaped by laborious tasks. Her rosy cheeks evoked the imagery of a 1970s propaganda poster, yet she radiated vivacity, playfully engaging with others as she traversed the short distance to collect her paper. This was indeed a true tough girl, likely treated as such at home, young Rui mused silently. Teacher Lu continued to read names, soon reaching class leader Lu Shan, who placed 6th with a score of 65. As he handed her the paper, he pointed out a stain, saying, "You lost 5 points for the cleanliness of your paper. You must be careful in the future. If the examiner thinks you marked it intentionally during the exam, it could lead to complications. Do you understand?" "I understand," Lu Shan replied, lowering her head, inwardly resenting Yang Rui. If it weren't for him, she would not have sullied her paper and would have rightfully scored 70, placing 3rd. As she tucked her paper away and turned to leave, she paused to ask, "Teacher Lu, do you distribute papers based on scores?" After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Lu Shan dared not inquire further and hurried back to her seat. Teacher Lu continued distributing papers, offering brief comments on each. Believing this approach to be the most effective for educational purposes, Wang Guo scored 46 points, notably losing only 2 points on the steps of his trigonometric function problem, thus affirming the efficacy of rote memorization. He couldn't help but scratch his head in excitement. Lu Shan listened intently as the scores descended from 60 to 30, growing increasingly amused and disappointed. The amusement stemmed from Yang Rui's grandiose declarations, while the disappointment arose from his misguided influence, wasting his promising appearance. As the class neared its end, Hu Yinshan received his paper, 15 points. He displayed a nonchalant attitude, sitting in the back and lighting a cigarette to express his mood. Yet behind the veil of swirling smoke, his gaze remained fixated on Wang Guo and Yang Rui. Hu Yinshan, well-informed, knew Wang Guo's previous scores with a mere inquiry. In comparison, it was evident that Wang had improved significantly, nearly by 20 points. With the college entrance examination concluding not long ago, Hu pondered the efficacy of the study group that included Wang Guo and Yang Rui, and found himself tempted to join. Nowadays, not only the son of the power supply station's director, but even the son of the bureau chief was striving to gain admission to university. The trajectory of one's later life, whether it be a modest existence or a prosperous one, hinged upon the ability to surmount the formidable challenge of the college entrance examination. Hu Yinshan had no desire to tread the arduous path of military service followed by civilian employment, as it was both laborious and time-consuming, with promotions often lagging behind others, leading to a sense of frustration. However, the teacher had yet to call out for Yang Rui's paper, which deepened his intrigue. The papers of the students that followed were swiftly distributed, and Teacher Lu glanced at his watch, announcing, "Everyone, take a 10-minute break. I will begin discussing the papers in the next class." Lost in thought, Hu Yinshan quickly turned his gaze towards Yang Rui. This individual, not having received his paper, remained composed, which sparked Hu Yinshan's imagination. He immediately stood up, stubbed his cigarette on the desk, and called out, "Teacher Lu, Yang Rui's paper hasn't been handed out yet." As he spoke, he rushed to the podium. Teacher Lu, somewhat sluggish and under the scrutiny of numerous students, momentarily faltered, unsure of where to place the last paper. Without hesitation, Hu Yinshan picked it up from the podium and, upon seeing it, exclaimed with a smile, "Isn't this Yang Rui's? You must have forgotten it. Let me have a look. He scored 120 points?" Chapter 10. Full marks, a perfect score of 120. The classroom fell into a stunned silence, with some students who comprehended the situation appearing dazed, while others hastily cleared their ears. Teacher Lu chuckled softly twice, deftly retrieving the paper from Hu Yinshan's hands and remarked, "I intend to review this paper once more. Surely, the score must be incorrect." Hu Yinshan craned his neck, eager to glimpse the paper, but could only discern a series of check marks. It was undoubtedly not a mere 12 points. Teacher Lu remained silent, rolling up the paper and beckoning Yang Rui to step outside with him. "There must be an issue, right? Isn't there?" "Haha, there must be." Hu Yinshan, caught off guard, could only mask his bewilderment with laughter. Concerned for his reputation, Yang Rui rose without hesitation, countering, "What issue could there possibly be?" Hu Yinshan, without turning around, scoffed, "You copied someone, didn't you? What other issue could there be?" "Whom did I copy?" Yang Rui replied calmly, his voice steady. Hu Yinshan faltered momentarily. Indeed, the highest score in the class, Li Shuigong, was only 82 points, and the gap to 120 was vast. He instinctively glanced at Teacher Lu and suddenly exclaimed with realization, "You copied the standard answers, didn't you? Are the standard answers as detailed as my paper, Teacher Lu?" Yang Rui had meticulously noted down each step during the exam, and this moment proved his methodical approach. Teacher Lu nodded silently. He had prepared only one correct answer for many questions, as he had authored the exam himself and was well acquainted with the grading of the major problems. The steps were indubitably clear to him, rendering a detailed answer unnecessary. Yang Rui's inquiry was something he found challenging to explain. Hu Yinshan was perplexed. What does the nod mean? Is it detailed or not? There isn't such detail. Teacher Lu felt exasperated with both students. On the other hand, he was curious to hear Yang Rui's response. Hu Yinshan was left speechless, his gaze towards Yang Rui shifting. Had he smuggled the exam out? Had someone completed it for him and then memorized it? Such a trivial mock exam hardly warranted such elaborate measures. Unable to grasp the crux of the matter, he persisted with his inquiries. You must explain how this happened. There's no way you could achieve a perfect score without reason. I had an epiphany, didn't I? Yang Rui smirked, succinctly returning Hu Yinshan's question. Just as he had pondered before the exam, achieving a perfect score required no explanation. Let others think as they wished. For the most outlandish conjectures were far removed from reality. The robust Su Jing suddenly burst into laughter, prompting a wave of chuckles throughout the classroom. The previously somber atmosphere transformed into one of merriment. Hu Yinshan's complexion shifted from red to pale, then to a ghastly shade. It must be said, the youth of the 1980s had rather thin skin. Even the son of the power station director was no exception. Gritting his teeth, he turned and dashed back to his desk, retrieving a slim exercise book. Flipping to the last page, he handed it to Yang Rui, declaring, If you can solve this problem, I shall join your study group. Quite a display of confidence. Yang Rui clicked his tongue twice, accepting the exercise booklet from his hand while chuckling. What leads you to believe that applying to join my study group guarantees your success? If you cannot solve it, simply admit to your dishonesty. Hu Yinshan, adept at employing provocative tactics, often roamed the streets. Yang Rui smiled lightly, glanced down at the problem for a moment, then picked up the chalk and began to write on the cement blackboard. This was a comprehensive function problem that assessed both parity and periodicity, requiring a reasonable transformation of the function, particularly the latter, which, without sufficient accumulation of knowledge, would leave one at the mercy of chance in achieving the necessary form. Such problems represented the pinnacle of difficulty in the mathematics section of the college entrance examination, and if placed in the early 1980s exam papers, they could have resulted in a veritable mountain of corpses. However, having immersed himself in college entrance exam tutoring for many years, Yang Rui was intimately familiar with the relevant concepts. A moment's contemplation enabled him to effortlessly pin the transformations. Subsequently, he proceeded to inscribe the answers on the blackboard with such facility that it seemed he scarcely needed to think. He aimed to produce a perfect score, intending to impress upon his peers and seize this opportunity to enhance the prestige of his study group. Hu Yinshan stared at the familiar equations in a daze. This problem was sourced from an internal examination paper of Hedong Normal University, categorized as an experimental type, currently employed by the university to evaluate the proficiency of its graduates. In other words, it was a high school question designed for assessing new teachers, naturally elevated in difficulty. After obtaining this set of internal papers from an old friend of his father's, Hu Yinshan treated it as if he had acquired a martial arts manual, frequently pulling it out to ponder over the answers, as though solving it might significantly enhance his own capabilities. After several months of sporadic attempts, he had, predictably, made no substantial progress. He had grown accustomed to it. After all, it was a university-level assessment for new teachers. Yet now, witnessing Yang Rui's swift calculations akin to simple arithmetic, he felt a pang of imbalance. This cannot be right. Hu Yinshan instinctively retrieved another notebook, meticulously comparing it against the blackboard. He actually remembered most of the solution process. He just needed to confirm it. Hu Yinshan was quite serious, examining each symbol carefully. First row correct. Second row correct. The third row was absent from the answer, which momentarily uplifted him. However, the fourth row appeared to be correct. As he continued to scrutinize each line, he perceived that Yang Rui's solutions merely included a few additional steps, seemingly more detailed. This was, in fact, a habit cultivated by Yang Rui since becoming a tutor. Some steps that appeared simple might be the very ones students struggled to comprehend. Hence, elaborating on them could potentially resolve long-standing doubts. On the other hand, Yang Rui also encouraged students to articulate their steps, much like the frequent advocacy of other teachers. The omission of steps in writing may appear both effortless and stylish, yet it often leads to the unfortunate loss of points due to a momentary lapse in caution. Including additional steps acts as a form of insurance. While it may not enhance one's score, it certainly serves to mitigate losses. In the realm of large-scale examinations, with millions of participants, securing such an insurance policy is undoubtedly a prudent choice, far more significant than mere bravado. Once the results of a crucial examination are revealed, no one dwells on the process of answering. Rather, all eyes are fixed on the final score. Am I correct? Yang Rui paused his pen and inquired of Hu Yinshan. Hu Yinshan, taken aback, set down his notebook of answers, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Rui, with a smile, tossed the exercise booklet containing the questions onto the podium and regarded Hu Yinshan in silence. If one were to compile a list of the most awkward moments, this would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 for Hu Yinshan, second only to the embarrassment of soiling oneself in elementary school. Teacher Lu picked up the exercise booklet from the podium, flipped to the final page, and examined it for a while, subsequently comparing it with the answers on the blackboard. Falling into a state of silence himself, the discrepancy was too pronounced. His voice was only audible to the students in the front row. So, my answer is indeed correct? Yang Rui asked with a grin. Teacher Lu nodded slightly. Correct. Thus, it seems I have truly gained insight. Yang Rui turned to face the entire class, placing one hand over his heart and bowing at a 30-degree angle, exclaiming, "Welcome, dear classmates, to my study group, where we shall develop learning methods tailored to our individual needs. By the way, joining my study group requires a written application. Merely speaking empty words is insufficient." When he initially made this assertion, many students scoffed. However, after witnessing his astonishing results, their perception of his study group shifted dramatically. Someone in the crowd shouted, "What should we write in the application? Just express why you wish to join the study group, what you intend to do once you're in, how much accountability you are willing to accept, and finally, if you aspire to attend university, what your plans are post-graduation." Yang Rui did not shy away from Teacher Lu. The school was not large enough to avoid him. On the other hand, there was nothing clandestine about the study group. His plans could be executed openly and effectively. The students erupted into fervent discussion. Su Jing gazed at the blackboard for a moment before asking, "Lu Shan, do you wish to join that study group? It seems quite beneficial." "I'm not sure." Lu Shan responded with a hint of panic, her mind inexplicably recalling Yang Rui's recent bow, prompting her to compare it with various scenes from movies. Yang Rui, satisfied, returned to his seat, exuding calmness and confidence. In the second lesson, Teacher Lu quietly returned the test paper to Yang Rui and began to discuss the questions. Yang Rui chose to remain silent, deciding to observe for a few days before speaking. Everyone else was watching Yang Rui, who remained composed and unruffled. It was not until the third lesson, when the physics teacher entered the room and handed another perfect paper to Yang Rui, that a new wave of discussion began. Yang Rui adeptly explained the physics teacher's queries using a similar approach. Then came the fourth English class, which provided a brief respite for everyone. Although Yang Rui's score of 87 firmly placed him at the top of the class, it was not a perfect score. This realization allowed the students from the remedial class to break free from their boundless dreams, and they engaged in a thorough discussion during lunchtime. As the afternoon progressed, inquiries about the details began to resurface. Even Hu Yinshan appeared hesitant. The allure of university admission was a temptation that penetrated deeply, and Yang Rui's performance undoubtedly intensified this temptation. Hu Yinshan was uncertain about how genuine Yang Rui's claim was regarding not allowing him to join his study group. Yet he certainly did not wish to make himself uncomfortable. He considered himself proficient only in physics and mathematics, nothing extraordinary, deliberately ignoring the less-than-perfect English score. Hu Yinshan constantly reassured himself until the chemistry teacher entered the room. Chapter 11. The Oath of Enrollment. The chemistry teacher, Zhuang Mushi, is a tall and earnest individual, imposing the strictest standards upon his students. It is not uncommon for him to punish them by making them transcribe the periodic table or by striking their palms and backs with a bamboo stick. In this age, the prohibition of corporal punishment is unheard of. Even if parents do not explicitly endorse such measures, they often respond to their children's misbehavior with additional reprimands at home. Consequently, even the most seasoned students in remedial classes find themselves apprehensive during chemistry lessons. However, today, from the moment he entered, Zhuang Mushi wore a cheerful smile. He casually lit a cigarette and engaged in light conversation with a few students at the front before announcing in his heavily accented Mandarin, "Well, let us begin distributing the papers." The students sat upright, while the smokers near the podium inhaled the drifting smoke. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Zhuang Mushi methodically untied the string binding the exam papers, slowly unfolded them, and scrutinized the first one before declaring, "Yang Rui, 100 points. Let us give him a round of applause." The applause was sparse, accompanied by a chorus of incredulous gazes. Unfazed by the students' reactions, Zhuang Mushi chuckled to himself and said, "Yang Rui's paper will stay with me for now. Class leader, please distribute the other papers." As Lu Shan collected the papers, Zhuang Mushi, with a twinkle in his eye, picked up a piece of chalk and stated, "Let us first examine the last question of the chemistry exam." The question itself was somewhat flawed. It was only after reviewing Yang Rui's answer that he noticed the discrepancy. "Come up here, Yang Rui, and explain it to everyone." In truth, the chemical formulas were slightly mismatched. Ammonia was unnecessary in this context, and a minor adjustment would suffice. Yang Rui, whose mental maturity approached 30, was too disinterested to address his teacher's oversight, succinctly covering the error with a few words before simply stating the correct answer without delving into the mistakes. Astute students, upon comparing the question, realized that the final question posed a considerable challenge. Without modification, it would have been unsolvable. This indicated that Yang Rui had indeed arrived at his answer through genuine understanding. Otherwise, how could he have transcribed the correct answer without error? After Lu Shan had finished distributing the papers, she sat at her desk, lost in thought, silently calculating, with full marks in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. That amounted to 320 points, plus the 87 points in English, bringing the total to 407 points, on the cusp of the threshold for top-tier universities. If one were to factor in the yet-to-be-announced language score, along with the subjects of politics and biology that had not yet been tested, wouldn't that imply she could attend any university of her choosing? Many matters cannot withstand scrutiny. Initially, she thought the perfect score was exaggerated, yet upon calculation, she discerned the tangible future it represented. A top-tier university? Lu Shan occasionally dreamed of such possibilities, yet she had never witnessed anyone achieve it in her immediate circle. Meanwhile, Hu Yinshan's fragile heart lay shattered, his lips parched and unable to form words. To claim that Yang Rui excelled solely in mathematics and physics was a self-deception. Now, even that flimsy pretense had crumbled, leaving him feeling a tumult of envy and resentment towards Yang Rui. Yang Rui succinctly concluded the final question, offering a smile as he stated, "Students wishing to join the study group may submit their written applications to Wang Guohua. The results of the assessment will be communicated to everyone within a week." Zhuang Muxing, seemingly satisfied, nodded in agreement, remarking, "Sharing effective study methods with classmates is a commendable endeavor. Indeed, we must also enhance our chemistry studies." With that, he began to elaborate on the first question. However, the students in the class were far from attentive, engaging in hushed discussions about Yang Rui. The transformation had occurred almost overnight, evident to all, and they felt a pang of envy in their hearts. Yang Rui quietly returned to his seat, paying little attention to the lecture, instead jotting notes in his notebook. Wang Guohua, noticing this peculiarity, inquired softly, "What are you doing?" "Just trying to earn a bit of money for me," Yang Rui sighed, a look of desolation on his face. "What can I do?" "Well, now that the preliminary exams have concluded, it will take a week or two for the study group to recruit members. Over the next few days, I plan to write a few articles to submit to magazines. Once I receive the payment, we can enjoy some meat." His tone was languid, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed. His mind was a reservoir of knowledge, not only filled with papers he had read during his graduate studies, but also with articles from his middle and elementary school days. Among them, aside from the excerpts, were numerous unpublished gems. Literary pieces had their unique stylistic challenges, while popular science and educational articles were considerably simpler. For instance, the mnemonic techniques and hexagonal memory methods he had previously taught Wang Guohua could be easily organized into an article suitable for a magazine like Mathematics for Middle School Students. With a bit more elaboration, crafting several hundred to 1,000 words per article would not be difficult. In the 1980s, magazine circulation was remarkably high. Even relatively obscure publications boasted sales of 1 to 200,000 copies, while renowned literary magazines achieved sales in the millions, far surpassing the circulation of newspapers in later years. Consequently, the remuneration for articles was quite generous, often ranging from 10 to 100 yuan per 1,000 words. In contrast, the monthly salary of an ordinary worker was roughly 40 yuan, with rural workers earning even less, sometimes only 30 yuan. Thus, publishing an article could yield an income equivalent to a month's wage, making occasional meat consumption feasible, if not frequent. Moreover, since Yang Rui was merely transcribing articles already present in his mind. Submitting multiple pieces posed little burden. Wang Guohua, somewhat perplexed, asked, submitting to a magazine, "Can you really get published? What are you writing about?" "Just some special applications of middle school mathematics formulas, such as discerning odd and even numbers for more accurate judgments." Noticing Wang Guohua's confusion, Yang Rui continued, "And some catchy rhymes as well." "Oh, rhymes. Those are quite useful. However, the rhyme you taught me, isn't it from an old teacher?" Wang Guohua recalled. Yang Rui replied vaguely, "He taught me some, and I also created a few of my own." "Can what you've created be published?" "Well, we shall see. If not, it won't matter." "That's true," Wang Guohua conceded. His curiosity sated as he returned his focus to the lecture. Yang Rui continued to transcribe his article. As a newcomer publishing for the first time, he dared not copy excessively long passages, opting instead for a moderate difficulty that was suitable for a high school student's capabilities. Naturally, some degree of inspiration was required for this endeavor. Once the chemistry class concluded, Zhuang Mushi tidied his belongings and exited the room, leaving a momentary silence in the classroom. A few seconds later, Su Jing was the first to rise, presenting a piece of paper to Yang Rui. "I wish to join your group," she stated. "I understand." Yang Rui replied as he unfolded the application, only to receive another piece of paper shortly thereafter. "I also want to join the group," came the voice of Chao Baoming, whose tall stature filled the aisle. "You could just write your application on a scrap of paper," he joked. "You never specified it had to be on shiny paper." He added that cigarettes wrapped in foil were 2 times more expensive than those without. As Yang Rui was about to set the paper aside, Chao Baoming quickly interjected, "Let me know how I did with my application." Yang Rui glanced towards Su Jing. "It's fine to look at as first," Su Jing replied, displaying the demeanor of an agreeable young woman. "All right, just a moment," Yang Rui said as he smoothed out Chao Baoming's application, remaining silent for an extended period. "Can't you read it clearly?" Chao Baoming asked, growing anxious. "Wait a moment." He cleared his throat and began to read aloud. "I volunteer to join Yang Rui's study group, supporting the group's objectives, adhering to the group's regulations, fulfilling the duties of a member, executing the group's decisions, and strictly observing the group's discipline." Yang Rui felt a headache coming on as he tapped his forehead. This fellow had essentially rewritten the party oath. Although somewhat inappropriate, he could not deny that this alteration resonated well with Yang Rui's sensibilities. A smug smile crept across Chao Baoming's face. While he was indeed robust in appearance, he possessed keen insight, and after careful consideration, he had struck a chord with Yang Rui. "So, can I join the group?" Chao Baoming asked, rubbing his hands together, genuinely believing in the value of Yang Rui's group. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Rui smiled and replied, "You may study alongside the group as a reserve member for now." "Reserve member?" Chao Baoming questioned, suddenly feeling that perhaps he had written too much. Chapter 12. Returning home the following day, Yang Rui was summoned to the principal's office. Several teachers were present, and Principal Zhao Danian personally inquired about Yang Rui's academic performance. Everyone was curious about how an ordinary student had suddenly transformed into a top scorer. In truth, the teachers who had witnessed the college entrance examinations of 1977 and 1978 were somewhat prepared for a student's remarkable leap in grades. However, Yang Rui's transformation was so extraordinary that it astonished even Principal Zhao Danian. In the vicinity of Shibao Town, Zhao Danian was regarded as a legendary figure. He had joined the young pioneers during his elementary school years, wielded a red tassel spear, and delivered messages during the liberation of the nation. By the time of national liberation, he not only joined the party but also managed to navigate his way through the county's educational system, becoming a prominent intellectual of his time. Shibao Middle School, which he nurtured from its inception through to its growth, stood as a testament to his dedication. Despite undergoing numerous interruptions in its operations, the school managed to endure and thrive, allowing Xiao Baya to study there, thanks to his father's support. Zhao Danyan's reputation in the local community was unparalleled, and his stubborn nature was widely recognized. Faced with him, Yang Rui could not simply attribute his success to a moment of enlightenment. After careful consideration, he spoke slowly. "I have often memorized questions in textbooks in the past, but I never grasped the key concepts. This time, the college entrance examination truly awakened my awareness, and I felt a sense of coherence in my understanding of the sciences. Furthermore, the format of this examination bore similarities to the previous one. So while achieving full marks was somewhat unexpected, it was not entirely unanticipated." Walking with his hands behind his back, Zhao Danian circled around his dark red desk, seemingly assessing the veracity of Yang Rui's words. The other teachers seized the opportunity to pose their questions. Yang Rui answered intermittently, his focus remaining steadfastly on Zhao Danian, fully aware that a single word from the old man carried the weight of 100 from others. After a few minutes of fruitless dialogue, Zhao Danian finally paused and asked, "Can you maintain this level of performance?" Without hesitation, Yang Rui nodded affirmatively, prompting Zhao Danian to reply. "Then do your best to excel and aim for a place at the University of Science and Technology of China or Peking University, thereby bringing honor to Shibo Middle School. By the way, what are your thoughts on the study group you organized? My intention is to share my experiences with everyone. However, learning is subjective, it cannot be forced. I believe that mutual assistance within the group is the most effective way to improve our grades." Zhao Danian pondered for a moment before remarking, "The atmosphere of mutual learning among students is indeed beneficial. You should not only share your experiences with them." He spoke leisurely for a couple of minutes, to which Yang Rui nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Zhao Danian then inquired, "Do any of you have anything to add?" The teachers exchanged glances, and seeing their hesitation, Zhao Danian waved his hand dismissively. "Very well then, Yang Rui, you may return." Yang Rui smiled and acknowledged, nodding to the other teachers before departing. As the door closed, Teacher Lu coughed softly and said, "Principal, what do you expect to glean from such inquiries?" Zhao Danyang turned and retorted, "What do you wish to uncover?" Teacher Lu was momentarily taken aback. Everyone should return, whether good or bad. The college entrance examination will serve as the ultimate test. Everything hinges on the results. Zhao Danyang, a stubborn old man and a staunch advocate of results, paid no heed to the teacher's thoughts and swiftly dismissed them with just a few words. Thus, the final discussion at Shibao High School regarding Yang Rui's academic performance concluded without resolution. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Rui gathered the 18 backup members of the study group who had submitted their applications and commenced formulating a study plan. Rising at 6 a.m. for a morning run, breakfast at 6:30, followed by English memorization at 7. A meticulous schedule stretched from 6 a.m. to midnight, occupying every moment of the day with precision. This was a routine Yang Rui was well acquainted with from his time at the tutoring school, and he navigated it with ease, without a hint of hesitation. Wang Guohua and the others gazed at the minute-by-minute schedule, their faces contorted in dismay. Are we really expected to adhere to this? The slender Huang Ren shared a similarly troubled expression. He was also Yang Rui's fellow townsman and classmate. To gain admission to university, we must follow this plan. Yang Rui said softly, "If anyone can't keep up, it's perfectly all right. They simply must withdraw from the study group." "Don't," Qiao Baoming immediately protested. "It's just a study plan. If you don't stick to it, we'll create our own. However, you haven't specified what we'll study yet. First, we will memorize everything we can, do a few exercises. And I have prepared the exam papers. Every afternoon, I'll discuss the questions with you and reinforce the fundamentals. The college entrance examination fundamentally tests your grasp of the basics. There's no need to delve into overly complex material." Su Jing appeared somewhat perplexed. Yang Rui counted on his fingers and explained, "If we pass all subjects, scoring 72 in Chinese, 72 in mathematics, 60 in English, physics, chemistry, and politics, and 30 in biology, the total would amount to 414 points. Which is more than sufficient for university admission, wouldn't you agree?" The 18 heads nodded in unison. Currently, systematic college entrance exam review plans are scarce in secondary schools. Everyone understands that high scores facilitate university admission, yet few have taken the time to summarize how to prepare for college more efficiently. Yang Rui effortlessly opened a window of opportunity for them. Students from rural areas often possess a weak foundational knowledge, unlike many urban students whose parents educate them even during their formative years. Therefore, it is unrealistic to elevate all subjects within a mere year. Yang Rui aimed to reinforce their foundations while also tailoring the approach to enhance their strengths in different subjects. For instance, for Wang Guohua, raising his mathematics score to above 80 would be considerably challenging. Instead, it would be more prudent to focus on memorizing practice problems to secure a passing score while allocating time towards chemistry and English, which are easier to score well in. Yang Rui dedicated 3 days to supervising and refining their plans, and by the weekend, the 18 members of the study group began to acclimate to this new mode of learning. Yang Rui then requested leave from Teacher Lu, preparing for a brief return home. The remedial class was governed with utmost rigor. As few graduates managed to gain admission to universities, the school concentrated its meager teaching resources entirely on the remedial class. If one did not apply for leave on weekends, there was scarcely half a day of respite. The teachers, truly committed, selflessly engaged in unpaid overtime. While the fervor of passion might not quite capture the gravity of the classroom atmosphere, it is indeed accurate to say that each individual harbored an inner flame. This was an era rife with aspirations for grand achievements, yet everyone seemed unaware of the magnitude of their potential, leading them to channel their surplus energy into endless toil. It was only young Rui who could effortlessly secure 2 days of family leave. On Saturday, young Rui rode a cargo truck back to Zizizi Township from Shibao Town, where the streets were more developed. In stark contrast, Zizizi Township appeared quite backward. A street measuring over 100 meters housed the township government, a supply and marketing cooperative, a postal office, and a seed station, which constituted the most bustling area of the township. At the far end of the main street lay the vegetable market, rife with flowing sewage and a chaotic crowd. The only cement road in the township sprawled before the government office, the rest were merely paths of coal cinders, which not only raised concerns about PM2.5 but also presented a rather unappealing sight. As young Rui greeted numerous acquaintances and strangers alike, he felt a sense of familiarity akin to returning to the biology research building, where, apart from white lab mice, one had to engage with all creatures. Of course, this was a healthier interaction than that of a doctoral student confined to communicating solely with white mice. Arriving home just in time for dinner, young Rui naturally pushed open the courtyard gate, revealing the familiar 3 interconnected bungalows and a flourishing pear tree. Beneath the pear tree stood a well-known round table. Gazing at the scene before him, young Rui felt an inexplicable warmth. "Ruier is back," exclaimed his mother, emerging from the kitchen with dishes, her face lighting up with surprise. "No class this weekend?" "I took leave," young Rui replied, then inquired, "Are there guests at home?" In his memory, the young family typically dined indoors. But when there were many, they would gather in the courtyard to drink tea and eat, transforming it into a makeshift living room. His mother pulled him close for a thorough inspection before saying, "Just in time, your uncle has come, and he brought canned goods. He'll take 2 back for you when you return to school." "What brings uncle here?" young Rui asked. He recalled that his uncle, over 40, was a serious workaholic who often assisted relatives but was not one to frequent visits. "He's here to discuss some matters with your father." His mother hurriedly arranged the dishes and returned from the kitchen with 2 cans, handing them to young Rui. "Your uncle brought these. Take them back to school." The cans contained spare ribs, the smooth tin surface only adorned with a simple paper label indicating a weight of 485 grams. Although young Rui had heard of rib cans while studying applied microbiology, he had never seen one. However, for a young man who had not savored meat in a week, he could vividly imagine the delectable taste of the spare ribs within the iron can. "Is this what your uncle's factory produces?" Young Rui couldn't help but lick his lips, thinking that once his manuscript payment arrived, he must stock up on more canned goods. Indeed, the canned goods factory under the meat processing plant is quite substantial. "Look. These 2 cans were purchased at half price, though the bottoms are slightly uneven. The contents, however, are perfectly fine." Rui's mother picked up the can to show young Rui, revealing a protruding part at the bottom, as if a bone were trying to escape. Young Rui nodded and said, "Protrusion. What?" "Such uneven bottoms are referred to as protrusions. Canned goods are a common application of microbiology. If 2 sets of microbiology exam papers were to be created, at least one question would pertain to this topic." Rui's mother paused for a moment, nonchalantly nodding, and remarked, "Your uncle seems to have mentioned this once, saying that the appearance of the cans was undesirable, leading food companies to dispose of them cheaply for employees and their families. Your uncle has been troubled by this lately, so best not to bring it up. Perhaps I could assist him in resolving this issue?" Young Rui pondered the can in his hand. The relationship between food and biology is intricately connected. Although he had not studied it before, he had perused related papers on occasion. While he may not have retained the information back then, it is now stored in his mind. Rui's mother, of course, was skeptical, chuckling softly. "Your uncle has already invited people from the city canning factory to take a look. Now, go wash your hands and prepare for dinner." Chapter 13. The Crisis of Craftsmanship. Uncle and Yang's father took a stroll through the streets and returned home with a bottle of Fingio. Upon seeing young Rui had come home, Uncle was delighted. He affectionately ruffled young Rui's hair and retrieved a fountain pen from his briefcase, presenting it to him with the words, "I hear you wish to continue preparing for the college entrance examination. I wholeheartedly support you. This pen was issued by the factory, and my old pen is still in good condition, so I offer this one to you." The fountain pen, broad in the body yet slender at the nib, featured a black barrel and a deep blue clip that shimmered with a subtle glow. Yang Rui, not overthinking the gesture, simply expressed his gratitude and accepted it. However, Yang's mother snatched it away, exclaiming in irritation, "Why do you take anything that is given to you? Brother, return it for Xiaofeng. She is preparing for her exams as well. Feng already has one. This is a gift for my nephew. Do not covet it." Uncle Duanhua reclaimed the pin and placed it back in Yang Rui's hand, insisting, "You must study diligently, strive to enter a university, bring honor to our family, and pride to your parents, as well as secure a promising future for yourself. Look at me and your father. We have suffered due to our lack of credentials. Otherwise, we would not be confined to this countryside." "I have not suffered," retorted Yang's father, unwilling to lose face before his son, "during the struggles of the past. Had my academic qualifications been higher, I might have been part of the minority, perhaps even risking my life. The path one walks is one's own, and fate is predetermined. Overthinking is futile." Yang's mother, infuriated, slapped Yang's father's shoulder, saying, "Is that how you should speak as a father? Always uttering such disheartening words." "I speak the truth," he replied. "Let us drink." "Drink." Yang's father poured wine into 2 small cups with a serious demeanor. Unable to argue, Yang's mother instructed Yang Rui to keep the pin safe and added, "Do not heed your father's words. That old man's mind does not adapt. Focus on your studies. And after graduation, find a good job." As a mother, her admonitions flowed endlessly, leaving no room for interruption. Yang Rui had no choice but to obediently listen while Yang's father and his uncle quietly clinked their cups, exchanging knowing glances. At the dining table, Yang Rui began to recall more about his lineage. His grandfather, Yang Shan, was a little hero of the anti-Japanese war and the former secretary of the Zizizi Commune, while his father, Yang Feng, currently holds the title of secretary of the Zizizi Township Party Committee. The 2 generations have managed Zizizi Township as if it were their own fiefdom, embodying the role of local sovereigns. However, both generations of the Yang family adhered to strict self-discipline, valuing the collective over the individual. They refrained from exploiting the opportunities presented by their hometown, periodically donating funds and goods to impoverished citizens and families of martyrs, resulting in their family wealth being less than that of ordinary township employees. The previous Yang Rui, influenced by this family ethos, resorted to extreme measures following his failure in the college entrance examination. Conversely, Yang Rui's maternal grandfather, Duan Hongxing, was more progressive, holding a position in a state-owned enterprise while bringing his entire family into various local businesses. This approach was not only fashionable but also a testament to the family's dedication and contribution. As Duan Hua, the eldest of the Duan family, joined the Shibao meat processing plant in the 1960s, he selected one of the most sought-after positions of the time. For many during that era, employment at the meat processing plant signified not only a stable income but also access to meat and fats. In a time when merely satisfying hunger was a struggle, the Shibao meat processing plant was more desirable and harder to enter than even the county's finance bureau. By the 1980s, the plant remained one of the finest enterprises both within the city and the province, especially after establishing its own canning and leather factories, which provided lavish benefits. Employees enjoyed the privilege of acquiring byproducts such as bones at incredibly low prices and receiving regular distributions of pork and offal. The most tempting offer for outsiders was the substandard products from the canning factory, which could be purchased by employees without the need for meat tickets and at prices below 50% of the standard. This alone sufficed to keep the sons-in-law of the meat processing plant well supplied for their 3 mothers-in-law. However, such defective items were only occasionally distributed among family members. Excessive quantities would adversely affect revenue. Yang Rui's brother-in-law, Duan Hua, who served as the deputy factory director responsible for production at the canning factory, had long been troubled by the issue of defective products. Unfortunately, rib can products were a relatively new variety, and despite enlisting the help of several major factories, no solution was found. This time, Duan Hua intended to seek assistance through Yang Feng and find a more capable expert. After several rounds of drinks, Duan Hua gradually set aside his wine glass and broached the matter. Since the factory's party secretary was replaced, production pressures had intensified, necessitating the recruitment of a genuinely competent individual. He inquired whether Yang Feng could introduce an expert from his connections at the Provincial Animal Husbandry Bureau. Although Yang Feng was merely a township party secretary at the department level, he had numerous acquaintances and friends, many of whom held positions at the provincial and municipal levels. Under considerable pressure from above, Duanhua immediately thought of his brother-in-law. Upon mentioning a time constraint, Yang Feng understood the situation. Results were required within 3 months, leaving only 2 months remaining. He questioned whether such a technical issue could be resolved within that time frame. Duanhua rubbed his round nose and shook his head. When the production line was first established, a few inexperienced youths were sent to Qingdao for 3 months of training. Now, the yield rate had been plummeting, and ultimately, the responsibility for improving the process fell on his shoulders. The low yield rate had not been a recent development. So why the sudden urgency? Duanhua took a sip of wine and explained, the city bureau was coming to inspect the operational efficiency of the production line and assess product quality, which had put the factory in a state of panic. Let them panic, he continued. Do they think the Duan family is so easily intimidated? If they wish to tarnish our reputation, they can try. If you don't want to lose face, I can speak to Li Datu. The factory director we have assisted before Yang Rui was instantly impressed by his mother's fierce demeanor. A woman raised in the environment of a state-owned enterprise was indeed fearless. Duanhua, with a wry smile, remarked, this isn't about Li Datu. It's a directive from the headquarters. The newly appointed party secretary has come from the Light Industry Bureau, young and well-connected, likely to succeed the old factory director. He has introduced a slogan, the mediocre shall fall, while the capable shall rise. If the yield rate of the canning factory does not improve, I, as the deputy factory director responsible for production, will be deemed mediocre, while his people will be considered capable. The canned food factory operates as a subsidiary of the meat processing plant, with all personnel arrangements subject to the directives of the main facility. Although the position of the party secretary holds considerably less weight than that of the factory director, the secretary's background can significantly influence their standing when the circumstances favor them. Is it the production line for pork rib cans that has a low yield rate? Yang Rui suddenly inquired. Indeed, it is, replied Duanhua, initially believing Yang Rui's curiosity was merely casual. What is the current yield rate? Yang Rui pressed, deep in thought. It has just surpassed 75, Duanhua responded. Yang Rui shook his head internally and asked, what yield rate is required to pass inspection? Well, it appears you are concerned about your uncle now. Duanhua chuckled lightly before answering. To pass, we must achieve at least an 80 yield rate, possibly even 85. An 85 yield rate is already quite low. In a market economy, such a canned food factory would struggle to survive. Yang Rui nodded slowly, mentally weighing the merits of various related studies. Research on pork rib cans predominantly emerged in the late 1980s and early 1990s. This product came and went abruptly, as various meat conglomerates sought to address the surplus of bone-in meat. However, the low valuation of pork ribs in the 1980s, which led to their surplus, does not imply that they would remain undervalued indefinitely. Once prices rose, the pork rib cans naturally disappeared from the market. The academic community, typically slow to respond, would take 5 or 6 years to begin addressing the practical difficulties faced by enterprises. This implies that the esteemed expert recently recruited by Yang Rui's uncle would likely need to start from scratch in their research. At this moment, Yang Rui's mother expressed her concern once more. If we fail to pass inspection, will you truly step down? The possibility is quite high, Duanhua replied, tilting his head back to down another glass of liquor, grimacing from the heat. The newcomer, Han Sun, the party secretary, has a penchant for using unconventional methods and possesses some connections. The factory director is aging and less inclined to oversee matters. If I am named by the municipal bureau, I doubt he will advocate for me. Unorthodox approaches do not lead to longevity. There are merely 2 months left. Tomorrow, I will go to Yicheng to find Lao Mao and bring back a formidable expert. Yang Rui's father made a resolute promise, having sensed the impending crisis. Very well. I have gathered the technical department. Once the expert arrives, we will promptly improve the production process. Duanhua drank deeply. Yang Rui, still searching for relevant papers, could no longer contain his skepticism. He held little faith in his uncle and father's plans. Experts are not omniscient, without established conclusions or prior research. They are compelled to re-evaluate and study anew, which requires time. Additionally, adjusting the manufacturing process also necessitates time. Completing both tasks within 2 months is a formidable challenge that demands serendipity. Yang Rui could not stand idly by while his uncle gambled on luck. In his memories, during the era of scarcity, the meat and discounted products provided by his uncle were the primary sources of protein for the Yang family. Today, Yang Rui, who has inherited a fine physique, owes much to his uncle's support. Without it, given the stubbornness of the two young secretaries. While starvation may not be inevitable, the suffering would undoubtedly be far greater. Upon reaching this point, young Rui no longer concealed his intentions. Dipping his finger in water, he traced a line across the table and inquired, "Uncle, does your production line for spare ribs follow the process of pre-cooking, followed by frying, cutting into pieces, canning, sealing, sterilizing, and finally packaging?" With each term, he marked a corresponding point along the drawn line, perfectly aligning with the production process. "How do you know?" Duanhua exclaimed in astonishment. In this age of information scarcity rather than an explosion of data, the lack of internet access, coupled with the scarcity of books and journals, makes it exceedingly difficult for individuals to procure the information they seek. Employees in a flour factory may be entirely oblivious to the workings of a canning factory. And since Yang Rui had never visited such a facility, he had no avenue to acquire that knowledge. With a look of innocence, Yang Rui replied, "Last summer, I spent some time at my third uncle's house in the provincial capital. I frequently visited the library. There was the city library as well as the school library. I recall reading an article about spare ribs, and I even conducted a bit of research." Not only did he elucidate the channels through which he obtained this information, but he also paved the way for future inquiries. Duanhua, oblivious to these implications, could only chuckle in disbelief and retorted, "Oh, so you conducted some research? Very well, enlighten me. What did you discover?" "There are 4 methods to address the issue of protruding corners in canned spare ribs." Yang Rui's expression conveyed the ease with which he shared this knowledge, as if discussing the various ways to write the character for fennel beans. In truth, to him, they all seemed rather similar. Chapter 14. Technological Solutions. The latest advancements in a particular study have perplexed numerous researchers, particularly before the advent of the digital era, especially for niche subjects. Aside from communication among researchers, the only recourse was to meticulously scour newly published journals. During the 1980s, this challenge became even more formidable. After years of political isolation, discovering new foreign findings beyond Marxist theory could no longer be accomplished merely by perusing the latest journals. Additionally, ascertaining whether related research existed within the country was equally daunting due to gaps in research and a lack of available data. Thus, when Yang Rui mentioned having seen a journal that proposed solutions to the issue of canning bulges, Duanhua was somewhat inclined to believe him. Nevertheless, Yang Rui was merely a high school student, prompting Duanhua to sit up a little straighter and inquire earnestly, "What are the 4 methods you mentioned?" Yang Rui's parents looked on with curiosity. "The first method involves enhancing the strength of the can itself. If I recall correctly, perhaps we could use a higher quality tinplate?" Yang Rui intentionally spoke somewhat vaguely. Duanhua nodded knowingly. "We could replace 80p tinplate with 9DP. Furthermore, imported tinplate, particularly from Japan, boasts superior standards, even surpassing American products. However, as a small factory, we have no foreign currency." As he uttered the last sentence, Duanhua raised his glass with a hint of self-deprecation. In 1982, foreign currency was so precious that even high-ranking officials had to be frugal in its use. County-level institutions would hardly consider utilizing it. Young Feng, more informed, also raised his glass and clinked it with Duanhua's, saying, "Isn't your factory exporting pork to Europe? I've heard it's selling quite well. Surely there is some foreign currency left over? Any currency retained is allocated to the main factory. Our branch has no chance of obtaining any quotas. It's unlikely we could switch to domestic 90p either. Spending more isn't a solution, and domestic tinplate is in short supply," Duanhua replied naturally. The Shibao meat packing factory, established in the 1960s, had evolved into a comprehensive entity encompassing slaughtering, refrigerated storage, and processed meat products. In contrast, the canning factory was nascent, performing well but still a minor player. In such a large state-owned enterprise, the struggles for power and resources were matters outsiders could not interfere with. Yang Rui did not believe that merely using better materials could resolve the issue. Given the current economic climate, new product development prioritized cost-effectiveness, let alone modifications to existing products. With a slight smile reminiscent of his graduate studies, Yang Rui continued, "Then I shall proceed to the second point." "Oh, please do," Duanhua responded, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness in response to Yang Rui's tone. The second point pertained to the temperature of the broth. By regulating the temperature, one could gradually alleviate the pressure differential. According to the data, it should be above 80 degrees. However, precise specifications would likely require some testing. Yang Rui could not directly cite the figures from the documents, so he endeavored to narrow the range. Nevertheless, different production lines and equipment necessitated distinct temperature settings, which meant that factories had to perform their own adjustments. The significance of the manufacturer's after-sales service and the existence of in-house technical departments lay precisely in this necessity. Duanhua scratched his head, pondering the challenge of determining which temperature yielded better results. The factory lacked skilled personnel, the main establishment primarily focused on slaughtering and processing, and suitable candidates were scarce. The Shibao canning factory, a newly established branch of the Shibao meat processing plant, lacked experienced veterans to provide guidance. And the university graduates returning after the reinstatement of the college entrance examination were not destined for it. Thus, Duanhua represented the pinnacle of expertise available. Consequently, even a simple comparative test that an ordinary graduate student could conduct was akin to a tortoise racing a mouse for the Shibao canning factory, leaving them at a loss for direction. Yang Rui shook his head and remarked, the third approach relies on pre-cooking and canning adjustments to mitigate the sharp corner problem. This should be integrated with other methods. Sufficient pre-cooking and appropriate canning weight are essential. We have implemented this. But determining the precise pre-cooking duration and canning extent proves to be quite challenging. At this moment, Duanhua had fully engaged in the discussion, genuinely delving into the technical aspects. The pre-cooking time and canning degree can be adjusted further, at least within a certain range, and should be tested in conjunction with the broth temperature. Indeed, I shall consider ways to address this upon my return. Yang Rui's parents glanced around, sensing something was amiss in the scene before them. Yang Rui, satisfied, took a bite of a dish and smiled. The fourth method is the most effective in enhancing the yield rate. Before proceeding, may I inquire if the factory employs a sterilization kettle? Yes, the GT7C3 model, which we also refer to as a sterilization tank. Is it vertical? Indeed. The freshly sealed cans are placed inside for high-temperature sterilization, followed by water cooling, and finally packed for transport. Yang Rui's uncle, now devoid of any testing intentions, was entirely engaged in technical discussion, convinced that Yang Rui had genuinely reviewed relevant papers. Feigning recollection, Yang Rui paused thoughtfully and then asked, does this model of sterilization tank spray water from below? Yes, it does. Yang Rui's expression brightened with realization. Then it must be the case that to significantly enhance the yield rate, the vertical sterilization tank should be replaced with a horizontal one. Why is that? The book provided an answer, albeit not in great detail. I reflected on it, and I wonder if it is as follows. Yang Rui assumed the demeanor of an eager student, saying, if water is sprayed from below, it will accumulate at the bottom, causing the cans below to cool first, while those above will cool later, correct? Moreover, as the water accumulates, the buoyancy increases, potentially causing the cans on top to float. Duanhua, with years of on-site experience, nodded in agreement while contemplating. Indeed, the cooling occurs quickly at the bottom, while it is slower at the top. The cans above may indeed float, resulting in them not being fully immersed in the cooling water and thus cooling more slowly. Yang Rui continued to delve deeper, stating, I recall from the book that differing temperatures can also create pressure differentials. Indeed, the pressure differential is a significant culprit behind sharp corners. Therefore, this vertical sterilization tank inherently leads to sharp corners and should be replaced. Yang Rui gradually pressed forward, his conviction already firmly established in his mind. The vertical sterilization tank not only leads to protruding angles, but is also one of the primary causes thereof, a conclusion reached by numerous related papers in subsequent years. Currently, the canning factory boasts only a 75 yield rate, which is closely linked to this issue. It is only by first transforming the sterilization and cooling methods, combined with other minor adjustments, that a higher yield rate may be attainable. This simple yet rigorous reasoning captivated Duanhua, who sat in silent contemplation. Ruema, lacking technical knowledge, observed his demeanor and mistakenly believed Yang Rui had misspoken, chuckling as she said, Brother, don't overthink it. Let's eat something before the dishes get cold. Duanhua lowered his head, remaining silent. The small courtyard fell into an inexplicable silence, the only sound being the gentle rustle of the pear trees, accompanied by a faint and lingering fragrance. With a sudden clap of his hand against his thigh, which caused him to grimace in pain, Duanhua steadied himself against the table and declared, I must take my leave. This is where the drinking ends for today. Oh, what is the matter? Yang Rui's parents rose to their feet. There's a horizontal sterilization tank in Workshop 3. They can utilize any of those. I'll switch it out and give it a try, but there's no time to lose. I must go now. Duanhua picked up his briefcase. hesitated for a moment as he intended to ruffle Yang Rui's hair, but instead patted him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Yang Rui has truly grown up. You've been a great help to me. Next time, I'll bring you something nice. Will the expert still be invited? Yes, please do invite him for testing. As he spoke, Duanhua hastened out of the courtyard, heading straight for the bus station. Chapter 15 Exercise Book. Yang Rui took a well-deserved rest at home for 2 days before returning to school, carrying 2 cans of food and a jar of pickles. Upon his arrival, it was precisely noon. As he set down his belongings, a dense crowd of dark figures surged in, some perched on the windowsill, others standing by the door, and a few boldly taking their place on the bed. The room instantly dimmed, as if overshadowed by ominous clouds. What happened? Yang Rui was startled, feeling as though he were being cornered by a group of unruly youths. Brother Rui is back. Greetings, Brother Rui. Thank you for your hard work. The chorus of greetings from the youths unexpectedly evoked memories of films Yang Rui had seen, or perhaps films he would see in the future. Chao Baoming forcefully parted the throng, squeezing his way to the front, grinning as he said, Brother Rui, did you have a good time at home? We missed you terribly. Your tone. Yang Rui pointed at him, who bestowed this nickname upon me. This is not merely a nickname. It is a mark of respect. Chao Baoming replied with a smile, handing over his notebook. The questions you assigned us were completed by everyone, and we found them beneficial. They differ from the exercises we have previously encountered, yet they feel refreshing. However, some of the questions were clear, while others were not. Just present the questions as they are. There is no need for such formality, Yang Rui said, gently pushing Chao Baoming aside. I organized this study group primarily to unite like-minded individuals. If your aspirations align with mine, I am eager to assist you in any way possible. If they do not, then mere respect is superfluous. The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming, we share your sentiments. Alignment of thought is not merely verbal. I am observing you closely, Yang Rui declared. He envisioned a study group that would extend beyond the confines of the college entrance examination, hoping for its continuity for as long as possible. Thus, he was not in a hurry to designate classmates and fellow townsfolk as formal members. Unbeknownst to the others, who simply nodded in compliance, another pair of sturdy, dark arms pushed through the crowd, creating a path. To his surprise, it was Su Jing, the robust woman who had secured second place in the mathematics examination. Master brother, don't linger in this dark room. Let us converse outside. The sisters are waiting. Su Jing's voice was high and resonant, causing the beams of the room to tremble. Wang Guohua, having returned to his dormitory without even removing his tank top, hastily donned his shirt, exclaiming in exasperation, What brings you into the boys' dormitory? Certainly not to admire your ribs, Su Jing replied with a hint of pride. If I hadn't entered, you would monopolize master brother. And what about the girls? Could you not have knocked first? Su Jing chuckled. Second brother, you are being unreasonable. The crowd outside was so thick that knocking would have been futile. With a voice as loud as yours, a simple shout would suffice. As Wang Guohua spoke, he suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap and quickly corrected himself. Who is your second brother? In our study group, Brother Rui is undoubtedly the master brother. You are a formal member, not a second brother. So, who is the second brother? As Su Jing spoke, the crowd erupted in laughter, clamoring for Wang Guohua to assume the role of the second senior brother. After a brief commotion, Yang Rui was escorted from the dormitory to the shade of the large locust tree nearest the playground. Lu Shan and the other girls had already gathered there. Having set up a complete set of tables and chairs, Yang Rui surveyed the area and noted that the number of students gathered had exceeded 40 and was still growing. His study group comprised 18 members, and the additional attendees could hardly be considered mere onlookers. They were more akin to the unfaithful acolytes. Yang Rui had anticipated this scenario and smiled subtly as he commenced his lecture. Naturally, the topics he addressed were those that the group members found perplexing. He began by categorizing the questions, delineating them clearly, and then, based on each student's distinct academic performance and focus, he tackled problems of varying difficulty. However, he primarily concentrated on fundamental questions, addressing only 2 representative difficult problems presented by some students, while disregarding the rest. This approach resembled that of small group tutoring, which, compared to traditional tutoring, imposed a slightly greater burden. Nevertheless, Yang Rui had been a distinguished tutor for several years, and managing a group of dozens of students was well within his capabilities. As the lunch break neared its conclusion, the selected questions had been thoroughly addressed. Let us discuss some challenging problems, a student called out. Yang Rui shook his head and replied, Mastering the fundamental questions to reach the passing mark is sufficient for the college entrance examination. There is no need to delve into difficult problems just yet. Surely, one cannot achieve passing marks in every subject, he added. Many students nodded in agreement, recognizing the intricate nature of foundational knowledge. Its absence was palpable, and students with uneven academic strengths were countless. Yang Rui remained steadfast in his methodology, though he understood the need for flexibility. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I will prepare several foundational training worksheets for you to attempt. Achieving the passing mark is paramount. Tackling difficult problems is futile without a solid grasp of the basics. Focusing on simple questions is far more efficient." Upon hearing of the additional worksheets, the students nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Lu Shan gazed at Yang Rui with a bemused expression. It's certainly beneficial to practice more problems. But do you have that many worksheets? Yang Rui found her remark amusing, not because of Lu Shan herself, but rather due to the nostalgia it evoked. 2 decades hence, students confronted with a mountain of practice books would likely be overwhelmed. The students of the 1980s were different. They scoured for questions to solve, often distressed by their scarcity. As long as you are willing to engage with the material, worksheets are abundant. I will first compile the questions, and I will print them out tomorrow or the day after to distribute, Yang Rui replied, stretching and smiling. Now, can I finally be excused? Lu Shan hastily stepped aside, allowing him to pass, while inwardly she felt a pang of frustration, wondering why he had to go through her when the group was arranged in a circle. In the afternoon, Yang Rui took a moment to transcribe several sets of mathematics worksheets for Wang Guohua and Qiao Baoming, instructing them to organize the backup members to print and distribute them. The worksheets were structured as unit-based exercises, perfectly suited for foundational review. With both hands cradling the notebook Yang Rui had entrusted to him, Wang Guohua hesitated and asked, "Aren't we going to distribute these to students who aren't part of our group as well? Why the hesitation among classmates?" Yang Rui's generosity took both of them by surprise. Qiao Baoming recalled his pledge upon joining the group and couldn't help but exclaim, "If we're all discussing the questions regardless of group affiliation, what purpose does our group serve? Copying questions is hardly labor-intensive. Sharing them with classmates incurs no cost. It is not yet the time to treat anyone differently. While copying questions may be free, the cost for printing is not negligible. Paper requires funding, as does ink, and one must also borrow materials from the teacher." Wang Guohua lamented, "How can we print papers for everyone without any budget?" Yang Rui was taken aback. Although he had spoken, he truly lacked the means to purchase paper and ink. Wang Guohua sighed, tucked away his notebook, and suggested, "How about this? I'll ask our classmates. Those who wish to print can contribute a few cents, and we can pool our resources. Those unwilling to pay can copy the questions themselves. Is that acceptable?" Yang Rui eagerly nodded in agreement. With Yang Rui's endorsement, Wang Guohua dashed around the school, resembling a jubilant steward, fervently promoting the initiative. In 1980s China, there were no ubiquitous copiers or printers. Even a decade later, such machines would still be considered luxuries. However, the absence of modern copying devices did not equate to a sole reliance on handwritten notes. Oil printing had long been a vital means of textual promotion since the revolutionary base era. Yet, oil printing was a complex affair. It required a stout iron pen to inscribe the desired text and images onto wax paper, with the pen being heavy and rigid, necessitating that the characters be inscribed smaller than standard script. The process was considerably more challenging than using a fountain pen, and the writing speed was significantly slower. For the unskilled, taking 30 minutes to copy a single page was not uncommon. Wang Guohua gathered 6 individuals, and they spent a considerable portion of the day transcribing Yang Rui's exercises onto wax paper before calling others to begin printing. This was no less strenuous a task. Due to the economic constraints, Shibao Middle School lacked even the most rudimentary high-speed oil printing machines, let alone the more advanced models. They could afford only a simple oil printing roller, requiring them to print page by page, which not only stained their hands, but also risked damaging the wax paper. Complicating matters further, the roller was a vital asset of the school, necessitating permission from the principal for its use. Reluctantly, Wang Guohua grabbed Qiao Baoming and steeled himself to approach Principal Zhao Daniyan. While Qiao Baoming was somewhat composed, Wang Guohua, being a local from Shibao town, had grown up amidst tales of the principal's formidable reputation. Their few encounters had always been marked by trepidation and silence. Requesting the oil printing roller and ink, had it not been for the allure of Yang Rui's questions, Wang Guohua would have resolutely avoided the principal's office. Ultimately, the allure of the college entrance examination proved irresistible. Zhao Daniyan resided in town but spent most of his time living at the school. Consequently, the principal's office was situated within the teacher's dormitory, comprising two connected rooms, one for work and the other for living, affording him slightly better accommodations than ordinary teachers. Standing at the door, Wang Guohua nervously knocked twice and called out, reporting. After a long pause, footsteps echoed from within. Wang Guohua stood rigidly, hardly daring to move. What is it? Zhao Daniyan has always greeted his students with a warm smile. However, his smile has long been tainted by various terrifying legends. We wish to borrow the mimeograph, Wang Guohua said, his tone laden with hesitation. Qiao Baoming, ever boisterous, noticing Zhao Daniyan's smile, added nonchalantly, and some ink too. The mimeograph and ink? Zhao Daniyan echoed with a grin. Qiao Baoming glanced back at Wang Guohua and, on a whim, added. It would be even better if we had some paper. Wang Guohua's previously tense expression contorted. It was one thing to request ink, but paper seemed rather presumptuous. He anxiously gazed ahead. The principal chuckled. What are you planning to print? Show me. Wang Guohua had no choice but to present it, stating, just some papers. Where did they come from? The principal inquired as he unfolded them. They were brought by Yang Rui. Yang Rui? He is a classmate of ours. Until the college entrance examination, Yang Rui had seemed almost invisible. The principal was unlikely to know him. Zhao Daniyan made a thoughtful sound. His gaze fixed on the papers without acknowledging Wang Guohua. This, in turn, relieved Wang Guohua. Where did Yang Rui acquire these papers? Zhao Daniyan suddenly probed. Having served as a high school principal for 2 decades, he possessed a keen eye. Upon seeing the papers, he recognized their novelty. Noting that while there were categorized practice questions, the classification method was distinctly different. Wang Guohua whispered, they must have been purchased from the county. The county Xinhua bookstore had only a few sets of math papers. How had he never encountered them before? Perhaps from the provincial capital's Xinhua bookstore. Impossible. Zhao Daniyan declared decisively. I was at the Hedong Education Bureau just last month. Wang Guohua fell silent. Zhao Daniyan scanned all the papers, pondering in silence. People of the 1980s held a strong belief in authority. They trusted that the central government was correct, that the government was benevolent, that the truths written in books were genuine, and that those who authored textbooks were esteemed scholars. The papers purportedly obtained by Yang Rui appeared to Zhao Daniyan as remarkably fresh and sophisticated, yet he could not recall any such experts within Hedong province. One could not afford to be careless. What if a certain school had acquired internal materials from somewhere? The adversary possesses what we lack, and we could suffer losses. Could Yang Rui's exaggerated results be linked to this? With this thought, Zhao Daniyan promptly inquired, what about the rest? This is all there is, Wang Guohua replied softly. Could it be incomplete? Zhao Daniyan, maintaining his composure, returned the papers to Wang Guohua, stating, please have a copy of the printed papers for me. He intended to leverage his connections to inquire further. Having acquired mathematics, it was reasonable to assume there would also be language, physics, and other subjects. Undertaking a complete reclassification of all knowledge points was a monumental task, one that surely required a dedicated office. It would be difficult to conceal. Wang Guohua sighed in relief. So you mean we can use the mimeograph? Yes, here are the keys for you. After you finish, please return them through the window. And the ink can be used as well? Qiao Baoming is someone who would rather not spend money unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Danyang, with a slight acknowledgement, remarked that it could indeed be utilized. Can that paper also serve a purpose? Qiao Baoming inquired once more. Wang Guohua, unable to contain himself, grew increasingly anxious. Zhao Danyang, taken aback by the audacity of such a student at her school, smiled gently and said, I shall grant you 2 pieces. Wang Guohua, genuinely fearful that Qiao Baoming might utter another word, expressed his gratitude while hastily pulling Qiao Baoming away. Chapter 16. Manuscript fees. The freshly compiled mathematics classification exercise book caused quite a stir at Shibao Middle School. Principal Zhao Daniyan had discovered a novel categorization method, which soon captured the attention of others. Students from the remedial class, as well as freshmen and sophomores, and even the school teachers, sought out the mimeograph papers, diligently transcribing them. By the second week, students from nearby towns undertook long journeys solely to copy the exercise book for themselves. Yang Rui understood that it was the students and teachers returning home for the weekend who spread the news. Despite the limited communication devices at the time, certain information traveled swiftly. Items that could enhance the chances of academic success were regarded almost like elixirs, prompting many to quickly inform their relatives and friends' children, even if they had no personal need for them. However, the excitement of others did not sway Yang Rui. He continued to pursue his plans with calm determination. Each morning, he engaged in physical exercise, read English aloud, took notes during class, which he either mailed out or entrusted to Wang Guohua and others for mimeographing, and in the evenings, he gathered with peers for instruction and clarification. Among these activities, he prioritized physical training above all, followed by self-study in English and teaching problem-solving, relegating the act of transcribing articles for money to the least of his concerns. In this lifetime, having attained a rare, robust physique, Yang Rui was reluctant to squander it. While high-calorie foods had yet to infiltrate the cafeteria, he aspired to develop the six-pack abs he had once deemed unattainable. As for earning money, although Yang Rui harbored some ideas, he lacked the foundation to put them into practice and could only focus on accumulating knowledge. Fortunately, the current environment was not one where money held absolute power, and the pressure to earn was far less burdensome than during his time as a graduate student. Additionally, the state-owned shops were cramped and the service conditions so poor that shopping became a tedious and even painful experience. Real estate transactions were not permitted privately, and there was no stock market for investment. While policies for opening businesses had loosened, risks remained in the interior regions, where missteps could lead to imprisonment. Yang Rui's financial goals were modest, aimed merely at improving his living conditions and, at most, enhancing the educational environment in his hometown. To achieve the former, publishing a single article would suffice. Yang Rui's first manuscript fee came from Middle School Mathematics, a popular science publication launched in 1981, primarily targeting middle school students and mathematics teachers. With a low entry threshold and a substantial circulation, the National Journal, overseen by the China Association for Science and Technology and hosted by Beijing Normal University, offered a compensation of 25 yuan per thousand words, placing it mid-range among similar magazines. Yang Rui's article, a brief discussion on common extreme value problems in analytic geometry, comprised over 800 words, accompanied by illustrations, ultimately earning him a fee of 22 yuan. At that time, the monthly income for ordinary workers was merely 30 to 40 yuan, and Yang Rui's weekly allowance amounted to 2 yuan plus 7 jin of grain coupons, categorizing him among the wealthy elite of students. The 22 yuan equated to 3 months' worth of his food expenses, a considerable sum indeed. From that day forward, Yang Rui unhesitatingly shifted his lunch venue to a small restaurant in Shibao Town. Individuals born in 1982 are still not well versed in the culinary arts involving gutter oil and products such as genetically modified organisms and lean meat additives, which modern society often regards with trepidation, were non-existent. In the small eateries, even the use of vegetable oil, fatty meat, and seasonings was quite frugal. To Wang Guohua, an opportunist in the realm of free meals, this was undoubtedly a manifestation of stinginess. However, to Yang Rui, it represented an exceedingly healthy dietary approach. In his pursuit of physical fitness, he required a substantial intake of protein. Yet the school cafeteria offered little more than steamed buns and vegetable soup. As for flavor, it was simply incomparable. After merely 2 days, the proprietor had memorized the habits of this dashing young man who insisted on having meat in every meal, preferring lean cuts over fatty ones. On the 3rd day, when Yang Rui returned alone, the owner had prepared the meal in advance, personally serving it, and, with a cheerful demeanor, offered him a cigarette. Attempting to establish rapport, "Are you here for work in town? You must be from a big city?" Yang Rui shook his head, returning the cigarette with a smile. "I'm just a student from up north, not yet employed, and I do not smoke." "That's good. That's good." The owner chuckled, pocketing the cigarette, then inquired, "Did you just transfer here? What makes you say that?" Yang Rui asked. "In this town, there are only a handful of students who can afford to dine at our establishment, and your demeanor is quite different. We have only just met. Yet I can tell you are from elsewhere." The proprietor, a man in his 30s with a slight belly, habitually patted it, his eyes squinting into mere slits. Yang Rui lifted his bowl and, without pretense, took a few hearty bites of rice before responding, "I recently earned some money and decided to treat myself to better meals." "Then you must have earned quite a bit," the owner remarked, his eyes lighting up as he poured a cup of tea for Yang Rui and sliding it across the table with a grin. "My surname is Shi, given name Gui. You may call me Old Shi or Guizi." Yang Rui furrowed his brow, placing his bowl down, thinking to himself, "A restaurant owner named Shi Gui. Who expects me to call him Old Shi? It just doesn't sit right." Noticing Yang Rui's expression, the owner let out a helpless smile. "The name was given by my parents. I have no say in the matter. Recently, I've been contemplating exploring other avenues." Young brother, if you have any insights, I would be most grateful. This was a clever attempt at fostering connections. Young Rui, amused, replied candidly, I published an article in a magazine. And they compensated me for it. The owner glanced at the dishes on the table, a meat and vegetable pairing with rice, priced at a modest 3 yuan, which for an average household would cover a week's worth of meals. While there were families in town earning a decent living from transportation, they seldom ordered meat with every meal at restaurants. The owner expressed astonishment. The payment for writing, is that generous? Indeed, it is quite substantial, Yang Rui replied. Taking a couple more bites of rice before continuing, I wrote over 800 words and received 22 yuan, just enough to last me a week. The small proprietor halted his habitual belly patting and cautiously asked, You plan to consume all that in a week for just 22 yuan? Why not? Yang Rui responded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He was a person who thrived on meat, and now that he was in good shape, his body required even more sustenance. From a nutritional standpoint, maintaining muscle and physique necessitated proper nourishment. The small business owner was momentarily taken aback by what he said. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, Why not just deposit the money in a bank? It will be safe until inflation hits. Yang Rui disdainfully shook his head, feeling a sense of pity for the small business owner's financial perspective. With 1984 fast approaching, there would be few households left with even half the value of their assets. The small business owner muttered the word inflation twice, then slapped his forehead, saying, What you refer to as inflation is a concept from capitalism. Our country has neither foreign nor domestic debt. How could we possibly experience inflation? Yang Rui chuckled silently, contemplating how to counter this argument. What the man stated aligned perfectly with the government's standard rhetoric. Rebutting it within the domestic framework proved challenging, while stepping outside that framework would only lead to self-inflicted troubles. Thus, Yang Rui simply smiled and resumed his meal. Noticing his silence, Boss Sure awkwardly stood up, took a few steps, then turned back to inquire, Comrade, will you be coming back to eat tomorrow? Of course, Yang Rui replied, as he was increasing his physical activity and could hardly retain any fat in his stomach. Boss Sure silently clenched his fist, then said, I see it's quite a hassle for you to come here every day. How about this? Just write down what you want to eat, and I'll deliver it to you every noon for 5 days. Yang Rui looked up in surprise. Are you suggesting delivery? Yes. That's more or less the idea. The small business owner contemplated the meaning of delivery. Yang Rui remarked, Aren't you worried about the hassle? One cannot fear trouble when it comes to making money. Boss Sure straightened his posture, puffing out his chest. Is this something you just thought of? Or have you done this before? There weren't any regular customers before, Boss Sure replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his forehead. People in town prefer to eat at the People's Restaurant. Their food isn't better than mine, but they are state-run, have a nicer venue, and people feel it gives them face. Yang Rui surveyed the surroundings of the small eatery, which housed only 5 tables, with greasy curtains that were far from beautiful. In his view, the People's Restaurant in town was hardly any better. Boss Sure, not receiving an answer, softly asked, Comrade, why do you enjoy eating at my place? Because you don't require food coupons, Yang Rui answered matter-of-factly. The small eateries in town could procure agricultural products from the market without requiring coupons. A little extra cash could save them from needing food coupons, thus providing them with a competitive edge over state-run restaurants. Boss Sure slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Exactly. I won't ask for food coupons when I deliver your meals. Nor will I charge you extra. If you commit to 5 days, or 4 days, I will ensure your meal is delivered on time, covered with a blanket to keep it warm. He assumed Yang Rui was concerned about the cost. Yang Rui paused his chopsticks and replied, Then you must ensure it's prepared with even more care than you do now. That essay given, Boss Sure assured. Can you manage to get beef? It's known for being high in protein and low in fat, and its flavor is excellent. Both ancient martial artists and modern bodybuilders adore it. Beef. I can get it, but it's quite expensive, Boss Sure muttered hesitantly. According to today's portion, if you deliver a meal of beef to me each day, I shall commit for a month. Yang Rui extracted the remaining 14 yuan from his pocket, keeping a little over 1 yuan for himself, and placed the remaining 13 yuan on the table, declaring, This shall serve as the deposit. Sure Goei swiftly accepted the money, stating, For the beef, each meal will cost 3 yuan and 50 cents. Upon hearing that a 500-gram can of beef only costs 2 yuan and 80 cents, the price for a meat and vegetable dish seemed rather extravagant. Nevertheless, Yang Rui, considering his continuous stream of manuscript fees, nodded in agreement, having secured the first takeaway contract. Shirgui excitedly fetched paper and pen, requesting Yang Rui to draft the menu. Observing his retreating figure, Yang Rui felt a surge of emotion. This man, with an unappealing name, possessed the mindset of a trailblazer of the era. Chapter 17. I have 3 strategies having ensured an ample intake of nutrition. Yang Rui resolved to intensify his exercise regimen, embarking on a treasure hunt that led him to scour the school's sports room. Fortuitously, he discovered a barbell, still in pristine condition, which had been procured by Shibao Town in response to the call for a rural sports meet, intended for weightlifting competitions. Regrettably, none in the surrounding 10 miles possessed the knowledge of how to lift weights, and after the event concluded, the barbell was relegated as a cultural artifact to Shibao High School. Whether it accumulated dust or succumbed to rust was of no concern to the officials who had funded its purchase. Yang Rui, however, was elated. The bench press was a quintessential exercise for developing pectoral muscles, a movement he had briefly practiced at the gym with commendable results. Yet, akin to many beneficial fitness routines, he had faltered in his commitment for myriad reasons. This time around, Yang Rui vowed to pursue physical training with unwavering dedication. Having been bestowed with a remarkably handsome visage, he found it a travesty to be without a physique that matched. This was an opportune moment for growth, and he understood the necessity of diligence in both exercise and nutrition. Moreover, with fewer distractions at present, it was imperative to cultivate a robust constitution. The lament of unfulfilled ambitions coupled with ill health was, perhaps, the most dreaded plight for contemporary entrepreneurs. After enlisting the help of classmates, Yang Rui further unearthed most of the requisite weight plates tucked away in corners of various faculty offices. This was the allure of treasure hunting within state-owned enterprises. One could unearth items of significant value that others overlooked. During his time as a graduate student, he had witnessed professors with ample funding purchasing Apple MP3 players to serve as USB drives and Alienware laptops for recording experimental data. Some opted for the expensive over the appropriate, while others simply remained indifferent. With the last of his scant funds, Yang Rui procured materials and enlisted the assistance of personnel from the agricultural machinery station to construct a barbell rack and a bench for bench pressing. As the son of the secretary from the neighboring township, he was met with generosity. The workers not only waived processing fees but also delivered the equipment to the large locust tree in front of the school dormitory using a tractor, ensuring the area was leveled. Xiao Baoming became Yang Rui's workout partner. When one performed the bench press, the other stood guard to prevent any potential injuries from overexertion. This novel approach to exercise naturally attracted a multitude of onlookers among the student body. Within merely 2 days, the queue for bench pressing grew to over a dozen participants, resembling a group of prisoners in an American penitentiary who flocked to the playground during their free time, encircling the rudimentary apparatus to engage in monotonous workouts. In comparison to their studies, many preferred to expend their energies on the athletic field. However, Chinese universities seldom admit students with athletic prowess. The benefits of being an athlete only accrue after 2 years, thus leaving even the most physically robust and athletically inclined students with the singular path of the college entrance examination to escape their mountainous confines. Coupled with a widespread deficiency in protein intake, very few could sustain their bench pressing endeavors. Nevertheless, as the old gave way to the new, the refreshing and unique appeal of bench pressing continued to captivate the participation of a dozen students, particularly when female students gathered to watch. There were always hormone-driven young men eager to shed their shirts and display their physiques. Should a girl emit a soft gasp of admiration, the young man on the bench could bask in his pride for the entire day. The lively atmosphere on the west side of the playground inadvertently diluted the prosperity beneath the basketball hoop on the east side. Huyan Shan, once the undisputed star of this realm, was disheartened to discover that his audience had dwindled by more than half. Occasionally, jubilant cheers would echo from the other end of the playground, surpassing even the noise generated by his successful three-point shots. This kid is insufferably arrogant. Third brother. Shall we just stand by and watch? The guard, who frequently played with Huyan Shan, was a sly character, self-styled as a military strategist, and was often referred to as Dong Junshi by others. Huyan Shan dribbled the basketball twice, feigning a throw, and then observed his eager lackey rushing to retrieve the ball. With a hint of uncertainty, he inquired, "Do you have a plan?" "Just follow the approach we used to deal with the troublemaker at Demento. When he returns from evening study, we'll bag him and give him a good beating. Who will he complain to?" Dong Junshi chuckled, convinced of the brilliance of his suggestion. While a good thrashing would certainly be cathartic, Huyan Shan recalled Yang Rui's words from that day and pondered for a moment before asking, "What if Yang Rui insists that we were the culprits?" with a bag over his head. How would he know who struck him? He wouldn't need to see. Yang Rui, unlike the troublemaker, has made many enemies. If he gets bagged, the first ones he'll suspect are us. Then he'll report to the police that we did it. How would you explain that? Would you say you had a bag over his head, so he couldn't see? Another lackey burst into laughter. Dong Junshir was taken aback. If he were to do that, it would be utterly disgraceful. He would be looked down upon. He doesn't operate on the streets. Hu Yinshan exhaled, saying, if my uncle were the police chief, I'd handle it the same way. Who would dare look down on me? I'd send them to jail. The two lackeys lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. Hu Yinshan, engrossed in his thoughts, felt even more irked. He spat and called out, brothers, let us skip the afternoon session and head down the hill for some stir-fried dishes. He tossed the basketball to another student, and several who usually accompanied Hu Yinshan formed a line, shuffling sideways as they exited. Upon reaching the school gate, they coincidentally encountered Shi Gui, the delivery man. For over a week now, Shi Gui had faithfully adhered to their agreement, delivering a meat and vegetable meal to the school gate every day at 12:30 p.m., which Yang Rui would then collect. Hu Yinshan had once inquired about the meal's price. However, as a newcomer to this enterprise, Shi Gui mistakenly perceived the crowd surrounding Hu Yinshan as affluent patrons and quoted a price of 3.5 yuan for each beef meal. Hu Yinshan was taken aback. What did 3.5 yuan represent? His father, the director of the well-funded Power Supply Bureau, accumulated a monthly income of merely 100 yuan, combining both his official and under-the-table earnings. This sum was already higher than that of a dual-income family in town and would only cover half a month's worth of beef meals. If compared to cigarettes, the disparity was even clearer. Hu Yinshan typically smoked the 0.09 yuan brand, used the 0.26 yuan to yin ta for appearances, and reserved the superior 0.36 yuan to Qian Min for his father's showy displays. In terms of living standards, the Hu family is considered quite affluent in Shibao town. However, when compared to Yang Rui, who can afford to consume a large meal daily, Hu Yinshan's fragile pride is nearly shattered. Although Shi Gui quickly realized this and suggested a more economical takeout option, Hu Yinshan would never settle for anything cheaper than Yang Rui's fare. In truth, even if he were willing, he simply lacked the funds. The notion of having stir-fried dishes at every meal is a luxury that the Hu family cannot afford. Spotting Shi Gui, Hu Yinshan hesitated momentarily, contemplating a detour. Yet, his astute advisor perked up and whispered, tell me, where does Yang Rui find the money for his daily feasts? Surely, his father is indulging him. Corrupt officials will eventually face justice. The tone of his companion carried a fervent enthusiasm. Hu Yinshan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing, casting a glare at the speaker. His father, the director of the Power Supply Bureau, had also been generous with money in recent years. The advisor shook his head. He has been in school for quite some time. Have you ever seen him spend extravagantly? That was a valid point. I have heard that the Yang family maintains strict discipline. The advisor, showcasing his insights, continued. I suspect he has a source of income. Otherwise, even the wealthiest families wouldn't indulge so recklessly. Until the 1990s. The average Chinese family considered having meat at every meal a sign of opulence. Regularly dining on beef seemed an extravagant waste. Hu Yinshan nodded in agreement and urged, spill your ideas. The advisor, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, I have 3 strategies. 3 strategies? Speak quickly. The group, emboldened by their audacity, began to stir near the school gate. The lowest strategy involves confronting Yang Rui directly, creating a commotion that would surely lead to his downfall. No, we can't let him prepare for it. Hu Yinshan immediately dismissed the idea, recalling tales of generals who faced dire fates when opting for such a strategy. The advisor nodded slowly, stating, the middle strategy is to inquire about the delivery person. He must know something. We can gather more information and leverage Yang's weaknesses to have him deliver money to us daily. And the highest strategy? Still gathering intelligence, but instead of exploiting Yang's weaknesses, we seize his opportunities to earn for ourselves. Excellent. Hu Yinshan was thoroughly satisfied, finally making the astute decision. I choose the highest strategy. The advisor nodded emphatically, very well. I shall gather intelligence. He marched ahead, followed by the eager group, all anxious to hear the news first. Observing their movements, Shi Gui donned a businessman's smile and inquired, gentlemen, is there something on your minds? This. The advisor stammered initially. Takeout. Shi Gui promptly filled in the gap. The advisor waved his hand. Yes, that. You deliver takeout daily. Do you know where Yang Rui's money for meals comes from? Let me give you a heads up. The source of that money is dubious. You should be cautious. Gui furrowed his brow. Isn't his money merely a writing fee? How could it possibly be of dubious origin? A writing fee? At this point, even the strategist, known for his cunning, appeared perplexed. It's a remuneration from the magazine. How could you ascertain it was a writing fee? Did he inform you of this? Hu Yinshan remained skeptical. A writing fee is a sacred entity, one that is earned only after publication in newspapers or magazines, or upon the release of a book. Hu Yinshan could not fathom how a boy, who spent his days doing bench presses on the playground, could be associated with something so esteemed. The others shared his disbelief, relentlessly questioning further. The strategist bluntly stated, "He is deceiving you." Gui, lacking any sense of discretion, replied indignantly, "Not only did I hear him mention it, but I also witnessed it." Witnessed it? Indeed. There exists a remittance slip from the magazine, one that I collected alongside him. Yang Rui's initial writing fee of 22 yuan had been exhausted within a week, necessitating further financial support from Gui to continue his nutritional regimen. The group fell silent. Suddenly, the strategist seized upon Gui's words, asking, "You mentioned a remittance slip from the magazine. Are there any others?" "Of course. It seems there is one today. You could inquire with the gentleman in the delivery room." "Oh, no need. Yang Rui has just arrived," Gui proclaimed, waving his hand and calling out loudly. Chapter 18. Remittance slip. Yang Rui arrived to collect his takeout. A daily serving of beef may seem commonplace for contemporary high school students. Yet in 1982, such a luxury could only be afforded at a modest eatery like Gui's in a small town. In the tightly controlled urban centers, the mere acquisition of meat ration coupons would be beyond Yang Rui's means. Naturally, without these coupons, the cost of beef was quite pronounced. Over the course of just over a week, he had expended 2 portions of his modest remuneration, equivalent to the salary of an adult. Nevertheless, Yang Rui relished the experience. The substantial intake of protein yielded remarkable results. He could already feel his muscles swelling, and perhaps in another 2 months, he might even grow a bit taller. As for his published articles, selecting and rewriting them merely took a few minutes. Nothing could compare to the importance of his physical well-being. Upon encountering Hu Yinshan and his group, Yang Rui merely paused in confusion before continuing on his way. Hu Yinshan found himself at a loss for words, pondering what questions to pose about Yang Rui's source of income. Was he truly receiving payment for his work? If Yang Rui remained silent, what could he do? In the past, Hu Yinshan would have been indifferent, snatching the papers to inspect them. But the current Yang Rui Hu Yinshan inexplicably recalled the group of individuals surrounding the bench press at the west end of the playground. After this period of training, notwithstanding the physical transformations of those fellows, their camaraderie with Yang Rui had deepened significantly. Boys raised in small towns seldom shy away from fights. Should Hu Yinshan attempt to assert dominance, the outcome with Yang Rui's current temperament would be unpredictable. "Excuse me, do you have a letter for me?" As Hu Yinshan's thoughts wandered, Yang Rui had already reached the reception area, retrieved his takeout, and offered a cigarette to the doorman before beginning his search for his remittance slip. The dog-head strategist, unencumbered by Hu Yinshan's hesitations, bounded forward with a grin, teasing, "Yang Rui, have you found a pen pal?" His eyes sparkled with mischief. In the 1980s, finding a pen pal was akin to chatting with strangers on QQ today. Some maintained correspondence for years, while others exchanged lengthy letters multiple times each month. Similarly, students engaging in pen pal relationships would often disguise their activities under the guise of honing their writing skills. The school's mailroom was inundated daily with letters from across the nation. Yang Rui turned to face him, asking, "You must be that Dong fellow?" "My friends call me Dong the strategist," he replied, bowing slightly like a performer. Yang Rui acknowledged him, and, from a pile of letters at the window, extracted several addressed to him. This was his first submission, and fearing rejection, he had sent different articles to multiple magazines, intending to cycle through any that returned his work. However, the abundance of magazines in the early 80s, coupled with the scarcity of high-quality submissions, had exceeded his expectations. Most magazines had gradually published his pieces. Now, after half a month, it was time for the payments to commence. The dog-head strategist's keen eyes quickly spotted the prominent title Secondary School Chemistry. "Indeed, there is a payment," he muttered to himself. Yang Rui chuckled softly, adjusting the envelope in his hand before turning to leave. "Hey, Yang Rui, take a look," the dog-headed strategist intercepted him. Students of this era possess an artistic spirit, and the dog-headed strategist, having once submitted poetry and prose, was familiar with the nuances of manuscript fees. He calculated that the standard remuneration for an article is typically only a few dozen yuan. Only prestigious magazines like People's Literature offer a maximum payment of 100 yuan per 1,000 words. Nevertheless, even a couple of payments would hardly suffice for Yang Rui to indulge in beef. It was clear to the dog-headed strategist that Yang Rui had other lucrative avenues, and he sought to substantiate this claim. Yang Rui, somewhat displeased, inquired, "Do you wish to see my letter?" Naturally, personal correspondence was not meant for public viewing. "That's not the point," the dog-headed strategist retorted, swiftly throwing Gui under the bus. "This fellow mentioned you've received quite the manuscript fees, and I'm merely curious." The distinction between examining payment and perusing a letter was indeed stark. Gui, flustered, protested, "What do you mean? I merely responded to your inquiry. It was my question, and you provided the answer," the dog-headed strategist quipped, showcasing his verbal dexterity. He turned to Yang Rui with a grin. "Brothers, it seems we have a literary giant among us at our school. Let us see those manuscript fees and broaden our horizons." Yang Rui cast a knowing glance at Gui, fully aware of the underlying intentions. "Fine, I shall show you." Yang Rui swiftly skimmed through the letters, confidently tearing open one, thinking to himself, "Unveil your cash-hungry eyes." A throng had gathered at the school gate, many of whom had never laid eyes on a manuscript payment before. Hu Yinshan, rubbing his hands nervously, quietly edged closer to the circle. He was tall enough that with a slight rise on his toes, he could observe Yang Rui's movements within. Yang Rui revealed a letter from Scientific Life magazine, tearing it open at the edge. Inside, rather than a remittance slip, was a folded page containing a notification. He leisurely unfolded it, discovering that it was indeed the announcement of his article Biosphere being published in the science magazine Scientific Illustration. Unlike those minor scientific papers, this Biosphere was a popular science article he had penned, inspired by the upcoming Biosphere 2 experiment in the United States, which sought to replicate Earth's environment in a miniature artificial ecological cycle. The Biosphere 2 experiment is renowned and significant. It aimed to test whether humanity could survive beyond Earth. Should it prove successful, the prospect of lunar or Martian colonization would have at least a biological foundation. Conversely, if it failed, even the most advanced rockets and spacecraft would be futile in facilitating human migration to Mars. In essence, the fundamental prerequisite for extraterrestrial colonization lies in the success of biosphere experiments. This was true in the 1980s, the 1990s, and remains so in the 21st century. Without the successful precedent of biosphere experiments, all reports of space colonization are nothing but the ignorant antics of journalists. Regrettably, the Biosphere 2 experiment met with failure. However, in 1982, anticipation for the yet-to-begin Biosphere 2 experiment was palpable, with a plethora of enchanting cosmic imaginings permeating across the globe. This served as an exceptional subject for popular science discourse. Most notably, such articles could be extensive without the necessity for exquisite prose. A well-reasoned exposition demonstrating the inevitable failure of Biosphere 2 was sufficient to craft an admirable piece of popular science writing. Consequently, Yang Rui, drawing upon his knowledge and understanding, supplemented with various resources, unhesitatingly composed a 30,000-word article divided into 2 parts, which he submitted to Scientific American. This publication was renowned for its substantial remuneration, offering 65 yuan per 1,000 words, amounting to a total of 145 yuan for his 33,000 word contribution, more than twice the salary of Yang's secretary over 2 years. Enough to purchase a 14-inch black and white television, a sum that was astonishingly eye-watering. Upon receiving the notification of publication, Yang Rui realized he would not have to squander his time on plagiarism for a considerable period. Ending his own copying with his own writing was indeed a rather amusing turn of events. Meanwhile, individuals like Master Dong and others were engulfed in profound astonishment. This was Scientific American, after all. The students at Shibo Middle School might not grasp that the magazine's single-issue circulation at that time exceeded 1 million. Nor understand the staggering implications of such a figure, nor could they fathom that this was a magazine creating records in an era defined by record-breaking achievements. Yet, who has not perused Scientific American? Yang Rui, your article will be published in Scientific American? Gui spoke up earlier than the rest. Although approaching 30 and busily managing a restaurant, he occasionally indulged in reading Scientific American during this era of literary enthusiasm. How could a resident of the town not read Scientific American? Yang Rui nodded slightly, remarking that it should appear in the next issue. It seemed he had jumped the queue. "Ah!" Master Dong suddenly exclaimed, Regardless of which magazine it is published in, what about the remuneration? How much is it? He was exceedingly eager to validate that Yang Rui had alternative lucrative avenues. It should be in another letter. Yang Rui calmly retrieved an envelope marked Scientific American. He had no intention of concealing his income. At least his current earnings warranted transparency, lest he found himself unable to explain his present and forthcoming considerable expenditures. On the other hand, with the onset of reform and opening up policies, remuneration had gradually become an impeccably clean source of income, and publicizing it bore more advantages than disadvantages. The thin envelope was gently sliced open. Yang Rui extracted the remittance slip and displayed it openly to the gathering. 2037, 40 yuan. These simple Arabic numerals acted like a silencer, rendering the surroundings utterly silent. The dauntingly large written figures left Master Dong feeling dizzy. Chapter 19. Selling textbooks having seen enough. Everyone is free to leave. Boss, sure, may I have a word? Yang Rui's voice, though not loud, roused the attention of Master Dong and the others. Hu Yinshan's mood darkened further. Ever since entering high school, he had walked with confidence at Shibao Middle School, but it seemed as if overnight, the tide had turned. No longer did it matter that he was the most renowned student. Familial connections or friendships no longer held weight. What significance did a sudden windfall of 2,000 yuan carry? Was the remittance slip genuine? The two others whispered among themselves. Don't embarrass yourself. It's real, Master Dong replied, bowing his head and heading back. Hu Yinshan, disinterested in dining, called out and followed the increasingly downtrodden Master Dong back to the dormitory. Gui, filled with astonishment and concern, approached the side entrance, awkwardly explaining, I didn't mean to reveal the issue of the manuscript fees. I assumed they were merely your classmates, thinking they might already know. In truth, he had intended to present Yang Rui with a lucrative opportunity, but now. Yang Rui dismissed his explanation, tucking the envelope into his pocket, his voice elongated. Gui quickly forced a smile, saying, It's my fault, entirely my fault. So, what opportunity do you speak of? Had it been yesterday, Gui might not have taken Yang Rui's opinion seriously, but after witnessing the remittance of 2,000 yuan, he could no longer afford to disregard it. It would indeed be peculiar if one could earn in a single stroke what he would make in a year without having a means to wealth. Yang Rui regarded him earnestly for a moment before stating, The fact that you conceived the idea of takeout signifies that you possess a genuine business acumen and the courage to act on it, a trait that surpasses many. It's hardly a brilliant idea. After all, you were the only one who ordered takeout. Gui chuckled, not feeling particularly proud. Yang Rui smiled gently, replying, That merely means you were ahead of the curve. Being ahead is commendable. It demonstrates your ability to seize opportunities that others overlook, much like the one I am presenting to you now. Gui straightened his posture, adopting an attentive demeanor. To an outsider, it might appear peculiar for a high school student to instruct an adult, yet both individuals found it entirely natural. Yang Rui's psychological maturity paralleled that of Gui, further enhanced by the confidence of reincarnation, which altered his demeanor. Gui, a youth yearning for recognition, rejected a life of conformity like his predecessors. After opening a small restaurant with minimal profits, the chance for transformation became invaluable. Have you ever been to the provincial capital? Yang Rui settled onto a large stone by the roadside. Gui promptly joined him, whispering, I've been there a few times. Do you have acquaintances there? Yang Rui inquired. Gui pondered deeply and replied, I have 2 classmates working in the provincial capital. I haven't been in touch with them for a while. Would you be willing to venture to the provincial capital to forge your path? I would. After a series of probing questions, Gui began to connect the dots and asked, What would you have me do? Sell textbooks. Textbooks for the college entrance examination. Textbooks for the college entrance examination? Yang Rui gestured toward the students gathered near the small grove by the school gate. Do you see those students? They have come here to copy the textbooks. There are several long benches that once served as a gathering place for artistic youth to share their poetry. However, they are now occupied by students from other schools. Gui used to deliver food here and only noticed the presence of people without realizing they were students from out of town. After listening to Yang Rui's explanation, he began to understand and murmured, Are you suggesting we publish teaching materials and sell them in the provincial capital? We should start locally, but we will undoubtedly expand to the provincial city. Look at how many students come from afar. They not only incur travel expenses, but also waste time. Would it not be more effective to sell directly at their schools? What if they only buy 1 copy and share it among themselves? Gui pondered. It's not necessary for everyone to purchase a copy. but it's also unlikely that everyone will simply copy from one another. If you visit a different location each day, as long as 1/10 of the students make a purchase, the income will be substantial. If we can reach the city or province, the profits will increase even further. Moreover, we can continuously release new editions, providing fresh answers and innovative solutions. In any case, you need not worry about the exam papers. I assure you they will always remain appealing. Once you become familiar with the routes, you can even hire someone to help. And how will we handle the printing? Shirgui inquired, posing the crucial question. Initially, we will use a duplicator. A duplicator? Selling duplicated papers? In 1980s China, everyone knows about duplicators. Any establishment of some repute, whether a township government, school, or village committee, possesses its own duplicating machine, regardless of its size, and the quality is generally comparable. It takes over 10 minutes to prepare a sheet of wax paper, yet it can only produce a handful of copies before becoming obsolete, the print often lacking clarity, and the ink easily smudging. Yang Rui nodded. He was certainly not jesting. After contemplating for a while, Shirgui finally remarked, I can carve for a few hours at night, but I suspect I want to be very quick. Yang Rui chuckled. No one is asking you to do the duplicating. So who will do it? I will find someone at school to handle the printing, Yang Rui replied with a smile. There are students in both the junior and senior high divisions who are willing to take on part-time work. If we have the necessary equipment, printing several hundred test papers a day or even more will not be a challenge. We could then bind them into booklets and sell them at a relatively low price. This could be a promising venture. In 1982, part-time jobs for students were virtually non-existent. For many students, even earning a mere dime daily could significantly alleviate their family's living expenses, providing substantial assistance. Shirgui asked, can we not approach a printing factory for this? Firstly, our printing quantity is small and our variety is vast, making a printing factory inflexible. Secondly, the cost of duplicating is much lower and more economical. Let us test the waters first, and based on the outcome, we can decide whether to engage a printing factory. What do you think? Shirgui hesitated. I do not have much capital. I had to borrow money from relatives to open a restaurant. Yang Rui interrupted him, saying, if you are willing to proceed, I have 2 proposals for you. Really? The first proposal is for you to invest as a partner. I will handle production while you manage sales. Initially, we will split the costs of the duplicator, paper, and ink, treating it as capital investment. The profits will be divided with me taking 70% and you 30%. The second option is for me to cover all expenses, and I will pay you a monthly salary of 50 yuan while you remain responsible for sales, ensuring a steady income regardless of circumstances. Regardless of the alternative, you must entrust the restaurant to others. In recent days, Yang Rui has been observing Shirgui, aware that his restaurant business is not thriving. Although his earnings exceed $50 a month by more than double, it is merely a joint effort between him and his wife. Furthermore, the rural restaurant scene is fraught with the complications of credit, rendering it less than an ideal occupation. Shirgui, harboring grand aspirations, hesitantly remarked, a 70-30 profit split seems rather inequitable. Shouldn't it be 50-50 for 2 partners? His tone lacked conviction. Yang Rui, however, resolutely shook his head, stating, I provide the examination papers, which in itself constitutes a significant expense. If the profits are meager, I would prefer to continue submitting to magazines. Moreover, I am also responsible for the production phase and management duties. A 70% share is not excessive. Initially, his bottom line was a 50-50 split. But due to Shirgui's indiscreet nature, he had to temper his expectations regarding their collaboration. In Yang Rui's eyes, Shirgui, with a bit of entrepreneurial spirit and insight, is a rare business partner. However, if he fails to evolve and improve, their partnership will not endure for long. Thus, conceding an additional 10% in profits holds little significance. Should Shirgui comprehend the foundations of Yang Rui's decision, he would undoubtedly lament. Yet, at present, he remains unaware and, after a moment of internal struggle, realizes that Yang Rui is unyielding, appearing quite hesitant. Even a mere investment of 1 or 2 months' earnings would be disheartening if it were to fail. Moments later, Yang Rui smiled. Do you dislike both the first and second options? I do have some reservations. How about a third option? Shirgui, still eager to pursue this business, straightened up and declared, please, go ahead. The proposal entailed a commission. I will reimburse you $10 per month for transportation, and for every set of examination papers sold, I will provide a 20% commission. Should sales increase, the commission can be elevated further. This way, you will not need to invest any capital. unlike the first option. While the third option conserves initial investment, it diminishes future profits. Should more individuals become involved in sales, Shirgui would find himself indistinguishable from latecomers. Naturally, this method also represents Shirgui's least risky approach. After a brief contemplation, Shirgui opted for the third option and inquired, if I wish to invest later. Will that be possible? Yes, but the specifics of profit distribution will need to be discussed at that time. Shirgui nodded repeatedly, failing to perceive any fundamental difference between discussing it now and later. Chapter 20. Collecting remittances. Yang Rui, after enjoying a hearty meal in the shade, ambled down the hill to the post office in town to collect his remittance. The post office, a relatively new two-story structure, was painted gray and featured a welcoming double wooden door. The ground floor was dedicated to operations, while the upper floor housed administrative offices. The service area was divided into 3 sections: the central counter for receiving letters and parcels, where payments and receipts were processed, flanked by a telephone booth and a storage area for letters and packages, each staffed by an attendant. Compared to the post office in Zizaizi village, the one in Shibao town was indeed grander, a testament to the presence of several small to medium-sized state-owned enterprises in the locality. Bicycles were parked outside, and a queue formed at the telephone booth, mostly comprising employees from nearby enterprises. As Yang Rui entered, he was spotted by Sister Li at the counter, who paused her work to greet him with a loud call. "Wu, sister, your brother Yang has arrived. What are you shouting for?" "It's just Yang Rui, not your brother." A young girl around 18 or 19 chimed in as she entered from the back, her sparkling eyes turning towards Yang Rui with a teasing smile. "Yang Rui, are you here to collect your manuscript fee again?" "Yes, I'm running low on cash," Yang Rui replied candidly, nodding. "My mother says I'm extravagant." "You must have spent dozens this month," Wu Qian, the girl known as Wu's sister, remarked, having grown up in the same courtyard as Yang Rui. She was 2 years younger and had taken her mother's place at the post office after finishing middle school. With her youthful beauty and playful demeanor, she often teased Yang Rui whenever he came to collect his remittance. Sister Li, the most senior staff member, always encouraged this banter, calling Wu Qian out each time. Yang Rui sighed. "I'm still growing. I eat a lot." "So am I. My monthly food allowance is only 10 yuan. The rest goes to my mother," Wu Qian complained, deftly placing 2 forms on the counter for Yang Rui to fill out. Yang Rui cast a glance at Wu Qian's figure, concealed beneath her sportswear, and mused, "If you keep growing, those clothes won't fit you much longer." Wu Qian seemed to sense something, subtly shifting her position but not entirely avoiding him. Continuing to chatter about the town's gossip, Yang Rui listened quietly, diligently filling out the remittance forms. He enjoyed Wu Qian's voice. It was crisp and gentle, the clarity stemming from her quick speech and the softness from her tone, creating a soothing ambience akin to light music in the background, allowing for relaxation without the need to ponder over the content. Moreover, Wu Qian was undeniably a beauty. Her fair skin and delicate features capable of conveying a myriad of emotions, ever-changing. The saying goes that there are no ugly girls at 18, let alone a 16-year-old girl. Though slightly younger, she was indeed a delightful sight. All done, Yang Rui pushed the completed forms and remittance slip toward her. "Let me take a look," Wu Qian said, pursing her rosy lips as she carefully verified the details. Sister Li, having finished attending to the customer beside her, smiled and remarked, "Make sure to check thoroughly. It will make it easier to audit his little accounts in the future. Aunt Li, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore." Wu Qian pouted her lips coquettishly and playfully tossed her braid. All right, I'll go make tea. You youngsters chat." Auntie Li, originally a close friend of Wu Qian's mother, chuckled at her antics, patted her back affectionately, and carried the teacup to the back room. Wu Qian swayed her waist like a kitten, her chest trembling slightly, causing Yang Rui to cough repeatedly. "Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out," Wu Qian threatened fiercely, leaning her small head over the counter. Yang Rui flushed and stammered. "I didn't mean to. If you did, I'd pluck them out right now." To emphasize her point, Wu Qian mimed a cat's claw swipe with her right hand. Yang Rui had seen similar gestures in many young girls' dances, but Wu Qian likely hadn't, which made him pause in surprise. "Hey, this is filled out wrong. Fill out a new one." After checking, Wu Qian scratched a line over the amount with her nail and tore him a new form. Yang Rui blinked. "It's not wrong." "Still insisting?" "You wrote 2,037 yuan on the form, but the remittance slip should be." "Huh?" She widened her eyes, recounting twice before suddenly exclaiming, Annie Lee, you little rascal, calling me Andy Lee when you need me, but Annie otherwise." Coming. Auntie Lee filled her enamel cup with water and approached the counter. What's the matter? The remittance slip seems wrong. Fresh to the job, Wu Qian earned only 42 yuan in wages and bonuses combined. Her first and second reaction to a 2,000 yuan manuscript fee was disbelief. Auntie Lee smiled as she walked over. How could the remittance slip be wrong? Let me see. She took a sip of tea. Scanning Yang Rui's slip from left to right, top to bottom, then read it again. Half-swallowed tea sprayed from Auntie Lee's mouth. Is it wrong? How careless. Even something as important as a remittance slip gets messed up. Wu Qian grumbled, pushing the new form toward Yang Rui again. Auntie Lee tapped her lightly and pulled the form back, whispering, the slip isn't wrong. Then, she studied Yang Rui as if he were a rare panda. Unlike Wu Qian, Auntie Lee had seen large remittance slips before: train drivers hauling freight, university graduates working in special economic zones, or money sent by overseas relatives, sometimes amounting to thousands. But those were usually savings, even borrowed funds. Yang Rui's slip, however, clearly stated manuscript fee, meaning he had earned over 2,000 yuan in one go. How was that possible? Wu Qian blurted in astonishment. Realizing an explanation was unavoidable, Yang Rui cleared his throat. I wrote a popular science article published in a magazine. Since it was lengthy, the payment was higher. Not this high. Don't lie. Hedong Daily pays 15 yuan per 1,000 characters. 2,000 would mean over 100,000 words. What kind of science article is that long? Wu Qian retorted crisply. The remuneration for the article I published in the magazine is quite substantial. How substantial? Inquired Sister Lee with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Rui candidly replied, 65 yuan per 1,000 words. Wu Qian's eyes widened in astonishment as she mentally calculated. Her monthly salary and bonuses totaled 42 yuan, which meant it would take her a month and a half to earn 63 yuan, still falling short of Yang Rui's payment for a mere 1,000 words. Sister Lee, however, couldn't help but reflect on the three high-profile figures from the sports period: renowned directors, acclaimed screenwriters, and celebrated actors, all of whom commanded exorbitant salaries, high fees for their work, and substantial bonuses, targets of disdain at that time. In comparison to Yang Rui, this remuneration truly seemed generous. Is it possible to withdraw the money today? Yang Rui interrupted the two women's musings. Sister Lee was startled. The office doesn't have that much cash on hand. You'll need to make an appointment. Then let's make an appointment, he suggested. That won't do, Sister Lee whispered. It's over 2,000 yuan. What if it gets lost or stolen? It's difficult to retrieve from the office. You should collect it from the county, or, preferably, the city. Wu Qian tugged at Sister Lee. What if Yang Rui goes to the city and something happens on the way? Oh, you little girl, Sister Lee scoffed, pushing the remittance slip toward him. I can't manage this. Go speak to the director and see if he will allow you to collect it. I'll accompany you, Wu Qian declared, vaulting over the counter. With no choice, Yang Rui proceeded to the second floor to find the director. The director of the Shibao town post office was Wang Guohua's father, a connection that facilitated Yang Rui's phone call to the county to arrange for the money to be collected the following day. He left an unopened pack of Daqian Min cigarettes on the table as a token of gratitude. In an era when white receipts were commonplace, swiftly and smoothly receiving funds was indeed a favor. Upon returning to school, Wu Qian climbed onto the counter and began rummaging through items. Soon, she unearthed paper and pen and started to write diligently. When Sister Lee inquired, Wu Qian responded, I want to write an article and get it published in a magazine. Foolish girl, Sister Lee laughed heartily, suppressing Wu Qian's pen and whispering, you'd be better off finding a suitable husband than wasting time writing. Do you understand? Wu Qian's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, Aunt Lee, you're just teasing me. I'm not teasing you, Aunt Lee insisted. Look at Yang Rui. He is quite capable and good-looking, and his father is the secretary of Zizaizi Township. In a couple of years, when he finds a job, he will be hard to catch. If you're too shy to say anything, I'll inform your mother. Aunt Lee, please don't. Wu Qian grasped her sleeve tightly, unwilling to let go. Chapter 21. The secret scroll of Rui Shui. Regardless of the presence of the internet, gossip travels at the speed of light. The following day, as Yang Rui entered the classroom, he had barely addressed a few queries when Chao Baoming rushed in, drenched from the rain, inquiring, Senior brother, is it true that your novel has been published in Scientific Illustrated magazine? And they say you earned several thousand yuan. Could that possibly be true? Su Jing soon followed, posing similar questions. Yang Rui nodded in affirmation to each. As more students entered, they regarded him with expressions akin to those witnessing a millionaire, bombarding him with an array of inquiries. Yang Rui adeptly managed the barrage of questions, recognizing that they were merely a group of inquisitive high school students. Although some from the re-examination classes were slightly older, they were fundamentally no different from the students he frequently encountered at the tutoring center. The chaos in the classroom subsided only when Teacher Lu entered. During the lesson, he couldn't help but glance at Yang Rui. As the 2,000 yuan manuscript fee was considered exorbitant, an amount that a typical dual-income family might take years to save for a television or refrigerator, let alone a single-income household. However, in the early 1980s, such substantial earnings from manuscript fees were regarded as the safest source of income, impervious to criticism from both society and academia. Yang Rui remained unconcerned about others' perceptions. As long as his income was legitimate, he knew he would not face any negative repercussions locally. His nonchalant demeanor allowed the gossip to flourish. Yet, as the night wore on, the students found themselves devoid of new information to share. Yang Rui continued to convene study group members for lessons, exercises, and ultimately, homework checks. As the break approached, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Let us hold a meeting." The students applauded, with Chow Baoming enthusiastically exclaiming, "It's high time for a meeting." The so-called Rui Study Group now boasted 32 members, an increase of 14 from the previous week, though they remained as reserve members. As their understanding of Yang Rui and the group deepened, a sense of belonging naturally emerged. For everyone, attending the meeting fostered a strong sense of community. Yang Rui shook his head with a smile, then spoke about the part-time printing work, clarifying, "This is voluntary. Participation is not mandatory. Those who wish to partake will receive a certain remuneration. Ultimately, if there are any surplus funds from the sale of the materials, they will be allocated as group expenses for necessary educational and research purposes." He deliberately omitted any mention of profits. No sooner had he finished speaking than the students erupted into a fervent discussion, their voices rising like a chorus in a karaoke room. Yet, Yang Rui remained seated in tranquility, allowing them to express their thoughts freely. He was still unfamiliar with this era, aware that danger often lurked in the shadows of the unknown. The year 1982 was not particularly conducive to entrepreneurship from a perspective of safety and caution. Engaging in commercial activities as a Chinese citizen would not be advisable until at least 1983, while establishing a private company should ideally wait until 1984. In 1982, the year marked by China's economic rectification movement, 2 official documents were issued demanding accountability for those who severely disrupted the economy. However, the definition of severe was not strictly delineated, which was indeed a matter of grave concern. By the end of that year, approximately 164,000 economic cases had been filed nationwide, with 84,000 concluded and 30,000 individuals sentenced. In hindsight, the once prominent entrepreneurs known as the 8 Kings of Lushur faced dire consequences, with one serving 4 years in prison and another rummaging through garbage for 3 years. Ultimately, due to political factors, the verdict for the 8 Kings was overturned, concluding that, aside from minor tax evasion, they aligned with the central government's spirit. Reinterpreting this scenario, it becomes evident that even if one fully comprehended the central ethos, lacking connections or fortune could still lead to downfall during the economic rectification of 82. With those of greater notoriety falling more swiftly, should misfortune persist, and no one advocates for them. It was not uncommon for individuals to languish in prison until the 1990s or even into the 21st century. Thus, although Yang Rui discussed shares with Shirgui, he refrained from mentioning the establishment of a company. Regarding the profits from the printed examination papers, he intended not to pocket them for personal gain, but rather to allocate them under the guise of group expenses for the purchase of educational and research equipment, chemical and biological reagents, and even to provide scholarships for students from financially challenged families, while also gathering existing research materials and conducting validation experiments, among other initiatives. In summary, Yang Rui was determined not to take a single cent for himself. Ideally, he sought to expend every penny earned. Moreover, he insisted on maintaining clear records to avoid tainting his pristine reputation. This concern was not merely a product of paranoia. The concept of a planned commodity economy was only articulated in 1984, and in an era prior to the emergence of even such a conservative notion as market economy. Conducting business with integrity bore no relation to stability. The Rui Study Group evidently included cautious peers who vocally expressed dissent. However, they were unaware of Yang Rui's envisioned scale for the teaching materials. Some debated whether this endeavor would consume too much time, others questioned the potential for return on investment, and some worried about possible opposition from the school. Yang Rui's classmate and fellow villager, Huang Ren, pondered for a moment before leaning towards Yang Rui, rolling his hand into a tube and inquiring loudly, "Under what name shall we sell our printed materials?" "Under the Rui Study Group's name. Should there be any surplus? It will be considered group funds. If there is a loss, I will cover it," Yang Rui stated, causing a natural hush to fall around him, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. This was a consequence of the authority he had recently garnered. "This cannot be right. Losses should be shared among us." Wang Guo promptly interjected. His father served as the postmaster, and while they were neither poor nor rich, their finances were stable. However, not every student in the village came from a well-off background, particularly those with multiple siblings or ill family members. Continuing education through high school was already a significant challenge, and contributing additional funds was exceedingly difficult. At least a third of the students displayed visible discomfort, yet their shared youth rendered them hesitant to voice their concerns. Yang Rui decisively waved his hand and stated, "Everyone knows I have a source of income from manuscript fees. For the time being, I have little need to spend money." The Rui Study Group was established to assist everyone in their studies and should not inadvertently increase anyone's burden. Therefore, any financial losses shall be covered by me. However, I believe we can still manage to have some surplus. So what do we consider ourselves? A small collective? A student raised their hand to inquire. "We are nothing more than a group of students engaged in work study," Yang Rui replied firmly. "Our purpose is to enhance our learning while simultaneously aiding fellow students from our hometown. Hence, when printing materials for ourselves, we will print additional copies and charge a nominal fee to cover costs. Naturally, as many expenses are difficult to calculate, we will allow for a slight margin in our cost estimations. This way, if we find ourselves with extra funds, we can utilize them for purchasing study materials or assisting classmates, among other things. Please note, any surplus will not be used to expand production, nor will anyone possess it for personal gain." The current students are highly politically aware, and upon hearing this, they all nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, some still displayed signs of doubt. Yang Rui stroked his chin and remarked, "This arrangement benefits us all. First, we will have more exercises to work on, and centralized printing will save everyone considerable time. Secondly, based on feedback from students in other regions regarding the exam papers, we can arrange our reviews more effectively. Thirdly, the group funds can be allocated for essential items such as blackboards and chemical reagents. Lastly, students assisting with the printing can earn some money to support their families, alleviating economic pressures." His well-articulated reasoning swiftly dispelled any lingering doubts. Yang Rui is a man of action. That very evening, he organized a team to begin preparing wax paper, the first and most time-consuming step in the printing process. The following day, he traveled to the town to collect his remittance, assembling 2 stacks totaling over 200 sheets of great unity, and purchased a printing machine, ink, paper, and iron pens from the supply store before returning to the school. By noon, they commenced their printing work in the organized sports equipment room. Over 30 individuals worked diligently for 3 hours, producing thousands of sheets, ultimately binding them into 180 sets of exercise books. After removing more than 30 sets, the remaining were covered with a front page titled Ruishia's Secret Papers, with Yang Rui explicitly noting, "For internal reference only within the Rui Study Group." Looking at the towering stack of exercise books, Yang Rui breathed a sigh of relief. The initial hurdle is always the most challenging. Once he establishes a reputation, a steady supply of exercises will follow. Spending a little time daily to dictate them will be effortless. Once the first payment is received and the students compensated, finding students for part-time work will become much easier. Thus, the Rui Study Group will face no obstacles on the path toward acing the college entrance examination. Chapter 22. The peach blossomed spring. After discussing for half the night with his wife, Gui decided to summon his brother-in-law, Liang Wei, to assist at the shop. Like most young men in rural towns during this era, Liang Wei had been unemployed for several years. Although there were numerous state-owned enterprises in Shibao town, they were predominantly overseen by the city or county. Due to geographical reasons, these factories were established in this locale, yet during a time of soaring national unemployment, they struggled to absorb even their own workers' offspring, let alone the local youth. For instance, the Shibao canning factory might offer a position to Yang Rui, but it would never openly recruit. Gui's modest eatery was neither particularly good nor bad. It was simply a matter of scraping by. When he proposed the idea to Liang Wei, the latter readily agreed. The following day, Gui entrusted the cooking duties to his wife and assigned the tasks of running errands and delivering food to Liang Wei. He then rode his bicycle to a repair shop, where he affixed a large bamboo basket to the rear wheel, applying tung oil and black paint to transform it into a makeshift delivery vehicle. He estimated that since Yang Rui intended to sell examination papers, he would need to sell at least 50 sets daily for it to be worthwhile. If all went smoothly, earning a commission of 20% could provide him with an income comparable to a household with dual earners. Considering that greater sales would yield greater profits, Shirgui felt a surge of confidence. After all, a young man who could earn over 2,000 yuan simply by publishing articles would hardly toil for a meager sum. Upon arriving at the outskirts of town, Shirgui soon realized he had underestimated the situation. Yang Rui had indeed prepared more than 50 sets of papers. And upon seeing the substantial stack, Shirgui was taken aback. How would he fit all this into his basket? Overwhelmed, he contemplated the logistics. Yang Rui then suggested, "I'll accompany you to the bus station. We can head straight to the county town. Once we arrive, just take a tricycle." Yang Rui emerged from behind the reception area, pushing a bicycle laden with a hefty collection of papers. Shirgui could immediately tell that there were far more than the 50 sets he had anticipated. Yang Rui nodded slightly, extracted one set of papers, and handed it to Shirgui, saying, "Each set contains 12 exam papers along with an answer sheet. I'll sell each set for 20 cents. And you will earn a commission at this rate. There are a total of 150 sets here. I need you to bring back 24 yuan. And the remaining 6 yuan will be your commission." At that moment, Yang Rui regarded Shirgui as a distributor, indifferent to the volume sold. Shirgui examined the papers repeatedly. Each set was housed in a sturdy cardboard box, aesthetically pleasing and adorned with the title Rui Xuemi Wan, making it quite enticing. However, he felt that providing a cardboard box free of charge was somewhat wasteful and inquired, "I've noticed that the papers sold in the county are simply bound together. If everything is alike, can our mimeograph papers truly fetch 20 cents? Yang Rui had indeed surveyed other educational materials before settling on the price of 20 cents. This pricing was a few cents cheaper than relatively inexpensive exercise books, comparable to magazines like youth literature. In the 1980s, the literary youth, having the means to afford magazines costing a few dimes, could also easily purchase a copy of Harvest for 1 yuan and spend 2 dimes on a set of examination papers. On the other hand, selling Rui Xuemi Wan at too low a price is unfeasible. The surrounding purchasing power is limited, especially since there are few affluent students engaging in the tactical bombardment of exam questions. A higher profit margin is essential for profitability. Furthermore, while paper and ink can be procured, achieving low-cost dumping would inevitably result in insufficient raw material supply. Thus, the housing market of the 1980s naturally pursued high profits. Shirgui was unaware of the exact cost of a set of examination papers, yet he was content with the prospect of earning 6 yuan. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "I have acquaintances in the county. Let us first try selling at Xingli Middle School. If successful, I can return for another batch of papers. How about 3 days? Selling 150 sets in 3 days?" Yang Rui looked at him helplessly. The cost of oil-printed papers is quite low, even including labor. It does not exceed half, meaning that selling 150 examination papers could yield a profit of 15 yuan. If such a quantity were sold daily, the monthly profit could reach 450 yuan, sufficient for purchasing a biological microscope. However, if only 150 papers were sold over 3 days, the income would dwindle to 150 yuan monthly, barely enough for blackboards or other teaching materials, which was grossly misaligned with Yang Rui's expectations. He had hoped to gradually increase the output. Shirgui looked at Yang Rui in confusion, believing that selling 150 sets in 3 days was quite considerable, especially since the county's Xinhua bookstore sold only a fraction of that amount in textbooks each day. This ideological disparity is often the most challenging to communicate, at times. Action is meaningful while words become futile. Yang Rui sighed, relieved that he had prepared in advance. He beckoned a male student from the shade of the literary youth outside, then said to Shirgui, "I suggest you start selling at County Number 1. It will create a demonstration effect." This classmate, Wang Ming, is from County No. 1 middle school and serves as the math representative in his class. He initially came to copy questions on behalf of his classmates, but I persuaded him to accompany you in selling the exam papers. With his introduction, it would be best to engage directly with the teachers. You should be able to sell all 150 sets in a day. Any extra change can be given to his classmates, and we'll continue this way in the future. Shirgui, who ran a small eatery and understood the ways of the world, suddenly realized, "I understand now. You can count on me." Turning to Wang Ming, he added, "I'll be relying on you this time. "Do you smoke?" He produced a pack of Baozuan cigarettes, deftly rolling one out. Wang Ming, tall and somewhat reserved, accepted the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, letting out a couple of soft coughs. Yang Rui smiled and took out 2 boxes of Deqianmen cigarettes, offering one to both Wang Ming and Shi Gui before advising the latter. "If you sell the papers within a day, I suggest you don't return immediately. Instead, send a telegram to the town. I will arrange for someone to deliver the papers to you. Stay there to familiarize yourself with the situation and conserve your energy." "Stay in the county?" "Yes." Yang Rui understood what he intended to convey and interjected, "You find your own accommodation. I will reimburse you 1 yuan for your nightly travels. Make your rounds at F County No. 1 Middle School, Victory Middle School, and Glorious Middle School. Cultivate some public relations. Once the situation in the county improves, there will be no need to run around the countryside specifically. Merely delivering goods will suffice. When selling medicine, establish connections with doctors. When marketing textbooks, engage with teachers." Back when Yang Rui was pursuing his graduate studies, many of his classmates transitioned into pharmaceutical representatives. Had he not taken up tutoring, he might have embarked on that path as well, akin to someone who has never tasted pork but has witnessed pigs run. Upon hearing the figure of 1 yuan, Shi Gui was taken aback, silently pondering. A daily travel allowance of 1 yuan amounts to 30 yuan a month. If he opts for a dormitory, he could save over half. He worried that Yang Rui was testing him, uncertainly replying, "That's quite expensive." Utilizing backdoor connections has always been the least costly sales strategy. "Follow my advice," Yang Rui asserted, his eyes unwavering. The face of the good child, Wang Ming, flushed crimson, and he lowered his head, pretending not to hear. The notion of everyone resorting to backdoor dealings would emerge in a few years. For now, the Chinese populace still retained a semblance of integrity, albeit with a hint of pretentiousness. In contrast to the moral standards of this generation, Yang Rui's ethical threshold was inherently lower, and it plummeted further after he became a graduate student. This was unavoidable. His advisor was merely an associate professor at an ordinary university, often needing to ingratiate himself with the school and pharmaceutical companies. Students working for such advisors had even less recourse. Unlike the systems abroad, Chinese pharmaceutical enterprises typically lack their own research institutions. Those that bear the title of research institutes are often merely of factory technical department caliber, conducting technical department tasks. Domestic pharmaceutical research primarily relies on universities. The so-called integration of industry, academia, and research involves enterprises funding universities for research, with universities producing results for companies while also earning for themselves. If professors at foreign universities possess some degree of moral superiority, the research framework at domestic institutions has long since been commodified. It is difficult to ascertain how much expertise Yang Rui gained under his advisor, but he has certainly witnessed numerous unethical practices from various companies, and matters of networking appear trivial in his eyes, lacking a mature plan of his own. Shi Gui had no choice but to adhere to Yang Rui's suggestions. Together with Wang Ming, they hoisted the examination papers onto the rear seat of a bicycle and pedaled towards the bus station at County No. 1 Middle School. Shi Gui stood outside the back wall, chain-smoking. Without a filter, he smoked until the cigarette nearly burned his fingers, taking a deep drag before exhaling onto the ground, crushing it into the mud with his worn black cloth shoes. He dared not sell the examination papers at the front entrance, although it was bustling with people. A police kiosk was nearby. The streets were far from peaceful these days, with young men frequently engaging in fights. Some youths who had graduated years earlier but remained unemployed, and even those who had not completed high school, relished causing disturbances at the entrance of the middle school. Consequently, the county police established the kiosk only after several incidents, assigning uniformed officers to oversee the students during their comings and goings. Shi Gui was uncertain whether the police at the booth would oversee publications. Yet he preferred to linger by the back entrance to avoid the humiliation of being apprehended at the police station. Unlike Yang Rui, he did not approach the teacher of the college entrance exam class directly, as he was at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Wang Ming who volunteered to take a set of test papers, claiming he would promote them in the classroom. This wait extended for 2 hours. Shi Gui had already smoked half a pack of cigarettes by the time Wang Ming emerged with several classmates. Upon counting, there were 7 individuals in total, including Wang Ming. As they drew closer, Shi Gui craned his neck for a better view, but there were no more people behind them. Disappointment washed over him. A mere 7 sets of papers translated to a meager sales figure of 1 yuan and 40 cents, leaving him with only 28 cents, a sum barely sufficient for a pack of decent cigarettes, hardly enough to cover lodging and travel expenses. You can take the papers from the back, Shirgui thought, having envisioned at least dozens of buyers. Thus carrying 50 sets with him and leaving the remainder with a friend nearby, hoping to retrieve more if sales were promising. However, the reality of only 7 buyers drained his spirits. Wang Ming had previously collected a pack of cigarettes from Yang Rui, along with private assurances, and eagerly approached to relieve Shirgui of his burden, distributing several sets to his classmates. A few of them immediately opened the cardboard boxes, examining the papers inside, quietly comparing the quality of the sheets and the clarity of the print. Shirgui felt a twinge of displeasure, yet he understood the adage that civility breeds profit, and managed to maintain a neutral expression. Wang Ming squatted down, meticulously counting the papers, occasionally pulling one out for classmates to inspect. Just as Shirgui felt his patience nearing its limit, Wang Ming exclaimed, "Uncle Shir, why are there only 50 sets? I left the rest with a friend. These are heavy, and the journey here was arduous." Shirgui lit another cigarette, striking a match. Wang Ming glanced at his classmates and stood up, saying, "Uncle Shir, let us go get them." "What for?" "Our teacher Li mentioned that the papers are quite good and suggested we take them over to distribute to his students as practice exams. You need to inform Rui Gu to fetch another 100 copies." Wang Ming suddenly slapped his forehead, adding, "Right, in case teacher Dang's class wants them too. We'll need over 200 copies." Shirgui stood in shock until the match burned his fingers, prompting him to exclaim, "Why are you buying so many? Why not copy them yourselves? 12 copies? That would take too much time. Besides, teacher Li wants a formal test, so it needs to be organized." A bespectacled boy exuded a sense of pride from the first middle school. "Then why not use a duplicator? Printing 12 copies at once? That's impossible. The school only allocates enough paper for 2 copies per application. They won't authorize printing such a large quantity." The boy wore a knowing smile as he replied, "The school is reluctant to spend money, and besides, at 2 cents per set, the savings are negligible. The school can enlist students to assist with printing, but cannot charge for paper, ink, or other materials. Given the limited fees collected from students, the administration strictly controls these costs. The externally purchased examination papers, though similarly printed, differ significantly due to the lack of direct connection with the school, allowing students to bear the cost themselves, rendering them akin to any other supplementary educational materials. This represents a fundamental distinction between spending one's own money and expending another's." Shirgui, unfamiliar with the affairs of the school, felt his heart racing with palpable intensity. In his eyes, this walled-off campus resembled a sheltered utopia for unsuspecting victims of exploitation. Chapter 23. Utilizing talent. Shirgui sprinted back to his friend's residence with remarkable speed, seizing the examination papers and making his way to the first high school. Opening up the opportunity was paramount. If the students of First High School utilized this set of papers, it was highly likely that students and teachers from other institutions would also opt for the same. Wang Ming assisted by carrying a bundle, albeit panting heavily from the exertion. Upon reaching the back entrance of First High School, they found more than a dozen students already waiting. After a brief inspection, representatives from several classes swiftly distributed the papers. Yang Rui had imposed strict standards while duplicating the exam papers. Wax paper was discarded at the slightest hint of wear, and freshly printed papers were allowed to dry thoroughly. In terms of quality, these papers surpassed those produced by the school by several multiples. After all, neither teachers nor students at the school possessed the time or understanding to enforce rigorous quality control. Their primary focus was on frugality. Yang Rui, having accompanied his mentor, had gained substantial insight into numerous large enterprises both domestically and abroad, and even simple assembly line procedures could be effectively designed. Standing on the edge of the back garden, Shirgui collected money, and soon his pockets were overflowing with coins. First High School was the largest in Cc County, with 12 classes in the graduating and remedial programs, totaling over 600 students. Compared to Shibo Middle School, its educational quality and college admission rates were significantly higher. Last year, more than 20 students gained admission to junior colleges, 6 of whom entered undergraduate programs. Students from the surrounding areas were eager to enroll, driven by these slim chances. Consequently, the admission criteria at County First High School were considerably more stringent. For students not from the school, enrolling in the remedial program required an additional fee of 50 yuan or miscellaneous charges, which was tenfold that of other ordinary middle schools. Nonetheless, families with means within the county would strive to send their children there, relative to the exorbitant other expenses. The two-dime fee for each examination paper was a mere trifling cost. With just over 150 papers, it was hardly significant. After reserving the last few papers for Wang Ming, Gui handed him a pack of cigarettes and said, "Please keep an eye on the school for me. If there are further requests, make a note. I will now send a telegram to Shibao to have them send over more papers." Wang Ming cheerfully agreed. Watching with envy as Gui dashed out of sight, his steps uneven. Without hesitation, Gui opted for the telegram, succinctly conveying the situation in 16 characters. Sold out. 200 pre-sold. Expedite new shipment to the gear factory. The post office charged 3 cents per character for the telegram, totaling 48 cents for 16 characters, along with an additional penny for the telegram paper, culminating in a total of 49 cents, more expensive than a pack of Tianmin cigarettes. As Gui handed over the money, he felt a pang of regret. However, the realization that he had just sold 150 sets of examination papers brought him joy. 150 sets amounted to 30 yuan, of which he would receive 6 yuan, a considerable sum. Should he also receive the additional 200 sets requested, another 8 yuan awaited him. This was merely the beginning. Gui sensed that he had grasped something significant. The only concern lingering in his mind was whether Yang Rui's production could keep pace. 200 sets amount to 2,400 papers. If sales are to be expanded, naturally, more examination papers must be produced. At this moment, Gui found himself regretting not having persisted in locating a printing house. However, he merely pondered this. The stringent procedures of a printing house could possibly be navigated by Yang Rui, yet he himself contributed nothing, and it was likely that he would end up losing his share. Contemplating this, Gui halted his steps and reconsidered the issue of shares that Yang Rui had raised. The following noon, Gui encountered 2 students delivering goods. They had taken the early bus and called for a tricycle, which was filled to the brim, leaving them to perch on either side. "Please sign here." One of the students handed Gui what appeared to be a receipt, also printed with oil ink. Gui, taken aback, pointed at himself and inquired, "You don't recognize me?" "We do." "Then why sign? If you don't sign, how will Rui know whether the papers were taken by you or by me?" The student insisted, handing the receipt back to him. Annoyed, Gui scribbled his name and then asked with concern, "How many sets did you bring?" "400 sets." The students uncovered the tarp of the tricycle's cargo bed, revealing the neatly bundled hard-shell papers. "So many?" Gui thought it would have been commendable to deliver 200 sets. The 2 students exchanged glances and chuckled. The one who had spoken first, slightly sturdier in build, replied, "Rui Gu said you would ask. Over the past month, we have consistently managed at least this amount." "How is that possible?" "As soon as you sent the telegram yesterday, Rui Gu personally advanced the wages for the part-time workers. They earn a dime per hour, and the high school students are scrambling for the jobs." The other student whispered, "Rui Gu only allocated 10 part-time positions for the rework class. Otherwise, 500 sets would be easily achievable." "Will there be even more next month?" Gui inquired eagerly. The other student shook his head, saying, "Rui Gu mentioned that another set might be released next month, depending on when the market saturates." Gui nodded, half comprehending. However, he soon cast aside these thoughts. Selling the 400 examination papers on the tricycle was of utmost importance. While Yang Rui was preparing funds for teaching, Zhao Danan arrived at the Municipal Education Bureau, seeking funding and support for Shibao Middle School. The school was not profit-oriented. Even with tuition and miscellaneous fees collected, the total was far from sufficient to cover expenses, especially since tuition fees had to be submitted elsewhere. Zhao Danan made several trips to the Education Bureau annually, and this time, he had an additional task of inquiring about the latest publication of supplementary teaching materials. Although his rank was not high, his experience was considerable, and he knew quite a few people within the bureau. Spotting an open door to a deputy director's office, he promptly entered. "Ah, old Zhao has arrived." "Old phone? Have you been promoted?" Zhao Danan was delighted to find an old friend, smiling broadly. "Just a section chief, an old section chief of 50 years, of little use." Come, sit down." Old Feng set his pen aside and rounded his desk. Zhao Danan unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa in the room and asked, "Are you in charge of the funds?" Old Feng, pouring water, replied decisively, "Not in charge of that." "How about personnel?" "The entire personnel matter rests with the director." "Does that mean it's not managed at all?" Zhao Danan spoke his thoughts aloud. Old Feng nodded with a chuckle. Zhao Danan's eyes darted. "What about infrastructure management?" "Not managed." "Then what use are you?" Zhao Danan, incensed, puffed out his cheeks. Old Feng felt quite aggrieved by his words, pondered for a moment, continued to pour water, and said, I was once involved in textbook compilation, and I still am. The vice director position was created to address my remuneration issues. Textbook compilation, textbook compilation. Zhao Danan muttered a couple of times, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, textbook compilation is fine. I happen to want to ask you, has the province released any new internal materials recently? Pertaining to the college entrance examination. We don't have such materials. Old Feng set down the teapot, speaking with certainty. Zhao Danan, unconvinced, replied, you can't be bluffing me. Bluffing you? Why would I? Oh, I say, old Zhao. Are you so unwilling to take advantage or to pull some strings? Old Feng jested lightly, then slapped his forehead, saying, almost forgot, I wanted to ask you something. If you hadn't come, I would have had to call you. Zhao Danan looked at him curiously. What do you want to ask me? Is there a teacher at your school named Yang Rui? Old Feng inquired with a serious demeanor. A student named Yang Rui flashed through Zhao Danan's mind. But he shook his head and replied, there isn't a teacher named Yang Rui. You, old Zhao, are being unreasonable. Old Feng leaned slightly forward, smiling like a wilted flower, and said, I'm not asking you to provide someone. I just need to borrow them for a few days. Zhao Danan grew more vigilant. First, tell me why? You don't know? Know what? Fearing a misunderstanding. Zhao Danan explained, I came to the city a few days ago and haven't had the chance to call the school yet. Seeing that he seemed genuine, Old Feng stood up, approached the bookshelf, retrieved a stack of newspapers, flipped to the top one, and placed it on the coffee table, saying, look, this issue of the Middle School Student Guide features an article signed by Yang Rui from Shibo Middle School in Sisi County, Hedong Province. I've read the article twice. It is clearly written, coherent, and methodical. Such talent, placed in the countryside, it would be better to lend them to me first, to utilize their abilities fully. He paused only to sip his cup, noticing Zhao Danan's peculiar expression. Old Feng sensed an opportunity and quickly added, don't be reluctant. Being unwilling only delays a young person's future. The Middle School Student Guide is a reputable provincial academic journal, quite different from the trivial articles found in newspapers. It can be used for professional titles and awards. It's not easy for someone to write such an article. You ought to be understanding, shouldn't you? Zhao Danan's expression grew even more peculiar. Chapter 24. Accumulated talent bursting forth. The afternoon sun poured into the office, casting a particularly bright glow. The flourishing Clivia swayed gently in the corner of the desk, while in the shadows of the room rested two thermoses, one red and one green, along with a wash basin and its stand. In an era when independent plumbing was a luxury, having a clean wash basin and thermoses, complemented by manual water supply, was nearly the epitome of extravagance. The same could be said for Zhongnan Si. Seated in such an office, Old Feng exuded an aura of authority. He spoke earnestly to Yang Ruiji. Convinced of his success, our textbook compilation group has been appointed by the provincial department to supplement the newly compiled central textbooks. We have a high administrative level, with priority personnel and funding. If you loan me Yang Rui, it will not only allow him to fully utilize his capabilities, but also help us achieve the tasks assigned by our superiors. In 2 or 3 years, once our textbook compilation is complete, we can reward him handsomely, ensuring a promising future for him. Why keep him in the countryside for another 2 years? Only to find things unchanged? Zhao Danyang offered a bitter smile. It's not that I don't want to give him to you. It's that I simply cannot. Old Zhao. Old Feng interjected. I understand that you regard Shibao High School as your own child, but you cannot delay the prospects of another's child. For other matters, you may jest. But on this issue, you must heed my counsel. Old Feng's tone oscillated between sternness and gentleness, indicating his understanding of Zhao Danyang's temperament and his ability to engage with this seasoned idealist. Zhao Danyang resignedly replied, I understand. You do not realize what a splendid opportunity this is, Old Feng sighed. The 1980s was an era that cherished and valued talent. The more grassroots one was, the more they revered capable individuals. This reverence stemmed not only from competition for departmental interests, but also from a genuine desire to cherish talent for the nation. Although many in later generations might deem the notion of selflessly serving the party, country, and people as unrealistic, in the 1980s, countless individuals lived by this principle. Publishing articles in newspapers and magazines was a hallmark of talent. Many prominent figures and officials from later generations achieved their initial breakthroughs due to a single article, poem, or letter. To persuade Zhao Danyang, Old Feng retrieved several magazines from the bookshelf and flipped through them, showcasing Yang Rui's articles. He genuinely appreciated Yang Rui's writing. Among them were papers that Yang Rui had copied, articles he had partially adapted, and a few that were entirely his own work. Having served as a tutor for several years, Yang Rui had already conceived various ideas he wished to express and disseminate. However, the academic journals of later times were rife with corruption and tedium, offering no remuneration for published articles while demanding hefty fees for publication, ranging from hundreds to thousands of yuan. Those in slightly higher positions often had to rely on connections or even bribery. As a young man in a private enterprise, Yang Rui found himself powerless against such a convoluted process. Returning to the 1980s, the existing barriers had vanished and new obstacles had yet to arise, making it an exceptionally favorable era for researchers. Yang Rui could not resist the temptation to insert two of his original works amidst the articles he was transcribing. In light of contemporary examinations of the college entrance examination, his thoughts and discourses hold considerable value, and their publication is entirely justifiable. From Lao Feng's perspective, a person capable of producing such an extensive array of articles must possess a compelling narrative, and he sympathetically remarked, "You must take this seriously. Even if Yang Rui does not comprehend, you should understand and persuade him, informing him that we are now in an era of reform and opening up. A different time altogether. No longer will anyone assert that knowledge breeds opposition. Rather, we shall safeguard talent, respect it, and place great importance on it." In truth, this comrade likely possesses insight. The concentration of numerous articles suggests a culmination of years of dedication. One might say a manifestation of profound accumulation. This individual has not abandoned the pursuit of knowledge or educational endeavors over the years, and thus, we have both the responsibility and duty to provide him with due recognition. Clearly, Lao Feng perceives Yang Rui as an intellectual who has persevered through struggles and the pursuit of knowledge during tumultuous times. Despite the passage of several years since the movement's conclusion, those who articulated the experiences of that era remain exceedingly cautious. Many intellectuals, having emerged from a prolonged period of silence, are far from exuberant at the sound of reform's clarion call. Lao Feng, having himself been toppled and then risen again, feels a particular empathy for individuals like Yang Rui and earnestly inquired, "What is his current position? Does he hold any official title?" Zhao Danning, still in a state of shock, murmured, "He has no official title." "No official title? Is he merely a substitute teacher? Why have you not released him? This is absurd." Lao Feng's voice rose, and he stood up, taking a couple of steps before gesturing with his hand and softly adding, "It is not entirely your fault. Many comrades have endured significant hardships over the years, and the task of reassigning their work is daunting. How about this? I will find a way regarding the official title. You first ensure his arrival to me without further delay. Allowing such an exceptional talent to squander his youth is our oversight and a loss for the nation." Zhao Danning, possessing a remarkable immunity to pressure, countered with a question, "Did all these articles originate solely from Yang Rui? All attributed to a single author?" He replied, mostly focusing on secondary education research, with some literary contributions, primarily in popular science and science fiction. Lao Feng had not scrutinized journals like Scientific Illustrated or the academically inclined middle school student report, which surely ought to be afforded greater attention. Zhao Danning, unable to believe the contents, read several brief articles and meticulously examined the signatures, falling into a long silence. Lao Feng urged him repeatedly. It was only then that Zhao Danning slowly spoke. "I know of one Yang Rui, but he is not a teacher at our school." "What do you mean? Did he misattribute his authorship?" Lao Feng queried. "You do not grasp my meaning. If the Yang Rui you mention is the one I know, he is not a teacher at our institution, but he may very well be a student," Zhao Danning divulged in one breath. Had he not been so pressed, he would have returned to the school for confirmation before acknowledging Yang Rui's status as a student there. Lao Feng rubbed his ears and repeated, "A student? How old is he?" At the age of 18 or 19, a student from the re-education class, Zhao Danning reflected on his conversation with Yang Rui and remarked, "Perhaps he is around 21 or 22, if he started school early." "Are you certain?" "How can I be certain?" Zhao Danning reclined on the sofa with an air of indifference, adding, "In any case, there is only one Yang Rui at our Shibao Middle School. Old Feng, too." Was now uncertain, expressing his confusion. Could it be that I was truly mistaken? Zhao Danning, awkwardly touching his nose, pretended to sip his tea. Having known him for a long time, Old Feng quickly realized. "Is there something you haven't?" he said. "I have said it." "Then say it again." "You old rascal." Zhao Danning adopted an assertive stance reminiscent of a red guard. Unperturbed, Old Feng pressed for more. Zhao Danning finally stated, Do you recall when I entered and asked if the province had released any new internal exercises or materials? I answered that everyone is currently busy preparing the supplementary materials for the new textbooks. Who has time to produce exercises for the old curriculum? Old Feng referred to the new textbooks released this year, which would accompany the post-80s generation for a long time. Not supplementary materials for the old textbooks. But how should I put it? A whole set of new materials. Zhao Danan shook his head and said, "The point I'm making is that Yang Rui created this." Old Feng was perplexed. Which Yang Rui are you talking about? There aren't that many Yang Ruis. We have only this one student, Yang Rui. Oh. You mean this student Yang Rui has developed his own set of textbooks? Only then did Old Feng grasp the situation and quickly inquired, "Where are the exercises?" Zhao Danan retrieved several sheets from his briefcase. These are the first batch printed, using the school's paper and mimeograph. As per his request, Yang Rui sent them over. As for the events of the past few days, Zhao Danan was completely unaware. Old Feng scanned through the papers rapidly, soon becoming engulfed in a peculiar emotion, akin to a long-anticipated vision suddenly bursting forth in his mind in a manner more aligned with his own thoughts. For a person born in the 1930s, this sensation of clarity regarding one's desires was refreshingly novel, addictively compelling, and utterly unbelievable. I need to meet this no. I must go see this Yang Rui. Old Feng hurriedly began to tidy up the newspapers on the coffee table, appearing ready to leave at once, but then abruptly halted, slapping his forehead. Oh no. Oh no. What is it now? Can't you refrain from being so dramatic? Oh no. Oh no. Old Feng slapped his forehead and paced around the office twice without stopping. Speak. Speak. Zhao Danan grasped his arm. Old Feng shook his head. Do you remember Huang Weiping? How could I forget? It's rather uncanny. A couple of years ago, we drank together when I returned to my hometown. Didn't he move back to Beijing and join some office? That fellow has a high degree and good fortune. What has happened to him? He called yesterday and inquired about this Yang Rui. Old Feng sighed and remarked that, since the author was from Hedong province, he inquired if I was familiar with this individual. I replied in the negative, but what? Could you not express everything at once? I shared my conjectures. What conjectures? Zhao Danan had already surmised a little but was reluctant to ask. Old Feng slapped his forehead. Consider this, so many articles being published at once, all reflecting mature thoughts. At that moment, I felt compelled to say that this could not be the work of an ordinary teacher toiling in the trenches or merely a scholar who has long studied education. Given that it was from your esteemed Zhao Shibao High School and that Huang Weiping was inquiring, I ventured a few of my speculations, which could be considered complimentary remarks. Zhao Danan turned pale. What flattering remarks did you make? I merely suggested. Old Feng whispered. I suggested that he is likely an educator who has not yet been vindicated, and one who has persistently engaged in research and learning. Otherwise, such a level of writing and such a substantial quantity of quality articles could not be produced. Old Feng, oh Old Feng. Zhao Danan was seething with anger, rising to point at him, gesturing emphatically as he admonished. On what basis do you make such a conjecture? Did you not think to give me a call? How can you say that, when that wretched phone at your school fails 9 times out of 10? Could you not wait a moment? Zhao Danyan's voice rose significantly. Old Feng's forehead throbbed, and upon hearing Zhao Danyan's words, he softened, murmuring. Huang Weiping was eager to inquire. I simply could not wait. Zhao Danyan also calmed down a bit, asking incredulously, eager to inquire? What was he so urgent about? Old Feng lowered his head. Huang Weiping mentioned that there was a meeting underway, during which someone presented 2 articles written by Yang Rui as exemplars, prompting curiosity among the attendees to inquire about the author's thoughts. Zhao Danyan, ever perceptive, queried, What meeting? I did not ask. It could be related to the new textbooks or perhaps a theoretical conference in the education sector. Zhao Danyan was startled. The central committees? What else could it be? At that moment, I thought how rare an opportunity it was to offer a kind word. Perhaps this young Rui could avoid many detours and regain some precious time. Little did I expect him to be a student. How could that possibly be? Old Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Zhao Danyan was left speechless, eventually sitting up and suggesting, should we not call Huang Weiping again? To explain? Explain what? The meeting from yesterday has surely concluded. Who would care to listen, especially not Huang Weiping? Furthermore, whether this Yang Rui is indeed the Yang Rui in question remains unclear. Old Feng's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Perhaps someone at the meeting was simply curious and decided to ask. If that were the case, it would be forgotten before long. Perhaps the two could only console one another. Yet both understood that those who could casually inquire mid-meeting and command a phone call were certainly not ordinary individuals. Whether they would forget the inquiry was anyone's guess. Chapter 25. The budget. Zhao Danan and Feng Yun hastened their return to Shibao town as swiftly as possible. Although the straight-line distance was not considerable, the duo found themselves traversing the roads for an entire day, enduring 3 transfers before finally arriving. Upon reaching their destination, Feng Yun, undeterred by the fatigue of the journey, insisted on visiting the school. Left with no choice, Zhao Danan accompanied her up the mountain. By the time they arrived at the passenger station, dinner was being served. The two hurriedly ascended the hill, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the modest campus gradually succumbed to darkness, resembling a colossal beast with its mouth agape. "Let us rest at my place first. There is only one bed, but do not mind it," Zhao Danan offered, for he had a room in the school. Feng Yun nodded. "I was too anxious. I can sleep on the floor. After all, it is summer. As a guest, I cannot impose on you." "How bright it is," Zhao Danan remarked, noticing the dazzling lights ahead, emanating from several classrooms facing them. However, in stark contrast to the dim lighting he was accustomed to, these classrooms were illuminated by numerous large lamps. "You have quite good conditions here," Feng Yun noted, counting as they walked, 6 large lights in one classroom. "Is that necessary?" "Not at all. I cannot afford the electricity bill," Zhao Danan retorted, exasperation propelling him into the school. Feng Yun hurriedly followed suit. With a resounding thud, Zhao Danan forcefully pushed open the wooden door of the classroom, the vigor of his action betraying his nearing retirement age. "You truly spare no expense," he observed. As within the classroom, 2 existing lights were joined by a pair of yellow lamps on each side of the walls, casting a warm glow beneath their massive shades. The desks and chairs were arranged in a circle, each alternating seat occupied by a student. Over 10 individuals wielded iron pens, diligently transcribing onto wax paper. Surplus desks and benches were stacked in the back, while several individuals operated a mimeograph, churning out a plethora of examination papers. Roughly estimating, the 6 large lights surely consumed upwards of 600 watts, translating to more than half a kilowatt-hour per hour, meaning for classrooms would collectively require 2 kilowatt-hours. The thought of such waste left Zhao Danan feeling faint, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the students, exclaiming, "You are squandering my hard-earned funds. I toil endlessly to secure financing, and you all have the audacity to light up so many lamps? Are you all blind?" The characters inscribed on the wax boards were smaller than usual, making them illegible under the previous hanging lights, which prompted Rui Gu to install the larger lamps. Huang Ren, assisting in the classroom, quickly clarified, "Rui Gu is Yang Rui. He teaches us problem-solving techniques, and everyone refers to him as Rui Gu." The reality was, of course, more complex, yet Huang Ren believed that such an explanation sufficed. Upon hearing Yang Rui's name, Feng Yun reacted as if seared by a branding iron. Stepping forward and inquiring, "Yang Rui, which Yang Rui?" Huang Ren appeared momentarily bewildered before responding, "The one from the tutoring class." "Is it the Yang from Mui, with the surname Yang and the given name Rui?" Feng Yun asked cautiously, fearful of another misunderstanding. Huang Ren gestured affirmatively before she pressed on. "How does he teach you to solve problems?" "There are indeed questions one may pose, and the individual in question is quite adept at providing solutions." Huang Ren offered a resounding affirmation. At this moment, Zhao Danan's attention was captivated, momentarily diverting from the other students to inquire, "Are there any questions he cannot answer?" "Certainly not," Huang Ren replied earnestly. "All the questions are authored by him. How could there be any he cannot respond to?" "Is this the test paper?" Feng Yun queried, retrieving the paper given to him by the principal from his leather briefcase. Huang Ren glanced at it and confirmed, "Indeed." "Be more meticulous," Zhao Danan barked. Huang Ren, a slender youth with a lean physique, delicate features, and slender hands, embodied the archetype of a wiry individual. Under the principal's intimidating gaze, he shrank back, cautiously examining the paper while timidly stating, "I recognize it because I have encountered this paper numerous times." "Encountered numerous times?" Feng Yun expressed his curiosity. Huang Ren hesitated, his gaze lowered, unwilling to answer. "What is it?" Zhao Danan pressed. As the principal, Huang Ren found himself in a quandary, unable to decide whether to remain silent or to respond. Fortunately, Yang Rui, having overheard the exchange, entered from outside. Aware of their inquiries, he volunteered. "We have printed multiple sets of this paper, becoming familiar with its format and the diagrams within, thus enabling us to identify it at a glance." Anticipating the questions from both, he gestured toward the circular table and explained, "In pursuit of thrift through work study." We printed additional copies of our own papers to assist those in need, thereby reducing educational costs. Feng Yun, perceptive and astute, saw through Yang Rui's simplistic explanation and queried, "Are you selling the papers?" To those in need, in exchange for some paper and ink, Yang Rui replied, attempting to evade the accusation. He continued earnestly, "Many students come from challenging financial backgrounds, making it difficult for them to purchase papers and learning supplies. The annual tuition and miscellaneous fees, along with living expenses at school, represent a significant financial burden. We aim to save as much as possible, alleviating the load for more students, allowing them to study without financial strain." Unmoved, Zhao Danian pressed on, "Did you purchase these lights as well?" "They were acquired using public funds." Yang Rui shot a glance at Feng Yun, offering clarification. "I have not taken a single penny. All expenditures were collectively decided. The purchase of lighting fixtures was agreed upon in a meeting, and the electricity costs have been prepaid, with records of the meeting, signatures, and complete accounts available." Yang Rui intended to hold weekly budget meetings to outline all expenditures for the forthcoming week, with only these meetings containing records, typically lasting no longer than 5 minutes. Most projects were determined by Yang Rui. Such an answer undoubtedly exceeded the expectations of both Zhao Danian and Feng Yun, prompting the latter to involuntarily ask, "How many sets of papers have you sold?" 500 sets daily. As Shirgui began venturing into neighboring counties and towns, the demand escalated. Feng Yun, startled by this figure, exclaimed, "How could there be so many?" Yang Rui shrugged, indicating that he need not respond to this inquiry. Zhao Danian inquired, "How much did you sell it for?" Yang Rui hesitated, and Feng Yun cleared his throat emphatically, saying, "Let's discuss this later." "Yang Rui, could you come over here? I have something to ask you." He deliberately interrupted Zhao Danian's question to prevent Yang Rui from revealing a figure that might astonish them all. Feng Yun was unaware of the sale price of Yang Rui's exam papers, but the sheer volume of 500 sets was already significant. If he were to discover the sales revenue, it could hinder his rapport with Yang Rui. Yang Rui, on the other hand, found delight in the situation, as the profit from 500 papers was indeed substantial, yielding approximately 50 yuan daily. Excluding certain unsuitable holidays for sales, the monthly profit could exceed 1,000 yuan, a considerable sum. However, this profit was predicated on the inexpensive labor of part-time students. If calculated according to the wages and benefits of regular workers, they would likely find themselves in debt. While Zhao Danian pondered, Feng Yun shifted the conversation towards the publication of exam papers and articles. The Middle School Student Guide is a provincial journal, and at a time when core journals were not yet ubiquitous and publishing overseas papers was still a formidable challenge. It represented one of the most scholarly magazines accessible to non-professional researchers. Within the local education system, no one had yet achieved such a feat. Yang Rui, anticipating this line of inquiry, swiftly engaged in verbal sparring, helping Feng Yun grasp the fundamental structure of the Rui learning group, though Feng Yun could glean no further details. "I have a few papers here. Could you take a look at them?" Given Yang Rui's youth, Feng Yun decided to test the waters. Simultaneously, he handed over a few extra copies to Zhao Danian, requesting him to find a few individuals for a synchronized examination for comparison. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Rui acquiesced. Being indistinguishable from the masses was not his aspiration. This sentiment held true at every level. Chapter 26. The challenge. Feng Yun's examination paper is an internal document from the textbook compilation team. Yet it stands in stark contrast to the coveted internal materials pursued by students. This particular set of papers is designed to assess difficulty. Given that the college entrance examination has only been reinstated for 5 years, no one at any level truly understands what constitutes an appropriate level of difficulty for the test questions. Initially, the consensus among the question-setting team was to keep things as simple as possible. However, as time has progressed, an increasing number of students have begun to embrace systematic education and engage in long-term review, rendering this guiding philosophy obsolete. Consequently, raising the difficulty of the college entrance examination and enhancing teaching standards has gradually become a unified understanding, although determining the extent of this increase necessitates experimentation from various fronts. It is precisely for this reason that since the mid-1980s, the college entrance examination has experienced fluctuations in difficulty, resulting in alternating years of easier and harder tests. This pattern represents the attempts of the question setters. If one year sees lower average scores, the following year will present a more challenging set of questions, and conversely, if the average scores are high, the difficulty will be somewhat reduced. As part of the local textbook compilation team, Feng Yun and his colleagues' task is to decipher the intentions of the question setters and assess the difficulty and scope of the questions. If they aspire to a higher level, they might even attempt to influence the question-setting process, given that the selection of question setters changes annually. A robust educational research institution could easily spend an entire year guiding the direction of the questions. Feng Yun's aspirations are not so far-reaching, however. His team still needs to establish a range of difficulty to comfortably compile relevant textbooks and exercises. At this moment, Feng Yun has presented a collection of examination papers that the compilation team deems excessively difficult. Some questions, considered too challenging to feature, but nonetheless highly representative or thought-provoking, have been compiled into this examination. What was originally a straightforward task has now been appropriated by Feng Yun as a means to evaluate Yang Rui, the class monitor. Lu Shan, along with the top students Li Xuegong and Su Jing, as well as Huang Rin from the classroom, have all been summoned to tackle this set of papers. Among them, Li Xuegong is the most enthusiastic. Prior to Yang Rui's awakening, he was the academic star of Shibao Middle School, spending his days engrossed in solving problems rather than pursuing hobbies. Now, presented with a fresh set of challenging questions, he feels akin to a foodie standing before a feast, striving to concentrate and avoid drooling on the papers. However, Li Xuegong's excitement wanes after just a few minutes. After perusing the mathematics examination in its entirety, his throat becomes parched. What on earth are these questions? The spatial geometry problems appear as chaotic as a group of quadrilaterals performing a square dance. The function graphs resemble a plate of leftover noodles, and the trigonometric questions are either despairingly lengthy or frustratingly brief. After half an hour, he manages to complete just the first 4 questions, still uncertain of their correctness. As for the subsequent questions, he finds himself utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Li Xuegong is weary beyond measure, and Su Jing and Huang Rin are not faring any better. Both have begun to break out in cold sweat. Lu Shan, the class monitor, maintains a semblance of composure, though her pen reflects a similar hesitation. "Please pass me the next one," Yang Rui suddenly declares, setting down his pen and pushing the paper away. The others gaze at Yang Rui in astonishment. The number of questions on this paper is fewer than that of a standard examination. I completed it in one go to avoid having to revisit it. Yang Rui's initial humility was starkly contrasted by his subsequent words. Lu Shan, skeptical, pulled his paper closer, scrutinizing each question. Feng Yun cleared his throat and, pacing, positioned himself behind Lu Shan, donning his reading glasses to take a look as well. Unperturbed, Yang Rui rose to fetch the physics paper and began working on it leisurely. For Yang Rui, once a celebrated tutor, challenging problems were as routine as daily meals. The mischievous students attending the tutoring sessions continually presented him with new puzzles. And once he solved a batch, another wave of inquisitive minds would arrive. Garnering a reputation for excellence, Yang Rui was certainly no ordinary student. As long as the problems weren't intentionally convoluted like those in Olympiad mathematics, he navigated them with remarkable ease, often taking no more time than he would on typical questions. Feng Yun's paper was still a condensed version, containing only a little over 10 questions. Yang Rui worked steadily and completed it within 30 minutes. The physics paper, demanding analytical thinking and problem-solving skills, required less written explanation, allowing Yang Rui to accelerate his pace, almost feeling an unstoppable momentum. In contrast, the other students found themselves increasingly reluctant to continue, glancing around, contemplating giving up. Eventually, Feng Yun finished the mathematics paper, exhaling deeply, and announced, "All right, no need to continue." Li Xuegong felt immensely relieved, while Su Jing stretched languidly and exclaimed, "This is so tedious." Laughter rippled through the room. Zhao Danny frowned and approached Feng Yun, inquiring, "Old Feng, how many did he get right?" Feng Yun handed over the mathematics paper, stating, "All correct." Zhao Danny, upon seeing the questions, couldn't help but feel astonished. The difficulty of this assessment was worlds apart from that of previous tests. Both Zhao Danny and Feng Yun exchanged bewildered glances at Yang Rui, while Lu Shan and the others regarded him with equal curiosity. It seemed he had experienced a breakthrough. Yang Rui, aware of their unspoken questions, smiled as he organized the scrap paper on his desk. "So, what about the paper you published?" This was the query Feng Yun was most eager to pose. It was now Yang Rui's turn to be puzzled. "When did I publish a paper?" Feng Yun quickly retrieved a newspaper from his briefcase, pointing to the outermost page, asking, "Is this not you, as credited in the middle school student report from Shibao Middle School?" Yes, that's me, Yang Rui replied. Then how can you say you haven't published a paper? Isn't an article published in the middle school student report considered a paper? Yang Rui felt a moment of confusion, inadvertently letting slip a revealing comment. Upon hearing this, Feng Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yang Rui silently reprimanded himself for his carelessness. He must be more cautious in the future when discussing such matters in the evening. In truth, he had not misspoken. By strict definition, his article could hardly be labeled a paper. It was merely a related discussion. However, different eras imposed different standards. In the 1980s, academic journals were scarce, and many core journals of later years had yet to be established. In Feng Yun's eyes, the National Middle School Student Report held considerable merit. It was indeed Yang Rui himself who, lured by the promise of a substantial manuscript fee, submitted an article. Little did he anticipate that a piece on middle school mathematics problem-solving techniques would attract the attention of a middle-aged official. After a while, Feng Yun, regaining her composure, sat across from Yang Rui and, with a warm tone, addressed the young man with prominent brows and expressive eyes. How is it that you suddenly published so many articles? I counted, and it seems to exceed 20. Yang Rui, displaying a modest smile, replied, At that time, I had no idea how many would pass the review. His words were truthful, yet the underlying reasons were somewhat omitted. Feng Yun smiled. Did you find it surprising? A bit, he confessed. How did you come to write these articles? What was your selection process? How did you compose them? It must have taken considerable time. Feng Yun continued to engage him in conversation, believing that despite Yang Rui's intelligence, he was merely a high school student who would inevitably succumb to boasting. Unfortunately for her, Yang Rui's emotional maturity had long surpassed that of an average high schooler, and with the recent awakening, he had but one response to such inquiries. I had an epiphany. Lu Shan chuckled softly. Zhao Danin cleared his throat forcefully and suggested, Shall we discuss this tomorrow? It's rather late today. After saying this, he took the reluctant Feng Yun back to their shared sleeping quarters. Before departing, Zhao Danin glanced at the students around him. Their wax paper-covered desks a stark reminder of their circumstances, only to be pulled away by Feng Yun. In this day and age, while most families of ordinary students have resolved their basic needs, the notion that anyone who wishes to study can readily access education remains elusive. If students could earn some supplementary income to alleviate their burdens, the number of those abandoning their studies would surely diminish. Feng Yun was unaware of how Yang Rui managed to sell 500 exam papers daily. Nor did he wish for either himself or Zhao Danyan to comprehend that such a feat was a fundamental principle for an aging athlete striving to maintain a healthy and active life. Chapter 27. Piracy. Feng Yun, burdened with thoughts, rose early the following day. Zhao Danan, having been on the move for several days, was blissfully asleep, snoring thunderously. Feng Yun exited the dormitory, took a brief moment to freshen up, and sought a tranquil location to practice boxing. However, upon leaving the dormitory area, he encountered a throng of students jogging on the playground, with Yang Rui leading the pack. Clad in a thin tank top, Yang Rui appeared robust and healthy, beads of sweat glistening as they cascaded down his well-defined muscles. Occasionally, female students engaged in morning reading would steal glances, with some audaciously pointing at Yang Rui from a distance, giggling softly. This was an era of youthful liberation and self-expression. Feng Yun strolled towards a small grove, finding a relatively open patch of ground to warm up before commencing his Tai Chi practice. He was training in Qin-style Tai Chi, inspired by the bureau chief's passion for Qigong, which had encouraged other civil servants to explore various martial arts, from traditional boxing to more complex weaponry. As he practiced, Feng Yun developed a genuine interest, diligently training each day. When Yang Rui ran past, he acknowledged Feng Yun with a nod before continuing his laps. Feng Yun reciprocated the gesture, immersing himself in his Tai Chi routine. After completing his set, he felt a pleasant warmth as sweat began to bead on his skin. Raising his gaze, he noted that Yang Rui was still running, maintaining an impressive pace. Following closely behind was a group of equally vigorous young men, a stark contrast to the students he had observed during his inspections at other schools. However, in the eyes of someone as traditional as Feng Yun, physical exercise ultimately seemed a mere pastime. After pausing to observe for a moment, he allowed the sweat to dissipate before returning to the dormitory to summon Zhao Danan. And together they headed to the canteen for a meal. Located at the opposite end of the playground, the canteen emanated a rich aroma of meat long before they arrived, leaving Feng Yun pleasantly surprised. Lao Zhao, you must be living a charmed life at Shibao Middle School, he remarked. Zhao Danan, equally astonished, rubbed his stomach and glanced around. Muttering to himself, It feels as if I've changed places after just a few days away. Setting aside such thoughts for the moment, they resolved to fill their stomachs first. Feng Yun lifted his attire and entered the courtyard. Within, large cauldrons simmered with meat broth, with pristine slices of radish bobbing within. In the center stood another pot, inviting anyone who wished to partake. Pickled vegetables, neatly packed in jars, were also available beside the broth for self-service. Feng Yun and Zhao Danan found seats on the periphery as one cauldron was emptied. A few students called out to the chef, who cheerfully replaced it with another pot, placing it back in the courtyard's center. I'll have a serving too, along with 4 steamed buns. And how much for the broth and pickles? Feng Yun inquired, pulling out some change and meal tickets to hand over to the stove. The chef, his face gleaming with oil, accepted the money with a grin. Counting out 4 buns to hand to Feng Yun. Here are your 4 buns. The broth and pickles are complimentary. Take as much as you like. But they must be consumed on site. Complimentary? Feng Yun echoed in disbelief. Indeed, the chef affirmed. Are you still operating on a communal dining system here? Feng Yun pondered, concluding that this was likely the only explanation. The master chef paused momentarily, then chuckled. What communal meal are you referring to? You paid for the buns, did you not? The broth is made from large bones, and the pickled vegetables were purchased by the students of the Rui Study Group. Rui Gu clearly stated that there would be no charge. You can enjoy your meal without concern. Bones are significantly cheaper than meat. With just a single visit to the Shibao meat processing plant, Yang Rui can procure dozens of pounds of bones for merely a few cents. Locally sourced radishes and cabbages are even more affordable, traditionally forming the main dishes of the school cafeteria, though the expenditure is minimal. The resulting broth brings joy to students who have long been deprived of meat, coupled with a few cents spent on pickled vegetables. Yang Rui has managed to delight the entire student body at little cost. As the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds. The students remain blissfully unaware of how many test papers Rui Shui sells daily or the profits earned. They only see that the cafeteria food has improved and that they have access to nearly free exam papers, which naturally elicits widespread praise. Even the master chef, delighted by the abundance of ingredients, willingly puts in extra hours. Zhao Danyang, maintaining a stern demeanor in front of the students, felt astonished yet remained silent in a corner. Sipping his soup quietly, Feng Yun slurped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "This broth is exquisite, enriched with the oil extracted from the marrow, enveloping the white radish, so fragrant." After savoring the soup, he praised the pickled vegetables, remarking, "The first bite is crisp and sweet, and as you chew, it reveals a savory, salty flavor. It pairs perfectly with the soup and is even better with rice, truly a rare delight. Of course, the most remarkable aspect is that it is free." This last comment struck a chord with Zhao Danyang, who shifted uncomfortably in his seat. In his decades as principal, he had encountered countless situations. Yet he had never heard of anything like this, private funds supplementing a public cafeteria? Who would do such a thing? He recalled Yang Rui's behavior from the previous day but could not fathom his motives. Had it been someone seasoned in the market economy, they might have discerned from the aroma that Yang Rui was merely distributing benefits, akin to a favored graduate student treating classmates to a meal after securing a lucrative project. Normal individuals exhibit typical psychology. Seeing someone gain substantial advantages often breeds jealousy, especially if those benefits are derived from communal resources, which heightens feelings of inequity. Thus, when those who benefit share a portion of their gains, it tends to restore balance in public sentiment. Even in ancient China, gentry, despite harboring venomous hearts, would outwardly feign altruism, appearing generous to alleviate their own hatred, a practice akin to bloodletting in cases of heat stroke. The Rui Study Group, comprising over 30 members, generates around 50 yuan daily, an amount that is more than sufficient. Keeping such funds for personal gain would be imprudent, and hoarding them would only invite theft. By allowing Yang Rui to distribute the funds generously, the outcome has been remarkably positive. Had time permitted, Yang Rui would have even initiated a scholarship program within the school. As Zhao Danyang and Feng Yun finished their meals, Yang Rui and his fellow Rui Study Group members entered, books in hand. They had recently adopted a routine of running first, followed by studying, interspersing their meals to maximize efficiency. "Yang Rui, come here," Zhao Danyang called, beckoning him over as he noticed Yang Rui had procured breakfast. Under the imposing presence of the principal, Yang Rui felt an involuntary unease, causing him to set down his utensils and offer a respectful glance. With a swift turn, Yang Rui settled himself in front of Zhao Danan, greeting him warmly. "It's wonderful to see you both here. I noticed you practicing your martial arts earlier. but I refrained from approaching as you were leading the session. Do you all run every morning? Young Rui inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Exercising invigorates the spirit and enhances one's physique. Having changed into a sleeveless shirt after his run, Yang Rui deliberately showcased his well-defined muscles. The six-pack abs, once a distant aspiration, had now taken form, and he could not resist the opportunity to flaunt them. Zhao Danan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, nodded and queried, "How much do the complimentary meat broth and pickles in the cafeteria cost daily?" "That would be bone broth," Yang Rui corrected gently, adding, "My uncle works at the Shiba canned goods factory, and I procured some unsold large bones from their warehouse at a minimal cost. Calculated daily, it amounts to less than a yuan." Upon hearing such an astonishingly low expense, Zhao Danan felt a sense of relief wash over him, yet he pressed further. "Even at 1 yuan per day, that totals 30 yuan a month. From where do you source the funds?" "From the profits of the duplicating business," Yang Rui replied. "I recall you mentioned yesterday that the accounts for the duplicating service were clear, correct? Kindly show me the ledger." Zhao Danan spoke rapidly, leaving Feng Yun no time to intervene. Yang Rui acquiesced, calling for Wang Guohua and Chao Baoming to fetch the ledger. While Feng Yun quietly expressed his concerns, "Your temperament is troublesome. If you examine his accounts and any discrepancies arise, you won't be able to defend him. Should this matter persist, you will also be implicated. Why would I wish to extricate myself? I cannot wait for him to err before offering assistance. It is my duty to safeguard him before any mistakes are made, just as the principal's role is to protect the school," Yang Rui asserted. When Zhao Danan displayed his stubbornness, Feng Yun found himself at a loss. Before long, Yang Rui and his companions returned with the ledger in hand. Zhao Danan cleared the table of bowls and chopsticks and began his examination. Several students from the Rui learning group, as well as active participants who frequently lectured, lingered anxiously in the courtyard, observing the proceedings. The accounts were recorded simply, yet the details were notably clear, having been meticulously learned by Yang Rui from acquaintances in town. The daily entries detailing modest sums were swiftly perused by Zhao Danan. Lacking a solid foundation in accounting, he could not determine if any fraudulent activities were present. However, he did notice the daily profit of 50 yuan. With a parched throat, Zhao Danan inquired, "How do you intend to utilize these funds?" "Actually, I had planned to report this to you, and discussing it here is quite suitable," Yang Rui replied, glancing around at the students, offering a friendly smile, and then organizing his thoughts. "Allow me to first clarify the source of this money. The examination papers we provide to other schools, along with the materials and machinery used, have been funded by the collective contributions of over 30 members of our study group. The more papers we print, the lower the average cost per paper becomes. Therefore, in an effort to reduce expenses and alleviate the financial burden on everyone, we decided to print a surplus, which we distributed to students from other institutions. This can be likened to a group purchase. In contrast to his previous public explanation to the members of the Rui Study Group, Yang Rui's current approach is markedly more sophisticated. The notion of group purchasing implies that we procure first and print subsequently, resembling the procurement practices often observed in state entities, which stands in stark contrast to the conventional model of printing first and selling afterward. Should there be no one overly pedantic about the terminology, the specific phrasing matters little. However, if someone were to scrutinize the details, such articulation might spare Yang Rui from several years of incarceration. As Yang Rui recalls, 1982 was a year of economic crime crackdowns, and 1983 was focused on criminal offenses, necessitating heightened caution during these years. In such circumstances, recklessly engaging in market economics could lead to arrests in 1982 and trials in 1983, potentially jeopardizing one's entire future. Nevertheless, the Yang family possesses a certain influence in their locality, and it is unlikely they would allow Yang Rui to suffer unjustly. However, if a few well-chosen words could spare everyone from potential pleas for leniency, Yang Rui would not hesitate to offer them. After a brief pause for everyone to assimilate his words, Yang Rui continued in a clear voice, "Due to the difficulty in accurately calculating the specific material usage, we slightly overestimated the costs when collecting funds, resulting in a surplus. However, we did not print papers for the sake of profit. Rather, we wish to ensure that the entire group benefits from this surplus. I have a few proposals in this regard." Zhao Danan and Feng Yun exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Especially Zhao Danan, who felt a significant sense of relief upon hearing Yang Rui's remarks. If they maintained this narrative, combined with clear accounts, even an investigation from superiors would likely pose no issues. "Go ahead." Zhao Danan's expression was unexpectedly amiable. Yang Rui inwardly relaxed, smiling as he stated, "My first proposal is to request the principal to extend the lighting hours in the evening and delay the lights out time. Additionally, the classroom lighting during evening study sessions is dim. We should add at least 2 more large lamps to facilitate students' review sessions at night." Oh, the extra electricity costs can be accounted for in the Rui Study Group's budget. Very well, Zhao Danian readily acquiesced. His persistence was related to principles. As a principal of a financially struggling rural school, he had no grounds to refuse this request. Yang Rui exhaled with relief and confidently presented his second proposal. "My second idea is for the Rui Study Group to provide some subsidies to the kitchen based on the daily surplus, such as for bone soup, pickled vegetables, and ideally, we could also procure some tofu and cooking oil." This time, before Zhao Danian could respond, the students erupted into applause. Zhao Danian readily remarked, "This is a good idea, I agree. Thirdly, the printing of examination papers necessitates human assistance. My plan is to enlist students who are willing to engage in work-study programs, allowing them to work part-time for 2 to 3 hours each day, with a modest remuneration of 10 cents per hour. Should the number of students who sign up be limited, then those who register will take turns to assist. However, if many students express interest, a queue will be established. This aspect carries the greatest risk, as the terms hiring labor and surplus value were once perilous phrases. In the 1980s, employment positions were not a priority, leading to significant layoffs in state-owned enterprises. After experiencing profound hardship, the Chinese populace recognized that creating jobs was a remedy to the exploitation of workers. Zhao Danian unexpectedly affirmed Yang Rui's proposal. "Work-study programs are beneficial. I concur." Feng Yun, upon hearing his endorsement, felt anxious but powerless. Yang Rui chuckled, remarking, "By this calculation, printing 500 sets of papers daily will nearly exhaust our surplus. If we happen to produce more in the future, we could invest in some educational instruments." "Can we really produce more?" Zhao Danian mused that 500 sets seemed ample. Yang Rui nodded with a smile, gazing at the principal with the eye of an ally, saying, "We are producing in units, currently. We have yet to complete the mathematics segment. By the time we finish, next year's syllabus should also be released, possibly heralding a leap forward." Zhao Danian, a pragmatic individual, squinted and remarked, "Maintaining the current quantity would be quite satisfactory. Of course, we should not impose expectations on how long we can sustain it." The principal's expression relaxed, and the students, carefree, began to engage in lively conversation. The courtyard of the cafeteria was soon filled with a cacophony of fantastical tales and whimsical discussions, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony. Suddenly, Huang Ren came rushing in, stumbling as he approached, and before entering the courtyard, he called out, "This is terrible, this is terrible. The county has released pirated copies." Chapter 28. Journey to the county town. Upon hearing the news of the piracy, the first to rise was not the impassioned Wang Guohua, nor was it Yang Rui himself, but rather Principal Zhao, who had just learned of the potential benefits. In these times, with national finances strained, how could a grassroots institution like ours easily find funding? After finally securing a source of finances, it was abruptly cut off before we could even savor it. How is that just? The old principal's lips trembled slightly as he first inquired, "Where did the piracy originate? How much is there?" Huang Ren glanced at the principal with a puzzled expression, then looked to Yang Rui, who gave a slight nod before replying, "It was Wang Ming who informed me. They are selling right outside the gate of County No. 1 High School. They have all 3 sets of papers we released, and they offer 5 sets for the price of 4, which is a bit cheaper than ours." "Who is selling the papers?" The principal continued to question. "I'm not sure, but he seems quite formidable. No one seems to be managing him at the school gate." Shirgui attempted to sell at the main entrance before, but was chased away by the police on duty. Huang Ren endeavored to relay all the information he possessed. Principal Zhao furrowed his brow and asked, "Which police station is responsible for No. 1 High School?" Huang Ren shook his head in confusion. "I don't know." At that moment, Yang Rui interjected, his voice steady as he asked, "Is this person selling mimeographed papers or lithographed ones?" Huang Ren jolted with realization and replied, "Mimeographed." "Is he selling them himself or through subordinates?" "Subordinates? What does that mean?" "It refers to younger associates or followers," Yang Rui clarified before asking, "Do you know who printed the papers? Is it one person or several?" "It should be just one person selling them. I think he printed them himself," Huang Ren replied, though his certainty wavered. Yang Rui extended a hand, stating, if he printed them himself, he would undoubtedly have ink on his hands, particularly in a thicker consistency concentrated around the tips of his fingers. Otherwise, There would be more ink in the palms, which indicates handling dirty materials. Huang Ren was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "I don't know." Upon hearing Wang Zhen's news, I rushed back to report and did not go to see for myself. He had set off to deliver the mimeograph test papers before dawn and, upon hearing the news, hurried back. Did he begin selling them in the morning? No, he started selling yesterday afternoon, stating he sold many sets in just that one afternoon, causing our papers to become unsaleable. The offer of 5 for the price of 4 is essentially a 20% discount, which, under the same conditions, is naturally more appealing. Yang Rui had anticipated the existence of piracy. Mimeograph copies represented one of the simplest forms of counterfeiting. What he had not foreseen was the swiftness of the news's dissemination. He could not help but inquire, why was a telegram not sent? Is it not customary to notify them immediately upon discovering piracy? Gui explained that a telegram would not convey the details clearly, and besides, the papers could only be sold during lunchtime and after school. Thus saying he would return to inform them was essentially the same. Yang Rui snorted softly, shaking his head internally. The primary reason for not sending a telegram was clearly not the inability to convey information, but rather a reluctance to part with the resources. Had a telegram been sent yesterday, he could have arrived in the county town by morning at the latest. Now, having only learned of the news, he would not reach the county until the afternoon. The danger of following the crowd multiplies with each additional half-day spent. Overthinking is futile. Yang Rui patted Huang Ren's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard on this journey. You should rest for a while. Mingzi, please go and summon Sui and the others. We shall descend the mountain." "Wait," Zhao Danyin called out to Chao Baoming, speaking with gravity. "Yang Rui, what are your intentions?" "I wish to descend and have a discussion with him." "Are you planning to take a crowd down the mountain for a conversation?" "It is the student's duty to learn, and I will not permit you to lead them into a brawl," Zhao Danyin insisted solemnly. "As for the piracy issue, I will handle it myself. You need not concern yourself with it." Yang Rui was taken aback. "Do you have connections within the Public Security Bureau?" "I have acquaintances, indeed." Zhao Danyin responded with pride. He had not intentionally forged connections or a network, but was confident in his ability to find familiar faces. "As it happens, I also have acquaintances," Yang Rui replied, unwilling to let Zhao Danyin disrupt his plans. He softened his tone and added, "My cousin works in the county's criminal police unit. I will visit him to discuss this matter. Bringing others down is merely a precaution. They can look out for one another." "Really? This is not about fighting?" "Indeed, it is not about fighting. If it is not a fight, why bring so many people? It would suffice for just 2 to go down. If we descend as just 2 and something arises, we will have no one to corroborate our accounts. Rest assured, I will first consult my cousin before assessing the piracy situation." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Danyin added, "Gather the others. I need to impart a few more words to them." Yang Rui found this amusing. Shortly after, Zhao Danyin addressed Chao Baoming and the others, emphasizing the importance of not engaging in fights and looking out for one another. Yang Rui was indifferent to his speech. Chao Baoming, Sui, and their peers were accustomed to rigorous training together, fostering a close camaraderie. Their vigorous physical exercise and robust health instilled in these spirited youths a fearless disposition. Were it not for the looming specter of the college entrance examination, they would eagerly descend the mountain daily to showcase their strength. Moreover, the benefits of pirated exam papers were directly tangible. Reality often proves more persuasive than the words of an old principal. Zhao Danyin noticed their dismissive attitudes and, after some discourse, declared, "Very well, I shall accompany you down the mountain." He then signaled to Feng Yun and unceremoniously took the lead. "We shall also depart." Yang Rui remained undeterred. Upon exiting the school gate, before Zhao Danyin could utter a word, Yang Rui surged ahead on his bicycle. Chao Baoming and Sui exchanged surprised glances, swiftly turning their handlebars and racing down with a shout. Zhao Danyin, gripping the brakes in astonishment, called out for them to stop, but one by one, students whizzed past him, leaving only one hesitant student who lowered his head and quietly trailed behind the principal. The 7 young men sang heartily, their bicycles soaring down the mountain before gradually coming to a halt. Sui glanced back, counting heads, and suddenly his expression shifted. "Lindong Liang has not arrived. Each person has their own aspirations. Adherence to the rules can also be a way of life." Yang Rui felt a pang of understanding and pedaled vigorously. The students, having just overcome their mental barriers, instinctively set their feet in motion. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Yang Rui and his companions arrived at the county's #1 middle school, drenched in sweat. The stocky Sui removed his soaked vest, casting a vigilant gaze upon every passerby in the street, exuding an air of readiness to pounce at any moment. Qiao Baoming, standing stiffly like a sentinel, scrutinized the surroundings with a slow, deliberate glare, his robust frame unwavering. The other four followed suit, rolling up their shirt sleeves, their faces radiating an intimidating aura. The shopkeepers lining the street eyed them cautiously, retreating to places beyond the reach of prying eyes. The streets were chaotic, with pedestrians walking in a haphazard manner, and everyone, from the casually dressed to those in flamboyant trousers, were individuals whom ordinary folk preferred not to provoke. Even the local ruffians, adjusting their flamboyant hairstyles, kept their distance, choosing silence over confrontation. In this tumultuous environment, there were no organized gangs to contend with, and 7 burly young men were hardly the sort anyone would wish to challenge. At the intersection, Shi Gui observed the group with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. "Old Shi is waiting," Yang Rui said, parking his bicycle beside him and wiping his brow. "Where's the guy selling pirated goods? What are you planning to do?" Shi Gui did not respond directly but stomped his foot in frustration. Violence won't solve anything. Besides, that person has connections at the police station. If you confront him, you're only inviting trouble. "Connections at the police station or the Public Security Bureau," Yang Rui countered. "Well, I'm not sure about that," Shi Gui murmured. "I've seen several uniformed officers greeting him." Yang Rui pondered briefly before saying, "Take us to see him." "What else do you know?" "The man seems to be a former convict." Shi Gui nervously shook the flab around his waist and pointed to his neck. "He has a large tattoo on his back. Loves to smoke. I saw him sell for 2 hours, and he went through a pack of cigarettes." Yang Rui interrupted him, inquiring, "Do you know his name?" "Not really. The officers at the booth call him Leopard," Shi Gui replied, retracting his neck. From his perspective, he neither had the strength to confront the man nor the means to outmaneuver him, leaving him at a loss. However, Yang Rui remained unfazed. Contemplating their strength in numbers, 7 young men accustomed to physical training, and their mobilization capabilities, knowing that the Yang family had ample resources in the county. Upon ascertaining the situation, Yang Rui gestured grandly, declaring, "Lead the way." With a grimace, Shi Gui suggested, "Perhaps we should negotiate first. Did you not see the man's tattoo? It's quite intimidating." His voice was barely above a whisper. He was, after all, merely a small restaurant owner, capable of handling legitimate business but apprehensive about brawling. Yang Rui glanced back at his classmates, noticing their mix of excitement and apprehension. After a moment's consideration, he reassured them, "There is no need for concern. We shall employ diplomacy before resorting to force. Just follow my lead. This leopard is surely just a paper tiger." "Why do you think so?" Qiao Baoming and Su Yi asked in unison. With a smile, Yang Rui replied, "He is selling our copied notes. Using a method of oil printing, this alone indicates that he is merely scraping by. It suggests that even if he has some background, it's not particularly robust. Otherwise, he would have found a more respectable trade than this daily drudgery of copying books. Particularly, the absence of subordinates around him signifies that he is not a figure of authority and the scale of his business is rather modest. However, it is precisely such purveyors of piracy that we must resolutely combat, for we cannot allow others to follow suit. The cost of imitation is far too low, and we must artificially elevate it." The others nodded in a semblance of understanding, yet it was Shi Gui who appeared contemplative, his thoughts instantly settling. Chapter 29. Interception. Yang Rui and his companions lingered in the ice cream shop adjacent to the school, awaiting the final bell. As students began to disperse, a ruffian, no older than 30, appeared at the intersection, exuding an air of bravado. He donned a flamboyant floral shirt and sported a cropped hairstyle. A weapon belt slung around his waist as he rode in on a 28-year-old bicycle. Upon his rear seat rested a large box, which he removed and unfolded, revealing 3 stacks of examination papers. "This must be him," thought Yang Rui, beckoning his friends and advancing without hesitation. Qiao Baoming and Su Yi, eager and ready, followed closely behind, while a few students, adhering to their prearranged strategy, positioned themselves at the alternate exits to prevent any escape. Their conspicuous actions quickly attracted the attention of the ruffian. "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" he inquired, casually flicking the cuffs of his trousers as he stood. Meanwhile, a police officer from a nearby booth approached leisurely, baton in hand. Without responding, Yang Rui bent down to examine a stack of papers. Qiao Baoming and Su Yi flanked the ruffian, their imposing physiques leaving him powerless to resist as he shouted, "Don't mess with my stuff. It's a hassle to deal with, you know?" "I know, how could I not?" replied Yang Rui, tossing the examined papers to the ground, his expression darkening. There was no doubt that the papers were a blatant reproduction of the Rui Learning Group's exams. Not only was the content identical, but the hard cardboard covers were the same, a dire revelation. In 1982 China, unlike the era of the world's factory, every commodity was scarce. Even a seemingly trivial piece of cardboard held considerable cost. The hardcover was not merely an accessory. It represented a significant investment in branding and establishing a barrier to entry. The ruffians' pirated papers, with their similar hardcovers, suggested more than mere imitation. It indicated an ambition to forge a brand of his own. This was akin to the motivations of a bootlegger. Those merely seeking a quick profit would disregard the quality of their discs and packaging. Conversely, those intent on a long-term venture would prioritize quality and aesthetic appeal. This instinct is not a matter of commercial philosophy, but rather an innate trait of businessmen. In simpler terms, the continued use of the Rui Learning Group's cardboard indicated that the ruffian harbored aspirations. Moreover, the quantity of examination papers exceeded young Rui's expectations, with various handwriting styles evident. This suggested that he was not working alone, but had organized a group for this endeavor. However, operating as a group necessitated multiple sets of equipment. The tools required for oil printing, such as iron pins and rollers, while not inexpensive, paled in comparison to the value of several stacks of printed exams. Such an investment would be difficult to recoup unless they were undertaking a significant operation. The methods of a solo perpetrator and a gang are fundamentally distinct. Yang Rui gestured for Chao Baoming and Sui to release the ruffian and then inquired, "Where do you operate?" The self-styled flower leopard assumed he was dealing with a novice thug and retorted, "Looking for money? You've come to the wrong person. Besides, I know all the brothers on the street, and I've never seen your kind before." "Oh, you have brothers on the street? Who are they?" Yang Rui moved his wrist, adopting a posture as if ready to engage in combat. The leopard struggled a couple of times, unable to free himself from Chao Baoming and Su Yi, and straightforwardly reported, "Old Fourth Hua is my brother, and 13 Wolves is my brother-in-law. You can ask anyone in the county, Grandfather Leopard is well known." The last sentence, clearly borrowed from storytelling, had a certain rhythm to it. Yang Rui responded with an "oh" and continued to probe. "So this business was arranged by Old Fourth Hua? To tell you the truth, this business belongs to Old Fourth Hua and 13 Wolves. Just wait. Once it falls into my hands, you'll regret it," Leopard retorted, adjusting his attire and striking a pose that he believed was impressive. Unfortunately, fashion is often as fleeting as a mayfly. What he considered a show of bravado appeared to Yang Rui more like hawking strutting down a runway. "Stand straight," Yang Rui commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Baoming and Su Yi effortlessly lifted the leopard off the ground. "What are you doing?" The police officer at the kiosk finally approached. Yang Rui felt increasingly calm. The leopard standing within the piracy syndicate was evidently akin to Shi Gui's, merely a distributor. If he possessed greater significance or had a more substantial background, the kiosk officer would not be so indifferent. His watch over the leopard seemed more like a casual duty. "Calm him down," Yang Rui instructed Chao Baoming, then turned to the officer, greeting him directly. "I am Yang Rui, cousin to Duan Hang." "Duan Hang? Which Duan Hang?" The officer, gripping his baton tightly, relaxed slightly, his arm losing some rigidity. "The Duan Hang from the county criminal police team." Upon stating his name, Yang Rui produced some cigarettes, offering two to the officer and inquiring, "May I know your name?" Duan Hang was Yang Rui's elder cousin, the son of Uncle Duan Hua. He had become a police officer right after middle school and was now the captain of the criminal police team, a prominent figure within the expansive county police bureau. "Polite." The officer replied, "I'm Lu Yang. I work at the city management police station and have dined with Captain Duan twice. I haven't seen you before." "I'm still in school." Yang Rui pointed at the papers on the ground, adding, "The one selling test papers here was my friend." The officer suddenly understood, hesitated, and asked, "Does Captain Duan know about this?" "He doesn't know yet, but in an hour, he will." Yang Rui gestured as previously arranged, prompting someone to hop on a bicycle and rush to the police station. Finally, the leopard came to his senses, hopping and shouting, "You sons of bitches. You're deceiving me. Let go, and see if I won't beat you to a pulp. Watch out for Fourth Brother. Weren't you just calling him Old Fourth?" Yang Rui shot him a disdainful glance and turned to Lu Yang, asking, "Who is this Old Fourth Hua?" "Old Fourth Hua, how should I put it?" "It's best not to offend him," Lu Yang calculated, aiming to avoid conflict with both sides. Yang Rui smiled knowingly, offered another cigarette, and, taking hold of the leopard, entered the ice cream shop, eagerly inquiring about the nature of Old Fourth Hua. He paid little heed to the thugs lurking on the streets, even with the impending crackdown. The current breed of ruffians pales in comparison to the might of the state. Moreover, it is a rarity for criminal organizations to extend their reach across counties and provinces, and the level of protection they receive is typically quite low. Observing the demeanor of the police reveals that Duan Hang, as the captain of the county's criminal police, held sufficient authority. Thus, when Yang Rue interrogated Hua Bao, he was utterly unrestrained, striking when necessary and kicking with fervor. In a matter of moments, Hua Bao began to spill the beans. Unsurprisingly, Hualausi was merely a local hoodlum with a history of incarceration. His last release saw him forming a gang with the well-connected Shirsen Lang. Together, they rallied a group of 7 or 8 individuals and ventured into the business of the bus station. Upon discovering the lucrative nature of the exam paper trade through their interactions with students delivering papers, they conceived the idea of expansion. They recruited a few students, acquiring materials through dubious means, and commenced their illicit printing endeavors. Should their efforts prove fruitful, they planned to leverage the buses from the station to distribute the papers to surrounding areas. Yang Rue found himself both amused and exasperated. He was well aware that among those engaged in business today, 8 out of 10 were ex-convicts. Yet, he anticipated that a gang like Hualausi's, straddling the line between legality and criminality, would delve into the realm of counterfeit exam papers, with a semblance of professionalism, no less. If they succeeded in distributing the papers to nearby counties and cities, it could yield a substantial income, sustaining a gang of over 100 individuals without issue. Naturally, to sell the papers in surrounding areas, they could no longer rely on crude printing techniques. Otherwise, they would be unable to meet demand, and the benefits of low cost would not materialize. Contemplating this, Yang Rue lowered his gaze and inquired, "Hua Bao, have you found a printing factory?" At that moment, with machines and materials scarce, and all printing facilities being state-owned, even if they were willing to pay for printing, it would still require an official introduction letter from a unit. Without the assistance of an acquaintance, arranging a production schedule would prove exceedingly difficult. Hua Bao vehemently shook his head, unwilling to divulge even a word. The more he resisted, the more convinced Yang Rue became, and his expression gradually turned grave. Duan Hang arrived at the scene in just a quarter of an hour, riding a tricycle motorcycle, its engine roaring as he boldly navigated the center of the road, garnering countless envious glances. His prompt arrival surprised Officer Liu Yang, who instantly adopted a more cordial demeanor. He jogged over to assist Duan Hang in parking the tricycle by the roadside, then guided him to the ice cream shop. Feigning ignorance as he turned back to his post, Duan Hang glanced at Yang Rue with mild astonishment and asked, "What is the urgency? Our exam papers have been counterfeited." Unfazed by Duan Hang's incredulous look, Yang Rue recounted the situation in detail. In his memory, he shared a good rapport with his cousin Duan Hang, whose position as captain of the criminal police was also linked to Yang Rue's grandfather, Yang Shan. Given the uncertainty surrounding their interaction, Yang Rue chose to address the matter directly, thus avoiding unnecessary pleasantries. Duan Hang initially perceived the altercation as a mere quarrel, his countenance adorned with a smile. However, upon learning of the lucrative opportunity to sell examination papers, yielding a minimum profit of 50 yuan daily, he could no longer maintain his composure. Taking the initiative, he began to inquire of Yang Rue with great detail. "Enough," Duan Hang exclaimed, stamping his foot in astonishment. "I comprehend now. Tell me, what must be done?" Chapter 30. The son of your father, can you prevent old 4th Hua and 13 Wolf from continuing their piracy? Yang Rue felt no sense of guilt regarding collusion between officials and businessmen. He was preparing to establish a biotechnology and pharmaceutical company. Such collusion was more commonplace than paying taxes. The current situation could only be deemed a minor training exercise. Duan Hang glanced at the bound leopard and first inquired, "What do you plan to do with him?" "Keep him detained to prevent others from following suit and allowing piracy to proliferate," Yang Rue replied. However, he harbored a greater concern. He feared that teachers or students from other schools might secretly organize the printing and sale of illicit exam papers. Presently, the barriers to entry were essentially twofold. First, the substantial manpower and materials required for extensive printing. Second, the distribution channels. From Yang Rue's perspective, the first barrier was contingent upon the second. As long as there was a market for the papers, it would be challenging to impede a few individuals from printing and preparing materials. Old 4th Hua and his associates coerced students into making wax paper, acquiring materials through a combination of theft and purchase, which indeed lowered initial costs, yet fundamentally, it remained a matter of distribution capability. The leopard's actions were merely an experiment or, perhaps, a learning opportunity. Within a day or two, once they discerned the methods of selling exam papers and leveraged their influence at the bus station, they could swiftly extend their reach far and wide. With a bit more proficiency, they could certainly recoup the cost of operating a printing factory, and with tens of thousands of copies disseminated across the province, the potential profits were staggering. Yang Rui privately assessed that Old Fourth Was Group had considered the endeavor more thoroughly than he had. They first recognized that the papers from the Rui Learning Group sold well, yet they were oblivious to the reasons behind this success or how to replicate it. Thus, they sent the leopard out to sell them, seeking to accumulate experience. Simultaneously, they had identified suitable printing facilities, ready to scale operations at any moment. Had they not intercepted the leopard today, and if they had turned a decent profit, it was likely that within days, they would have expanded their illicit printing operations, eventually leading to widespread distribution. Upon self-reflection, Yang Rui realized that their operational capabilities far surpassed his petty endeavors. Whether it was finding a printing factory or dominating the bus station, these were feats that ordinary individuals in normal circumstances could not accomplish. Perhaps it was because Yang Rui viewed the exam papers as a short-term venture, while Old Fourth Hua and his associates were earnestly searching for a lucrative opportunity. They had numerous mouths to feed, and their expenses were considerable. Having all served time in prison, they possessed a certain reckless demeanor, unlike Yang Rui's cautious nature. Coming to this conclusion left Yang Rui feeling quite helpless. In the early 1980s, commercial activities in the country lacked a clear framework. It could only be said that they were still in the observation phase. In other words, successful ventures were tacitly accepted, while failures were met with hostility. The inherent dangers stemming from this reality caused ambitious young individuals with bright futures to hesitate. For someone like Yang Rui, who had countless opportunities ahead, how could he lower himself to wade into this experimental river like a Navi guinea pig? Adults of the same era likely experienced even greater trepidation than Yang Rui. In 1982 China, aside from those with nothing to lose, it was indeed challenging to find audacious entrepreneurs willing to take risks. Duan Hang, possessing a deeper understanding of the market, pondered for a moment and remarked, "We can detain this one, but what if they send someone else? We can't keep detaining them indefinitely, can we?" Yang Rui inquired based on Duan Hang's tone. He was still not well acquainted with the capabilities of the offspring of officials, having previously been a mere bookworm, devoid of any practical social experience. Duan Hang shook his head and elucidated, "You may detain 2 or 3 individuals at most. Thereafter, they will refrain from sending their own. At that point, one could easily find someone on the street to sell the exam papers. Even a middle school student could be enlisted for such a task. What will you do then? If you continue detaining individuals, their parents will surely come knocking at your door. Even this particular leopard cannot be held for too long, lest relatives or friends stir up trouble. Being rooted in this locality has its advantages and disadvantages. Many matters cannot be concealed." Yang Rui stroked his chin and remarked, "Isn't their act of replicating my exam papers a crime?" Duan Hang replied, "This exam paper is not published by a legitimate publisher, so proving it as a counterfeit is quite challenging. Securing a conviction would be even more arduous." Pausing momentarily, he pulled Yang Rui outside and whispered, "Hua Laosi is acquainted with the director of the Qingguan police station and maintains a rather favorable relationship. The Qingguan station is the largest in our county, with numerous personnel and responsibilities wielding considerable power. Director Ping Xiang has been in the police force for over 30 years, is highly esteemed by the bureau chief. And you will need more than just my support to deal with Hua Laosi." It was only due to their familial ties that Duan Hang meticulously analyzed the situation for Yang Rui. Otherwise, he would have merely done the obligatory courtesy and departed, leaving Yang Rui to express his gratitude. After a brief contemplation, Yang Rui inquired, "Whom should I approach then? If you wish to compel Hua Laosi to relent, you must at least solicit a word from Secretary Tao of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. To take action against Hua Laosi, you will definitely need Secretary Ma of the County Committee." The Ma secretary mentioned by Duan Hang was indeed a prominent figure. Yang Rui's eyelids fluttered. Does Hua Laosi know them? He indeed wished to know. Duan Hang scoffed slightly. Hua Laosi's only connection is with Ping Xiang, and that was forged through repeated arrests that fostered a sense of camaraderie. However, Peng Xiang is a staunch ally of the bureau chief, who is well aware of Hua Laosi's character. If you intend to move against Hua Laosi, the bureau chief's endorsement is essential. The only individuals in our county capable of exerting such influence are the secretary of the county committee and the secretary of the political and legal affairs committee. Others would prove ineffective. Duan Hang's explanation was exceedingly clear, prompting young Rui to ponder deeply. The police force is a formidable entity. Even a county police chief possesses significant authority. Just the annual conversion of rural household registrations can yield countless favors. Even a deputy county chief or vice secretary would need to curry favor with the police chief to assist their hometown folks with such matters. Thus, apart from direct superiors, the county police chief could afford to disregard everyone else. While the Yang family also had connections within the county or city, Yang Rui's grandfather, Yang Shan, was a veteran of the anti-Japanese war. After liberation, he was professionally assigned, and many of his old comrades and subordinates held positions within the boundaries of Hedong province. It would not be difficult to tap into those connections. The only issue remained Yang Rui's tender age, rendering his personal endeavors somewhat improper and unconvincing. Perceiving his dilemma, Duan Hang whispered, Hualaosi has monopolized the bus station for the past 2 years and seldom frequents the streets. I estimate that upon hearing of my intervention, he will likely seek someone to mediate. If all else fails, why not collaborate with him on this endeavor? Yang Rui chuckled bitterly, acknowledging his position as merely a student while the other party was a notorious thug within the county. The disparity in their standings rendered any uncontracted collaboration exceedingly difficult. With my presence, how could you possibly suffer any losses? If he were to act dishonestly, it would also reflect poorly on Peng Xiang, he remarked. Duan Hang remained unconvinced. Although the captain of the county's criminal police team held a relatively low rank, he wielded significant influence within the department. When combined with the might of the Yang and Duan families, it was far superior to that of a mere hoodlum. Yang Rui persisted in his disagreement, stating, he possesses manpower and vehicles, and has even established a printing factory. Should we collaborate, I would scarcely claim even 1/3 of the profits. Moreover, such ventures often lack transparency, ultimately allowing him to dictate the terms of compensation, making it seem as though we were receiving funds without any effort. Duan Hang nodded in agreement, secretly astonished that his cousin demonstrated a depth of insight surpassing his own. In truth, forging connections with these underworld figures was perilous. In the event of a crackdown, those in close proximity would inevitably face dire consequences. Yang Rui could not help but allude to this impending danger. Next year marks the onset of a rigorous campaign. The ensuing onslaught will scrutinize not only notorious figures like Hualaosi, but also ordinary individuals released from prison, who would be closely monitored. Aligning oneself with them would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. Nevertheless, Yang Rui was undeniably envious of the resources these individuals possessed. I shall return to seek my father's assistance, he declared resolutely. Duan Hang was impressed by Yang Rui's ease in involving their father, exclaiming, aren't you afraid your uncle might reprimand you? He was quite furious during the recent social reform discussions. Not at all. I am merely compiling reports, not sensational gossip. Besides, all the profits from the reports have gone towards subsidizing school expenses and alleviating the financial burdens of my classmates. Such a commendable endeavor is bound to earn my father's support. Duan Hang was taken aback. 50 yuan a day? And you didn't take a single cent for yourself? He had inquired about countless details, but had neglected to ask where the money had ended up. Given that it was Yang Rui's enterprise, it was inherently understood that the earnings belonged to him. For a moment, Duan Hang felt a twinge of envy. Yang Rui, however, firmly asserted, I have not taken a single penny. In fact, I initially invested quite a bit. All accounts are meticulously documented, and Principal Zhao has reviewed them as well. Principal Zhao? Not in yet? Duan Hang asked, and upon receiving confirmation, immediately believed him. Zhao Danyan was a highly respected figure in the county, akin to a prominent banner. He scrutinized Yang Rui, smacking his lips in admiration. You truly are your father's son. Yang Rui chuckled. This favor must surely be supported by my father, right? Absolutely. Duan Hang replied with a hint of schadenfreude, who would have thought that Hualaosi, who has been bullying people at the bus station, has already maimed several individuals, would stumble over such a trivial matter. Yang Rui, however, remained composed, stating, turning to my father can only address official matters. The priority now is to ensure Hualaosi does not establish this piracy operation. Otherwise, once he secures the funds, he will be even more reluctant to part with them. Duan Hang promptly responded, I will return and have someone investigate his bus station. The criminal police are all locals, thus easier to navigate than to confront directly. There is no need to worry about Laosi from the Cha family, just ensure my safety. What are you planning to do? Duan Hang was taken aback. Yang Rui gestured towards the ice cream shop inside and remarked, tell me, what do these street thugs despise the most? After pondering for a moment, Duan Hang's eyes sparkled as he replied, loss of face. Precisely. Thugs care deeply about their reputation. I have a plan to make Lao Si lose significant face. And then he will seek trouble with me, leaving him little time to attend to his business. Yang Rui continued, additionally, we must not allow him to have an easy time with his business. During this major transition, we should release 2 new versions of the exam papers, making it difficult for him to immediately stock them. Duan Hang looked at Yang Rui as if he did not recognize him, his expression turning serious. What you are proposing could cut off Lao Si's means of livelihood. This fellow might be holding lives in his hands, and if he retaliates, what will you do? His retaliation would be even better. I would immediately report it to the police, and you could assist in apprehending him. No, I fear that if I don't catch him, you might be the one in trouble first. Duan Hang vehemently shook his head. Yang Rui reassured him, insisting it would be fine, and added, I will return home to talk to my father today. After I return to school tomorrow, I want to come out again. I have many classmates at school, and Lao Si won't fare well there. He pointed towards Chao Baoming and others, continuing, from a business perspective, Lao Si is certainly not a reckless fool. He will likely observe before taking action. You should assign 2 people to follow Gui, the one assisting me in selling the exam papers. If Lao Si intends to act, he will probably target him first. I will assign 1 person to each side to keep watch. You must be cautious regarding Gui. Duan Hang hesitated to say. Yang Rui chuckled lightly. I will certainly be careful. However, things cannot be left unattended on Gui's side either. If something happens, it's fine. Lao Si cannot just attack someone in the street, can he? If he does take action, wait a moment before apprehending him. And remember to bring a witness to record their testimony, then take Gui for a medical examination. Yang Rui muttered to himself, you should have sent the telegram earlier. Yang Rui spoke nonchalantly, leaving Duan Hang dumbfounded. After a long silence, Duan Hang remarked, you truly are your father's son. This time it was Yang Rui who was left astonished. It seems that Secretary Yang's formidable reputation was not built merely on being a nice person. Chapter 31. My affection for Brother Huasi. The envoy dispatched by Lord Huasi arrived even earlier than Duan Hang had anticipated. Yang Rui, who was in the midst of adorning the flower leopard, had no choice but to pause his work and step outside to meet this audacious fellow. I am sent by Lord Huasi. My brothers call me Old Wolf, though if you prefer a more disparaging name, Wolf Cub will suffice. The visitor appeared to be merely 20 years of age, sporting a buzz cut and clad in green military trousers and cloth shoes. It was an age-old adage that those in the underworld wearing cloth shoes were the most formidable fighters. When such individuals appeared during a brawl, their mere presence would instill fear in their adversaries, prompting them to focus their efforts on eliminating the threat, effectively quelling any competition. In other words, Old Wolf was likely a formidable combatant. Duan Hang twirled the handcuffs on his fingers, adopting a posture that signaled his readiness to apprehend. Yang Rui, opting not to assert himself, stood behind his cousin with a stoic expression and inquired, if you have something to say, please proceed. Old Wolf cast a sidelong glance at Duan Hang and asserted, Lord Huasi has decreed that you return the flower leopard. If today's incident is forgotten, we shall maintain our respective territories, otherwise. You must articulate your intentions clearly. Mere grunting is beyond my comprehension, Yang Rui replied, feigning earnestness. Had he been an ordinary student, he might have given due consideration to the other party's words. However, as a scion of the bureaucratic elite, it would be a waste of resources to be intimidated by a ruffian controlling a bus station. In his recollections, the county had once been rife with all manner of rogues, and further back, it was a haven for gangsters. Yet all of these were but trifles compared to the people's democratic ideals. The 1980s were filled with street toughs, yet in terms of prowess, they paled in comparison to the bandits of the early liberation era, and were even more disorganized and feeble than the organized crime syndicates that emerged post-1990s. Most critically, they had yet to secure a formidable protector, unbeknownst to Lord Huasi, who had sent Old Wolf to negotiate merely due to Duan Hang's position as the county's criminal police captain. The intent was simply to avoid conflict between the populace and the authorities. Old Wolf, however, disregarded these nuances. Noticing Yang Rui's youth, he initially felt a sense of disdain and condescendingly remarked, if you don't understand, just comply. Release the flower leopard, and we shall divide the territories. And how shall we divide them? Yang Rui countered. Our school takes the first middle school, while you may have Victory High School. As for the rest, it will depend on our respective abilities. Are you suggesting I should offer my papers to you for free copying? I know not whether it is free or not. If you sell the papers, Must you not allow others to copy? Yang Rui found amusement in his words and waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. Engaging in a discussion on rights with such an opponent was a futile endeavor. Old Wolf snorted, glancing around before declaring, I intend to take the flower leopard back. Yang Rui gently shook his head. Duan Hang rattled the handcuffs, resembling an ancient jailer, and warned, if you do not depart, you shall remain here to keep the flower leopard company. Old Wolf lowered his head, scuffing the ground with his cloth shoes, and with a chuckle remarked, had you not donned that attire, I could easily handle 8 of you. Do not be provoked by his taunts, Yang Rui intervened, restraining the irate Duan Hang. Lord C is not to be trifled with. Old Wolf laughed heartily and, under the admiring gazes of passers-by, sauntered away with a song. Yang Rui gazed at the retreating figure with an expression of incredulity and whispered to Duan Hang, if you're unhappy, just seize him and handle him as I do with the leopard. Duan Hang hesitated momentarily, unable to suppress his compassion. That seems rather cruel. He mused. What does this amount to? The future generation will be far more ruthless. With a sigh, Yang Rui returned to the ice cream shop to continue his dealings with the leopard. Half an hour later, at the most bustling and the sole intersection in the county town, a leopard ascended gracefully along the flagpole atop the grocery store. Bound by hemp rope and smeared with an indeterminate dung yellow dye, it was stretched out in a cruciform posture. With couplets hanging from its outstretched arms, fist strikes the Nanshan nursing home, foot kicks the Beihai kindergarten. Beneath it dangled a sign reading, I love Brother Hua. In less than 5 minutes, the intersection was thronged with onlookers, creating an impassable crowd. With the dearth of contemporary entertainment, witnessing such an event proved more popular than dancing, for it spared one the need to step onto the dance floor. Countless spectators pointed at the couplets and the leopard, regaling those nearby with tales they knew of the leopard, Brother Hua, and the Nanshan nursing home. Chow Baoming descended from the 3rd floor of the grocery store to the 2nd, aided by a rope, and was promptly embraced by Sui. One severed the ropes while the other secured the rooftop door with a heavy iron chain. Duan Hang mingled within the crowd, sighing, this has become an irreconcilable situation. The organization of a gang with nefarious intentions was widely recognized. Even if he survived this year, rest would be a distant dream. Yang Rui articulated thoughts that Duan Hang found incomprehensible. The latter shook his head. Where did you learn such peculiar tactics? From middle school students, Yang Rui replied. Middle school students? Indeed, they are the most wicked of all, he continued. Look at the United States and Japan. Just watch the movies to understand, bullying is a tactic that can drive one to despair. Of course, Chinese students are not far behind. It won't be long before they master it as well. Yang Rui reminisced about his tutoring days, recalling that regardless of how innocent a child may appear, their bullying tactics could leave adults astounded. Drinking toilet water, locking someone in a changing room, these were merely rudimentary skills. And the rate of innovation surpassed even the turnover of students. The psychological scars inflicted by bullying evidently surpassed the pain of physical blows. While the likes of Old Hua and his companions might wear their scars as badges of manhood, being covered in excrement was a far less dignified accolade. Duan Hang, further perplexed, inquired, are there really such movies? There are tapes, Yang Rui could only explain. Duan Hang smiled knowingly in response. Before long, a frenzy of people surged towards the grocery store, soon followed by others racing downstairs to fetch axes and pliers before dashing back up. The rooftop echoed with the sounds of door banging and shouts, inciting further speculation among the onlookers. The plan to rescue the leopard prolonged for an extended period. As the rooftop door had been barricaded by Chow Baoming, even after severing the chain, it remained impassable. Ultimately, Old Hua had to dispatch someone to scale the external wall, clear the door, and finally gain entry, a process both chaotic and exhilarating, keeping the crowd in a state of heightened anticipation. Ultimately, the 4th elder of the Hua family and his companions could only vent their frustrations through furious roars. The old wolf, clad in cloth shoes, gazed at the weeping leopard. Haunted by memories of the past, had a single misstep occurred, it would have been an irreparable disgrace. Hua Laosi dispatched individuals to escort the leopard back, subsequently rallying all available hands to spread the word, fervently searching for Yang Rui. Little did they know, Yang Rui had already mounted his bicycle and returned to Zizaizi Township long before the leopard had touched the ground. Instead of heading home, he went to his office, where he meticulously elucidated the situation. Even though old Yang remained remarkably composed, he found himself momentarily stunned by the daily profit of 50 yuan and the couplet praising Hua Laosi. After a considerable pause, Secretary Yang finally seized upon a pertinent inquiry. You truly did not take a single cent from the funds earned from the examination papers? Not a penny, Yang Rui affirmed. The principal can attest to that. Hearing the elder's question, Yang Rui silently praised his own discernment in a locale where the commercial landscape was obscured. This approach was indeed a strategy for invincibility. How is the money allocated? He inquired. A portion goes to the school, another to students in financial distress, and the remainder covers operational expenses. How is the remuneration for the students involved in the printing calculated? They are paid by the hour, slightly less than temporary workers at printing factories, yet they work fewer hours and also partake in the benefits derived from the final profits. The positions rotate. Secretary Yang posed several more questions, all of which received satisfactory answers, before casting a deep gaze at Yang Rui and dialing the school to directly consult Zhao Danan. After which he fell into contemplation. As a former commune secretary and a staunch believer in the virtues of socialism, Yang Rui's methods evidently struck a chord with old Yang. The principles of collaborative work, collective management, and shared profits once governed the earliest commune factory in Zizizi Township. Although the commune factory ultimately met with failure, Yang Feng still harbored a profound appreciation for such ideals. The fact that Yang Rui could maneuver the printing of examination papers in this fashion evoked a sense of joy akin to inheriting a cherished legacy for Secretary Yang. Go fetch Xiao Jiao and have him wait outside for a moment, old Yang said, his expression unchanging as he picked up the phone again. Yang Rui complied, stepping outside to call for the elder's secretary while he settled back to enjoy his tea. After 2 cups had been consumed, a young man clad in military attire, devoid of insignia, approached Yang Rui, standing at attention and saluting, declaring loudly, "Militia Squad Wei Lin reporting to you." Militia Squad? Yang Rui rose to his feet. Secretary Yang had ordered the entire militia of Zizizi Township to assemble, tasked with safeguarding the collective assets of Shibao Middle School. I am Captain Wei Lin. Ready to follow your commands. Wei Lin stood tall, embodying the demeanor of a soldier. Yang Rui found himself taken aback. As a citizen of the 21st century, he had long forgotten the existence of militia organizations. Observing Wei Lin's earnest expression, Yang Rui softly inquired, "How many individuals are in your militia squad? What equipment do you possess?" Wei Lin replied assertively, "The Zizizi Township militia consists of a total of 158 personnel, armed with 2 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine guns. 4 Type 53 light machine guns, 18 Type 63 automatic rifles, 12 Type 53 rifles, and 3 Type 54 pistols." Chapter 32. The militia Yang Rui returned to Shibao Middle School in a large truck. Mounted on the vehicle was an imposing anti-aircraft machine gun, its cobalt blue barrel exuding an intimidating presence, while the long chain dangled from its neck, swaying with the truck's movements. If someone were to assault the convoy, would you truly fire that weapon? Yang Rui mused, having never seen a real gun in his life. During military training at school, they never fired live rounds. And the sight of the bright yellow bullets juxtaposed with the dark muzzle was inevitably nerve-wracking. Wei Lin smirked slightly, caressing the gun barrel as he remarked, "When they attack the convoy, you'll find out." He paused, flashing a grin that revealed white teeth, and added, "A baton would suffice for us. With over 100 of us, each wielding one, even Hualausi would be reduced to a pulp." "We do have the batons," Yang Rui replied. Wei Lin then declared, "Guns are far more effective than batons. You'll understand in due time." Yang Rui forced a smile, thinking, "I truly do not wish to know." However, the militia members in the truck appeared entirely unfazed, clearly accustomed to handling such arms. Upon their arrival at Shibao Middle School, Wei Lin informed the principal and proceeded to construct fortifications outside the school, organized and disciplined, akin to a military operation. In truth, the militia had undergone considerable training. Although they could not be compared to the regular field armies of the future, they certainly surpassed some of the more inept veteran soldiers. Wei Lin himself was a former officer, spending a quarter of his time as a clerk in the township committee and 3/4 as the militia company commander, the latter being his primary focus. The ordinary militia members took their duties seriously, receiving stipends for training, occasional meals from the cafeteria, and bonuses for undertaking missions, which naturally motivated them immensely. In Yang Rui's view, his father had a tendency to blend personal matters with public affairs, a notion Wei Lin seemed to understand. Hence his heightened diligence. Even the rigid and obstinate principal Zhao Danan did not perceive any issue with Yang Feng's actions. To them, Comrade Yang Feng could never merely be described as a good person. If one were to characterize him, terms such as people's warrior would be more appropriate. Throughout his earlier career, Yang Feng adhered to the principle of being as warm as spring to the people and as harsh as winter to the enemies. Class enemies were undoubtedly foes, and Comrade Yang Feng employed remarkably flexible and varied tactics in dealing with issues concerning class adversaries. Yet, no matter how diverse his methods became, they bore no relation to kindness. The ironclad resolve of Zizi Township was not forged through benevolent prayers. Utilizing the militia was neither a novel tactic conceived by Yang Feng nor the first instance of its application. Undoubtedly, this was not Wei Lin's inaugural mission either. In just one day, he transformed the perimeter of Shibao Middle School into a fortress, requiring students to provide passwords for entry. 13 Wolves and his crew arrived in Shibao town, took a brief tour, admiring the domestic weapons guarding the mountain access, and then obediently returned to their county. The stronghold of the militia battalion was not without discernible traces. However, the lackluster quality of the ruffians under the command of the 13th Wolf rendered their meager numbers insufficiently courageous to confront the militia's formidable force of over 100 individuals. On the third day, Ho Laosi finally encountered the 13th Wolf, who returned empty-handed, having wreaked havoc within his household in frustration. Subsequently, he rescinded the order to seek out Yang Rui. It is one thing to convey messages on the streets with flair, yet it becomes rather awkward when one fails to achieve their objective and must retract their own people. To exacerbate matters, a series of embarrassing incidents ensued. In his desperate search for Yang Rui to salvage his reputation, compounded by the fact that Hua Bao was in hiding recuperating, Ho Laosi's business of selling examination papers came to a complete standstill for 3 days. Once he grasped the extent of Yang Rui's influence and realized that direct aggression was futile, he intended to re-enter the fray, only to discover that the new secret papers of the Rui Learning Group had already made its entrance into the market. What Ho Laosi never anticipated was that this new set of papers employed an entirely innovative promotional strategy. By presenting the first paper from any of the initial 3 sets of the Rui Learning Group, stamped with a seal, one could enjoy a discount of 2 cents on the purchase of new examination papers, effectively a 10% reduction. In an era when bargaining was unheard of in state-run stores, such a discount was indeed enticing. Those who purchased all 3 of the initial sets were able to save 6 cents when acquiring the newly released 3 sets, which many perceived as a windfall. Furthermore, those who produced any of the initial 3 sets could also receive a solution manual free of charge, containing alternative methods for solving certain problems from the previous papers. Students had always placed their faith in such resources, and many who had not purchased all the initial papers sought to collaborate with others to obtain the free answers. The only individual who found this situation troublesome was Shigui, tasked with discerning whether the papers brought in by students were authentic from the Rui Learning Group or pirated copies from Ho Laosi. Fortunately, the heavy traces of oil printing and the differing paper types allowed Shigui, after a prolonged period of scrutiny, to attain a level of proficiency in distinguishing authenticity. These various measures ultimately enlightened the market regarding the dichotomy of genuine and counterfeit Rui Learning Group papers. Although the threshold for differentiation was not particularly high, it posed significant complications for a nefarious figure like Ho Laosi, especially as dissenting voices began to emerge within his loosely organized ranks. While monopolizing the bus station for profit was lucrative and comfortable, a growing number began to question the legitimacy of engaging in the business of examination papers. Initially, when Ho Laosi proposed the idea, it was met with indifference, with many believing that any profit, however small, was worthwhile. However, due to Yang Rui's vehement response, they not only failed to earn money but also suffered considerable embarrassment. Naturally, discontent brewed among the ranks, with the 13th Wolf, a key partner, expressing his vehement desire to terminate this venture. Ho Laosi found himself in a quandary. Having expended considerable effort to establish connections with printing houses and having procured a substantial amount of printing paper, the prospect of abandoning the enterprise would mean a total loss of his initial investment. Moreover, he had originally envisioned this as a stepping stone to opening a factory, as being a worker in the 1950s was a term that evoked envy. Due to his past imprisonment, Old Fourth Will found it challenging to secure formal employment. Presently, however, an opportunity has arisen, and he is determined to establish his own factory. The declining Hoshing printing factory presents a shortcut he has identified, analyzing through a modern lens. Old Fourth Will embodies those who thrived in the aftermath of the reform and opening up policy, having initially mingled in the streets and accumulated wealth. He now recognizes the intensifying competition and desires to cleanse his reputation. Since the mid-1970s, he has navigated the streets, reaping the benefits, but is now reluctant to continue this lifestyle. In contrast, Shersan Lang, accompanied by a group of impoverished brothers, remains unaware of the need to retire from such a life, leading to a standoff between the two factions. Without external intervention, the potential for conflict or separation between these groups seemed inevitable. One weekend, a new piece of news shattered the stalemate between Old Fourth Hua and Shersan Lang. A group of militia had occupied their territory at the bus station, discarding their goods from the vehicles and demanding freight charges for their retrieval. The messenger, his military trousers torn and his shirt in tatters, bore visible signs of a struggle, with bruises adorning his face. A glance exchanged between Old Fourth Hua and Shersan Lang ignited a shared fury. We shall discuss this further upon our return. Old Fourth Hua proposed, extending a hand of camaraderie. After a moment's hesitation, Shersan Lang grasped that outstretched hand and nodded, affirming, "Unity against external forces. Unity against external forces." The two groups, comprising over 30 individuals, shouted in unison as they marched out of the courtyard towards the nearby bus station. However, not far along their path, a fluttering red flag brought their momentum to a halt. The words "Second Militia Group of CC County" rendered Old Fourth Hua's mouth parched with bitterness. The spirited brothers behind him fell silent, realizing that despite their capabilities, they could not possibly engage in a confrontation with an entire militia. Chapter 33. The annihilation of the family. The Chinese militia organization has evolved from the Red Guards, workers' inspection teams, and other similar entities. The Hubei Red Guards depicted in films, the county brigades and district teams showcased on television, as well as the astonishingly vast support teams comprising up to 5 million during the Huaihai campaign. All represent the militia forces. Following the establishment of the nation, a widely circulated tale emerged. On National Day in 1959, Mao stood upon the Tiananmen Tower, observing the formidable procession of the capital's militia division parading through the square, and profoundly remarked to Khrushchev, "We have 100 million militia." Khrushchev was taken aback. In reality, the figure exceeded 100 million. China boasted a staggering 250 million militia members, with over 5,000 militia divisions and more than 40,000 militia regiments. The Steelworkers Militia Division, formed by Shu Gong, comprised 13 regiments with a total strength exceeding 40,000, leaving countless military observers astounded. They separately formed contingents in 1960, 1984, and 1999 to participate in the National Day parades. In 1982, the guiding principle for militia work stemmed from Comrade Deng Xiaoping's assertion that militias should be elevated to a strategic position. Consequently, a significant restructuring and strengthening of national militia organizations ensued, resulting in a 60 reduction in personnel. This time, the total number of militia truly dwindled to 100 million. Prior to this adjustment in militia operations, a certain county had one militia division overseeing 3 militia regiments. Following the restructuring, the militia division was simplified and ceased to exist, and the 1st Militia Regiment, formed by government agencies and public institutions, was disbanded. Ultimately, the county retained only 2 militia regiments. One was the 2nd Militia Regiment, organized by factories and mines, while the other was the 3rd Militia Regiment, organized by communes or townships, both operating independently, training year-round, and equipped with well-maintained weaponry. The term well-maintained for a militia regiment in a strategic position encompassed more than just light weaponry. Standard issue included the 1954 Model 76 2mm howitzer, the 55 Model 57mm anti-tank gun, the 56 Model 75mm recoilless rifle, and the 56 Model and other 40mm rockets, with the most numerous being the 57mm anti-aircraft guns, boasting a full complement of 8, a point of pride for the Sinan Steel Plant, which annually arranged for militia members to partake in outdoor activities in neighboring provinces. The militia battalion of the Shibao Meat Processing Plant belonged to the 2nd Militia Regiment, while the militia company of Zizaizi Township was part of the 3rd Militia Regiment. Comrade Yang Feng, the secretary of the Township Party Committee, found it effortless to mobilize the local militia regiment, while the county committee and government were less accommodating, with a simple excuse for a training exercise. He not only arranged transportation to the bus station but also established checkpoints on all major transport routes leading out of the county. Any vehicle departing from the county without the requisite inspection stamp was effectively barred from leaving. As for the notorious figures like Old Fourth Hua, those on the bus were forcibly removed, and the goods being transported were compelled to be unloaded without any need for justification. The reason national enterprises held such power during this era was due to their abundance. They had ample funds, resources, and policies at their disposal. Even the local police and military were self-sufficient. Leaders of organized factions like Old Fourth Hua, despite their wealth and manpower, were invariably looked down upon by those with structured organizations. Huolausi surveyed the throngs of militia filling the streets, feeling utterly powerless. The brother who had brought the news stammered, "When I left, they hadn't even raised their flags." 13 Wolves finally found an outlet for his frustration and slapped him, exclaiming, "They haven't raised their flags, yet can't you discern how many there are? Once they see us, they'll capture us." I was swift on my feet, which is why I managed to return with the news. If I had delayed even a moment, we would have been rounded up like cattle. The brother who received the slap felt aggrieved. 13 Wolves shot him a glare and said, "Fourth brother, what do you propose we do?" Previously, he had harbored thoughts of confronting Huolausi, but now, faced with this external threat, he recalled Huolausi's nimbleness. Huolausi, without the luxury of sentimentality, sighed and remarked, "They are severing our escape route." He took a step forward and whispered, "Without the bus station, how do we sustain our brothers? And what about our goods?" 13 Wolves replied bitterly, "Our entire fortune is tied up here, some of it even owed in debts. Now that it has all been confiscated, the owners will likely come looking for us. Who could be so ruthless?" Huolausi speculated it was Yang Feng from Zizizi Township, the kind of person whose reputation lingered even when they were absent, embodying the saying that one's legend precedes them. During the recently concluded political upheaval, the entire nation was in a frenzy, and any notable figure from the county was bound to become well known at the provincial level. For years, Huolausi had kept a low profile, yet through sheer fortune, he had acquired the bus station and made a fortune, which had led to his current predicament. If given another chance, Huolausi would undoubtedly exercise extreme caution. However, speculating was futile. If 13 Wolves discovered that the loss of the bus station stemmed from Huolausi's intention to engage in the examination paper business, who could predict the ensuing chaos? Thus, Huolausi shook his head and said, "Regardless of who it is, we can't afford to provoke them, nor can we hide. Let's retreat and deliberate further. We attract too much attention." Yet, he was too late. Just as the group departed the main road, they were confronted by the militia from Zizizi Township emerging from an alley. Wei Lin brandished a semi-automatic rifle, blocking their path, while a gaggle of militia members, armed with weapons or clubs, encircled them with grins. "What are you doing? Drop your weapons on the ground. Hurry up," Wei Lin commanded, waving his rifle with the safety off. "Surrendering your weapons means you won't be harmed," the militia shouted in unison, which amused Yang Rui. Unfortunately, no one laughed, leaving him to stifle his amusement. "Aren't you that militia member from Shibao Middle School?" 13 Wolves squinted for recognition and finally called out. Wei Lin scoffed, "You don't even understand the concept of feint tactics. You're just a rabble." Yang Rui felt embarrassed and covered his face, thinking, "You are a militia, yet you call them a rabble. Does that not seem problematic?" Huolausi accepted the situation with composure, inquiring, "What does this mean?" "Huolausi, you are in trouble," Duan Hang, clad in a crisp police uniform and armed with a .54 pistol, appeared imposing with one hand on his hip and the other holding handcuffs. Huolausi fell silent. 13 Wolves' eyes darted, seemingly contemplating an escape plan. "Disarm them," Wei Lin commanded with a steely gaze fixed intently on old Fourth Hua, as if his slightest movement would provoke a gunfire. Yang Rui felt even more anxious than old Fourth Hua. In his mind, any matter involving firearms was a grave concern. Yet, the police officer Duan Hang remained remarkably composed, while the surrounding militia members laughed and scolded as they pleased. According to the current militia training protocol, light weapons could be taken home, with soldiers sleeping beside their rifles, a fashionable domestic pastime. Some might toss their guns under the bed or venture out to hunt, all quite customary. Thus, to assert that China is a gun-free nation would only hold true since the late 1980s. Prior to that, it was relatively easy for those within the system to handle and fire weapons. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the weapons belonging to old Fourth Hua and his gang were confiscated. Duan Hang glanced at the items in the box and smirked. "Well, you even have a triangular bayonet. What are your intentions?" Yang Rui eyed the large Type 54 at his waist and then the Type 56 in Wei Lin's hands, feeling a twinge of unease. Old Fourth was scoffed. "You brought the militia here. Your director is unaware, right? You're wondering if Ping Xiang knows, aren't you?" Duan Hang chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Rui. "He certainly knows now. It won't be long before he learns of your gang's extortion, violence, and robbery. Whatever you have to say, you can articulate it inside. For now, kneel and submit to a search." Old Fourth Hua's face reddened. "Killing is just a matter of hitting the ground." "Damn you." An armed militiaman surged forward with a rifle butt. "When you asked me for an extra 20 cents for the fare last time, were you not aware of the consequences?" With this action, the militia members surged forward, brandishing rifle butts and clubs, beating old Fourth Hua and his gang into a state of disarray. Yang Rui was taken aback and whispered to Duan Hang, "Is this permissible? As long as we obtain a confession, it's permissible. They need to understand that old Fourth Hua and the 13 wolves are finished. Soon enough, they will turn on each other, and they'll all face justice." Duan Hang replied with a smile, lowering his voice, "This is your father's strategy. He went to the county yesterday. Secretary Yang is a seasoned veteran. My father instructs me to heed his counsel. The militia captain from your village must be aware, or else why the fervor?" Yang Rui found himself at a loss for words. This was indeed a stark contrast to his father, Yang Feng. Although Yang Rui had been somewhat corrupted by the pharmaceutical industry as a result of his graduate studies in biology, he still possessed a semblance of legal reasoning. Planning to provoke old Fourth Hua into action, striking preemptively with solid evidence in mind. In contrast, his father, Yang Feng, was indifferent to such evidence. He had dealt with many individuals and never relied on proof. When it came to dealing with a rogue like old Fourth Hua, lacking organization or party affiliation, he would not wait passively like Yang Rui, but would take the initiative to strike. The militia surrounded the bus station, ensuring they could obtain testimony from the driver and collect tangible evidence of old Fourth Hua and his gang's illegal transportation of goods, effectively capturing both the individuals and the contraband. Once they apprehended old Fourth Hua and the 13 wolves, the mission would be deemed a resounding success. As Duan Hang and the militia grew weary, they compelled the likes of old Fourth Hua and the 13th wolf to kneel once more, delivering kicks to them in succession. After 2 rounds of this display of authority, all the ruffians were subdued. This action conveyed to them the grim reality that old Fourth Hua and the 13th wolf were thoroughly finished, and it was highly probable they would not escape. Otherwise, they would not have been subjected to such treatment. Old Fourth Hua and the 13th wolf, accustomed to kneeling, felt the weight of their former dominance seep away. Accumulated over years of leadership, now diminished beneath their knees. They understood that their comrades no longer feared them. A mere word from anyone could lead to their utter ruin. At this moment, Duan Hang, panting, finally spoke, a grin spreading across his face. "All right, let's take them back to the station. It will be an ironclad case. We need not even invoke charges of speculation and profiteering." Yang Rui gazed at the bruised and subdued gang of old Fourth Hua, a twinge of melancholy stirring within him. In the face of tyranny, ordinary individuals possess a feeble resistance. Duan Hang dusted off his clothes and climbed onto the truck meant for transporting prisoners. He then leaned over the side of the truck and said, "My father is here as well. He wishes to discuss some technical matters with you. You should go inquire." "Oh, where is he?" asked beneath the militia's flag. "He has come personally to lead the team." Yang Rui blinked in surprise. "Your father is also a militia member? How rare. My mother and sister are both militia members. Your whole family is part of the militia?" "Indeed, my entire family comprises militia members." Chapter 34. Seeking tutoring beneath the banner of the 2nd Militia Corps of Xixin County, Duanhua. With a cigarette clenched between his lips and 4 grenades hanging from his waist, perched atop a green ammunition box, engaged in animated conversation. Yang Rui glanced at the ammunition box, then at the grenades, and finally at the flickering cigarette in Duanhua's mouth. Reluctantly, he approached and called out from a distance, "Uncle." The arrangement of items beneath the flag instilled in him a sense of peril. Yang Rui was now acutely aware that all the weapons and ammunition present were genuine, the grenades were real, the ammunition box was authentic. And the lit cigarette was undoubtedly true as well. The militia exhibited remarkable bravery, he thought, as he took refuge behind a sandbag. Duanhua waved his hand vigorously, striking the ammunition box beside him, and shouted, "Come sit." With immense reluctance, Yang Rui continued forward and settled upon the box designated by his uncle, which bore the inscription 40 rocket shells in white lettering. Although it was an older model, the shape and operational mechanism of the 40 rocket shell bore an uncanny resemblance to the later renowned RPG. In other words, the contents of the box beneath Yang Rui were capable of conducting numerous assaults against the imperialists, with enough remnants left to produce 3 to 5 Hollywood blockbusters. What did it matter to sit upon a box of explosives? The rocket shells were far more formidable than mere gunpowder. Duanhua took a deep drag from his cigarette, the glowing ember illuminating for a considerable time. As he contentedly exhaled gray smoke rings, the unfiltered Baoqing cigarette was reduced to a mere stub. With a flick of his index finger, Duanhua sent the still glowing cigarette, but flying onto the machine gun's belt, where it promptly fell to the ground, extinguished by the unperturbed foot of his uncle. "Uncle, did you call for me?" Yang Rui quickly inquired, hoping to prevent him from lighting another cigarette. Allow me to introduce you, Duan Hua, hands resting on the grenades at his waist, began by introducing the man fiddling with a rifle opposite him. This is Xiao Gong. My nephew Yang Rui, sharp-minded indeed. The idea for the vertical sterilization tank was his. Turning back, Duan Hua continued the introduction. Xiao Gong is the foremost talent at our Shibao meat processing plant, the head of the technical department, a senior engineer, and also the deputy commander of our militia battalion. He came specifically to see you on this trip. What is there to see in me? Yang Rui feigned ignorance, adding, a senior engineer is just a senior technician, right? Precisely, a senior technician. Duan Hua discreetly gave a thumbs up. In the factory, a senior technician represents a technical authority and is a rare honor. Especially for someone like Xiao Gong, who has just crossed the age of 40. Achieving such a title is no small feat, and when mentioned, it often brings a sense of pride. The latter could not help but smile slightly, pulling back the bolt with a crisp click, adjusting the sight like a seasoned soldier, and remarked, "Don't keep calling me senior technician. Simply addressing me as Xiao Gong is already a courtesy." Both titles are acceptable, Duan Hua responded amiably. He was the deputy factory director responsible for production, while Xiao Gong was the head of the technical department at the main plant, and the two frequently interacted. Director Duan favored a polite demeanor. Engineer Xiao chuckled lightly twice. Under Yang Rui's anxious gaze, he retrieved a cigarette case, extracted 2 cigarettes, and handed one each to Duan Hua and Yang Rui. With a swift motion, he struck a match, igniting the cigarettes for both men before casually tossing the match onto a sandbag. Yang Rui let out a long sigh of relief, hastily inhaling deeply to soothe his nerves. Once he had exhaled the smoke, he coughed twice and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Engineer Xiao, for your timely assistance. If it weren't for your malicious arrival, we would have been at a loss in such a large bus station. Xixian County is not far from the provincial capital and even closer to the regional center. With frequent land transportation, the bus station is perpetually bustling with dozens of vehicles and hundreds of drivers. Not to mention the throngs of people dining there and the constant flow of passengers, which a single militia unit could hardly contain. The crowd at this time is far from docile. Conflicts can erupt at any moment. Only in such an overwhelmingly advantageous situation would the drivers and passengers, who felt their journeys were being delayed, calm down and cooperate." Engineer Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Your idea of the horizontal sterilization tank has brought substantial profits to our Shibao meat processing plant and resolved a significant technical issue for our department. Don't mention merely having the militia come here for appearances. We could handle a real scuffle if necessary. I recall the time we clashed with the 7 Stars faction at the Guandi Temple. I charged and armed with a submachine gun and grenades." Engineer Xiao, "Let us not burden the youth with such tales," interjected Uncle, who had interrupted the spirited engineer's reminiscence. Engineer Xiao chuckled, waved his hand in acknowledgement, and shifted the conversation, inquiring, "The yield rate at the canning factory has improved significantly this month, hasn't it?" "It has indeed risen from 75 to 85, and at times even reached 90. Duan Hua replied, unable to suppress a grin as he recounted, "You should have seen Han Sen's expression when he slammed the table, accusing us of data falsification. I had 2 trucks of canned goods unloaded in the main factory yard and asked him, Duan, and not Sun Wukong, how can I conjure first-rate products?" The look on Han's face, akin to that of a withered liver, was priceless. Engineer Xiao laughed knowingly. "I see you as a Tang Sung. While Yang here is Sun Wukong. With a mere hair pluck, we could transform a number of substandard products into first-rate ones. I presume your bonuses have increased this month?" Each person received an additional 15 yuan, ever since we established the production line for spare rib cans. The surplus ribs at the main factory have disappeared, all becoming our factory's substandard products. It's been nearly half a year since we last received payment, Duan Hua lamented, his discontent evident. Engineer Xiao, slightly embarrassed, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Han Sen's ambition to gain recognition has gone a bit too far. When the main factory sells ribs to the branch factory, it generates profit, leading to bonuses being distributed. However, the funds allocated to the branch have been squeezed, resulting in unmet production and sales targets, and consequently, no bonuses. As the party secretary of the main factory, Han Sen's allegiance was to the upper echelons of the main factory, and when opportunities to succeed the factory director arose, the democratic assessments and inquiries within the party focused solely on the main factory, disregarding the sentiments of the branch personnel. Engineer Xiao, as the head of the technical department at the main factory, bore a degree of responsibility for the canning factory's operational issues. Amidst feelings of guilt for receiving compensation without having contributed, a flush of embarrassment crept over him. Duanhua, ever astute, chuckled and remarked, Xiaogong, you are too modest. If Han's son intends to distribute funds, would you truly refuse? Such an action would surely offend him. This matter, while lacking propriety on Han Sen's part, has no bearing on anyone else. Seizing the opportunity to gracefully retreat, Xiaogong replied, Han Sen has lost significant face. You must exercise caution. Fear not him. Let us not dwell on that rogue. It brings bad luck, Duanhua interjected as he produced his cigarette case. Offering a cigarette to Xiaogong before continuing to exhale clouds of smoke amidst the ammunition crates. Yang Rui, feeling somewhat dazed, inquired, if my presence is not required. I shall take my leave. Should there be matters to discuss, I will seek you out. With a swift motion, Xiaogong extinguished his cigarette against the barrel of a machine gun, stating, my primary purpose for this visit is to present a batch of supplies to your school. As I am not well acquainted with Shibao Middle School, I have decided to entrust you with the allocation of these resources. Noticing Yang Rui's confusion, Duanhua, flicking ash from his cigarette, added, this is from the factory, and Xiaogong wishes to express gratitude for your assistance in resolving technical issues, which has pleased everyone. However, as you are not an employee of our factory and currently lack employment, these items must be sent to your school for distribution. Xiaogong has already communicated this to Principal Zhao, who has consented to the arrangement. The supplies from Shibao Meat Processing Plant are entirely at your discretion, designated for you alone. In Hedong Province, where reform and opening are not yet in full swing, officials tend to act with great caution. It is typically inappropriate to distribute personal funds, even amounts as modest as a couple hundred yuan, without proper justification, lest it be construed as corruption. Thus, the Shibao Meat Processing Plant has adopted a collective-to-collective, public-to-public approach, sending a batch of goods to Shibao Middle School, which you can allocate as you see fit. Not only does this foster goodwill, but it also allows you to retain some for personal use. Of course, the quantity one can keep for oneself is unlikely to be substantial. The Shibao Meat Processing Plant has incurred significant expenses, ultimately limiting the tangible benefits that can be provided to Yang Rui to a maximum of 1 or 200 yuan. Yet, this exemplifies the operational dynamics of the current distribution system. Yang Rui, overwhelmed with a mix of astonishment and curiosity, graciously accepted the official letter entrusted to him by Xiaogong. While he had merely offered a few suggestions to his uncle, the benefits bestowed upon the Shibao Meat Processing Plant were far beyond the scope of those brief comments. Without his guidance, even if the Shibao Canning Factory were to find suitable experts and conduct high-level research, it would require considerable time and funding, amounting to tens of thousands of yuan, to arrive at the conclusions he had articulated. The savings incurred from this alone far exceed 10,000 yuan. Thus, even receiving tens of thousands of yuan in gifts felt entirely justified to Yang Rui. However, the prevailing conditions of 1982 were far from favorable. Did the Shibao Meat Processing Plant truly go to such lengths solely for his personal benefit? This did not align with the ethos of state-owned enterprises. Nevertheless, Yang Rui expressed his gratitude with genuine delight. In an era where monetary exchange often fails to procure quality goods, receiving gifts holds greater value than mere cash. Xiaogong, with a hearty smile, reassured Yang Rui. My relationship with your uncle is long-standing. This gesture is but a small token of our appreciation. Indeed, I have heard that the pirated examination papers attributed to Master Hua were authored by you. From the fabric bag at his back, he produced a hard cardboard examination paper, the very secret document from the Rui Study Group that incited this mobilization of the militia. Yang Rui nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was I who composed it. Did you have no assistance? From where did you procure the materials, or rather, most of it sprang from my own imagination. There should be no similar papers within the province. As for the research in the capital, I am not particularly well informed. Oh, so this Rui Study Group, was it you who established it? Indeed. Yang Rui recounted the tale of the Rui Study Group in its entirety. This endeavor was never intended for profit, but rather for prestige. To conceal it would be a loss. In the 1980s, prestige was undoubtedly more valuable than money. Over the past and forthcoming decade, countless renowned figures would rise and fall, and when they achieved fame, local governments would readily offer tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, in pursuit of collaboration. In this era, the valuation of capital is not merely a matter of currency. Engineer Xiao listened intently and then inquired, your uncle has mentioned that your scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry are perfect. Does this relate to the Rui Study Group? This was a byproduct of Yang Rui explaining to his parents during a parental meeting. Secretary Yang likely took it lightly, while Mother Rui certainly disseminated it as gossip throughout the village. Yang Rui merely stated, "The learning methodology of the Rui Study Group is undoubtedly effective. In the future, achieving perfect scores will become commonplace. My son claims that many of his teachers at school cannot solve numerous problems." Engineer Xiao gazed at Yang Rui with fervent interest, his fingers gripping the barrel of his gun. His son attended a factory-run school at the Shibao meat processing plant, where the teaching quality was hardly superior to the village school, being a refuge for factory children who had failed their entrance exams. Upon hearing this, Yang Rui comprehended fully. He instantly activated his tutoring instincts and declared, "For the subjects of mathematics, physics, and chemistry at the high school level, there is no problem I cannot solve. The academic performance of our Rui Study Group members is steadily improving. Engineer Xiao might be aware of this. If your son encounters any questions, he is welcome to seek my assistance directly." Yang Rui felt no need for restraint. Tutoring is a prolonged endeavor, and the college entrance examination is of paramount importance in the 1980s. Despite Engineer Xiao being the director of the technical department at the main factory, as long as he has not ascended to provincial or ministerial levels, he will still need to rely on others for his son's examination prospects. In contrast to the myriad reforms of the college entrance examination envisioned by modern individuals, the examination, based purely on scores, represents the greatest equity within Chinese society. Those whose destinies have been altered by it, who have gained opportunities for advancement due to it, are more numerous than ever before, and the value created is unprecedented, rivaling the impacts of war. Engineer Xiao was indeed familiar with the Rui Study Group, as the factory-run school at the Shibao meat processing plant was one of the sales locations for the Rui Study Group's secret papers. He had witnessed his son utilize this set of examination papers and, due to the militia's mobilization, had acquired related information. As one of the few diploma holders from the 1960s in the factory, Engineer Xiao understood better than anyone the profound accumulation required to compile examination papers. The name Rui Study Group had frequently crossed his path. Reflecting on his son's academic performance and future, Mr. Xiao took proactive measures in advance. The resources donated to Shibao Middle School were acquired through considerable effort on his part, primarily as a safeguard against the impetuous refusal of the spirited Yang Rui. Receiving such a splendid response, Mr. Xiao sincerely grasped Yang Rui's hand and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you immensely. As for my son, I truly find myself at a loss in guiding him. However, your group's examination papers have been beneficial. His teacher has also commended his progress." Yang Rui reassured him. "It is my duty to assist, as you are a friend of my uncle. If your son has the time, I would invite him to Shibao Middle School, even on weekends, as I reside on campus. However, our academic group operates under a clear structure. New members initially join as reserve members. At present, besides the distinction in titles, there is little practical difference. It is merely a probationary period. Rest assured, the reserve status will make things easier for him. I will speak with him beforehand, and if he proves disobedient, it is only fair for you to discipline him, be it standing in the corner or receiving a good scolding. That is entirely appropriate. We will conduct him as per the standards of our group." Mr. Xiao chuckled heartily, lowering his tone. "My son, Xiao Liang, attends school at our Shibao meat processing factory, and his grades are not particularly stellar. Grades matter little. Education should be inclusive," Yang Rui replied, adopting the demeanor of a tutor, his gaze sharpening. "You mentioned discipline. I assure you, I will enforce it if necessary. You are aware of my circumstances, and I can guarantee an improvement in your son's grades, but you cannot fault me for the hardships he may endure." Of course, Mr. Xiao nodded repeatedly, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth, and after shaking hands with Yang Rui, he enthusiastically clasped Duanhua's arm. Yang Rui maintained a calm exterior, feeling quite pleased within. The well-being of all is paramount. The academic group he designed was never intended solely for his own benefit or that of Shibao Middle School. If his uncle could gain 2 more allies through this arrangement, it would be nothing short of splendid. Chapter 35. Press release with the assistance of the militia, Duan Hang, accompanied by the criminal police team, successfully apprehended all members of the notorious gang led by Old Fourth Hua. This local gang had long established their presence, with many members possessing criminal records. Once the avenues for escape to other regions were sealed off, the police methodically arrested individuals based on their names, making it nearly impossible for anyone to slip through the cracks. Their arrogance during the years they dominated the bus station had alienated too many people, leaving them without a single ally willing to offer protection. Of course, the ramifications of harboring criminals were severe, and in the aftermath of the recent political movement. Most individuals remained understandably apprehensive. Local figures in the underworld also suffered misfortune, with numerous individuals falling prey to Duan Hang's strategic initiatives, resulting in their detainment in the pre-trial department. Thanks to the cooperation of the militia, 6 long-sought fugitives were finally captured. Furthermore, the desperation of those seeking reduced sentences led to extensive informant activity, resulting in a thorough sweep of the county, overwhelming the detention center with inmates. Upon hearing that 2 gangs, totaling 6 wanted criminals, had been apprehended, Duan Hang was nearly overwhelmed with joy. As the captain of the criminal police team, his role had always been challenging. Each year, there were quotas and targets imposed from above. While he managed to meet them, the process was arduous, and achieving these goals often felt like merely fulfilling his basic duties, hardly deserving of commendation. Xishan was merely a county town, devoid of major criminal cases, with perhaps one serious incident occurring annually. Thus, he often found himself criticized for unsolved cases, and even when cases were resolved, they were merely those expected of him. In essence, Duan Hang's work was characterized by an absence of accolades, only the burden of labor, as he endured a prolonged period of proving himself. This time, while the arrest of Old Fourth was gang may not have been particularly momentous, capturing 6 fugitives wanted by the provincial department solidified his reputation and demonstrated his effectiveness. The director, who had previously been lukewarm towards Duan Hang's efforts, now wore a beaming smile, frequently visiting the district for 2 consecutive days, returning each time with a demeanor as warm and benevolent as that of Santa Claus. Duan Hang's enthusiasm for his work surged, and even the task of returning young Rui to school was delayed by 2 days as he gathered evidence. Along the way, he confidently remarked, "By next year, or at most the year after, I anticipate a promotion. When that time comes, you'll have to inquire about Director Duan's office instead of seeking your cousin." With a hearty laugh, Duan Hang's bicycle jingled merrily beneath him. Young Rui looked at him with a mix of pity and amusement, saying, "If it's truly next year, or the year after before you receive recognition, might it be a bit premature to celebrate? What if someone else achieves something significant in the meantime, overshadowing your accomplishments?" Duan Hang dismissed the concern, retorting, "Do you think earning merit is that easy? In our county, how many wanted criminals pass through in a year? And how likely is it that they would end up in our hands? Achieving merit is no simple feat." Young Rui longed to argue otherwise. Next year was meant to be a year of stringent crackdowns. Ordinary criminals would face severe penalties, and many would recognize the precariousness of their situations, seeking ways to escape and ultimately becoming fugitives, only to be captured by police in other areas and sent to prison. By the time they gathered to assess their achievements, the number and quality of arrests across the board would undoubtedly elevate, thereby diminishing the significance of Duan Hang's accomplishments this year. Young Rui then pondered, Old Fourth was downfall this year might indeed be a stroke of fortune, potentially leading to a lighter sentence. Would he, come next year, express gratitude towards me? By the way, why don't you use the tricycle from your criminal investigation team? There's a steep hill leading to the school. With no immediate concerns on the road, young Rui, curious, leaned forward and pedaled vigorously. Their classmates, eager to return to school and boast about tales of the militia besieging the city, surrounded them. Duan Hang, however, was consumed with thoughts of his future. At his 30s, he pedaled with fervor, matching young Rui's pace, and gasped, "The tricycle is reserved for my colleagues on investigations, since we live nearby. Riding a bicycle suffices. You wish to leave a good impression on your colleagues, don't you?" Young Rui had seen Duan Hang more than once, riding the tricycle, wearing sunglasses, stylishly navigating the streets of the county. The tricycle, a motorcycle with a sidecar, was a common sight in old films and was considered quite fashionable in the 80s and 90s. It was akin to a convertible in its allure to woo women. Even relatively reserved girls were more inclined to accept an invitation for a ride on a tricycle. The bachelors in the criminal police team often seized opportunities using the tricycle. In everyday life, it served as Duan Hang's personal vehicle, rarely lent to others. With a chuckle, Duan Hang faced the wind and remarked, "The Bureau is planning to replace vehicles. I've already submitted my report. If I become the deputy chief, who knows, I might even get a jeep. What is a tricycle in comparison?" Young Rui was left speechless. "You truly are an official enthusiast. That's called progress," Duan Hang said, exerting more effort, the heavy bicycle speeding up beneath him. The wind billowed his clothes, reminiscent of a traitor in an anti-Japanese drama, his face exhibiting an air of confidence. Young Rui had to pedal with all his might to keep pace with Duan Hang. However, as Duan Hang was a working man, His speed could not be sustained for long, and he soon slowed down, panting. Yet, young Rui, who practiced diligently every day, still had the breath to inquire. I have an idea that could draw the attention of the regional leaders to you. However, it may carry some repercussions. Are you willing to give it a try? What idea? What repercussions? Duan Hang, trusting young Rui, was intrigued, especially given the recent accomplishments that had showcased young Rui's intellect. Battling the wind, young Rui shouted, "We could write a news article about your capture of a wanted criminal and publish it in the newspaper." Suddenly, Duan Hang grasped the handbrake, nearly toppling over. He adeptly tilted the bike, stretching his body to maintain balance, and asked, "Can you write news articles?" Young Rui rode a distance before stopping, turning back reluctantly. "Aren't you interested in hearing about the repercussions first?" As long as it's a positive news report, what repercussions could there be? The 80s were an era of literary fervor, a time when words were revered. Seeing one's name in printed newspapers, whether as an author or a subject, was a great honor, and countless political icons were born this way. Duan Hang, recalling young Rui's article published in Scientific Pictorial, felt a surge of excitement. Young Rui shook his head, retrieved an envelope from his pocket, and handed it to him, saying, "In gratitude for your escort back to school, I shall allow you to sign this piece yourself." The primary focus is on the imperative of vigilance and the robust crackdown on criminal activities, advocating for a decisive approach and a zero-tolerance stance towards crimes within the jurisdiction. Take a look. In comparison to the demand for stringent enforcement, the press release penned by young Rui adopts a more tempered tone. However, given that it is 1982, a slightly softer approach a year ahead of time is quite reasonable, even displaying a degree of foresight. On another note, this press release heavily borrows from future American local speeches and police mentality. After the Clinton era, crime in America deteriorated significantly, and politicians vying for mayoral and local prosecutor positions typically made a vigorous assault on crime a central promise of their tenure. In this politically theatrical nation, the reality may be open to debate, but the art of speech and rhetoric is undoubtedly worthy of emulation. For instance, terms like zero tolerance, when deployed on the eve of societal disorder, are likely to garner approval from superiors and societal endorsement. The succinct press release, comprising around 1,000 words, was swiftly perused by Duan Hang, who exclaimed excitedly, "This is outstanding, even surpassing my expectations." After Effects, young Rui reminded him once more. Indeed, After Effects. What could they possibly be? This is a label. Once this press release is issued, you will henceforth be regarded as the embodiment of zero tolerance, maintaining a severe stance on criminal cases. Even if you ascend to a higher position, this label will be difficult to shed. Therefore, if the domestic political atmosphere shifts towards leniency, your promotion may be adversely affected. Because you are the one endorsing this press release, you must first align with its content. I agree, criminal cases should certainly be treated with severity. This has always been my stance, and my colleagues in the Bureau are well aware of it, Duan Hang replied nonchalantly. Young Rui patiently continued, "Labels are not trifles. Should you express contrary opinions in the future, you will be perceived as dishonest and duplicitous. I am not joking. You have yet to encounter heinous crimes. Some individuals you simply cannot regard as human." Young Rui reiterated his concerns before mounting his bicycle and handing him another envelope. "What is this?" Elements that transformed the press release into news. Duan Hang opened it to reveal a stack of bills. "What does this mean?" Duan Hang exclaimed, suddenly agitated. "This isn't for your personal expenditure." Young Rui restrained his hand and clarified, "There is a total of 500 yuan here, designated for your activity fund. Your uncle and grandfather have long-standing connections in state-owned enterprises. Find a suitable journalist and allocate these funds wisely. It is crucial to issue the press release shortly after the case is concluded. If it lingers too long, its impact will diminish, and it will cease to be newsworthy. The news slots are highly competitive now, which is no easy feat moreover. Strive to alter the press release as little as possible. If changes must be made, the core message must remain intact. Without financial backing, the press release may not be disseminated according to your wishes. Yet, it cannot be at your expense. Do you possess 500 yuan? Duan Hang couldn't help but blush. 500 yuan represents an entire year's salary for him. Saving such an amount would take 2 or 3 years, given that the criminal investigation team lacks substantial resources. As a prominent figure in the county, Duan Hang faces considerable expenses and currently possesses no more than 100 yuan in savings. Young Rui's tone softened as he said, "I have surplus funds from my writing fees. Consider this money alone, and you can repay me later." If it brings you any unease, once you acquire a Jeep, you may lend it to me for a couple of days as interest. Duan Hang replied with a wry smile. That sum is far too substantial. Indeed, it is considerable. But should it be less? Would a story from a county police officer be worthy of the Nanhu Daily? Would it even secure a spot on the second front page? The Nanhu Daily is the most widely circulated newspaper in the region of Cc, a publication that leaders invariably read. Only this paper, or one of even greater authority, holds significant promotional value. Duan Hang was taken aback. To be featured in the Nanhu Daily? Ideally on the front page. Even a mere index citation would be worthwhile. The main text must be prominent, not relegated to the third page. If you can find someone willing to take money to get things done, consider yourself fortunate. Frequently, those with little luck in finding opportunities for success only have the broad connections of their family in state-owned enterprises, which is why Yang Rui proposed this idea. Otherwise, merely writing a news article would be futile. To publish according to one's intentions would require even more connections. Of course, in a more euphemistic modern context. This is akin to nepotism, resembling the nature of a scholar pilfering books. Yang Rui did not allow his cousin a chance to decline, swiftly mounting his bicycle and pedaling ahead. At that moment, their fellow students had already ridden ahead, and after a moment of contemplation, Duan Hang gritted his teeth, tucked the money into his pocket, and pedaled after him. The two arrived at Shibao Middle School, no longer discussing the news article. Yang Rui's investment was emotional, offering to his older cousin without hesitation. He possessed over 2,000 yuan in writing fees, a sum he could hardly exhaust, should the need arise. He could easily undertake ghostwriting again, as money came easily and was spent liberally. Duan Hang found himself unable to decipher his cousin's intentions, resorting to motivating himself with phrases reminiscent of storytelling, assuring himself that he could repay later or that small acts of kindness yield great rewards. Locking their bicycles in the shed, Yang Rui stretched his arms as he walked inside. Upon reaching the edge of the playground, he was greeted by a chorus of lively voices. Yang Rui is back, someone exclaimed, prompting countless pairs of eyes to turn towards him. Among the crowd were not only students, but also numerous teachers. A glance around revealed that nearly all the teachers from Shibao Middle School had gathered. What were they doing? Dressed in police uniform, Duan Hang stood at the forefront, quieting the surrounding throng. Yang Rui. The goods donated to our school by the Shibao meat processing plant have been placed in the gymnasium. Please check them against this list. Mr. Lu's voice sounded somewhat peculiar. Yang Rui unfolded the list. After a mere glance, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. The first item on the list boldly stated 20 boxes of canned meat, totaling 480 cans. This single item alone had a market value exceeding 1,500 yuan. Yet, the money was not the most unbearable aspect. It was the tantalizing allure of 480 cans that proved most irresistible. Neatly stacked meat cans tower higher than a person. Aside from the workers at the meat processing plant, ordinary individuals likely encounter such a scene only in films that criticize the extravagance of the American military and the nationalist troops. The county supply and marketing cooperative could never transport such a vast inventory in one go. Not to mention the students, even the school teachers gathered to witness this spectacle, unable to restrain their hushed discussions. Chapter 36. Scholarships. The meat canisters delivered by the Shibu meat processing plant comprised 3 varieties: spare ribs, braised pork, and preserved vegetables with pork, each weighing approximately 1 pound. With a total of 480 cans, nearly half a ton, this equates to the yield of 5 slaughtered pigs. And such a generous gift could only be given between peers to avoid any gossip. With such an abundance of canned goods, Yang Rui could easily reserve 20 to 30 cans for himself. As the head of the technical department, this would indeed be a significant gesture. However, the inventory included far more than these items. There were 10 small boxes containing 120 cans of fruit for 100 pounds of fresh oranges, 20 bags of flour weighing 50 pounds each, and a large barrel of lard weighing 50 pounds. These were either products from the meat processing plant itself or acquired through external exchanges, all exceeding standard specifications for gifts. Yang Rui could not help but ponder the implications. The favors owed to Engineer Xiao and his uncle seemed rather excessive. Collectively, these items were valued at no less than 4,000 yuan, a sum that could not be easily obtained even with wealth. While the exchange of gifts among various units was common, pure donations remained a rarity. Of course, if such gifts were intended for County No. 1 Middle School, a value of 4,000 yuan would be deemed ordinary. However, they would typically reciprocate with a few enrollment slots or lower admission scores for students from the Shibu meat processing plant. Although Shibu High School was in close proximity to the meat processing plant, it had never enjoyed such privileges. Being a school that did not require tuition, there was no necessity for material gifts. State-owned enterprises often had substantial resources, but instances of unwarranted generosity were relatively scarce. Yang Rui found himself unable to comprehend the rationale. And Teacher Lu was equally astonished, inquiring, "How shall we distribute these? The oranges may not last long." Zhao Danning was reluctant to handle such matters personally and entrusted them to Teacher Lu. However, Teacher Lu was at a loss on how to communicate with Yang Rui. The student's performance was unexpectedly remarkable, and the principal had convened a brief meeting to clarify that the authority for distribution of the materials belonged to Yang Rui, as they were gifts from the Shibu meat processing plant, presented with a certain formality, lacking the authority to allocate. Teacher Lu felt somewhat awkward in his role as class supervisor. Fortunately, Yang Rui maintained a composed demeanor, neither speaking excessively nor displaying undue emotion. He assessed the weight of the oranges and suggested, "Let us distribute the oranges evenly among the classes. There are likely over 1,000 here, ensuring each student receives one, to be distributed during evening study sessions. The surplus can be divided into 2 portions, one for the teachers and another for the students who participated in the exam paper preparation." Under his proposed distribution, ordinary students would merely taste a sample, while teachers would each receive 3 to 4 pounds, akin to the benefits received during holidays. The number of students involved in the exam paper preparation was considerable. Thus, the allocation would yield just under a pound for each, a modest advantage that nonetheless served to distinguish between those who labored and those who did not. Teacher Lu, hearing his clear distribution plan, could not help but smile, saying, "This is quite manageable. I will borrow a scale and enlist a few helpers. We can sort this out shortly." "Thank you, Teacher Lu. As for the flour and lard, please take them to the kitchen. They will be perfect for the additional meals for teachers and students at noon. Non-boarders also eat at school during lunch." Making this an equitable arrangement, Teacher Lu nodded in agreement. Canned goods, let them be for now. When it came to the crucial moment, Yang Rui's decision left everyone astounded. Teacher Lu's pen hovered above the paper, narrowly avoiding a puncture. The decision to withhold the most significant items felt intentional, didn't it? "Can you not provide a definitive answer regarding whether Teacher Lu possesses any canned goods?" Teacher Lu remained quite reserved, watching Yang Rui depart, while others inevitably engaged in speculation. Wang Guohua, who had received prior instructions, proactively took on the task of distributing the items. As for the most tantalizing cans, they continued to stand tall, forming a small mountain that would not topple. That afternoon, students flocked to the gymnasium, drawn by curiosity to view the cans. Yang Rui returned to the classroom as if nothing had happened, first assisting Duan Heng in gathering evidence to strengthen their case. In the afternoon, he began reviewing the accounts of the Rui Study Group and checked the assignments of its members. It was only during the evening study session that he occupied the classroom to conduct a unified lesson. The ability to review assignments was currently the sole direct benefit for the over 50 members of the Rui Study Group. Although Yang Rui would not correct each assignment individually, he would focus on certain students and specific problems, assessing their grasp of the knowledge points, and subsequently providing targeted guidance or instruction. Naturally, the lessons were open to anyone, not just members of the Rui Study Group. Those who attended were typically enthusiastic candidates for membership. In his final 2 years as a tutor, Yang Rui had taught both one-on-one sessions and lectures to over 200 students, demonstrating exceptional classroom management skills. Compared to the teaching methods of the 1980s, his approach felt refreshingly innovative. The 1980s were a blank slate. The veteran professors at normal universities had outdated knowledge structures and continued to teach new students using Soviet-style methods from the 1950s and 60s. Many teachers had not received systematic teacher training, and even those who had found it ineffective, as the updates to textbooks and examination syllabi outpaced their learning. In an era where the subjects for the following year's college entrance examination remained uncertain, innovative teaching methods abounded, but their efficacy was not guaranteed. After 3 days of this, Yang Rui managed to catch up on the work he had missed. Meanwhile, the curiosity of both students and teachers regarding the canned goods reached its zenith. Merely allowing them to see without letting them partake was unbearable. Even Hu Yinshan was affected by the atmosphere at school, running down the mountain to buy 2 cans for himself, consuming them entirely in his dormitory. At this moment, Yang Rui convened the Rui Study Group and began printing 2 sets of new examination papers. To everyone's astonishment, the 2 sets comprised a complete series of papers for both middle and high school, covering 6 subjects: mathematics, physics, chemistry, Chinese, English, and biology. Huang Ren, who was responsible for arranging the printing, was left bewildered upon receiving the papers, looking at Yang Rui as if he were a deity. It would take an ordinary person a considerable amount of time to transcribe these papers, especially across 4 grade levels and 6 subjects. Furthermore, there were the secret papers from the Rui Study Group that had been used to capture the market just days prior. Yang Rui had been tirelessly creating these papers, leaving little time for rest. Unable to contain his curiosity, Huang Ren inquired, "Are these papers meant to be printed for sale? Surely, no one will come looking for them." He felt an inexplicable kinship with the situation, having heard about Huasi being apprehended for piracy. Yang Rui smiled gently. "No need to sell. Print according to the number of students in our school, perhaps with an additional 10. Should the junior high school exam papers be printed based on the number of junior high students? Yes, they are intended for examination purposes, so confidentiality is paramount. All of this should be entrusted to the top 10 members of the Rui Learning Group for preparation. That might delay their revision," Huang Ren replied uncertainly. Yang Rui chuckled. "Our Rui Learning Group does not thrive on mere hours spent. A student who cannot grasp the material despite studying for 10 hours a day will not benefit from prolonged study. You should assign the tasks if anyone is reluctant. Explain the rationale. If they still refuse, report it to me." In Yang Rui's perspective, the Rui Learning Group should comprise 2 types of individuals: those willing to dedicate their lives to the nation and its people, and those eager to forge alliances for lifelong endeavors. Regardless of the choice, he had no use for bookworms. The resources of the Rui Learning Group should not be squandered on them, especially if they are incapable of excelling academically. They could merely be deemed as dullards. With fully equipped printing facilities, hundreds of examination papers were produced in just one day. The Rui Learning Group's secret papers required a daily output of 500 sets, achievable within merely 4 hours of printing. After reviewing the exam papers, Yang Rui headed straight to the cafeteria at noon. Hundreds of students were dining on campus, and the 2,000 pounds of flour quickly vanished, while the 50 pounds of meat oil were used sparingly, as the head chef utilized it primarily for vegetable dishes, which were both flavorful and economical. Such generous provisions led to a decrease in the number of students eating in the cafeteria. Upon entering the courtyard, Yang Rui noticed students squatting beneath the trees and along the pathways. He timed his arrival to coincide with the meal service, waiting until everyone had filled their plates before choosing a large stone table to stand upon. He addressed the crowd in a loud voice. "I have a matter to discuss." "It's Yang Rui." "Yang Rui? Which Yang Rui?" "The Yang Rui from the Rui Learning Group, the one responsible for distributing canned goods." "The one distributing the canned goods? You should have said so earlier. I just mentioned it." "Shoo, the person distributing the cans is about to speak. Can we keep quiet?" The students murmured softly, and the courtyard fell into a hushed silence. A group of teachers sitting inside the room exchanged astonished glances. They found it exhausting to emphasize meeting discipline, while this individual simply stood on a stone table and commanded attention effortlessly. Yang Rui paused for a moment, smiled, and declared, "I know you are all eager to hear about the distribution of the canned goods sent by the Shibao meat plant. Today, I will elucidate how the distribution will proceed. The first batch consists of 100 cans, equally divided between meat and fruit, which will be allocated as part of a scholarship to 3 categories of students." Scholarship? 3 categories of students? The attentive students were puzzled, for the concept of scholarships was still relatively rare in China during the 1980s. Secondary schools either waived tuition and fees for underprivileged families or initiated fundraising efforts, typically aimed at academically excellent students facing financial hardships. However, the term scholarship immediately resonates with everyone, prompting them to eagerly await Yang Rui's further elucidation. After a brief pause to gather their attention, Yang Rui continued. "There are 3 categories of students eligible for scholarships. The first category consists of those with excellent academic performance. The second includes those who have shown significant improvement, and the third encompasses those who actively participate in social practice activities. The specific criteria for evaluation shall be determined by me. What qualifies as excellent performance? What rank must one achieve?" inquired a student, licking their lips in anticipation. Yang Rui smiled slightly and replied, "Academic performance will be assessed based on examinations. Students wishing to participate in the assessment should register with Huang Ren before the evening study session today and proceed to the designated location for the examination." An examination? This revelation caused a stir among both students and teachers. Lu, the homeroom teacher, felt compelled to step out of the room and inquired, "Yang Rui, Has Principal Zhao approved this examination? No, Yang Rui replied. Then how can you conduct an examination so casually? Lu's tone was gentle, yet his expression stern. Yang Rui smiled. Those who wish to take the exam may do so. Those who do not may opt out. However, to receive a scholarship, participation in the examination is mandatory. At this juncture, he raised his voice once more, declaring, the scholarships to be awarded this time are one-time grants. With 125 students set to receive them, the top 25 from each grade in the first and second years of middle school and high school, as well as 10 students who assisted the Rui Study Group in printing the examination papers, each to receive 10 yuan in cash. According to their rankings, they will receive canned braised pork, spare ribs, or fruit cans. The latter part of his announcement drowned in a cacophony of excitement, as students were initially dumbfounded by the prospect of receiving 10 yuan, soon erupting into a jubilant uproar. Lu was taken aback. Is it permissible to distribute cash directly? Where is such a sum coming from? I reviewed the accounts of the Rui Study Group, and due to the recent surge in demand for new examination papers, our production and sales have increased. Including previous accumulations, we have a profit of over 1,000 yuan, which can be fully distributed, Yang Rui explained. With the defeat of Wu Laoxi's gang, the Rui Study Group now sells over 800 sets of examination papers daily, comparable to the underground newspapers of the liberated zones. And Yang Rui had no intention of retaining any funds in the account. It was more prudent to expend it all. Moreover, this initiative could significantly advance his scholarship program. The 10 yuan would suffice to cover a semester's tuition and miscellaneous fees at Shibao Middle School, providing far greater assistance to students from financially struggling families than several sets of examination papers. It is widely acknowledged across China that academic excellence can lead to financial gain. Yet prior to achieving such success, many young individuals are compelled to drop out of school due to family hardships. The narrative of siblings drawing straws, one to work and the other to study, may sound endearing to outsiders, but to those involved, it represents a harsh reality. This predicament embodies the greatest curse and injustice faced by the impoverished youth of China. While Yang Rui may lack the capacity to eradicate poverty for all, alleviating the burdens of even a few students through this financial assistance can yield far more impact than a month of impassioned lectures on examination papers. Chapter 37. The night examination. The students were abuzz with excitement. Regardless of their academic standings, both the high achievers and the underperformers felt a glimmer of hope. West Fort High School, unlike the prestigious First High School, was a modest institution with just over 400 students, encompassing both junior and senior high along with remedial classes. With 125 scholarships available, a quarter of the students had the opportunity to secure one, and those who were slightly below par felt that with a little effort, they might just make the cut. Among them were the astute students, who hurriedly finished their meals and dashed to the classrooms, eager to cram for the exam at the last minute. Conversely, the consistently top-performing students leisurely savored their meals, exuding an air of nonchalance. In the adjoining 2 bungalows of the cafeteria, the teachers held polarized views. Some believed in the merit of aiding students, while others contended that the intentions were commendable. But the methods were flawed. Yang Rui, being a student himself, found it perplexing that he would be tasked with administering exams and distributing scholarships. Political science teacher Qi Yuan slammed his hand on the table and asserted, Lu, as Yang Rui's homeroom teacher, you should address this. The tall chemistry teacher, Zhuang Mushi, chuckled and remarked, why don't you take the initiative and speak up yourself? Lu, as Yang Rui's homeroom teacher, felt the weight of responsibility to manage him. Am I mistaken? Qi Yuan had an uncle who held a governmental position and was transferred to West Fort High School a few years prior. Although it was not a prestigious role, it provided him with a semblance of bureaucratic status. Recently, he had been contemplating a transfer to the county but lacked the qualifications to secure a position in any of the local high schools, as they were reluctant to hire someone without a diploma. Due to his own aspirations of transferring, Qi Yuan had adopted a rather unconventional demeanor at school, focusing solely on his salary and bonuses while concocting various schemes to avoid work. Lu rubbed his sunken eyes and, feeling somewhat awkward, stated, the funds from the Rui Academic Group and the supplies from the West Fort Meat Processing Plant are designated for Yang Rui's allocation, as permitted by the principal. Even if I were to address this, I could not partake in the management. First, let him halt the examination, then we can discuss the allocation matters. After all, he is a student. What right does he have to administer exams to others? Qi Yuan harbored a desire to assume control over the distribution of resources, and he hoped to incorporate the Rui Academic Group under his wing as well. Unfortunately, Principal Zhao was known for his rigid demeanor, and Qi Yuan's uncle was not a significant official. Thus, such aspirations remained mere fantasies. Zhuang Mushi, who harbored a disdain for Qi Yuan due to his worker background, exhaled a cloud of smoke and remarked in a peculiar tone, "Some individuals lack even a high school diploma. Why should they be entrusted with teaching high school students?" In terms of academic prowess, Yang Rui excels in mathematics and the sciences, while others cannot even score 20 points. Qi Yuan's face flushed crimson. Having graduated from junior high and subsequently working in the countryside before finally securing a position at Westford High School, he had little opportunity to elevate his qualifications. Fortunately, his extensive memorization of political quotations allowed him to navigate a lesson without much difficulty. Zhuang Mushi, also from a working-class background but possessing genuine expertise, resented Qi Yuan for tarnishing the reputation of workers and had always looked down on him. However, it was the first time he had openly ridiculed him in front of so many teachers. You must have received canned goods from Yang Rui to speak in his defense. Qi Yuan exerted every ounce of his strength to retaliate. Zhuang Mushi disdainfully inhaled a puff of smoke, exhaling it directly into Qi Yuan's face, and lazily remarked, "Get lost." Humiliated, Qi Yuan seized Zhuang Mushi by the collar, only to be swiftly separated by other teachers. "We'll see about that," Qi Yuan pointed at Zhuang Mushi. Then at Teacher Liu, before turning his back and exiting the courtyard. He hopped on his bicycle and rode down the hill. Alas, his uncle is a leader in the Education Bureau. Why provoke him? The older teachers lamented, cautioning that such grievances could impact future promotions and job transfers. The comfort of working in a public institution lies in its stability, yet that same stability can also be a source of discomfort. A person who spends a lifetime in one institution must tread carefully, for offending someone may lead to a lifetime of suppression. Although leaders may not remember your virtues, even the slightest offense will be meticulously etched in their memories. "I'm not afraid of him," Zhuang Mushi declared, tossing the cigarette but to the ground before departing. The teachers lost their appetite and left the cafeteria in droves. Upon returning to the classroom, they found each student diligently engaged in their studies, which brought some solace to the teachers. Several students approached with questions, prompting each teacher to become increasingly busy. In this fervently passionate era, the majority of teachers harbored noble ideals akin to that of a candle burning to ash. Their commitment to offering free tutoring and caring for students' academic and personal well-being was not mere rhetoric. It was only when society began to prioritize wealth that teachers, influenced by public perception, shifted their mindset. After all, when those who graduated from elementary school flaunted their newfound wealth alongside their relatives, deriding the diligent and honest individuals, the latter's integrity might remain intact, but those around them could pressure them to compromise their values. Fortunately, the schools of 1982 still retained a sense of purity. Teachers like Liu, around 40 years old, despite returning home each evening, utilized their midday hours to assist students with their studies. Whenever they found free moments, they would occupy class and self-study times. Although their skills may not match the seasoned educators of future generations, their intentions and attitudes were profoundly different. Moreover, some teachers proactively supported students from less fortunate backgrounds. In the 1980s, issues like housing, healthcare, or retirement were not prevalent. Teachers with secure jobs needed only to save for appliances and to support their families. They often went out of their way to assist students who faced financial hardships, with some even offering a month's salary to help. Shibao Middle School, a rural institution, encountered more challenges than its urban counterparts. The teachers had to work even harder to maintain a semblance of enrollment rates. As the best rural school in the vicinity, Shibao produced a few college students and several vocational students each year, which served as the greatest consolation and achievement for the teachers. For this reason, Yang Rui's actions, although conspicuous, were largely accepted by the majority. Even the more traditional teachers adopted a wait-and-see attitude, given the principal's approval. Among the 30-odd faculty members in the school, Qi Yuan stood alone in his uniqueness. He went to lodge a complaint, and no one on campus could hinder Yang Rui's endeavors any longer. After school in the afternoon, the members of the Rui Learning Group appeared in various classrooms, directing the students to begin transporting desks and chairs to the playground. The Rui Learning Group consisted of students from the remedial and graduating classes, effortlessly coordinating with the younger students, and soon, the grass was strewn with desks and chairs. Shibao Middle School lacked proper teaching buildings. The classrooms were all single-story structures, making it quite easy to move the furniture to the playground. The school also possessed various large lights funded by the Rui Learning Group, and once the power was connected, The area was illuminated brilliantly. Yang Rui observed with satisfaction. Before stepping onto the podium and announcing, the examination will take place on the playground. A truly open-air exam? Huang Ren was taken aback by the realization that it was indeed happening. He inquired, what if it rains or there's a strong wind? Yang Rui replied nonchalantly, regardless. Everyone is under the same conditions. If it rains heavily, we will simply submit our papers. The score will be whatever is completed. The same applies in the wind. Our final assessment will be based on rankings. Some students write faster, while others are more meticulous but slower. Why fret over it? This is not the college entrance examination. It is merely a scholarship evaluation. If one's performance is genuinely commendable, one should be able to write both well and swiftly. Ultimately, whether one's ranking is determined by speed or quality is a matter of fortune. If one fails to secure the scholarship, it is solely one's own responsibility. Other students might not share this perspective. Let them be. Sensitive students are best left alone. Huang Ren admired Yang Rui's decisiveness. Yet he lacked such resolve and continued to explain the situation to the students until Yang Rui pulled him back. All right, let us prepare to commence the examination. Yang Rui said, glancing at the clock. It is now 7 p.m. The exam will last for 5 hours, concluding at midnight. You may request to use the restroom, but do so individually. Cheating is strictly prohibited, as is talking or exchanging papers. Any infractions will result in a 0 score. 5 continuous hours of testing? Students in the front row immediately exclaimed. Indeed, a continuous 5 hours. Furthermore, the 6 subject papers will be distributed simultaneously. You may choose the order in which to tackle them. When calculating the final score, it will be based on the total points. This means we will be assessing 6 subjects in one sitting, totaling 5 hours. You may opt to answer Chinese first and entirely forego English, or tackle the smaller questions in each subject before addressing the larger ones. In short, 5 hours for 6 papers, whatever is completed counts. Yang Rui reassured them, rest assured. The volume of questions in this set is less than that of standard papers. With some effort, you can accomplish a significant amount in 5 hours. Upon hearing Yang Rui's examination format, a chorus of lamentations erupted and loud objections surfaced. Yang Rui pointed to the clock illuminated by the lights and calmly stated, "It is now 9:01. Cherish your time." With this declaration, the students had no choice but to fervently begin their work. Teacher Lu approached the podium, perplexed, and quietly remarked, "Such an arrangement will make it difficult for students to showcase their true abilities, and mixing the subjects may muddle their thinking." In Japanese middle schools, examinations are frequently conducted in this manner. Yang Rui spread his hands and remarked, "Given the limited conditions, we cannot possibly conduct tests for 6 consecutive days." He had heard that the Japanese employed such methods, and Teacher Lu reluctantly nodded, stating, "Organizing examinations is indeed quite troublesome. Moreover, conducting tests for 6 days might lead to the leakage of examination questions. Furthermore, there is no need to squander the students' time in such a way." At this juncture, Yang Rui paused and shifted the conversation, saying, "Teacher Lu, could you assist me in finding a few familiar teachers to begin grading the exam papers starting tomorrow?" All the exam papers? Nearly all the students in the school participated in the examination, except for students like Hu Yanshan. Even those not lacking in funds are eager to strive for honor. Conversely, some students from the Rui Learning Group were responsible for creating the examination papers and supervising. Thus they did not participate. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the workload for grading the papers is immense. After allowing him some time to ponder, Yang Rui quietly added, "The Rui Learning Group still has some reserves. Would it be acceptable for the teachers to receive a modest remuneration for grading?" Payment. That is not feasible." Teacher Lu hastily objected. Yang Rui grasped his hand reassuringly and said, "Please do not be hasty. The funds are not solely for you. Moreover, grading papers is something done in one's spare time. You can ask the teachers. Those who are willing to participate may do so, while those who choose not to are under no obligation. We can settle at a rate of $2 per day. A daily rate of $2 is equivalent to a teacher's daily wage. Naturally, the standard calculation for daily wages is based on working days. Yet those with stable positions often prefer to calculate based on calendar days. Regardless of how one computes it, this represents a considerable income." After some contemplation, Teacher Lu responded, "Then I shall inquire among them. Thank you for your assistance." Yang Rui expressed his gratitude, internally acknowledging, if the Rui Learning Group begins compensating the teachers, it will significantly enhance our standing at Shibao Middle School. Little did Teacher Lu realize the complexity of Yang Rui's thoughts. He remained entangled in the dilemma of whether or not to accept payment. Chapter 38. Refinement. The experience of undertaking 6 subjects in a continuous 5-hour examination starkly contrasts with their separate assessments. A judicious allocation of time and difficulty in such examinations can significantly influence performance. Within a mere half-hour, the playground was teeming with panting students. Their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and confusion. Of course, truly exceptional students would not be perturbed by the nature of the examination, effortlessly surmounting any challenge. Regrettably, West Fort High School lacks such formidable scholars. In truth, the educational resources at West Fort High School are inadequate for cultivating genuine academic prodigies. Besides rare talents like young Rui, only those with extraordinary gifts can comprehend the material through sheer intuition. Otherwise, relying solely on scant textbooks, limited supplementary materials, and instructors still engaged in self-study, how could one possibly master the entirety of secondary education knowledge? It is worth noting that the current college entrance examination question-setting team often finds itself uncertain about what should be tested. Frequently, the questions they devise exceed the stipulated guidelines, while conversely, these guidelines often surpass what is covered in textbooks. It is not uncommon for a member of the question-setting team to stumble upon an intriguing question or to create a brilliant one, only to excitedly include it in the examination, indifferent to whether it transcends the prescribed knowledge points. The guidelines were not authored by me. In the face of such circumstances, higher authorities merely chuckle, leaving students in a perplexing predicament. In a rural institution like West Fort High School, a bright student might grasp the standard equation of a parabola and its geometric properties, observing graphs and understanding concepts independently. However, if the textbook omits content on hyperbolas, and the teacher adheres rigidly to the text, how could the student possibly deduce the formula for the length of the chord of common asymptotes of hyperbolas? Even if a young Gauss were placed in such a rural school, subjected to the same educational limitations, he would likely widen his eyes in disbelief and ask, "Are you jesting with me?" The knowledge points within secondary school textbooks represent the pinnacle of scholarly synthesis. Distilled from the extensive research and insights of countless predecessors, those who have received thorough education and who were once the superlative scholars of their time. A nascent academic genius, if deprived of comprehensive education, may indeed manage to independently synthesize some knowledge points. But to claim complete mastery would be an affront to seasoned intellects. Are you jesting with me? The narrative of calculating the sum from 1 to 100 and thereby discovering the symmetry of arithmetic is a delightful tale. However, to aspire to independently create the formula for an arithmetic progression is merely a fanciful dream. Young Rui, masquerading as an invigilator, took a stroll around the playground and gained an intuitive understanding of the students' levels at West Fort High School. It was disheartening. Previously, he had only focused on his classmates, much like the school prioritizing the remedial class, where only the repeated students exhibited slightly more commendable results, albeit merely at the average level of first-year high school students. As for the other graduating classes, they likely did not even meet the standards of the third year of junior high. With a 5-year primary education, 2 years of junior high, and 2 years of high school, the conclusion of 9 years of compulsory education results in high school graduation. However, the absence of 3 years of learning time inevitably leads to a lack of substantial achievement. In the realm of academia, first-year students grapple with the complexities of arithmetic operations, while second-year students struggle with proofs. First-year high school students find themselves bewildered by functions, and those in their second year realize, with dismay, that they possess scant knowledge. Young Rui silently assesses the situation. At this rate, the number of students achieving a total score of 300 out of 600 across 6 subjects is unlikely to exceed 20. And this figure may plummet to below 10 in the graduating class. The second year and repeat students share a common examination, which mirrors the difficulty level of the college entrance examination. Without substantial determination, it is evident that 70 to 80 of these students will be unable to gain admission to university. Young Rui draws upon his experience as a tutor for this analysis. In the 1980s, even in major cities like Beijing and Shanghai, the enrollment rates were merely in the double digits, with certain prestigious schools achieving rates comparable to those of later institutions. The notion that learning relies solely on individual effort is but a wistful aspiration across any era. Learning encompasses both instruction from teachers and personal practice. It is the synergy of formidable educators and diligent students that possesses the power to transform destinies. However, the most successful outcomes arise from the collaboration between renowned teachers and their exceptional pupils. Young Rui seizes this moment to reorganize his thoughts. It is unrealistic to expect all students to traverse the solitary path of the college entrance examination. Once the current tumult subsides, he must devise alternative avenues for those who may not succeed. Nevertheless, identifying a path that rivals the significance of the college entrance examination proves exceedingly challenging. A comprehensive assessment reveals that, until the 1990s, the college entrance examination remained the most accessible and gratifying channel for social mobility. As the clock strikes 9, students begin to trickle out to the restroom, with a handful opting to submit their papers early. Upon receiving the examination papers, Yang Rui observes that many students exhibit fragile spirits, while others, whose performance is dismally poor, harbor no hope of placing within the top quartile. He meticulously records the names of those who submit their papers ahead of time. Should they wish to join the Rui Learning Group, their evaluations must be adjusted downward. Being born in China can often feel like an arduous undertaking. For those born in rural areas with particularly sensitive dispositions, the challenges become even more formidable, exponentially increasing the resources required for their advancement. Huang Ren, slender and meticulous, embodies this sentiment, unlike the more carefree Wang Guohua or the muscle-focused Chao Baoming. Huang Ren excels in the detailed work of the Rui Learning Group and possesses a genuine affinity for the task of recording allocations, making him a highly suitable candidate for the position of Secretary General. Time ticks away, and by noon, not a single student has completed 80 of the examination. Nevertheless, Yang Rui resolutely declares, "The examination is over. Please cease your efforts, and monitoring students, collect the papers. Let us extend it by another 2 hours." Came the reluctant protest from Su Jing in the front row. This rationale leaves Yang Rui momentarily speechless. However, to his surprise, Teacher Lu joins in the persuasion, suggesting, "Why not extend it by another 2 hours? Many students haven't even completed 4 papers. Collecting them now would yield different results next time. Yet, extending the exam by 2 hours would render the testing ineffective. Those eager to complete their papers will have ample opportunities in the future. Moreover, extending to 2 o'clock means many students, who typically retire by 11, would be drowsily attempting their work, thus diminishing the quality of their performance." Teacher Lu was taken aback when Yang Rui, without a hint of hesitation, dismissed his reasonable suggestion. In that moment of astonishment, he was reminded once again of the distinction between Yang Rui and other students. Although Yang Rui provided several justifications, a refusal remained a refusal. Moreover, students from the Huang Ren and Rui Study Group prioritized Yang Rui's directives over those of their homeroom teacher. If Teacher Lu were to articulate this sentiment, it would feel akin to being rendered obsolete. However, this notion of being sidelined quickly dissipated in his mind, as he mused. The school is not an administrative body. There is no such thing as being sidelined, and teachers are not leaders. If he were a leader, perhaps his perception of the situation would be more acute. As he gazed at the heavy stack of collected examination papers, Teacher Lu's thoughts swiftly shifted. After exchanging a few words with several familiar colleagues, he approached Yang Rui and proposed, "How about we start grading the papers tonight?" "Tonight?" Yang Rui replied, noting the time was already past midnight. "That's all right. We used to pull all-nighters quite often," Lu countered. "That's not advisable. With so many papers, we wouldn't finish in one night. Starting tomorrow, we could spread it over 2 or 3 days. There's no need to rush. Everyone is waiting. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can conclude this," Lu insisted. "I've consulted with several teachers, and they are willing to assist. Missing one night's sleep is no great concern," he added. Yang Rui pondered briefly and began to understand, saying, "Let us do this. We won't force everyone to finish in one night. Let us aim for the day after tomorrow. We'll have the papers graded by noon. And for the revision, we'll calculate it as 3 days." Teacher Lu refrained from contesting the revision request, indicating his desire for it. By proactively suggesting to grade papers tonight, he likely aimed to demonstrate that he was not merely receiving this remuneration without merit. Yang Rui, however, could not exploit the teachers in such a manner. Furthermore, since the revision fee came from the Rui Study Group's profits, it was considered collective property. He bore no personal burden in this regard and could effortlessly allocate 6 yuan for 3 days of compensation. Only if the teachers also benefited would Yang Rui's standing and influence at Shibao Middle School further enhance. Otherwise, when it came time for exam preparations, what would occur if his opinions conflicted with those of the teachers? Employing the prowess of a top student to reason was one aspect, while cultivating respect and authority was another. During his graduate studies, Yang Rui had witnessed numerous instances of this. For instance, the deans of various faculties may not necessarily possess the strongest research capabilities, yet their words carried the most weight within their departments. not only with ordinary students and teachers, but also with those renowned mentors who were unafraid of challenges. Whether in educational institutions, corporations, or government bodies, the dynamics remained consistent: administrative power for those with ample resources, financial pressure for the unyielding, and public opinion manipulation for those who lacked both resources and fear. Teacher Lu felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment, responding, "It won't take 3 days. We can finish in 1, at most 2 days." He was not speaking solely for himself, but representing his fellow teachers, and thus, when he mentioned 1 day, his conviction faltered. Yang Rui smiled reassuringly, saying, 3 days is the workload. If it could be completed in 1 or 2 days, that would be splendid, an early accomplishment of the task. Furthermore, do not think of the funding as coming from someone else. It is from the school itself. The Rui Learning Group is merely an organization under the school, akin to the school-run factory. Teacher Lu chuckled and replied, "All right. I will inform everyone to select 1 teacher from each subject, and we can finish this by the day after tomorrow." "No," Yang Rui interjected. "If we consider both the middle and high school divisions, we need 1 teacher per subject, and it is advisable to find 2 additional teachers for verification. It is not easy for everyone to answer questions, and errors can be quite disheartening." That would require 14 individuals," Lu teacher remarked. Originally, Lu had planned for 6 people to handle the task, each earning 6 yuan, totaling 36 yuan. However, Yang Rui's suggestion had more than doubled that figure. Yang Rui shrugged. "Isn't this how we handle the final exam papers? Each grade has at least 100 students, with fill-in-the-blank, short answer, and essay questions. It is exhausting for 1 person to grade, and if we do not differentiate between middle and high school, the teachers will feel overwhelmed." Lu teacher chuckled. Grading for the school is indeed different. The joy derived from additional income and regular income has a different threshold. Yang Rui wished to involve all the teachers in the school. The 2 additional verification slots were intended to prevent any teacher from attempting to earn extra by grading, which could lead to complications due to subject-related challenges. He retrieved a prepared envelope from his pocket and said, "I have prepared my answers based on 2 sets. Please use this as a standard for finding people. If you cannot gather enough, it would be best for those who finish early to take on a bit more. And we can distribute the earnings proportionately." With such a clear payment structure, Lu teacher could only agree, as he had no better ideas. Yang Rui then returned, assisting the students in putting the desks and chairs back into their respective classrooms. Subsequently, he stopped Huang Ren and handed him 4 sheets of paper, instructing, "Print this according to the number of students in each grade, quietly, and keep it confidential." With a sense of mystery, Huang Ren smiled as he unfolded the paper Yang Rui had given him. Upon reading 1 sheet, his thin face froze. The title Teacher Evaluation form loomed large, along with scoring items arranged by teachers' names and weighted class averages, causing Huang Ren's eyelids to twitch. "What are you planning?" he exclaimed. "If we print this and distribute it to the students, others will think we are rebelling again. We can rank students, but we cannot rank teachers." Yang Rui scoffed. "I am not implementing punishments. I am merely rewarding those teachers whose ranks align with financial incentives." "Rewarding? Students rewarding teachers? Let us just call it appreciation," Huang Ren retorted. Yang Rui did not conceal his intentions. He laid out his plan, which required the cooperation of the students. Huang Ren's expression shifted several times before he finally said, "With your approach, the teachers ranked lower will surely despise you. If one does not provoke resentment, they are mediocre." Yang Rui replied calmly, "Some individuals are suited for teaching, while others are not. Whether they recognize their suitability or not, we must inform them. The college entrance examination is a challenging journey, and we cannot complicate matters for the students merely to spare the teachers' feelings." "You are remarkably audacious," Huang Ren remarked. Upon saying this, Huang Ren couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 39. Commendation indeed. Teacher Lu and others managed to grade over 2,000 papers in just 1 day. Naturally, most students did not complete the extensive number of questions, resulting in a notable quantity of blank and unanswered sheets, thereby alleviating their workload. In the gymnasium, amidst the stacks of canned goods, Chao Baoming energetically unloaded the papers, seizing the opportunity to slip away. Meanwhile, Yang Rui opened the papers on the spot, selecting 2 from each grade, and seated himself at a makeshift conference table formed by several combined desks, meticulously verifying the answers and scores. The English teacher, Wang Fong, who had assisted in delivering the papers, became somewhat displeased, stating, "The papers have already been checked by the teachers. I authored these papers and provided the answers. I wish to ensure there are no discrepancies." If they were peers, Yang Rui's words might still be considered polite, but as a student addressing a teacher, it bordered on impoliteness. Teacher Lu, sensing Yang Rui's temperament, worried that Wang Fong, being young, might take offense, interjected, "Checking is indeed time-consuming. Why don't we sit down for a moment and have some water? You've worked hard all day. Xiao Wang, take a break before heading back. Xiao Yang, do you have any cups and a kettle?" Yang Rui paused, realizing he was the one being addressed. He rummaged through the back and produced 2 enamel mugs, stating, "They have been scalded with hot water." The gymnasium had now become the stronghold of the Rui Learning Group, where they had prepared numerous supplies and equipment and held meetings. Yang Rui intended to establish this space as his tutoring classroom, where more in-depth guidance would be provided once the members of the group became more stable. Teacher Lu personally poured 2 cups of water, one for Wang Fong and one for himself. At 40 years of age, he was considered a veteran at Shiba Middle School. Wang Fong could only express her gratitude and sit quietly, awaiting Yang Rui's review. Fortunately, the randomly selected papers posed no significant issues. The scores for the major questions were awarded according to the steps taken, with no oversights. Only then did Yang Rui set down his materials with satisfaction and remark, "Teachers, your efforts are truly commendable. Without your assistance, calculating the scores for so many papers would have taken several days. As long as it proves useful. It's all thanks to the help of over a dozen teachers," Teacher Lu replied, uncertain how to continue. Engaging in casual conversation with the students felt inherently awkward. Unperturbed, Yang Rui exchanged a few more pleasantries before retrieving an envelope from the drawer and presenting it to Teacher Lu, saying, "This is a token of appreciation for all the teachers. Please distribute it among them." "Oh dear, this. Please do accept it." Yang Rui slightly bowed his head and bent at the waist, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a Japanese businessman. In such contexts, this approach proved highly effective. In Yang Rui's view, the Japanese excelled in the art of bribery, whether through exquisite antiques or stacks of cash, always evoking a sense of sincerity. "If you accept it, everyone will be pleased." Moreover, those who engaged in bribery typically did so with seriousness, articulating the terms of the exchange in a manner that was clear yet subtle. Never resorting to deceptive antiques, thus embodying a certain integrity. What is most remarkable is that the RB Corporation engages in rampant bribery, lavishly showering politicians with money, yet manages to keep its middle and lower-tier employees compliant and free from the temptation of corruption. This is reminiscent of a gang culture that inherently forbids its subordinates from indulging in drug use while striving to expand their enterprise. In stark contrast, Chinese bribery syndicates often find themselves constrained when competing abroad, yearning to become paragons of virtue in the realm of multinational corporations. However, upon returning to their homeland, they quickly revert to scheming over reimbursement invoices, akin to a parasite that sustains itself through its host. On the rankings of securing advantages through bribery, RB stands unchallenged, leaving its Southeast Asian counterparts far behind, while the art of bribery practiced by the Chinese fails to even secure a place in the top 3. As a graduate student in biology, Yang Rui had often heard his seniors boast about their aspirations to join multinational pharmaceutical companies, fantasizing about utilizing wealth to dazzle foreign regulatory officials, attorneys, judges, and media personnel, ultimately leading to his own lucrative commissions. Given his current limitations, Yang Rui could only focus on superficial appearances for the time being. Teachers Lu and Wang Fong were bewildered by his demeanor, particularly Wang Fong, who had only recently commenced her career, thought to herself, "This fellow is rather generous with his money." Thus, she accepted it without hesitation. Teacher Lu, sensing the exchange was somewhat lacking, found himself at a loss for words. "Thank you, esteemed teachers. I hope to continue receiving your guidance," Yang Rui declared, fully immersed in his role. "All right, I shall take my leave now." Teacher Lu struggled to respond, chuckling awkwardly before hastily departing with Wang Fong. Once outside, Wang Fong could not contain her murmurs. "You ought to count it. How can you be so shameless?" Teacher Lu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. He had never engaged in such private dealings before. Wang Fong, youthful and lighthearted, chuckled, "We're already out, so let us count it quickly. Is it that urgent? I mentioned buying Dewey a bicycle for New Year, but I've yet to save enough money. With this addition, I should be nearly there," she remarked, showing no sign of embarrassment. In state-run institutions, everyone is aware of each other's salaries. It is merely those disinterested who choose to remain oblivious. At this juncture, there are few wealthy second-generation individuals. Most rely on savings for their purchases. In the vicinity of Shibao Town, individuals like Yang Rui, who are part of the bureaucratic elite, consider themselves well off, yet they only enjoy a marginally higher weekly allowance for meals than their peers. Were it not for his own earnings, he too would be in a state where affording meat remains a luxury. Teacher Lu handed the white envelope to Wang Fong, stating, "Perfect timing. You can count it and distribute it among everyone." Wang Fong, with a flick of her braid, took the envelope, extracted the cash, and exclaimed, "I didn't realize this young man was so meticulous." A glance into the envelope revealed 2 stacks of money, one comprised entirely of 5 yuan notes, and the other of 1 yuan notes, all fresh bills, indicating they had been specifically exchanged. According to the previously agreed standard, with a total of 14 teachers, each was entitled to 6 yuan, precisely comprising 14 5 yuan notes and 14 1 yuan notes. Although the payment is made in totality, allowing teacher Lu and his colleagues to conveniently retrieve their money later, the sensation of each person receiving 2 brand new bills is quite different. A warm feeling enveloped teacher Lu's heart, and his slight unease about accepting the remuneration dissipated like mist. During lunchtime, Yang Rui announced that scholarships would be awarded in the afternoon. Some students clamored for immediate distribution, but Yang Rui paid them no mind. With his gaze, the raucous students quickly settled down. Even Hu Yinshan kept his head lowered, refraining from any further provocations. The fates of Leopard and Fourth Host served as cautionary tales, starkly displayed behind Yang Rui. Not only did Fourth Ho's gang disband, but they also turned against one another, leading to familial discord that persisted even in prison. Leopard, smeared with an unidentifiable substance, hung naked at the busiest intersection of the county, accompanied by a catchy couplet that epitomized humiliation. Before the incident, Hu Yinshan had no inkling that a thug's capture could result in such disgrace. The saying goes that killing is merely a fleeting act. 18 years later, one could still be considered a hero. Yet, those shamed like Leopard would likely continue to be the subject of scorn even after 18 years. After hearing of Leopard's fate, Hu Yinshan endured several nights of nightmares, carrying a sharpened knife not for violence, but for self-destruction. He feared neither physical confrontation nor the consequences faced by renowned figures or cinematic heroes. After all, who truly fears torture? However, to become a notable person or hero, one must first possess a good reputation. Awakened multiple times by nightmares, Hu Yinshan pondered what would happen if he were to be tossed into a restroom for a bath and then displayed from the flagpole on the playground. How would the students at school react? What couplet would Yang Rui compose for him? In a heroic act akin to Dong Tsun Rui's sacrifice, Hu Yinshan would merely be remembered for a disgraceful demise. The horizontal inscription would read, "A yellow banner in the wind?" Death would be the preferable option. After scaring himself for several days, Hu Yinshan began to avoid Yang Rui, which felt a bit shameful, but in comparison to the fates of Leopard and Fourth Ho, he considered himself fortunate. Even his few lackeys understood Hu Yinshan, silently accompanying him in avoidance. The most notorious figure at Shibao Middle School capitulated without a fight, and the other troublemakers within the school, upon noticing Yang Rui's serious demeanor, refrained from any mockery. After school that afternoon, even the day students voluntarily gathered on the playground. The principal, as usual, vanished, leaving only curious teachers to chat while observing. The school's loudspeakers began to play the Athlete's March. If a fee were charged for each rendition of this song, prior to the 21st century, the world's leading company would undoubtedly have been Chinese. Yang Rui, listening to the music with a sense of resignation, stood behind the makeshift podium waiting for the students to line up. On the podium were 125 cans of meat intended for the rewards. The meat cans, freshly removed from their wooden crates, were shiny tin exteriors, reflecting light as they were newly manufactured, and their elegant packaging exuded an air of luxury. The glass jars of canned fruit are indeed visually appealing. Whether it is canned oranges or peaches, they exude a delicate juiciness, floating enticingly in sweet syrup, provoking salivation at mere thought. In this day and age, it is uncommon in rural areas to present canned goods as gifts. A package of pastries suffices, with candies reserved for festive occasions. Only during significant events do people purchase 1 or 2 bottles of fruit preserves. Some households even display these jars in their living rooms as decor, with the more discerning individuals placing them in glass cabinets. Akin to how modern society showcases fine wine as ornamentation, many children may have seen these jars coming in and out of their living rooms. Yet few have had the opportunity to savor their contents. Priced over $1, in families with an annual income of just over $100. These jars hold a status similar to that of Mutai liquor in households earning around $100,000 annually, suitable for gifting, flaunting before esteemed guests, or celebrating joyous occasions, but certainly not to be consumed quietly in private. Such an expensive indulgence must be enjoyed at the right moment, lest it be deemed wasteful. Most students likely have yet to experience that opportune moment. Now, the prospect of receiving a can of preserves as a reward is an allure that rivals 10 yuan. After approximately 20 minutes, the previously chaotic playground began to exhibit a semblance of order. At this juncture, Yang Rui, clutching a substantial stack of envelopes, confidently ascended the podium. Gesturing for silence, and declared, "I hereby announce the commencement of the inaugural scholarship award ceremony for the Rui Academic Group." The athletes' march resumed, and the students below applauded in unison. Yang Rui had seldom found himself in such grand settings before. He briefly closed his eyes, then reopened them, stating, "The Rui Academic Group Scholarship has been established to recognize outstanding academic achievements and to foster a passion for learning among students. The funding for these awards primarily stems from the income of the Rui Academic Group and societal donations. In this first round, the total prize pool amounts to 350 yuan, consisting of 60 cans of meat and 65 cans of fruit. The monetary rewards exceed the canned goods by 10. Designated for the 10 members of the Rui Academic Group. Given that this is a scholarship from the Rui Academic Group, I have the authority to appoint the recipients." And no objections were raised. The students largely regarded Yang Rui's words as mere platitudes, paying little attention until the moment of actual reward arrived. When they widened their eyes in anticipation, only Yang Rui and a select few vaguely grasped the significance of the scholarship's recipients and its source. Without any speeches from leaders or further elaboration, Yang Rui shifted position slightly and called, "Students whose names I announce, please come to the podium to collect your prizes." Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of a bicycle chain clattering as it rushed onto the playground. Encouraged by the athletes' march, the political science teacher, Qi Yuan, charged towards the podium with fervor, followed breathlessly by Director Xiong from the Education Bureau's Infrastructure Department, who exclaimed, "You are distributing scholarships without adhering to proper protocol." Yang Rui furrowed his brow and inquired, "What does our scholarship distribution have to do with the Infrastructure Department?" Below the podium, the class leader Lu Shan's expression slightly changed. She frequently delivers materials to the teachers and has heard some rumors. Chapter 40, Could it not be so complicated? Chief Xiang, a leader from the County Education Bureau, came to inspect our Shibao Middle School, clearly possessing the authority to express his opinions. Qi Yuan pedaled his bicycle up the mountain, his calves still trembling from exertion. Yet his face bore a look of satisfaction as he cast a sideways glance at Yang Rui and remarked, "You, a mere student, are unaware of the complexities. Just wait and see what Principal Zhao has to say. Someone go fetch Principal Zhao, just inform him that Chief Xiong has arrived, and he'll know who it is." Everyone turned to look at Yang Rui, disregarding his words. Qi Yuan, feeling the embarrassment of the situation, shouted, "Are you all deaf? Move quickly. You there, the tall one. Go." He was pointing at Qiao Baoming. In the initial month of training, the results had been most pronounced, and Qiao Baoming had grown significantly since Yang Rui first met him, standing at the foot of the platform, towering above everyone like an imposing firecracker. Qiao Baoming feigned ignorance, lowering his head and refusing to meet Qi Yuan's gaze. "The tall one in the blue shirt, do you hear me?" In the school, Qi Yuan was the only dedicated political teacher, and he couldn't recall every student's name, so he resorted to identifying them by their clothing. Yet, Qiao Baoming remained silent. Ever since he descended the mountain with Yang Rui and dealt with the piracy incident, his perspective had broadened and his courage had grown, rendering him indifferent to Qi Yuan's commands. Qi Yuan's fury reached a boiling point. How had the school transformed into such a foreign place? Where had the warmth of humanity vanished? Noticing the twitching of Qi Yuan's lips, Yang Rui, unperturbed by the potential backlash, casually inquired, "Where is Chief Xiong?" "Behind us." Qi Yuan nearly shouted. The ascent was steep. Riding the bicycle up was exhausting to the point of breathlessness, and his cousin had nearly refused to come. Yang Rui, inappropriately bringing up the topic, fueled Qi Yuan's simmering anger. His cousin was a benefactor to him, ever since being promoted to the head of the Infrastructure Department. He had continuously assisted Qi Yuan in resolving issues related to promotions and transfers. Qi Yuan was now counting on his cousin to facilitate his transfer to the county, fulfilling his life's three-step plan. If it weren't for the students alerting him at noon that Shibao Middle School would hold a commendation ceremony after school, Qi Yuan wouldn't have been in such a rush, exhausting his cousin in the process. What if his cousin grew weary or angry? With that thought, Chi Yuan could not help but say, "When the principal arrives, I will seek guidance on how to handle you all. Just behave yourselves." Why would the principal listen to you? Yang Rui gestured for the volume of the loudspeaker to be increased, allowing the athletes' march to fill the air with cheer. He then leapt down from the platform to confront Chi Yuan directly. The students stood on the playground, whispering amongst themselves, unaware of the underlying tension. Chi Yuan huffed twice and shot Yang Rui a look that clearly conveyed his unwillingness to engage in conversation. Lu Shan, anxious, stepped forward, grasping Yang Rui's arm, and whispered, "I know a bit. I overheard the teachers chatting while delivering newspapers." "What is going on?" Yang Rui inquired, genuinely concerned. The adage that a higher official can exert oppressive power was particularly relevant in 1982. If one encountered someone formidable, submission became inevitable, leaving no alternative but to yield. Old Hua was a striking example. Had he not fortuitously encountered someone even more nefarious, he might have found himself submitting entirely, only to face further indignities. Lu Shan tugged at Yang Rui's sleeve, stepping aside to stand less than a meter away from him, and whispered, "The principal intends to dig 2 more wells for the school and create an open drainage channel. This way, we won't lack water in summer, and the playground won't flood during the rain. According to the teachers, only if Chi Yuan's uncle signs can we proceed with the digging and repairs. Therefore, the principal has overlooked Chi Yuan's tardiness and early departures this year." Yang Rui immediately believed her. Comrade Zhao Danyin was not a person bound by convention. He knew precisely what needed to be done and how to accomplish it. Through connections with the school's teachers, he could persuade the head of the construction department to sign and stamp the necessary documents. He was undoubtedly untroubled by any moral quandaries regarding such matters. The exterior of Shibao Middle School revealed much. 2 rows of teacher dormitories, a canteen, and well-equipped sports facilities all indicated a high standard for a rural school. In terms of hardware, it was quickly approaching the caliber of county schools. If Principal Zhao Danyin did not possess some special skill in securing funding, such extensive infrastructure could not have been achieved. Thus, it was logical to conclude that the principal would favor Chi Yuan in order to secure the signature from the head of the construction department, Yang Rui summarized. Lu Shan solemnly agreed and advised, "Perhaps you should go back first. I've encountered that Director Xiong before, and he can be quite fierce." Yang Rui, eager to avoid drawing attention, inched closer, asking, "Do you know what kind of background Director Xiong has?" Lu Shan's ears flushed as she spoke close to him, stealing glances at his sharply defined profile, momentarily lost for words. "Thank you, I'll inquire with others." Yang Rui assumed she was unaware of the situation and chuckled as he returned. Leaning against the earth mound of the podium, Lu Shan's mind wandered in uncertainty. Originally, teachers gathered in the dormitory area to witness the unfolding events had sent word to the principal's office, yet the principal still had not appeared. What did Director Xiong desire? With no one else to consult, Yang Rui could only turn to Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan disdainfully replied, "You don't need to know." Yang Rui stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before asking, "Does he want canned goods? Or is he after something else?" The urgency of his arrival hinted at a desire for money and cans. The Rui Study Group had accumulated over 1,000 yuan, and the hundreds of cans sent by the Shibao meat processing plant were worth over 1,000 as well. Together, the allocation of this resource represented considerable value. In those times, people were hesitant to engage in blatant corruption but often resorted to less conspicuous tricks that were equally unsavory. Yang Rui recalled various tales of bullying he had heard, shook his head, and proceeded toward the teacher dormitory area. He needed to ascertain just who this Director Xiong was. Believing Yang Rui had conceded, Chi Yuan scoffed and leaped onto the podium, clapping twice. "Everyone, listen up. Leaders from the Education Bureau are here to inspect. Stay alert and do not leave. Teachers, please take attendance for your classes." After delivering his message, he retrieved his bicycle and headed outside to fetch his uncle. A quarter of an hour later, Director Xiong arrived at the school gate, wiping the sweat from his brow. Next time, he must find a motorcycle. He glanced down at his shoes, now soiled beyond recognition, and felt utterly exhausted. Chi Yuan chuckled softly, accompanying his cautious words, "I noticed the County Education Bureau has allocated a jeep. That as for the director." Director Xiong wiped his face clean, then his neck, muttering, "Last time, a private businessman offered to lend me a motorcycle, but I declined. Now, reflecting on it, sigh, I still hesitate to accept." "Why the hesitation?" Chi Yuan asked, perplexed. If someone were to gift him a motorcycle, he would promptly ride it back home to show off. Nowadays, a motorcycle costs 4,000 to 5,000. A good one exceeds 10,000. Not to mention, He could barely save any money in a year, even if he abstained from food and drink. It wouldn't suffice to purchase an ordinary motorcycle. Director Xiong, nearly 20 years older than Qi Yuan, was the son of his great-aunt and had only recently been promoted. He spoke earnestly, "Today's private businessmen are quite wild. Who knows when trouble might arise? These individuals gift motorcycles but expect a building in return. You see. How could one dare to accept such offers? If I had such audacity to sign such agreements, I would at least own a high-end Japanese motorcycle." Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his words, then shared a hearty laugh with his uncle. After sufficient mirth, they finally approached the playground. At which point they spotted Yang Rui heading towards them. "Where's the principal?" Qi Yuan blurted out. "I haven't seen the principal. I came to meet Director Xiong." Yang Rui replied, approaching Director Xiong with an unusual calmness, scrutinizing him without restraint. He was a quintessential grassroots official with a ruddy nose, a beer belly, and a double chin, not quite fat, but his physique had deteriorated after prolonged exposure to the indulgences of official banquets. Beyond his unkempt appearance, Director Xiong left little favorable impression. He lacked the discerning gaze and commanding aura of a high-ranking official, and instead exuded skepticism typical of a minor bureaucrat, alongside a latent, simmering anger associated with authority. "I am Yang Rui. The canned goods sent by the Rui Academic Group and the Shibao meat processing plant are under my distribution," he stated, avoiding the greasy handshake and asserting his claim from a distance. Director Xiong stood firm, disregarding Yang Rui, and turned to Qi Yuan, asking, "Is he the one?" "Indeed," Qi Yuan replied, previously indifferent to Yang Rui. He now harbored considerable disdain and had mentioned his thoughts to his uncle about Yang Rui's apparent intent to usurp distribution rights. Several hundred cans represented a rare resource. Even if not all could be taken, acquiring a portion would prove immensely useful. Distributing a few could potentially facilitate a significant job transfer. The Rui Academic Group operated on a sustainable basis, thus one should seize as much as possible. This was no novelty. Quotas imposed by the province were often susceptible to cunning exploitation, dependent largely on the prowess of the person bestowing the quota and the resilience of the recipient. Qi Yuan was somewhat aware of Yang Rui's background. He had heard tales of Yang Rui's father, a township party secretary who had dealt with local gangsters. Yet, what did that signify? He was a man of an institution, while Director Xiong was an official, a township secretary who could hardly extend his influence over the county education bureau. Thus, both men conversed at ease, engrossed in their dialogue. Qi Yuan also expressed his apologies to Director Xiong for the principal's absence. Director Xiong's previous visits were accompanied by Principal Zhao, who, whether intentionally or not, cast glances at Yang Rui while folding a handkerchief, chuckling, "Old Zhao calls me every day. And now that I've finally made it here, he is not present." The principal might be apprehensive about potential discord between us, making it difficult for both sides. Yang Rui interrupted him with a smile. "What difficulty is there in this?" Director Xiong seemed to be unaware of certain circumstances, prompting Yang Rui to state, "I wish to report to you, Teacher Qi is new here and may not fully grasp the situation at Shibao Middle School, nor my background. Your father is the township party secretary. I've heard it so often that my ears have developed calluses. Who doesn't know?" Qi Yuan had come from the countryside and was once a member of the commune. However, since leaving the commune, he found that the position of commune secretary was not as formidable as he had once perceived. After becoming the township party secretary, it seemed even less significant. Before the transition from commune to township, all production and living materials were centralized under the commune secretary's authority: land, livestock, tools. And all harvested grains and livestock belonged to the commune. The commune secretary controlled everything within the commune, overseeing fields and the rations of members. Qi Yuan had once regarded the commune secretary with reverence, but upon transforming from a farmer and member to a cadre, he suddenly realized, "I am free now." No matter how powerful the former commune secretary may have been, he could no longer exert control over him. With this realization, he scoffed at other teachers who spoke of Yang Rui's status, considering him just a simpleton. Director Xiong shared this indifference, stating, "There's no need for self-introduction. I am here to inspect your school's operations." Yang Rui insisted, "I believe an introduction is necessary. Otherwise, misunderstandings may lead to more complicated matters." He halted Xiong, as the scholarships he had prepared were of great importance and should not be squandered on this greedy individual. At that moment, the podium was cluttered with over 100 jars of canned goods and more than 1,000 yuan in cash, intended to motivate students, not to feed avarice. Director Xiong glanced down at the arm obstructing his chest, clearly displeased. "You may proceed. I am listening. Chi Yuan remarked. My father is the township party secretary. Do you know which township that is? Yang Rui initiated with a question. Director Xiang raised his eyelids slightly. Continue. Zizaizi Township, just nearby, Yang Rui indicated. Director Xiang hummed noncommittally, his expression inscrutable, but his mind raced as he recalled the name of the secretary of Zizaizi Township. The introduction was evidently significant. Xixin County, being close to the district seat and provincial capital, was relatively prosperous with a large population and numerous townships. It required some contemplation before the name surfaced. However, recalling that Yang Rui's surname was Yang, the name Yang Feng quickly came to mind. That person. Director Xiang's brow furrowed in contemplation. He was not well acquainted with the political landscape of Cici County. In the 1960s, he was recruited by an out-of-town factory, and he remained there for nearly 2 decades. His rise through the ranks and subsequent appointment to official positions occurred only after the reform and opening up period. He had spent less than 2 years in Cici County and had yet to decipher the intricate connections among the local power players. Although he and Yang Feng were not aligned in their respective circles and had no direct interactions, he had heard some unreliable rumors and thus inquired. I know Secretary Yang from Zizaizi Township. I have met him, though we are not familiar. He generally preferred to avoid the bureau, deeming it too crowded and chaotic. Uncle Luo understood the sentiment well, as both enjoyed fishing and casual conversation. Luo? Which Luo? Chief Xiang, realizing Yang Rui's intention, strained to recall the leaders with the surname Luo from the County Education Bureau, but instead found himself reciting the important leadership names from the city bureau. Observing his expression, Chi Yuan suddenly felt apprehensive. After a prolonged silence, Yang Rui added, Uncle Luo was a classmate of my father. He used to work at the Education Bureau but has since been reassigned. Chief Xiang felt a momentary shock, followed by a sense of relief. Only to be engulfed by anger? Reassigned? You speak of it so mysteriously, as if it were the current deputy county head overseeing cultural education and health, whose surname is also Luo. The deputy county head in charge of education held far greater authority than the head of the Education Bureau. The latter was merely a leader within the county's educational structure, whereas the former was a county-level official. As for Chief Xiang, his title was somewhat misleading, for he was only truly regarded as a leader when he was present at the schools below. Xiaoyang. Chief Xiang suddenly exhaled deeply, his smile transforming into something more amiable. Yet, Chi Yuan found no warmth in his uncle's smile. Amidst his trepidation, he felt an urge to exclaim, Can you not make this county's connections so convoluted? Chapter 41. The strong dragon cannot overcome the local snake. The adage that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake finds its most fitting embodiment in places like Cici County. In a county or township, the party cadres, government officials, and law enforcement are predominantly locals. If there happen to be familial ties intertwined within this intricate web, dismantling such entrenched connections requires an extraordinary effort. Faced with such a formidable and cohesive situation, the most effective solution often involves overturning the table. However, the number of strong dragons capable of doing so is limited, and they may well be preoccupied with other pursuits. Moreover, the potential rewards following such upheaval are a matter for the instigator to ponder. In cities like Shanghai, the stakes warrant a table overturning. Hence, the Qing gang came and went, ultimately failing to establish a lasting legacy. Yet, in a locale like Cici County, even a mere section chief could prove to be an insurmountable barrier, and the arrival of a regional commissioner adorned with an official cap may not guarantee success. Thus, one might question the necessity of such an endeavor. Foreigners, too, find themselves in precarious positions. The renowned Little Rock incident illustrates this vividly, where 9 African-American students sought admission to Little Rock Central High School. A court ruling deemed their request just, and the majority of the nation concurred. Yet, the governor audaciously deployed the National Guard to blockade the school, forbidding their entry. When the court intervened, the governor withdrew the National Guard, allowing white mobs to wreak havoc. Ultimately, President Eisenhower resorted to deploying the 101st Airborne Division to occupy Little Rock, ensuring the 9 students could register under the protection of bayonets. At that time, the United States mobilized nearly all its resources, from the presidency to grassroots efforts, to overturn the table in Little Rock, incurring unimaginable costs. The direct military expenditure alone reached $4 million, a staggering 40 times the foreign exchange reserves of China at that time. Nevertheless, to claim that such actions effectively subdued the local powers in Arkansas would be a mere jest. The Arkansas governor, steadfast in his adherence to prevailing racial ideologies, Continued to win re-election in subsequent years, each time with overwhelming victories, exercising his authority far longer than Eisenhower ever did. Prior to this, Arkansas had firmly opposed the governor's bid for a third term. The Yang family, having held power in Zizizi Township for over 30 years, stands as the most entrenched local power within Cece County, and their influence only intensifies with proximity to Zizizi. To maintain their grip on power for so long, the Yangs could not possibly be mere innocents. Although the former Yang Rui was timid, he absorbed lessons from his surroundings, yet chose to remain oblivious. The newly emerged Yang Rui, however, possessed no such scruples and was free from any obsession with moral purity. Those plagued by such obsessions are ill-suited for the study of biology. What fault lies with frogs, rabbits, and white mice? The clumsy and inexperienced students may inadvertently end their lives, and should luck be unfavorably aligned, they might face the indignity of vivisection or chemical torture at the hands of shrieking classmates. Having engaged in such acts, one gains a profound understanding of the consequences of ignorance, leading to an entirely new perspective. Yang Rui has been striving to comprehend himself in this entirely new world. Understanding is imperative. If he aspires to lead a tranquil life, he could simply seek a comfortable position within a government agency, engage in leisurely tasks, collect stamps, and not worry about his later years. However, if he wishes to embark on a substantial enterprise, whether within or outside the system, he must possess an in-depth understanding of himself and society. Old Fourth, Hua, epitomizes a person who is both ignorant of himself and society. Yang Rui neither desires to be victimized nor to relinquish the power he has acquired. The unfortunate chief bear fortuitously collided into Yang Rui's embrace. In his affable tone, Yang Rui perceives something akin to a touchstone. Rank-and-file officials are nearly the most commonly encountered bureaucrats at the county level. Those beneath them wield tragically little power, while those above are few and far between. To characterize them, an official like Chief Bear resembles the ancient servile class, most prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Yang Rui squinted as if weighing Chief Bear's resilience. Xiaoyang, please do not take offense. Matters concerning the school are indeed significant, and the higher-ups are very concerned, as are we. We all wish for you to study well. Chief Bear chuckled, attempting to dismiss the issue. The water well is insufficient, and the open drainage is inconvenient. It must be impacting your studies, right? Yang Rui replied with an air of indifference. Chief Bear opened his mouth, only to realize several seconds later, am I being extorted? Chief Bear, I have other matters to attend to. How about you return for now? In a few days, I will visit Uncle Luo, and we can discuss these issues further. Yang Rui's threats followed in quick succession, without a hint of hesitation. Chief Bear stood frozen. This is indeed extortion. Qi Yuan was even more astonished. Today's students are exceedingly audacious. Yang Rui nodded and turned to continue his ceremony, when suddenly his sleeve was tugged. Xiaoyang, do not worry about the water well. We cannot allow education to suffer, even in times of poverty, can we? As the head of the infrastructure department, I am merely a facilitator. I do as instructed from above, toiling tirelessly without any authority to make decisions. However, I will return and suggest to the director that we make special provisions for Shibao Middle School and ensure the water well is approved. Chief Bear seemed to have grasped the situation. Although he could not ascertain the truth of Yang Rui's words, the water well was not something he had to excavate immediately. He could simply wait for news. If Uncle Luo's existence were confirmed or if better news arrived via a call from Uncle Luo, it would not be too late to dig later. Qi Yuan grew anxious. While the well could be excavated later, the cans and funds distributed could never be reclaimed. He hastily interjected, call me Old Bear during work hours. Calling me Uncle is inappropriate. Chief Bear shot him a glare, casting a wary glance at Yang Rui, fearing that the two of them running to the school together might lead to unflattering gossip. Before Qi Yuan could react, Yang Rui chuckled and said, it's all right. When I was younger and unsupervised, I often accompanied my father on his errands, merely observing from the sidelines. Although you are relatives, it is indeed rare and commendable that you can work together harmoniously, wouldn't you agree? However, Chief Xiong's interpretation of the situation seemed rather askew. His remarks, if overheard, could easily become incriminating, prompting him to lament, Xiaoyang, I actually have other obligations today. I made a special trip here solely because your school's matters are of utmost importance. Please do not disclose this. It would put Uncle Xiong in a difficult position. Rest assured, I will certainly clarify it for you. Yang Rui replied with a countenance that exuded concern for his superior. Chief Xiong felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim in frustration. Qi Yuan, not entirely oblivious, absorbed the exchange in silence. The family that could raise a child like Yang Rui must surely be of a certain caliber. It would be prudent to observe further. Just as the uncle and nephew found themselves at an impasse, Yang Rui suddenly recalled, "I just remembered, you mentioned the well but did not address the drainage channel." The drainage channel. Constructing it could be quite troublesome given your unique location. During summer, the ground is muddy, and in winter, it turns to ice. The playground suffers from poor drainage, rendering it underutilized in both summer and winter. As you noted, our position is quite special. If the drainage channel is not properly constructed, we will have no place for physical activities. Chief Xiong hesitated to agree. Although he was the head of the infrastructure department, it was not a money-printing operation. With numerous expenditures each year directed towards Shibao Middle School, how could he possibly extract funds or exert influence over the principals? Yang Rui inwardly cursed the obstinacy of those who refused to acknowledge the obvious. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Since Chief Xiong does not intend to construct the drainage channel, what brings you and your nephew to our school?" "Ah, I heard that teacher Qi has been seeking a transfer. Are you here to facilitate that?" "I merely came to inspect the well." "What is there to see about a well? If drilling is required, one simply goes where water is indicated. You are merely fabricating an excuse to skip work and visit your nephew, are you not? This has nothing to do with him." Chief Xiong felt himself nearing madness from Yang Rui's verbal onslaught. It is often said that the whispers of one's bedfellow are hard to bear. In truth, no whisper is ever pleasant. Yang Rui, with a cheerful demeanor, offered an alternative. "If it is unrelated to teacher Qi, then it must pertain to the drainage channel, correct?" At that moment, Chief Xiong was utterly convinced. They were indeed being extorted. "Yes, I also wish to inspect the drainage channel," Chief Xiong reluctantly conceded. "And while we're at it, let us also assess the restroom. The pit toilets are filthy and odorous. It would be ideal to install a flushing system for cleanliness and convenience." "Let us just take a look then," Chief Xiong mumbled, his spirits deflated. Akin to a polar bear melting under the sun, he had resolved to await Uncle Xiao's call. Yang Rui, satisfied, repressed a smile. In this exchange, he had not merely bluffed. With the Yang family's connections, knowing a deputy county head of education and health was hardly a trivial matter. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Chief Xiong muttered, his head hung low, no longer inclined to concern himself with Qi Yuan's affairs. Yang Rui, revealing a toothy grin, waved goodbye to Chief Xiong, his gaze now fixed upon Qi Yuan. "I will head back now," Qi Yuan said, turning to dash towards the dormitory area. Yang Rui disdainfully curled his lip and called out to his retreating figure from a distance, "We are currently conducting a selection. Please pay attention." Qi Yuan, perplexed yet intrigued, silently committed the remark to memory. Turning back, Yang Rui resumed the presentation of awards. Each of the top 25 students from every grade, without exception, received a plain white envelope containing 10 yuan, a can of fruit, and a certificate. The certificate served as both an accolade and an endorsement of the reward. A last-minute idea conceived by Huang Ren, which Yang Rui readily adopted. After distributing a total of 125 cans, the playground was filled with students clutching their cans, swallowing in anticipation. Yet, amidst this atmosphere, not a single student dared to open their can and taste its contents. The most inexpensive fruit cans cost 7 to 8 jiao. Ordinary students would not take it upon themselves to make such a decision, preferring instead to take them home. The awards ceremony and presentation lasted a mere 15 minutes. Just when everyone believed the proceedings had concluded and were preparing to leave, Yang Rui once again seized the microphone and announced, "Please hold on. We need everyone to fill out a form." Huang Ren, referred to as such, began distributing what was termed the survey form, which was none other than the teacher evaluation sheet. With his glasses perched on his nose, Huang Ren delivered stacks of these forms to each student. As the students received the sheets one after another, their interest in conversation gradually waned. Chapter 42, The Afterthought in the 21st Century. A sum of 1,000 yuan may merely represent half a month's living expenses, the cost of a garment, or a single meal. However, in 1982, 1,000 yuan surpassed the savings of most households. For a typical family of four, even with both parents employed and a child beginning to earn, accumulating such a sum proved challenging. The notion of having disposable income only emerged within the past 2 years to escape a life of scarcity. The populace required nearly a decade of diligent effort. At that time, wages were merely sufficient for basic survival, with savings scraped together painstakingly, by foregoing a dime at each meal. One could save 9 yuan in a month, and over a year, accumulate 100 yuan for a time deposit, nurtured with care. Yet, indulging in even a single luxury, or treating oneself once every 2 months, would render previous savings futile. Such a lifestyle was burdensome, one that neither the people of that era nor the youth of 30 years hence would willingly embrace. Fortunately, ideals often come without a price tag. When comparing the life of the 1980s to that of the 1960s and 70s, individuals found ample satisfaction. Without the contrasting lens of foreign capitalism or an awareness of the lifestyles abroad, the 1980s could be deemed a purely delightful era. Perhaps the most beautiful age China had ever known. For most students, the concept of 1,000 yuan was foreign. Few had ever seen such a sum amassed together. The 10 yuan bills contained within a white envelope, the largest denomination of the third edition of the renminbi, were enough to inspire countless delightful fantasies. Yet, no matter how bizarre their imaginings, they could not encapsulate the current trends that stirred within them. The notion of grading or evaluating teachers was unfathomable to them. Not long ago, educators had been disparaged as stinking old nine, part of a group subjected to criticism and downfall. However, the Chinese tradition of respecting teachers and valuing education is not one that can be established in just a few years. It is rooted in millennia of heritage. In truth, the student protests and book burnings did not endure long. Within a couple of years, they resumed classes and revolutions, as a nation devoid of knowledge cannot sustain itself. Conversely, unlike in Western nations, teachers in China have traditionally held a high social and economic status. The educators of the imperial examination era need no elaboration, even in the 1980s. Teachers generally possessed at least a high school or vocational degree. To claim they wielded considerable influence might be an understatement. They certainly shared a portion of that power. Regardless of their relative status compared to other societal members, teachers in contemporary schools wielded overwhelming authority over students, with corporal punishment merely a facet of their power. A more formidable teacher could even affect students' futures and prospects. It was precisely for this reason that young Rui sought to impose checks on such authority. The influence of teachers over students was immense, particularly when parents lacked education. A student's potential often hinged significantly on their teachers. Yet, the prospect of evaluating teachers, while positive feedback posed no issue, raised concerns. What if negative evaluations were seen? Seemingly attuned to their discussions, young Rui once again ascended to the podium, grasping the loudspeaker. Attention, students! This time we shall conduct an anonymous vote. There is no need for names or written words, simply fill in the numbers. We employ a 5-point scale, 1 being the lowest and 5 the highest. For instance, regarding the first criterion, teaching quality, if you find it average, mark a 3. If you consider it good, a 4, and if it is excellent, a 5. Conversely, if you feel it falls below satisfactory standards, you may assign it a 2 or even a 1. Though numbers 2 can bear distinctive handwriting, it is significantly more challenging. Given the caliber of teachers at Shibao Middle School, it is unlikely any would possess such resolute penmanship. As he concluded, the students' expressions transformed from skepticism to exhilaration. Voting is an innate human instinct, devoid of any intrinsic correlation to the quality of the populace. Even primitive tribes engaged in voting. This method inherently possesses a delightful, as it allows one to influence the fates of others, even if only marginally, and even if one is but a minuscule cog in the wheel of decision-making. Nonetheless, it is a rare privilege imbued with appealing elements. Once the students began to write, young Rui stepped down from the podium to confer briefly with Chao Baoming. Shortly thereafter, 2 large iron barrels were transported to the stage, containing kindling and straw, ready to ignite with a spark. Concurrently, several members of the Rui Learning Group arranged tables and chairs upon the platform. On either side, 4 sets of tables and chairs were set, complete with sheets of paper that rustled in the gentle breeze. Some students, sensing the unfolding situation, quickened their movements, while others, perplexed, concentrated on their own tasks. Wang Guohua, accompanied by several students from the remedial class, periodically shouted, "Do not look at others, nor whisper amongst yourselves. It's just like an examination, once filled out. Simply submit your paper. Those wishing to go home may do so. Those who wish to stay may await the results." In the current school environment, it was commonplace for older students to bully their younger peers. If younger students dared to resist, they would often be deemed rebellious and subjected to severe repercussions. Thus, unless exceptionally bold, younger students refrained from provoking their seniors. Most members of the Rui Learning Group were from the remedial class, naturally the oldest students in the school, and their presence proved more effective than that of supervising teachers. Not a single student stepped forward to submit their papers, which was precisely what young Rui had anticipated. The first bird to emerge from the flock often becomes the target. Anyone submitting their paper at this moment risked being remembered and inviting trouble. Teachers like Mr. Liu gathered anxiously before their dormitory office, forming circles to discuss the matter. With the results yet to be revealed, the teachers displayed no intense emotions. However, undercurrents of discontent were brewing. Students evaluating teachers? Such practices had indeed occurred in certain locales, not to be deemed wholly rebellious. But those instances had governmental backing and widespread recognition. What, then, did this situation signify? It is precisely because Yang Rui has orchestrated so many events that a few young teachers have managed to quell their restless hearts. Of course, the disheartening return of Director Xiong and Qi Yuan has also played a significant role. Within Shibao Middle School, Qi Yuan possesses the most substantial connections. His uncle, Director Xiong, holds a position neither too high nor too low, yet wields considerable power. In a time when many schools are long overdue for repairs and the demand for new buildings and equipment is ever increasing, regardless of how high-ranking the leaders may be, the responsibility for these matters ultimately falls upon Director Xiong. Within the educational system, even the principal of County No. 1 High School must greet him with a smile. Although no one has heard the details of their conversation, the outcome is crystal clear. Students understand that those who stand out often face the greatest challenges. And teachers must also exercise caution. After a considerable amount of time, only a few young teachers who were close to Qi Yuan approached him, attempting to glean information. In an atmosphere tinged with tension, excitement, and a hint of peculiarity, Yang Rui announced the collection of the evaluation forms. Wang Guohua, Chao Baoming, and Huang Ren, accompanied by others, divided themselves into groups to gather the teacher evaluation forms, which were filled with various Arabic numerals, leaving no blank spaces in sight. Let us tally the votes on the spot, Yang Rui instructed. Distributing the evaluation forms according to the junior and senior high divisions to two groups of members from the Rui academic team, seated on either side of the podium, who began fervently counting the numbers. Some students had returned home, yet the majority remained, awaiting the results. Lu Shan quietly approached Yang Rui, whispering, "I thought you would announce the results right here." Yang Rui, somewhat surprised by Lu Shan's initiative to speak, naturally responded, "To announce the results on the spot would offend many. I only intend to reward those teachers who receive high evaluations." "So, you are not entirely fearless," Lu Shan remarked, subtly shifting her posture, her long legs gracefully aligned. Yang Rui chuckled, "If one is entirely fearless, then they are no longer human. I am merely striving to ensure that students receive a better education." "Is it solely reliant on this evaluation form?" Lu Shan inquired. "Academic performance accumulates gradually. One must secure every possible point to have a chance at success. The quality of teaching is a crucial factor, as students spend hours listening to their lectures. Thus, we must strive to enhance both efficiency and scores." Yang Rui's response, though somewhat tangential, encompassed the essential points. Lu Shan's gaze wandered, revealing her contemplative state. Seizing the moment, Yang Rui observed her. Nowadays, girls tend to dress conservatively. To discern their figures, one must first possess exceptionally striking physical attributes. Take Lu Shan. For instance, clad in a loose sports jacket and pants, she still manages to showcase her remarkable physique. One could only imagine how stunning she would appear in fitted attire. Even a simple, well-tailored sports outfit could leave onlookers in awe. Before anyone else could recognize this, Yang Rui felt a sense of pride in his discerning eye. Allowing his imagination to run wild, with a few elegant outfits and a touch of makeup, bestowing upon Lu Shan the title of school beauty would pose no challenge at all. In essence, she is akin to a beautiful swan, merely blending in with a flock of ducks for the time being. Before long, the votes were tallied, and the fire pit on the podium was ignited. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yang Rui stepped forward and proclaimed, "As this is our inaugural selection, we shall employ an anonymous and undocumented method. Once the results are transcribed, they will be displayed on the school's bulletin board." With that, he cast the stacks of evaluation forms into the fire pit. A hush fell over the playground, only to be replaced by a surge of fervent discussion. Yang Rui simply smiled, and when Chen Hongxian, a member of the calligraphy group, filled a red sheet with writing, he led the group in a grand procession to the bulletin board, where they hung it in the most conspicuous position. The most popular female teacher was Ms. Li Xiaomei, a Chinese teacher in the junior high department, around 30 years of age, with a sweet smile and a gracious, meticulous demeanor. The most favored male teacher was Mr. Zhuang Mushing, a chemistry teacher in the senior high department. Yang Rui was somewhat surprised by this choice, but upon reflection, he realized that although Mr. Zhuang's teaching was not particularly remarkable, his straightforward and enthusiastic character, combined with the relatively accessible nature of chemistry, made it understandable that he would have admirers. The award for the most dedicated teacher went to Ms. Wang Fang, the English teacher, to rectify students' mistakes. She often arrived 1 or 2 hours early, aiming to enhance the efficiency of morning readings, a fact that did not go unnoticed by the students. As Yang Rui scanned the list of 10 names, he developed a rudimentary understanding of the faculty at Shibao Middle School. Suddenly, a chorus of footsteps approached. The students instinctively parted to allow 7 or 8 relatively young male teachers to enter. Yang Rui, this might not be entirely appropriate, remarked Fang Xuesong, the physical education teacher, who felt a neutral stance was necessary. The list contained only 10 names, implying that over 20 others were not recognized. An uncomfortable reality for those whose names did not appear on the red sheet. Yang Rui smiled and replied, "This is our initiative as students. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Who granted you the authority to do this?" The most displeased was Lu Kong, the junior high mathematics teacher, who harbored a lofty self-image as one of the few graduates of a normal school. He was dismayed to see Mr. Lu from the senior high listed as the most responsible teacher, while he himself was not acknowledged, leading him to view the evaluation with disdain. Is this merely flattery? Perhaps there is some behind-the-scenes manipulation at play? With such thoughts, Lu Kong speculated negatively about Yang Rui's motives. However, Yang Rui countered, "No one has forbidden us. We students are conducting our own selection, funding it ourselves, without needing approval. But without standards, isn't that sheer nonsense?" Lu Kong retorted, "Perhaps so. Yet student mischief could be considered part of our duty. What nonsense are you spouting? There is no need for such discourse. This is our initiative in the calligraphy group, merely a grassroots activity akin to your evaluations of leadership, devoid of the need for strict authority. And it will not affect your work," Yang Rui asserted, his confidence inciting frustration in several onlookers. Fang Xuesong, the physical education teacher, could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "How could this not impact our work? It is inevitable that public opinion influences matters in such a way." Yang Rui stood firm yet flexible, a steadfast presence with red paper hanging high above, guarded by individuals on either side, rendering it inaccessible to others. Just as this was being discussed, a voice called out from behind, "The principal has arrived, let him in." The gathering students dispersed like a receding tide, only to surge forward once more. "What are you all doing?" Zhao Danyan entered the scene, his opening words leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. "You came here because..." Teacher Lu elongated his inquiry. "Wasn't Section Chief Xiong supposed to come? Why have I not seen anyone?" Zhao Danyan appeared to be somewhat out of the loop. Chapter 43, The Little Matters Resolved. Director Xiong has returned. Lu Kong, the mathematics teacher from the junior high group, gazed at Zhao Danyan and sighed, "Principal, our request for drainage ditches and wells is a legitimate matter. Why must we pander to that bureaucrat? I refuse to believe that without Zhang the butcher, we are left with nothing but hairy pigs. We have not even managed to acquire any pigs. If the water runs low, you will have to descend the mountain to fetch it, just as I did in my youth." Zhao Danyan responded with an air of confidence. He was a man who occasionally stubbornly adhered to principles, and at other times, resolutely sought alternative paths. In essence, he was a man of much conviction. Qi Yuan chuckled. "This isn't Shaolin Temple. Fetching water down the mountain is hardly what we need." Zhao Danyan interjected, "When the school is short on water, party members must take the lead." This statement left Qi Yuan momentarily speechless. Under the care of his uncle, Director Xiong, Qi Yuan had finally managed to join the party and participate in the school's party group meetings. He hadn't anticipated that his position would be manipulated by Zhao Danyan. "There will be no shortage of water. Ha." Qi Yuan chuckled nervously. Since leaving the countryside, he had not engaged in any strenuous labor and genuinely feared that the principal might assign him to fetch water. Shiba Middle School was situated on a hillside, and one particular steep slope could leave a person utterly exhausted. Qi Yuan understood that Zhao Danyan was subtly admonishing him, so he refrained from speaking further, inadvertently casting a glance towards Yang Rui. Ever since his uncle, Director Xiong, had arranged for him to be placed at Shiba Middle School, Zhao Danyan had approached Director Xiong several times through him, yet the procedures for digging wells and constructing drainage ditches had not been finalized. In contrast, Qi Yuan, under the guise of handling affairs, frequently arrived late and left early. In truth, if Zhao Danyan had only sought to dig 1 or 2 ordinary wells, Director Xiong would likely have facilitated the matter. However, The groundwater level at Shiba Middle School was quite deep, necessitating the drilling of mechanized wells, which not only increased costs but also required the installation of water pumps. Currently, the allocation of industrial products was exceedingly tight. 2 mechanized wells constituted a significant favor. And with the additional drainage ditches, Director Xiong found himself in a predicament, delaying the process in hopes of transferring Qi Yuan and thereby alleviating expenses. Now Danian, discerning the sentiments of the uncle and nephew, pressed on, since Director Xiong has come, why did he leave so abruptly? Qi Yuan hesitated before replying. Director Xiong spoke with Yang Rui for a while and found some of his ideas quite agreeable, so he decided to leave. His response was somewhat vague, as he harbored concerns about Yang Rui's potentially formidable background. Indeed, in a town like this, the deputy county chief in charge of education could be deemed a person of considerable influence. Zhao Danian swiftly turned to Yang Rui and inquired, "Is the crowd gathered here due to Director Xiong? Did you have a disagreement with him?" He genuinely worried about Yang Rui's fiery temperament. Director Xiong was not an easy person to deal with, nor was Yang Rui. Otherwise, he would not have summoned the militia to the school. If the two were to clash, the outcome could be unpredictable. Unaware of his reputation in the principal's eyes, Yang Rui pointed skyward and said, "We students prepared an evaluation for the teachers and are currently celebrating its announcement." "What evaluation?" Lu Kong interjected sarcastically. "Is it an assessment?" They even created a teacher evaluation form with a 5-point scale, more formal than the Education Bureau. He graduated from a normal vocational school and had only worked for 2 years, making him younger than some of the older students returning for further studies. This very reason led the principal to assign him to the middle school. However, Lu Kong did not perceive himself as lacking in experience or being too young. His name not appearing on the list left him quite displeased. Zhao Danian then lifted his head and beheld the brush calligraphy on the red paper. For a long time, the principal remained silent. Gradually, both teachers and students quieted down, with only the faint sound of breathing lingering in the air. They had begun to evaluate the teacher. Zhao Danian's tone was relatively low, resembling a somber narrative. Teacher Lu felt a jolt in his heart and hastily remarked, "Yang Rui too, always improvising. Yet, he has indeed brought benefits to the school. Not everyone enjoys such privileges." Speaking of benefits, Qi Yuan harbored some grievances. Among the 30 or so teachers in the school, more than a dozen had received payment for grading papers, yet he had not been compensated, which felt unjust. In a governmental institution, the principle of fairness is paramount, particularly concerning benefits, which many hold in high regard. The distribution of power is at the discretion of the leadership, and corruption is based on one's capabilities. Only benefits belong to everyone, even if one could earn a few hundred yuan monthly. Discovering that the portion of fish provided by the institution was smaller than that of others would certainly provoke indignation. Zhao Danian merely uttered a sound of acknowledgement, refraining from pursuing the matter of grading papers, and turned to Yang Rui to inquire, "Where are the evaluation forms?" "Burned them," Yang Rui replied succinctly. "Burned them?" Zhao Danian frowned and asked, "Why were they burned?" "First-time organization, feeling insecure," Yang Rui said, flashing a radiant smile that revealed his pearly, well-aligned teeth. His sunny demeanor instantly captivating the gaze of several female students. Even Zhao Danian, an older gentleman, had to concede that Yang Rui's smile possessed a certain charm. In a world that often values appearances, being handsome is indeed advantageous. Consider the likes of the handsome Wang Jingwei, the charming Zhang Xueliang, the appealing Zhou Yu, or the attractive Chu Yuan, all of whom achieved high positions and accomplished great feats. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Danian waved his hand and instructed, "Students, disperse. You come with me." The previously lenient approach seemed to have faltered, and he prepared to have a serious discussion with Yang Rui. Yang Rui sighed and called out, "Everyone, go home. The Rui Study Group should come to school early tomorrow." Without needing further instruction, the students dispersed in a cheerful uproar. Zhao Danian was still in a state of surprise when Yang Rui spoke up again, saying, "I also wanted to discuss something with you." "Ah?" The principal was puzzled. He had never encountered such a lively student as Yang Rui. Unfazed, Yang Rui took a moment to think and then said, "I spoke with Director Xiong today. He has agreed to drill 2 wells and construct a drainage channel for us. Additionally, I requested that he address our dry toilet situation, preferably transforming it into a flushing model, which he said he would consider." Zhao Danian's gaze sharpened. "He agreed to drill wells and build the channel?" "He did," Yang Rui confirmed. "How did he agree?" Zhao Danian, possessing a good reputation in Shibao town and having some connections in the county, had struggled to persuade Director Xiong. the gatekeeper, which piqued his curiosity about how young Rui had managed to achieve this. Confronted by the inquisitive gaze of the elderly gentleman, young Rui spread his hands and replied, "I merely mentioned that I know County Head Luo," and he acquiesced. "Did you deceive him?" Zhao Daning's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Young Rui's own brows rose in response. How can that be considered deceit? Leading him to misunderstand is still a form of deception. Have you not considered what would happen if he requests a meeting with County Head Luo? If he asks, then we shall meet. Young Rui retorted with a dismissive shrug. He has facilitated matters for you. Can you really refuse? You have also assisted Section Chief Xiong. As soon as Young Rui uttered those words, he sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, Zhao Daning's expression darkened immediately. The establishment of a position at Shibo Middle School was no simple feat. Some teachers here were merely substitutes. Although Section Chief Xiong was orchestrating various events, including promoting Qi Yuan to a teaching role, it still required Zhao Daning's approval. Such exchanges of interest were already contentious, let alone being outmaneuvered in the process. Fortunately, Yang Rui was still a student and feigned an air of integrity, stating, "I cannot abide those who promise yet fail to deliver, and I have already had a serious word with him today. You ought to consider how to apologize. Even if old Xiong is not the best, he will surely find out that you have no connection to County Head Luo." Zhao Daning did not delve deeper into Yang Rui's words, but instead pondered on his behalf. After all, he was a student from his own school. At that moment, Yang Rui finally understood. Smiling gently, County Head Luo is from Zizaizi Township. When I was younger, I used to visit their home. During the new year, we crossed paths as well. His child is of similar age to me, and we were once classmates, just like my father and County Head Luo. Zhao Daning then grasped the situation, nodding slightly. You must continue to follow up on this matter. Strive to secure a flush toilet for us as well. Yang Rui reminded him. I will head to the county tomorrow. Zhao Daning replied with firm determination. If he can arrange a flush toilet for us, I would be more than willing to facilitate a meeting with County Head Luo. Yang Rui longed for a proper toilet more than anyone else. Zhao Daning nodded cheerfully in agreement. Observing his expression, Yang Rui inquired, By the way, you sought me out for a specific reason, did you not? The principal opened his mouth and said, There is nothing particular. Just be more meticulous in your work, foster unity among teachers and students, and refrain from seeking to attract undue attention. The latter part of his statement was a rather stern admonishment. Yang Rui responded with a cheerful smile. Yet what he truly thought remained a mystery to all. Chapter 44. Hong Kong Apple Jeans. The following day was Sunday, a rare day of respite. The once bustling school had quieted somewhat after a week of lively activity. The woods were devoid of the slingshot-wielding youths, while the birds had returned to the treetops, vibrant with life. The grassy patches lacked the presence of artistic souls, allowing insects to mate in peace, thriving in their own realm. The cafeteria was less populated by ravenous men and women, and even the stench of the restroom had grown stale, leaving a faintly sweet aftertaste. Xiaogong's son, Xiao Liang, made a fashionable entrance before the gates of Shibao Middle School. He carried a common green military backpack. Yet he deliberately flipped the fabric draped over it to expose the aluminum zipper, which glimmered under the sunlight. His attire, a sailor shirt on top, denim jeans below, and retro Kewpie shoes on his feet, exuded an unmistakable sense of style. The sailor shirt, characterized by its blue and white stripes, also known as a navy shirt, represented the quintessential summer choice for the youth, offering both a refreshing look and aesthetic appeal, surpassing even the limited editions of Adidas in the years to come. Wearing such an outfit to engage in sports would be akin to a student 30 years hence donning LV socks to play football, a mark of extravagant coolness. The Kewpie shoes, naturally, were the epitome of swagger, featuring a high waist and thick sole, with counterfeit versions costing merely a few bucks. While authentic pairs were priced at 36 yuan, often impossible to acquire even with money in hand. Regardless of their authenticity, Kewpie shoes from the 1980s were considered legendary gear. Stepping outside in them was about more than mere style and luxury. It was imbued with a sense of audacity, especially when worn outside school. Children lacking a certain level of bravado might find themselves returning home barefoot and in tears. Thus, students clad in Kewpie shoes were akin to delinquents in cloth shoes. Their attire exuding danger, those who could wear them were deemed more stylish, prompting even more individuals to follow suit. Occasionally, a few boarding students would pass by, casting furtive glances at Xiao Liang, and if one were to tally the rate of turning heads, it would undoubtedly be 100%. Xiao Liang seemed accustomed to this atmosphere. He lingered at the entrance for a while before stepping into the school, casting a disdainful gaze upon the surrounding single-story buildings. the playground, and the outdoor toilets. The factory-run school was certainly superior to those in rural areas. As with most public facilities of the era, large state-owned enterprises invariably boasted the best resources, followed by government departments, then public institutions, with the ordinary populace receiving the least. State-owned enterprises, with their own profits, could allocate resources freely after remitting taxes to the state, ensuring that their affiliated schools were of the highest quality. In an age marked by scarcity, regardless of the products they produced, these enterprises could trade their goods for better resources. Government and public institutions, dependent on budgetary allocations, simply could not achieve this. However, despite the factory school's superior infrastructure, it suffered from a stark deficiency in human resources, particularly in staffing. At present, universities were guaranteed placements, and normal teacher training colleges followed suit. Even if the meat processing plant sought a couple of placements for teacher trainees, it would be challenging to secure approval from higher authorities. Moreover, with production taking precedence, in a context of acute talent shortages, the factory would inevitably prioritize its production needs before considering the requirements of its school. In this manner, although the factory-run school that Xiao Yang attends boasts 3 stories and a coal-ash track, the majority of its teachers are merely workers promoted to higher positions. While it would be unjust to label this as low-level, one cannot deny that the quality of education is indeed lacking. Up to now, the meat processing factory school has yet to produce a single student who has progressed to a tertiary institution. Those students who achieve slightly better academic results often prioritize attending the county school during their high school years, resorting to the factory school only when their examination scores are exceedingly low and they lack connections. In this year's mock examination, Xiao Yang scored a mere 120 points, averaging a mere 20 points per subject, an abysmal performance by any standard. In desperation, Xiao's father sought help from Yang Rui. The other teachers showed little interest in tutoring such students. Even if they felt obliged due to personal connections, no one believed Xiao Yang would be capable of entering university. These were times when even top-performing students could end up returning to agricultural work. Who would dare to make promises in such uncertain circumstances? Do you know someone named Yang Rui at your school? Xiao Yang inquired, stopping a passing student. Following his father's instructions, he had no choice but to make this visit, and his demeanor was not particularly amiable. The student scrutinized him for a moment and asked, "What do you need him for?" "I have something to discuss with him." "What is it?" The student appeared quite discerning. Xiao Yang sighed in resignation and replied, "I need tutoring. I'm from the Shibao meat processing factory and know him." "Oh, you know him? Just head straight ahead. At the red gate is the gymnasium where the members of the Rui Study Group are usually found." The student fulfilled his duty of information relay, glanced at Xiao Yang's shoes, and then sauntered off. Xiao Yang proceeded along the path, easily locating the gymnasium. The modest 2-room building was presently packed with people, and some even spilled outside. Peering in, he spotted Yang Rui amidst the crowd. Contrary to his expectations, Yang Rui was dressed quite ordinarily, but his eyes gleamed with sharp intelligence, exuding a remarkable leadership presence. After much cultivation, the Rui Study Group had grown to over 50 members, all responding to Yang Rui's commands. With consistent sales of examination papers and stable remuneration, the group's sense of unity had swelled unprecedentedly. Even without inherent leadership qualities, Yang Rui had fostered them. Yang Rui's voice resonated deeply and clearly, proclaiming, "In order to convey this signal, we have made extensive preparations. Now, it is time for us to disseminate this signal. Subsequently, we will proceed in the order outlined on the teacher evaluation forms to express our gratitude. Those assigned tasks, Team 1, be sure to bring gifts for the teachers. Team 2, prepare the firecrackers for timely ignition. Team 3, ensure we maintain our formation, keeping members of the Rui Study Group separate from onlookers to avoid dispersion. Additionally, during the expression of gratitude, we must not disrupt the teachers' normal lives. Those responsible for the outer perimeter must share stories while ensuring consistency and accuracy regarding each teacher's details." Xiao Yang listened, bewildered. Yet his thoughts crystallized with clarity. It seemed they were indulging in yet another display of theatrics. Just as Yang Rui finished speaking, the surrounding crowd promptly dispersed, each attending to their respective tasks. Only he was left standing in the middle, facing Yang Rui. "Which school do you attend?" Yang Rui scrutinized him, confirming that no student from his school possessed such a trendy demeanor. Not to mention, Xiao Yang's entire ensemble must have cost over 50 yuan, more than a common worker's monthly wage and over 1/5 of a rural family's annual income. Westford High School certainly did not boast such affluent students, nor did it harbor such a fashion sensibility. Xiao Liang smiled and replied, I am Xiao Liang, here to find Yang Rui. That's me, Yang Rui responded. I am the son of Xiao Gong. Xiao Liang turned his gaze back to Yang Rui, perceiving him as merely a peer dressed in more mundane attire. His suspicion solidified as he inquired, how did you manage to deceive my father? What? Yang Rui was taken aback. Xiao Gong had exerted considerable effort to donate a batch of canned goods to West Fort High School, all to secure tutoring for him. How could a scammer emerge from this? Xiao Liang snorted dismissively, saying, I don't know what sort of trickery you used on my father, but I will not come for tutoring. I came solely to inform you of that. With a wary glance at the burly Chao Baoming beside him, he turned to leave. Wait, Yang Rui could not allow him to depart so easily. The canned goods had already been delivered. It would be inappropriate to leave this obligation unreciprocated. Xiao Liang, anticipating this, paused and remarked, I knew you wouldn't be able to let it go. Yang Rui pointed at himself, at a loss for words. I have an idea. Xiao Liang chuckled, opening his green military bag and pulling out a pair of jeans. I want to come for tutoring, but I want to inform my father either. This saves you time and me as well. Additionally, I'll give you these jeans. When my father inquires, you shall help me maintain the ruse. We both benefit. What do you say? With that, he tossed the jeans to Yang Rui. Having previously encountered students like Xiao Liang during his tutoring days, Yang Rui could hardly believe he was facing such a character again, even in the 1980s. He couldn't help but laugh, saying, You might think this is a brilliant idea, but I do not share your sentiment. Are you hoping to deceive a bit more? Xiao Liang continued, tossing his hair back in a charming manner. As long as you're willing to split the profits, I can assist you. He then revealed the hem of his sailor shirt, exposing the Apple logo on his leg. A complete, vibrant red apple was unveiled before Yang Rui. Indeed, it is the Hong Kong apple. Yang Rui couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Chapter 45. A delayed gratitude in today's bustling metropolis. Certain trends reign supreme. Our county, however, lags behind, yet it is high time we caught up. Xiao Liang believed he had successfully subdued Yang Rui, allowing himself a quiet sigh of relief. In another's territory, being overly conspicuous could be perilous. Chao Baoming and his fellow comrades from the bench press group were busy assisting with the relocation of canned goods. Their well-defined muscles presenting quite a striking image. Are you selling these trousers? Yang Rui inquired, flipping through a pair of Hong Kong's Apple-branded jeans, struggling to suppress a smile. In truth, Apple had indeed ventured into the denim market, but tracing the origins of Hong Kong's Apple is quite the challenge. The jeans Xiao Liang produced were the quintessential flared, slim-fit variety, a pure embodiment of 1980s fashion, which had surprisingly regained popularity. Just playing around, Xiao Liang said. His concern over Yang Rui potentially reporting him evident as he feigned nonchalance. Yang Rui responded with a half-smile, acknowledging the moment. Selling clothing in the 1980s turned out to be a rather lucrative endeavor. Many who possess charm and a sense of popular taste effortlessly achieved profit margins exceeding 50%. However, Yang Rui was indebted to Xiao Gong for a favor, and he couldn't simply dismiss it after a mere glance. Concepts and commitments must not be conflated. Misunderstanding the situation, Xiao Liang expressed his dissatisfaction. Is one pair of jeans not enough? You seem to have quite the appetite. He urged, take a closer look. Jeans like these cannot be found for less than dozens of yuan. It's not about the jeans, Yang Rui chuckled, tossing them back and saying, put them away. I wouldn't wear such a thing. You wouldn't wear them, would you? Xiao Liang retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice as he adjusted his stance. Saying no more as he returned the jeans to his green military bag, Yang Rui sighed. He truly wouldn't wear those jeans, as they were cut too low, resting not on the waist but directly at the hips, so tight they seemed capable of pinching off an extra 2 ounces of flesh. This style was indeed a remnant of the 1980s. In another decade, where would one find a street full of slender figures? For his former plump physique, those jeans would barely suffice for a single leg. Xiao Liang, being a student, failed to grasp Yang Rui's sentiments and could not help but ask, what do you want? Just speak up. Choose anything you see on me. The most expensive item he wore was the pair of jeans, purchased at a cost of 22 yuan, followed by his Kuai shoes, both of which were commonplace on the streets. Yang Rui shook his head with a smile, stating, when I say I'll tutor you, I mean just that. This is non-negotiable. Otherwise, I cannot approach Xiao Gong. I'll simply say I'm tutoring you here, and that will suffice. That won't he do? Yang Rui replied, pausing briefly before continuing, let me put it this way. Regardless of your past academic performance, with my tutoring, I can confidently assure you that passing a vocational college entrance exam is quite achievable. With a bit of effort, even a junior college is within reach. As for a bachelor's degree, it depends on your foundation, but there are certainly opportunities. Regardless, I suggest you give it a try and refrain from jumping to conclusions. The educational standards of the meat processing plant's affiliated school were significantly inferior to those of Shibo Middle School, let alone comparing them to the top students from remedial classes. Even the majority of the second-year graduating class there surpassed them in capability. However, as Yang Rui articulated, any student who has the capability to reach high school, essentially achieving the average score in the entrance examination, can, with a bit of effort, gain admission to vocational colleges. Of course, the qualification conferred by vocational colleges is akin to that of high school, rendering 3 years of time seemingly squandered for merely a distribution quota. It cannot be deemed an optimal choice. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the distribution quota represented by vocational colleges holds intrinsic value, given Xiaogong's capabilities. Assigning a high school graduate to the factory versus a vocational student presents not only different challenges but also varying job roles, at least until the mid-1990s. A vocational diploma was still considered respectable, particularly in grassroots employment. The offspring of factory-affiliated schools generally lacked records of entering higher vocational institutions, and many students labored through repeated studies solely for the opportunity of a vocational qualification. Yang Rui believed that by providing such assurance, he was repaying Xiaogong's assistance. However, Xiaoyang was ungrateful and, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "You deceive my father. I won't hold you accountable, but do not waste my time." He pointed to the red apple emblem on his thigh and asked, "Do you know how much I earn in a day?" With a sigh, he added, "Why should I engage in wild guessing? Enough. I'm leaving, and don't contact me when you have the chance." Xiaoyang turned away, elegantly waving his arms in the air. Yang Rui glanced at his green military trousers, feeling no discomfort, and said, "Please stay a moment. Don't leave, Baoming." Just 2 seconds after he spoke, Qiao Baoming apprehended the slow-reacting Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang struggled briefly, but failed to free himself. Glaring at Yang Rui with a mix of anger and urgency, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" "Time was of the essence," he insisted. "You need to accompany us to express gratitude to the teacher, and upon our return, we shall discuss further." Yang Rui then summoned Sui, instructing him and Qiao Baoming to ensure Xiaoyang's compliance. Upon seeing the 2 robust men, Xiaoyang immediately wilted and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be streetwise." "What streetwise?" Yang Rui shook his head. However, Sui possessed some street smarts. He glanced at Xiaoyang's sneakers, bent down, and untied his shoelaces. "Then deftly do not err again. Lead the way." Sui raised his head high and lightly kicked him again. Xiaoyang smiled as if nothing were amiss. This could be classified as school violence, Yang Rui pondered, yet he refrained from further commentary. To the eyes of those in the 21st century, school violence is regarded as a grave issue. However, in the 1980s, it lacked an effective terminology, barely qualifying as a noun. When students were struck by teachers or by one another, when a student's nose bled or their face swelled, many regarded these incidents as trivial. In comparison to societal violence, schools still appeared simple and pure. On the other hand, violence was indeed the quickest means of asserting one's will. Xiaoyang, no longer shouting, followed Yang Rui like a specter, daring not to cause any more trouble. Meanwhile, the members of the Rui Study Group, laden with numerous items, marched grandly towards the dormitory area. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Rui was the first to rap on the door of teacher Li Xiumei's home, who had been elected the most popular female teacher, garnering over half the votes. With a click, the door swung open. A man peeked out, casting a curious glance at the students outside, nodded, and called back, "Xiumei, your students are here." Lu Shan and Huang Rin stood nervously on either side of Yang Rui, clutching their belongings tightly. The sound of footsteps soon echoed, and within seconds, teacher Li Xiumei opened the door wide, her expression one of surprise. "What is going on with so many of you?" "Teacher Li, we are here to express our gratitude," Yang Rui said respectfully, gesturing behind him. The prepared members of Group 2 immediately began to strike the gongs and drums, igniting firecrackers. The gongs and drums were standard equipment from the school's gym. Whether for sports events or official inspections, the absence of their raucous accompaniment would be unacceptable. The firecrackers, a loud and crisp 200-shot barrage purchased from the foot of the mountain, quickly roused the teachers in the dormitory area. In the 1980s, the concept of commercial housing did not exist. All land belonged to the state. Teachers without local homes resided in school dormitories, creating a small community comprising teachers, families, and children. In no time, Li Xiaomei's home was besieged. As the firecrackers ceased, Yang Rui proclaimed loudly, "We thank teacher Li Xiaomei for her guidance. You have been voted the most popular female teacher by the students." Following this, all members of the Rui Study Group, including Yang Rui, bowed deeply as if triggered by a mechanism. The synchronized gesture conveyed an air of formality. The gentle-natured Li Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Onlookers were equally astonished. This celebratory display, composed of gongs, drums, and firecrackers, was not a novel invention of Yang Rui for the past decade. Activities such as sending educated youth to the countryside and supporting border regions had been accompanied by such lively scenes. Yet, the unfolding events were evidently. Yang Rui smiled as he accepted a gift box containing 4 cans from Wang Guohua and presented it to teacher Li Xiaomei, proclaiming, "Teacher Li, these 4 cans are prizes for the most beloved female teachers. Please accept them." He continued, "On behalf of the members of the Rui Learning Group, I would like to express our gratitude for your dedication." The students bowed once more and then dispersed. It was only then that Li Xiaomei grasped the situation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she remarked, "There is no need for such a special gesture. Gaining the affection of the majority of students is no trivial feat. I believe teacher Li has invested considerable effort to achieve this, and the students merely wish to convey their appreciation." Having been a tutor himself for several years, Yang Rui understood well the challenges of winning students' favor. Students, particularly adolescents, are a sensitive demographic, undergoing a period of value reconstruction. It is not merely improved academic performance that earns their affection, nor is unbridled freedom the key to popularity. To satisfy students and earn their admiration requires patient and meticulous communication, dedicated and thoughtful teaching, profound concern, and ample empowerment. In essence, garnering the fondness of a class is far more challenging than winning the favor of superiors. Thus, although Yang Rui had prepared his speech in advance, his tone was imbued with genuine sincerity. Li Xiaomei, touched by his words, felt her eyes moisten involuntarily. In a rural secondary school, being an ordinary teacher who continuously shines and exerts effort is, in itself, a form of devotion. Working 6 days a week, often exceeding 10 hours a day, represents a straightforward commitment. The endless grading of assignments, the meticulous preparation of various exams, and the ongoing analysis of students' needs constitute a complex dedication. Engaging in heartfelt conversations with students, assisting them, protecting them, and providing financial support are acts of profound sacrifice. Li Xiaomei does not require others to thank her for her contributions, yet she undoubtedly seeks acknowledgement for her efforts and sacrifices. The validation from her students is, without question, the most sincere and valuable. In an instant, Li Xiaomei's artistic sensibilities were stirred, and 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Mom, why are you crying?" A small head peeked out, clinging to her father's leg. "Mom isn't crying. She's just happy," Li Xiaomei replied, bending down to embrace her daughter. The 5-year-old girl, innocent and adorable, reached out to wipe her mother's tears, inadvertently prompting even more tears, leaving her perplexed. Observing her daughter's expression, Li Xiaomei felt an overwhelming urge to both cry and laugh. To facilitate her work schedule, she had resolutely weaned her daughter when she was just 9 months old. To prepare her lessons, she often toiled into the early hours, disturbing both her daughter and husband's sleep. To acquire teaching materials, she not only reduced her own and her husband's food standards, but also lowered her daughter's. In her efforts to visit students' homes, she wore out her shoes and injured her feet. Even in the face of financial hardship, she strives to assist economically disadvantaged students, hoping they will not be compelled to abandon their education due to poverty. Li Xiaomei occasionally contemplates the notion of reciprocity and whether her efforts are worthwhile. However, in this fervent era, she prefers to take action rather than dwell on thoughts. It is only in the quiet solitude of midnight that she dreams of a day when a former student might stand before her and express their gratitude with a simple, "Thank you, teacher." Until this very day, such hopes remain mere fantasies. Those fortunate enough to have escaped the mountains seldom return, while those left behind are often awkward and shy. Li Xiaomei continually reassures herself that her students are still young and will come to understand in due time. Yet, as the years have passed, she has gradually buried these thoughts deep within her heart, until this moment, when a profound and overwhelming sense of happiness surged within her, prompting her to embrace her daughter tightly and accept the crimson gift box without hesitation. This late-arriving expression of gratitude signifies not only Yang Rui's thanks, but embodies something far more significant. Chapter 46. Taking a firm stance, the Rui Study Group continued their journey. following a similar protocol, completing visits to 6 teachers in the dormitory area before descending the mountain in grand procession to visit 4 more teachers residing in Shibao Town. The entire region of Shibao Town was set abuzz. Apart from the festive season, it had been quite some time since the locality had witnessed such liveliness. With the sound of the first firecracker echoing, children, followed by youngsters and adults, began to trail behind the Rui Study Group, eager to observe how they paid their respects to the teachers of Shibao Middle School. Consequently, the names of the teachers at Shibao Middle School swiftly became familiar through the whispers of the onlookers. Lu Guangrong, Feng Sha, Zhuang Mushing. In this era of information scarcity, newspapers and radios constituted the entirety of public media accessible to them. Beyond that, gossip and stories were their sole sources of entertainment. There were no forums, QQ, WeChat, or social media. Even television was a rare commodity with scant programming. The question of which local teachers excelled was, in itself, a captivating narrative. Ultimately, the throng grew so large that it attracted the attention of the town government and the local police station. Some officers, equipped with handcuffs, intervened to disperse the seemingly festive parade. Fortunately, the head of the police station was Yang Rui's uncle, who offered a few words of admonition before allowing them to proceed on their way. With the momentum already built, Yang Rui needed not exert further efforts. The members of the Rui Study Group exchanged greetings and began their return home, but the excitement in the town was only just beginning. Numerous individuals flocked to the teachers' homes to exchange pleasantries. In a tight-knit community, finding a reason to converse was indeed effortless, regardless of whether they had been visited. The teachers were all in high spirits. Discovering that their endeavors held significance was, in itself, an exhilarating element. Soldiers may endure on meager allowances stationed on high ground. Chinese scientists may forsake the comforts of foreign lands to return home. And revolutionaries may risk their lives for their ideals. Monetary gain is not the sole driving force in life. Rather, engaging in meaningful endeavors, or infusing meaning into one's actions, is an essential motivation for existence. Yang Rui understood more than anyone else what these teachers, residing in rural towns, truly needed. In fact, even those teachers who had not received firecrackers or bows were smiling as they observed the unfolding events. Once all formalities concluded and they returned to Shibao Middle School, it was already evening. Yang Rui arranged for 10 cans of meat to be included in the sumptuous dinner for the Rui Study Group. Having firmly established the group's reputation, he no longer paid heed to the murmurs of the crowd. Over 50 members of the Rui Study Group, along with more than 20 enthusiastic recruits, occupied a corner of the cafeteria, feasting heartily and reveling in their joy. A plethora of significant events had transpired over the past month, making such discussions immensely engaging for these young individuals. Xiao Liang had been positioned by Sui against the wall, where it was somewhat stifling. Yet he endeavored to avoid attracting attention, focusing instead on consuming the bowl of noodles allocated to him. A multitude of passionate young students is certainly not someone he wishes to provoke. Soon, Yang Rui, holding a bowl of noodles, sat across from him and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" He glanced down at the braised pork in his bowl, picked up a piece with delight, and exclaimed, "Before you joined the Rui Learning Group, you were treated almost like a captive. Having meat broth was considered a luxury, let alone desiring meat. What if I were to join the Rui Learning Group?" Xiao Liang feigned curiosity. Relying on his denim sales, he earned over 100 yuan weekly, accumulating at least 600 or 700 yuan each month, making the notion of indulging in meat quite feasible. Had it not been for his father's stubborn insistence on his education, Xiao Liang would have long since dropped out to pursue business. Nonetheless, the events of today had taken him by surprise, leaving him with a peculiar feeling, and he was eager to hear Yang Rui's thoughts. The Rui Learning Group is not something you can just waltz into. If you submit an application now, it would be akin to the situation in 49. The chance of eating meat remains rather unlikely, though you will at least be well fed. Yang Rui, in high spirits, spoke with clarity, eliciting laughter from those around them. Xiao Liang, not offended by the jest, retorted, "What you say makes no difference. The outcome remains the same." "Quite the contrary," Yang Rui replied, narrowing his eyes. "However, now that you find yourself in my grasp, whatever I demand of you will be at my discretion." He had contemplated how to handle Xiao Liang and ultimately decided that a firm approach would be more effective. The notion of melting the rebellious youth's heart with warmth might make for a popular television drama, but Yang Rui was no character from such a tale. He was burdened with numerous concerns, and his assistance to Xiao Liang stemmed merely from his commitment to Xiao Gong and a desire to help his uncle. Yang Rui had little inclination to delve into Xiao Liang's psychological state. His primary intention was to provide academic tutoring. In the past, when scholars taught their students, they did not tread as cautiously as their Western counterparts, fearful that a single misstep could leave a lasting psychological scar. By the late 1980s, the Chinese had begun to indulge their children. Young men like Xiao Liang were robust and resilient. Thus, with Xiao Liang's skeptical gaze upon him, Yang Rui commanded, starting tomorrow, you will attend school at Shibao Middle School. You have met the teachers there. They are at least earnest and responsible. You will also attend the Rui Learning Group lectures every noon and afternoon. During evening study sessions, you must complete the assigned homework and remain at school. You can stay in. Sui, do you have any available beds in your dormitory? Yes, and if there's a shortage, I can drag in another bunk bed. Sui replied readily, eyeing Xiao Liang with mischief. A spark ignited in Xiao Liang's mind. I won't return home. My father will surely worry. I'll call him. Phone calls won't convey everything, and besides, I haven't brought anything with me. I'll have your father send it over, for tonight. You'll just have to make do. I don't wish to study at Shibao Middle School. I have classmates there. Then there is no alternative. Yang Rui exhibited the demeanor of a mastermind behind a pyramid scheme, as long as he refused to release them and persisted in conducting classes. Even university students could be brainwashed into becoming illiterate, let alone with Xiao Gong's authority backing him. Xiao Liang, displaying a modicum of intelligence, placed his bowl down and declared, regardless of what you say, I have no intention of attending school any longer. I shall not listen in class, nor will I respond earnestly in examinations. Even if you let me go, it would simply be a waste of time. Indeed, neglecting lectures and shirking from exams posed a significant issue. Yang Rui stroked his chin, contemplating. Xiao Liang countered, you might as well release me now. If I'm not to listen, I may as well transcribe. Yang Rui abruptly interrupted, stating, let us begin with transcribing English vocabulary, shall we? Write each word 100 times, 10 words in the morning, 10 at noon, and 10 in the evening. Persist for a month, and you shall undoubtedly expand your lexicon by several hundred words. In due course, transcribe a dozen essays. And scoring 40 or 50 points in English should not prove too difficult. Xiao Liang panicked. What purpose does transcribing serve? Moreover, if I do not answer well during the exam, you will still have nothing to show for it. Yang Rui retorted, I am merely repaying your father's kindness. There is no need for an accounting. He paused and added, the notebook where you transcribe the words will be kept safe by me, and when the time comes, I shall present it to your father, and he will understand. I refuse to transcribe, Xiao Liang declared, brandishing his ultimate weapon. Yang Rui gestured toward Sui, saying, you two should form a study group. If you do not transcribe, or if your transcription is inadequate or poorly executed, it will all be Sui's fault. He affectionately ruffled Xiao Liang's hair and advised, I suggest you put some effort into your transcription. It will yield better results. Of course, if you're unwilling, I shall not compel you. As long as you are not foolish, transcribing those words 100 times will surely help you remember them. Xiao Liang, taken aback, eventually remarked, what you are doing is squandering my opportunity to earn money. At 82, is being self-employed even feasible? And I am still a minor? Yang Rui shot him a sidelong glance, replying, I am quite certain that I am wasting the opportunity for certain law enforcement personnel to make money. Delaying for a year or two to complete high school before determining one's life goals seems prudent to me. I do not wish to be prudent. Xiao Liang retorted defiantly. Yang Rui waved his hand dismissively. I am not your father. I cannot concern myself with such matters. For now, let us focus on transcribing vocabulary for 2 weeks, and then I will summon your father to discuss it with you. Xiao Liang, exasperated, began to shout, only to be silenced by a swift slap from Sui. Yang Rui stretched lazily, shaking his head inwardly. He harbored a rather pessimistic view of the current state of social order and legal systems. Future generations observing the businessmen of the 1980s only perceived their ease of profit, neglecting the harshness of the commercial environment. Commercial endeavors lacked protection, and any leader's whims could render previously lawful activities illegal. Numerous institutions and individuals wielding unchecked power existed, whether state-owned enterprises or administrative departments, both possessing the capacity to directly penalize merchants. The presence of organized crime was even more pronounced, with sometimes 2 or 3 gangs operating within a single village. This chaotic environment, while providing opportunities for opportunists, simultaneously escalated the risks associated with commercial ventures, making success in the 1980s a formidable challenge. Yang Rui cast a glance at Xiao Liang, casually taking out paper and pen to formulate a new teaching plan. while simultaneously contemplating how to integrate his tutoring curriculum into the regular school syllabus. Chapter 47. A new concept in English in the ensuing days. Young Rui continued to attend classes as usual, and the secret volumes of Rui Learning were sold without interruption. The principal remained preoccupied with stamping documents between the county and the district, creating a somewhat tranquil atmosphere on campus. However, the reputation of the Rui Learning Group soared to unprecedented heights, attracting not only students from the remedial and graduating classes, but also drawing applications from pupils of various grades eager to join. In accordance with Young Rui's stipulations, prospective members were required to submit an application to join the group. Consequently, a flurry of applications inundated the desk, with many individuals actively participating in the transcription and printing of the secret volumes. The applications varied in length, with some exceeding 20 pages while others contained merely 2 or 3. It was evident that a number of these were adapted from party membership applications, while others were penned with considerable seriousness. The leap through the Dragon Gate is no trifling matter. At the Shibao Meat Processing Plant's affiliated school, nearly 100 students graduated each year, yet none gained admission to university. Shibao Middle School was nearly the finest rural institution in the area, with only a handful of students managing to enter higher education annually. However, the challenge did not deter the aspiring students. The mere thought of transcending their current reality motivated them to invest every effort for a sliver of opportunity. This was the singular shortcut from one world to another. Yang Rui found himself unable to review the multitude of applications alone. After a day of persistence, he enlisted Huang Ren and Lu Shan into the review committee. Lu Shan's perception of Yang Rui underwent a significant transformation due to his conduct, particularly his expression of gratitude to teachers. Given her diligent nature, once she accepted the review task, she organized the process meticulously, categorizing applications into 3 groups: approved, pending, and rejected. Each application was accompanied by evaluative comments, and a dedicated file was created for each student. If composing comments reflected diligence, then establishing files was a manifestation of ingenuity. When Lu Shan approached him, she expressed concern that Yang Rui might disagree with her method, articulating her reasoning. Our school has a modest population, and I estimate that only around 200 will require files. They won't simply submit one application and cease. They will continue to apply. Initially, it might not seem burdensome, but after 3 or 4 submissions, it becomes more efficient to maintain a file. I considered that we need not invest in actual folders. A simple binder would suffice. We can create a single-page file for each student, placing it within. Each time they apply, regardless of the outcome, we can annotate their progress. This way, the next reviewer will understand the context without the need to retain every application, thus rendering the process fairer. Yang Rui acquiesced, feeling a sense of inadequacy in the face of Lu Shan's earnestness. Lu Shan appeared pleasantly surprised, asking, "You truly agree? Why would you disagree?" Yang Rui countered. The files Lu Shan established sparked inspiration within him, leading to a cascade of thoughts. Students may graduate, but their records can endure indefinitely. As the membership of the Rui Learning Group expanded, relying solely on memory was evidently impractical. Yet, by creating a file for each individual, even if they ventured in different directions post-graduation, Yang Rui could still recall their connections and re-establish contact through those records. Lu Shan, naturally, did not delve too deeply into the matter. However, her thoughts veered in another direction as she inquired, "You wouldn't have agreed because of me, would you?" Her eyes, though not large, were exceptionally vibrant, resembling swirling eddies in a tranquil lake when she gazed at someone. Yang Rui had initially intended to clarify, but, with a smile, responded, "It doesn't matter. Your idea is quite commendable. Furthermore, we should not only create profiles for students applying to join the group, but for all members of the Rui Learning Group. How about this? Let's hold off on purchasing the file folders for now to avoid any misconceptions about our intentions. Instead, we could gather some paper clips or a stapler and prepare 3 pages of paper for each student, along with the corresponding information, including some family details, academic performance, and our key activities, making it more comprehensive than a standard profile, given our small number." Lu Shan, initially a bit shy, found herself exclaiming, "Creating profiles for hundreds of people is impossible for me to accomplish alone. Then we shall add another person to assist you. That still might not suffice, ideally. We would need 4 individuals, and someone must be specifically assigned to procure supplies." Lu Shan began counting on her fingers, estimating how long it would take to gather information, draft it, verify, and categorize everything. Taking her earnestness to heart, Young Rui too became serious and pondered. Let's go with 4. I will have Huang Ren arrange for funding. Funding? Is it the same as what the students who are grading papers receive, 10 cents an hour? You will have a maximum of 5 days to complete the task. Should you fail to do so by the deadline, the funding will cease. The Rui Learning Group was gradually formalizing its operations, limiting work hours to a maximum of 8 per day to align with national labor regulations. In this era, overtime pay was no longer a norm. In fact, regardless of how much extra was paid for overtime, it could easily be construed as exploitation, since the purpose of profit-driven organizations for overtime is to generate revenue. Once profits are realized, no matter how much is allocated to workers, surplus value remains. In the early 1980s, the distinction between surplus value and profit was often nebulous. Yang Rui was neither concerned about this issue nor desired to become a target in any debates. His future was promising, and he saw no need to incur such political risks. The saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. One misstep could lead to an irrevocable downfall. A stark contrast to the risk of achieving a perfect score on an exam. In the simplest scenario, if an elder party member disapproved of you, a formal complaint could nullify all prior efforts. In these times, petitions were not meant for the masses. Rather, the formidable petitions belonged to officials and party members, who generate far more petitions annually than ordinary citizens. Many high-ranking officials have faced repercussions stemming from a colleague's complaint. Yang Rui's youthful frame was ill-equipped to withstand such a formidable weapon. Lu Shan, taken aback, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Are you really going to give us $4? Labor ought to be compensated. Are you genuinely questioning whether the payment is for filing the profiles?" Lu Shan's doubts resurfaced. "What do you think?" Yang Rui smiled and, without waiting for Lu Shan to react, said, "All right, hurry and find someone. As long as the members of the Rui Study Group are unharmed and the other party agrees, it counts. Just hand the list to Huang Ren and let him distribute the funds." Lu Shan cast a deep glance at Yang Rui, uttered a good, and turned to leave. Yang Rui smiled again and resumed his studies at his desk. Over the past few days, he had been diligently transcribing New Concept English. While the country had begun to circulate New Concept English, it was merely in the form of handwritten and mimeographed booklets, not formally published editions. The British author Alexander had introduced this series in 1967, which quickly gained global popularity. In China, it wasn't until after 2 rounds of college entrance examinations that there was a frantic search for suitable English textbooks. The immense success of the CCTV program Learn With Me led to the advent of New Concept English in the eyes of the Chinese populace. However, in 1982, acquiring a formally published edition of New Concept English remained a formidable challenge, as most individuals resorted to borrowing and copying it themselves. Some teachers would mimeograph a batch to distribute to favorite students. Despite its fragmented distribution, New Concept English managed to permeate the nation. In a couple of years, publishers would begin to overlook copyright, leading to large-scale prints. Yet, before any publisher began printing, finding a complete set of New Concept English was quite arduous. Many students only copied the sections they deemed valuable, while others abandoned their efforts after transcribing a few articles, leading to lost or incorrect copies. Similar to ancient scholars who transcribed books, the larger the volume, the more prone it was to loss and disarray. After much contemplation, Yang Rui resolved to transcribe a complete version himself and then mimeograph it for distribution among all members of the Rui Study Group. He had little insight into English instruction, and his most advanced training in the language had been geared towards writing academic papers. As a graduate student in his specialized field, he was required to publish at least 1 paper in a first-tier journal, and these journals were predominantly in foreign languages. A lack of proficiency in English would hinder graduation. Thus, it was imperative to study the language. However, it was only upon entering university that Yang Rui earnestly pursued English studies, and after a few years of graduation, he found himself no longer utilizing it, resulting in the forgetfulness of much of what he had learned. Ironically, he retained a vivid memory of terms pertinent to his field. In other words, if Yang Rui were to be placed in an English-speaking country, he would stumble through biological terminology but struggle with everyday conversation. Yang Rui was not privy to any linguistic shortcuts, but he remembered clearly that memorizing New Concept English would undoubtedly elevate one's proficiency. This narrative had emerged among his high school classmates, university peers, and students in his tutoring sessions. Essentially, memorizing the entirety of the 2nd volume of New Concept English, along with a few excerpts from the 3rd volume, would effortlessly yield commendable results in the high school entrance examination. Mastering the entire third volume would allow one to easily score 80 or higher in the college entrance exam, with steadfast dedication to memorizing the fourth volume. Passing both the CET 4 and CET 6 would be a breeze, and even the TOEFL and IELTS would pose little challenge. This was a widely circulated secret, yet the number of individuals capable of executing this strategy was dwindling. It was akin to the common belief that memorizing an English dictionary would guarantee excellent results in the language. Subsequent generations are invariably inclined to seek various highly efficient learning methods, which is entirely justifiable. After all, time is a limited resource for everyone, and not all individuals require proficiency in English for their daily lives. The universal aspiration is to attain the highest scores with minimal expenditure of time. However, students of the 1980s did not prioritize such conveniences. In that era, it was not uncommon for students to memorize not only texts but also entire English dictionaries. This was not due to the extraordinary nature of the dictionaries themselves, but rather because they represented the most comprehensive resources available for mastering the English language. Unlike their modern counterparts, students of the 1980s found themselves with no alternative routes. Regardless of the difficulty of the texts, they were willing to memorize them if it meant earning additional points. This was particularly true for students in rural secondary schools, who either aspired to pass the college entrance examination and become proud university or vocational school graduates, thereby securing stable government jobs, or, failing that, returned home to toil in agriculture, enduring a substantial disparity in income for at least 2 decades, hoping for a stroke of luck that might allow them to benefit from government land requisition projects for a few years of leisure. Of course, those unfortunate enough to encounter local land requisition issues would find themselves without even the means to cultivate. As for entrepreneurship, while it presents a potential avenue, it is far from a path to happiness. Most individuals are loath to risk their entire fortunes to finance a business. Even those who dare to invest everything may not necessarily reap profits, and even if profits are realized, future earnings remain uncertain. In truth, amidst the tide of nationwide entrepreneurial endeavors, numerous townspeople and farmers engaged in commercial activities. However, when viewed 3 decades later, very few have continued to thrive, with the most successful remaining those who pursued higher education in the 1980s and later took the plunge into business. As for those who dropped out to start businesses and subsequently hired university graduates, their numbers paled in comparison to their peers laboring in the fields, and their sacrifices were considerable. In summary, having a lead of 2 or 3 years and diligently memorizing new concept English is often sufficient to resolve the English challenges faced by most students, without aiming for the lofty heights of scores in the 80s or 90s. Simply achieving an average score would already surpass the average of the college entrance examination by a significant margin. Thus, methods that promise rewards for effort are the most favored among students at that time. For them, rising at 5 in the morning to study is hardly a burden. Young Rui himself began to memorize new concept English in hopes of regaining his lost intuition. Even a slight improvement in his English proficiency would be a commendable outcome. After all, if he wishes to continue excelling in university or to publish the numerous papers residing in his mind, he must confront the formidable challenge that English presents. Chapter 48. Who makes the decisions when Yang Rui was transcribing the second volume of New Concept English? Students from other schools began to appear outside the gates of Shibo Middle School. They squatted on stone benches, wearing wide-brimmed hats and flip-flops, engrossed in diligent copying. Some wealthier students blocked the entrance and exit of the school, demanding to buy the oil-printed New Concept English at inflated prices. The first volume of New Concept English consists of 300 pages. Although Yang Rui had omitted the graphical exercises, the text still exceeded 160 pages. Given that the oil printing was single-sided, the cost of producing such a substantial volume reached 1 yuan, making it unaffordable for every student. When the price was raised to $1.50, many students reluctantly agreed to part with their copies. Wang Guohua promptly informed Yang Rui of this development and inquired, "Should we print New Concept English as well? If we sell it for $1.50, we could achieve a considerable profit." Yang Rui did not respond but scratched his head, pondering, are all the copies circulating the first volume? Is there still demand for copying it? He has yet to finish transcribing the second volume. The first volume primarily contains short sentences, essentially comprising simple dialogues and picture descriptions. For instance, one person might ask where Henry has gone, to which another might reply, "Perhaps he is in his room. I am not quite sure." Such a level of English, viewed from a modern perspective, would be easily mastered by even elementary students before graduation. In Yang Rui's estimation, the essence of New Concept English resided in the second and third volumes, particularly the latter, which held significant value for students preparing for the college entrance examination. As for the first volume, Yang Rui merely intended for everyone to familiarize themselves with the teaching methodology of New Concept English. In an era where one could not casually walk into a bookstore and find an abundance of supplementary materials, many students had never even encountered multiple-choice questions. Without a gradual learning process, they might struggle significantly. Wang Guohua, however, did not comprehend Yang Rui's concerns and remarked, "This New Concept English, I've only heard how excellent it is from others, but we have never seen it here. After you presented it, I found it quite impressive. Why not copy it? New Concept English consists of 4 volumes, you know? I wrote first volume on the cover," Yang Rui explained. "I know," Wang Guohua nodded, yet gazed at Yang Rui with confusion. Yang Rui further probed, "Do you not find it too simplistic?" "Well, the beginning is indeed a bit basic, but the sentences later on are somewhat longer," Wang Guohua replied, his confidence wavering. "Am I mistaken in my assessment?" "Not at all, not at all. If you find it suitable, that is what matters," Yang Rui reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, silently concluding that perhaps he had misjudged. Wang Guohua's English proficiency was about 30 points, which was average in the remedial class. In other classes, students scored merely in the teens or even lower, making the first volume of New Concept English quite appropriate. In truth, Yang Rui had overestimated the current students' command of English, leaving aside other factors. Modern English education begins at the elementary level, whereas Wang Guohua and his peers had only been introduced to English education around 80 years prior, and without suitable teachers. They could only read English words phonetically transcribed in pinyin. Up until now, Wang Guohua has only studied English for a mere 2 years, most of which he spent herding sheep. His proficiency is even inferior to that of junior high school students in later generations. The reason he managed to score 30 points is solely due to the simplicity of the English examination and the college entrance test, not reflective of his actual capabilities. The English proficiency in schools is low, and the societal standard is even lower. For instance, during the civil service examinations in the 1980s, particularly for the highly sought-after customs positions, candidates were frequently tasked with writing out the 26 letters of the English alphabet. Even then, many failed to complete it. Exclaiming in frustration, "I am Chinese. Why must I learn English?" Upon realizing a shift in circumstances, Yang Rui's thoughts transformed. Resting his chin on his hand for a moment, he said, "This afternoon, you should make a trip down the mountain to the county town and find my cousin. Duan Hang. Are you referring to that police captain?" Wang Guohua expressed a tinge of apprehension at the mention of the police. "Didn't he mention wanting to print New Concept English?" Yang Rui continued, "I initially intended to wait until the 3rd volume to print. But since the 1st volume is suitable, we shall proceed with it now. What do we need him for? Have you forgotten that Yen Laosi previously found a printing factory? I had my cousin inquire about it earlier. You should go down the mountain and mention that we wish to use the printing factory to publish books. Ask him to think of a solution. Printing factories are state-owned enterprises, and for outsiders to publish materials, an introduction letter is necessary." Yen Laosi managed to leverage some connections to find a suitable printing factory willing to clandestinely print test papers. This resource is exceedingly rare, which is why Yang Rui was eager to involve his family in this venture. It can be said that the printing factory was a pivotal factor in Yen Laosi's downfall. However, just because they are willing to print for Yen Laosi does not imply they will extend the same courtesy to others. Thus, Yang Rui requested his cousin to investigate further. Even if there are no results now, it would still provide some leads. Wang Guohua expressed some trepidation, saying, "I've heard that printing factories are quite expensive. If we engage them to print books, and they don't sell, what then? Duplicated teaching materials can be sold. Can't those printed through traditional methods be sold as well? That's different. Duplicated materials allow us to print as many as we want. The machinery at the printing factory is much faster. It's precisely because they are fast that they are cheaper. We can duplicate thousands of sheets in a day. Yet for publishing, we might need less than 100 copies, which won't even cover the cost of the test papers. But with traditional printing, it's a matter of selling however many are printed." As Yang Rui spoke, he paused, noticing Wang Guohua's discomfort. "You still seem unconvinced? I just find it quite costly. Being a factory, they would have to print thousands of copies at once, which would require a substantial sum. Look at our school. There aren't even 100 students willing to spend $1 on a book. Considering students from the county and surrounding towns, it's hard to say if we could even sell 1,000 copies. Additionally, Many students would prefer to copy from books rather than purchase them. A book priced over $1 is still relatively expensive. Wang Guohua scratched his head, chuckling lightly. If you believe in it, I'll agree. I just think we should proceed with caution. Yang Rui was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Guohua to be so attuned to costs and pricing. With Wang Guohua feeling this way, it seemed likely that other members of the Rui Shui group would share similar sentiments. Moreover, it is unlikely that the other members of the Rui Learning Group will support me as fervently as Wang Guohua does. Yang Rui pondered for a moment and decisively stated, "The funds for printing are derived from the Rui Learning Group. Since you do not hold a favorable view on this matter, let us engage in a discussion." "How shall we discuss it?" Wang Guohua inquired. "We shall convene all members and reserve members of the Rui Learning Group to deliberate and vote on whether to proceed with the printing." Wang Guohua was taken aback. What if the vote results in a decision against printing? It matters not if there is no vote. However, should a vote occur and it fails, it would significantly tarnish our reputation. If the decision is not to print, then so be it. I will heed the consensus. This also presents an opportunity to refine the internal mechanisms of the Rui Learning Group. Yang Rui intended to take this chance to rectify the dynamics within the group. After all, the group is currently thriving, and it is unlikely that anyone would present any outlandish proposals. Yet, as the members age and the group's assets grow, dissenting voices are inevitable. Rather than responding reactively in the future, it is prudent to conduct a rehearsal now. Yang Rui holds a favorable view of the new concept English. It is not merely a matter of perception but one substantiated by history. However, the printing costs decrease significantly with larger quantities. While Yang Rui hopes to print as much as possible, the sentiments of other members within the Rui Learning Group may differ. At present, the Rui Learning Group can accumulate 1,000 yuan in funds within a fortnight, surpassing the operational budget of Shibao Middle School. It is not surprising that some members may develop a miserly mentality. This is dictated by their varied life experiences and backgrounds. Wang Guohua lowered his head in contemplation before asserting, "This is unfair. If we are to vote, it should be the formal members who participate, as reserve members do not hold that status and should not partake in the voting. Currently, the only formal members are Wang Guohua, Chao Baoming, Huang Ren, and Su Yi, while Lu Shan remains in reserve status. Should the vote be based solely on formal members, any resolution proposed by Yang Rui would inevitably pass." Yang Rui, having his own objectives, shook his head firmly and declared with righteous conviction, "I have not previously established detailed protocols for voting within the group, as I wish to collaborate with everyone. After all, the Rui Learning Group belongs to us all and should heed the voices of its members. This time, I request that the reserve members participate as well, and I will invite the active candidates to observe." Wang Guohua regarded Yang Rui with a discerning gaze and remarked, "Regardless of others' opinions, I believe your decisions are the most prudent. Even if I am to make decisions in the future, they must still be ratified by a consensus." Yang Rui's words carried profound significance. Chapter 49, Engaging in Mischief Regardless of Others' Opinions, I stand by your decision. After making his promise, Wang Guohua went out to notify the members of the Rui Shui group. In the afternoon, a general assembly of the Rui Shui group commenced. Upon Yang Rui announcing the agenda, a buzz of discussion erupted. Are we truly allowed to decide? Do reserve members possess voting rights? Is it one vote per person? Do formal members also have a vote? The most animated were the newly joined reserve members, who eagerly posed questions, while Chao Baoming and others remained silent. Yang Rui stood atop a table, responding, "It is indeed one vote per person. Reserve members and formal members hold equal voting power, as do I. However, we have yet to establish the formal regulations of the Rui Shui group. For now, this method is the fairest." Wang Guohua promptly interjected, "You founded the Rui Shui group. How can one vote per person be deemed fair?" Yang Rui shook his head. "The Rui Shui group belongs to all of us. What the regulations should be ought to be determined collectively. With 76 individuals present, it is an opportune moment to hold a vote based on individual representation." He did not genuinely believe that one vote per person was fair, but Yang Rui lacked the time to directly manage the Rui Shui group. If he continued to exert control through commands, he would inadvertently grant considerable authority to managers like Huang Ren. Rather than that, it would be more beneficial to allow the Rui Shui group to grow organically while retaining the most critical power. This is akin to the distinction between a chairman and a general manager. The latter's authority derives from the former, who can intervene in management at any time, thus expending minimal effort while maximizing power. However, openly expressing the desire for power often yields poor results. It is preferable to let democracy encounter obstacles before discussing matters of dictatorship. Consequently, Yang Rui intentionally refrained from speaking, allowing the discourse to unfold. When someone inquired about the print quantity of the new concept English, Yang Rui unhesitatingly replied with 10,000 copies. The entire gymnasium fell silent for an extended period. Finally, the forthright Su Jing broke the silence. 10,000 copies, doesn't that amount to 10,000 yuan? It might even exceed that, as printing presses incur costs. And there may be additional expenses. Yang Rui glanced around and remarked, the new concept English consists of 4 volumes. We will determine the print quantities of the subsequent 3 volumes based on the sales performance of the first. If all goes well, the profit should be around 50 or even more, as the cost decreases with larger print runs. Considering other expenses, 10,000 copies seems appropriate. And if things do not go well? An unfamiliar male student naturally posed the question. Sui exclaimed loudly, pointing at him. What do you mean by that? The boy immediately shrank back, hesitant to speak. Yang Rui pulled Sui back, saying, Speak freely. If things do not go well, it could lead to losses. This is precisely the issue we are here to discuss, whether to take the risk of printing the new concept English or to forego this opportunity. Lu Shan cast a puzzled glance at Yang Rui, sensing that he did not appear to be advocating a particular stance. The prospect of a 10,000 yuan cost had indeed daunted many. Despite no one voicing opposition, neither did anyone express agreement. Even Wang Guohua exhibited unease regarding the matter, let alone others. After a prolonged silence, Huangren softly suggested, what if we reduce the amount of it? He had recently interacted frequently with his team members and could discern their sentiments. Indeed, 10,000 yuan was an exorbitant sum. Especially in an era where 10,000 yuan households remained a myth, only governmental bodies could afford to utilize such figures. Moreover, Yang Rui merely proposed 10,000 yuan as a baseline. No sooner had Huangren finished speaking than another voice chimed in. One should only consume as much as they can digest. We certainly do not possess 10,000 yuan for printing, do we? We need not pay the entire sum to the printing house up front. A deposit of around 2,000 yuan should suffice to initiate the printing process. The remainder can be settled after we sell some copies. Of course, I have yet to negotiate with the printing house. I will convene a meeting later to allow everyone to decide. Li Xuegong, who typically refrained from speaking, was also a member of the Rui Study Group, though he initially intended to remain silent. The fervent discussion surrounding the astronomical figure of 10,000 yuan compelled him to voice his concern. What if we decide to print this book? But the printing house does not agree to our proposal? What then? Yang Rui responded swiftly. There are 2 options, either increase the investment or halt the printing. Does that mean we will need to borrow money for printing? A girl with 2 braided pigtails asked innocently. Yang Rui affirmed, yes, we will need to borrow money. Are we looking at borrowing 8,000 yuan? The girl anxiously surveyed her surroundings. It's likely more than 8,000. As I mentioned, there will be additional costs, the exact amount of which I am currently unaware. What if we can't sell the books? Wouldn't we still have to repay the money? Of course. We must repay it. Since the profit will be in the name of the Rui Study Group, the repayment will also be made under that name. Yang Rui paused and added. Currently, the cash flow of the Rui Study Group is stable, as you all have observed. We earn dozens of yuan daily. Even if we incur losses, we can recover within a few months. A boy stood up, unable to contain himself, but in a few months, we will be graduating. Yes, and our time will be consumed by repaying debts. Wang Guohua could no longer remain seated, exclaiming loudly, Li Tietjiang, Wang Wanbin. When you were enjoying canned goods and receiving subsidies, why did you not voice any objections? You would rather not engage in phantom losses? We do not wish to delay our college entrance examinations. The 2 boys who were called out lowered their heads, unwilling to speak further. Certainly, we cannot hinder our studies. The very purpose of the Rui Study Group is to save time and enhance efficiency, not to do the opposite. At this juncture, Yang Rui stepped forward with a smile. The canned goods were meant for everyone, and the subsidies were earned through oil printing. Each account stands separately. If we suffer a loss of 10,000 yuan, indeed, everyone will have to work for free for a while. How about this? Let us proceed to a vote. Within the gymnasium, over 70 individuals exchanged glances. Hesitant to speak first, Yang Rui chuckled. Let us conduct an anonymous vote. Although Chao Baoming was robust in stature, his mind was remarkably clear. He hastily remarked, Yang Rui, if we are to vote, why resort to anonymity? Should we not be accountable for our words? Given your esteemed reputation, the results of an anonymous vote could differ significantly from a public one. Yang Rui, however, seemed inclined to experiment, stating, "Let us consider this a trial run. For the first time, we shall proceed in whatever manner is most convenient." He then addressed Huang Run, instructing, "Please ensure that today's regulations are clearly documented in the meeting minutes. This time, we will implement a one-person, one-vote system, granting voting rights to all members, including alternates, with equal voting power. My vote will carry the same weight as theirs, and we shall adopt anonymous voting. Let us proceed, prepare the ballots, and we shall count them here and now. Should the vote fail, we will not print new concept English." Li Chieqiang, a student repeating his third year, was acutely aware of the stakes regarding time and finances. If he failed to gain university admission this year, he intended to abandon his studies. Thus, he could not afford to squander time repaying debts. Yang Rui glanced at him and affirmed, "Indeed, if the vote does not pass, we shall forego the printing of new concept English." "That seems wasteful. Can't we continue with the oil printing?" Li Chieqiang hesitated but voiced his concern. Chao Baoming, processing the situation, exclaimed in frustration, "You wish to enjoy the benefits without bearing the consequences." He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the issue. Yang Rui quickly intervened, stating, "Let us conduct the meeting as planned. If the vote fails, we will continue with oil printing, producing only what our students require at cost price. However, I must clarify that I am optimistic about the lead printing market, and large-scale printing could indeed reduce expenses. Should the majority of the Rui Learning Group vote against printing, I will independently seek out a printing house and cover the costs myself. What if it results in a loss?" Li Chieqiang pressed for clarity. "If there is a loss, I will cover it from my own funds. I currently have nearly 2,000 in manuscript fees and can continue writing without concern." Yang Rui added with a smile, "Moreover, I must emphasize that any profit accrued will be mine alone, not attributed to the Rui Learning Group." He continued, "I am willing to shoulder this risk alone. Surely, we as a collective cannot shy away from it? You have only taken the exam once. I have attempted it 3 times. It is not the same," Li Chieqiang retorted, attempting to distance himself from the risk. Yang Rui shook his head with a smile. "Let us set aside further discussion and proceed to vote." Huang Ren distributed the prepared ballots to everyone. Wang Guohua attempted to interject, but was silenced by Yang Rui. After 5 minutes, a makeshift ballot box fashioned from a cardboard box collected all the votes. "Let us commence the counting," Yang Rui declared, feigning a serious demeanor while feeling quite at ease. Regardless of whether the outcome was in favor or against him, he stood to lose nothing. Lu Shan and other students who held faith in Yang Rui observed him with concern. Not every member of the Rui Learning Group was convinced of its merit or Yang Rui's leadership, particularly the recently joined members, who had either sought tutoring or were drawn by the group's reputation. Like most organizations, the majority of their members belong to the type that is eager to take but reluctant to give, individuals who seek to benefit without contributing. A debt exceeding 10,000 yuan for a group of less than 100 members equates to an average of over 100 yuan per person. Apart from those who are closer to Yang Rui, such as Wang Guohua and Chao Baoming, not everyone is willing to shoulder this burden. Even the slightest probability of risk is unwelcome to them. Of course, some individuals do not doubt Yang Rui's integrity. Rather, the amount is simply too substantial, and their temperament does not favor taking risks. Yang Rui could discern some of the answers. In a contemporary context, this situation resembles over 70 students deliberating whether they would be willing to take out a loan of 1 million yuan to invest in a particular project. With merely a month or two of accumulated credibility and in light of unfavorable regulations, it is exceedingly challenging to achieve consensus through such an anonymous vote. And indeed, the results reflected this. Huang Run, Lu Shan, and Wang Guohua, after casting their votes twice, regretfully announced the outcome: 34 votes in favor, 39 against, and 3 abstentions. The resolution was not passed. Yang Rui was taken aback. He had initially anticipated that such an anonymous vote would yield only about 20 supportive votes. It nearly passed. He mused to himself that had it succeeded, all his prior efforts would have been in vain. Externally, Yang Rui feigned disappointment, stating, given the outcome of the vote, "The resolution to print the new concept English under the name of the Rui Learning Group is hereby nullified. I will devise my own approach to manage this independently. Let us adjourn for today." Li Chieqiang and the others left the gymnasium, suppressing their smiles. Lu Shan cast a comforting glance at Yang Rui but said nothing. Yang Rui signaled for Huang Run, Wang Guohua, and Chao Baoming to stay behind. After various expressions of consolation, only 4 individuals remained in the gymnasium, collecting the ballots. They compared the handwriting. Under the attentive gazes of the 3, Yang Rui smiled and instructed, compile the list of those who clearly voted against, as well as the list of those who supported. Those who voted in favor will be formally recognized as members, while those who opposed will be expelled from the Rui Learning Group. Do you all have expertise in handwriting analysis? Yes, Huangren replied promptly. Having all experienced the era of large character posters, they had learned a bit about handwriting analysis. Wang Guohua remarked in surprise, "Did you anticipate that the vote might not pass? With over 70 individuals, I cannot attend to everyone. Many merely come to attend classes and do not engage in other activities. They are not familiar with me and likely do not trust me, so their opposition is not unexpected. Of course, some are simply unwilling to bear risks, however. Regardless of the reason, they are not the type we need in the Rui Learning Group." Yang Rui continued, slowing his speech and speaking with composure. The Rui Learning Group requires two types of individuals: those willing to fight for the nation and its people, and those who are prepared to unite in times of adversity and prosperity. Everyone here is still young, and it is difficult to predict how they will think in the future. But those who voted against this time either do not trust me or lack the courage. In either case, they are not needed in the Rui Learning Group. The three listened in stunned silence. Qiao Baoming suddenly slapped his thigh, causing Wang Guohua to jump up in pain, exclaiming, "That will eliminate the extraneous elements." A significant portion indeed. Wang Guohua retaliated with a sharp slap. Qiao Baoming merely regarded it as a playful scratch, remarking, "I understand now. We must ensure the handwriting is thoroughly verified." However, Huangren, still apprehensive, inquired, "Rui Gu, are you truly investing your own funds for printing?" "Of course," Yang Rui replied confidently. "New concept English sells remarkably well. If it doesn't sell locally, it will elsewhere. As long as we reduce costs, we can sell as many as we can produce." He was resolute, adding that he could simply transport the books to the provincial capital for sale. In a city that casually consumes hundreds of thousands of magazines, selling 10,000 copies of New Concept English would be a trivial task. Qiao Baoming once again slapped his thigh, cheerfully proclaiming, "Once we've sold out the lead printed New Concept English, we shall convene a full meeting. Then, it will be easier to discuss matters. From now on, we must ensure Rui Gu makes the decisions." Yang Rui humbly suggested, "It is indeed necessary to establish a veto power. It wouldn't be feasible for me to make every decision, as I do not possess that much time." The room fell into a brief silence, before all four burst into laughter. Yang Rui reflected, "At last, it feels somewhat like a secret society engaged in mischievous endeavors." Chapter 50. Printing. The four individuals spent an entire day meticulously verifying the handwriting, successfully compiling a list of supporters and detractors, leaving a handful of uncertain names. Yang Rui decided to keep these names in the reserve group for further observation. With the preparatory work nearly complete, Yang Rui took the manuscript of the first volume of New Concept English and descended the mountain to seek out his cousin. In the 1980s, the profits from publishing were exceedingly high, particularly for pirated books, which often yielded profits exceeding 50 of costs, with some cases even reaching 200. Several domestic publishers, without obtaining the necessary licenses, printed New Concept English on a grand scale. The profits not only allowed their employees to enjoy several prosperous years, but also funded the construction of new office buildings and the acquisition of state-of-the-art equipment, all while significantly reducing administrative costs, leading to profits in the millions. Yang Rui did not aspire to rival these large publishing houses. He merely coveted a small piece of land near Cc County. Considering the fates of predecessors like the notorious bootlegger, Old Forhua, Yang Rui chose Shigui to act as his intermediary, delegating all interactions with the outside world to him. Although Shigui was clever, he lacked the foresight of Yang Rui and privately reveled in the prospect of establishing connections with the printing factory after making contact. Both men harbored their own thoughts while managing to cooperate effectively. Duan Heng introduced Shigui to the factory owner at Jiefeng Printing House, where the latter shared 2 rounds of drinks with him, gaining insights into the owner's requirements. When Shigui returned to report, he was still somewhat dazed, speaking as if his mouth were stuffed with a walnut. "That guy wants 1,000. Yang Rui, temporarily residing in Duan Heng's dormitory, was taken aback by this figure and inquired, "Does he want 1,000 yuan?" "Yes," came the reply. "Isn't that outrageous?" Upon hearing this number, Shigui had to down 2 more drinks to steady his nerves. While 1,000 yuan was not an excessive amount, merely the profit of the Rui Learning Group over half a month, it represented a fifth of the anticipated profit from the first volume of New Concept English. In terms of the factory owner's salary, it equated to more than a year or two's wages. However, the value of money fluctuates across different eras, and the dynamics of bribery remain consistent. In 1982, while there were officials who solicited bribes, they were few in number. The common practice of going through the back door typically involved gifting a couple of bottles of liquor and some cigarettes, costing anywhere from a dozen to several tens of yuan. At best, 2 bottles of Matai and 2 packs of Zhenghua would not even reach the 100 yuan mark, merely reflecting the scarcity of such items. Moreover, in a society where commodity economics had yet to take root, people had limited disposable income. The sum of 1,000 yuan could easily fund a wedding or a 2-month tour of mainland China without issue. Before merchants began to flaunt RMB to corrupt party officials, the audacity to demand 1,000 yuan was wholly unexpected for Yang Rui. Shall we give it to him? Gui asked with faint hope. He could not bear such an expensive line himself. Only Yang Rui could dare to consider it. Yang Rui could only manage a bitter smile, responding, "Even if I were willing to pay, I wouldn't dare to do so." Gui looked perplexed. Why not? Yang Rui shook his head, expressing his disbelief. This individual is far too audacious. Trouble is bound to ensue. Such a substantial sum in bribery will undoubtedly implicate us, leading to significant complications down the line. The stringent crackdown concluded in 1987, which means that any criminal activity prior to that is fraught with peril. While bribery may not constitute a grave offense, when the judicial authorities resort to filling quotas with offenders, the distinction between serious and minor crimes becomes nebulous. If it were merely a few dozen or 100 yuan, Yang Rui felt there would be little risk. Perhaps the other party might even forget about it. However, a bribe of 1,000 yuan is difficult to overlook. Gui shared his apprehension, sighing deeply. Is the Liberation Printing Factory truly that prosperous? Yang Rui found it hard to believe. Prosperous? The machinery is older than the factory director, and the tasks assigned by the higher-ups are frequently unfulfilled. The director spends his days out and about, while the workers merely show up for work. Nevertheless, it remains a printing factory. Indeed, no matter how subpar, it is still a printing factory. Gui was even more disheartened than Yang Rui, as he bore no risk himself. The commissions from selling books far exceeded those from printing, both in quantity and profitability. After considerable contemplation, Yang Rui hesitated to abandon the opportunity. The printing factories within the province are numerous, yet each one is notoriously difficult to negotiate with. It is unlikely to find another director as forthright who at least articulated his demands. In Yang Rui's estimation, his social maneuvering skills pale in comparison to those of the notorious Ho Laosi. Since Ho Laosi chose this printing factory, there must be a rationale behind it. Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Rui. Would someone like Ho Laosi truly be willing to part with 1,000 yuan for a bride? That would be excessively idealistic. In these times, 1,000 yuan could purchase 20 limbs. Perhaps Ho Laosi had managed to uncover some compromising information about this director? Yang Rui pondered, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, Lao Shi, is this director in need of money? Has he specified for what purpose? It seems he is preparing it for his son. As for the specifics, I am not entirely certain. How old is his son? About 20, I believe. He mentioned it briefly. Let me think. Gui adopted a reflective demeanor typical of middle-aged individuals. Yang Rui joined in the speculation. 1,000 yuan is insufficient for studying abroad, nowadays. Few would dare to charge such fees under any other pretense. Perhaps it is for medical expenses? A factory director, lacking other power, could easily manage reimbursement for medical costs. This sum is neither too much nor too little, which makes it quite perplexing. After a lengthy contemplation, Gui practically reenacted his gestures from the dining table, suddenly smacking his forehead, exclaiming, I've got it. He is sending money to his son to purchase a house. Purchase a house? Are there houses for sale now? Yang Rui began to speak, only to realize his error and promptly corrected himself. Are policies permitting him to buy a house? It's not a residential property. Gui clarified in a hushed tone. It's a cell in prison. What do you mean? It seemed to suggest that his son had been incarcerated, enduring frequent beatings within the prison. Thus, he was seeking assistance to secure a different cell, urgently requiring funds, something along those lines. Gui lamented, once a person enters prison, they are no longer treated as human. No amount of money is ever sufficient. This fellow is likely nearing his financial limits. Which prison? Yang Rui speculated that Old Master Hua also employed similar tactics. As a seasoned ruffian of the palace, he could easily find 2 individuals to shield that lad, and perhaps even escalate to threats of retaliation without prior warning. Gui shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Is he nearby? Certainly, he must be. Otherwise, how could he find acquaintances? Yang Rui delved into his memories and remarked, if it isn't the provincial prison, then it must be the Shaping prison. If he can find acquaintances, it's likely to be Shaping prison. The provincial prison houses serious offenders, particularly violent criminals. It has strict management and a higher level of security, making it significantly more challenging to locate familiar faces compared to regional prisons. Shirgui widened his eyes and inquired, do you have a plan? I'll give it a try. You should head back for now. Well, I shall return then. Shirgui reluctantly departed, glancing back multiple times. That evening, Yang Rui consulted his cousin Duan Hang regarding this matter. Although the prison administration and the police are two distinct systems, they both belong to the judicial circle. And with enough connections, one is bound to find mutual acquaintances. If money were to be involved, this would be a relatively safe environment to utilize it. In contrast, the director of the Jiefang printing factory was rather brusque. As the saying goes, he might have self-destructive tendencies. And Yang Rui wished to avoid being within the vicinity of any potential fallout. Naturally, Duan Hang had to make inquiries as well, and after a circuitous route, he had consumed 6 bottles of liquor and 4 packs of cigarettes to resolve the issue. Only then did Yang Rui send Shirgui back to the factory director to finalize the printing arrangements. With this newfound connection, the director agreed to Yang Rui's request for a deposit of 2,000 yuan for an initial print run of 10,000 copies. However, the Jiefang factory withheld 5,000 copies, insisting that Yang Rui settle the remaining balance before they would release the goods. Yang Rui, indifferent to the stipulation, acquiesced. The cost of printing 10,000 copies was considerably lower than that of 5,000, and given the current domestic environment, both students and parents are exceedingly meticulous about expenditures. If costs are not sufficiently minimized, once profits are made, there is a risk that some audacious publishers or printing houses might attempt to replicate the venture, jeopardizing the market for subsequent volumes. Comparatively, whether he took home 5,000 copies or 10,000, Yang Rui was unfazed. This time, the focus was on distributing stock from the provincial city. Once more, Yang Rui sought out Shirgui, briefly explaining the situation before presenting a large box. Here are 200 wallets for you to use as gifts. Gifts? Shirgui, puzzled, opened the box to discover a collection of small wallets, each the size of a palm. The wallets were fabric-made, featuring a delightful little zipper, procured from Guangzhou through Shaoliang's supplier, with a wholesale price of 0.25 yuan each. If sold in the market, they would likely retail for over 0.50 yuan. Yang Rui nodded, saying, if someone buys 10 books at once, you should gift them a wallet. Giving a wallet for purchasing 10 books? Is that a good deal? Shirgui pondered while feeling the fabric surface. It is indeed a good deal. Additionally, the book price must be standardized at 180 yuan. The gift should also have receipts. But isn't it rare for someone to buy 10 books at once? With a gift, you'll find more people willing to do so. You must remember, it is strictly 10 books for a single wallet. 9 books will not suffice, and the wallet is not available for purchase, even with payment. Shirgui suddenly realized that if they desired the wallet, they would need to gather 10 individuals, causing some who were unwilling to buy to be drawn in. At the beginning, many might not yet comprehend the new concept of English, thus necessitating such promotional methods. However, once they peruse the book, sales will become considerably easier. Yang Rui, adopting a more serious demeanor, stated, this time, you must promptly send me a telegram. Certainly, Shirgui replied, his hand resting on the small wallet coming to a halt. Chapter 51. The agonizing wait after 2 months of selling books. Shirgui had become quite familiar with the sales channels, dispatching his volumes directly to the provincial city via freight transport at a mere 20 cents per ton per kilometer. At this time, freight vehicles were not yet accustomed to overloading, as both vehicle performance and road conditions could only be described as mediocre. However, the absence of tolls and the availability of inexpensive fuel rendered freight remarkably economical. Shirgui took a bus to the provincial city, settled into a conveniently located small inn, and retrieved a portion of the 500 books he had brought from the warehouse to begin searching for newsstands near various schools. The most lucrative venue for selling books remained the Xinhua bookstore, yet state-owned enterprises were notoriously difficult to negotiate with. Attempting to sell pirated copies at their doorstep would take at least another decade. After discussions with Yang Rui, they designated newsstands as the primary sales points. Each school typically had a newsstand at its entrance, strategically positioned and primarily catering to students. Shuguay would place 10 or 20 books at each location and offer a small wallet to the owner, ensuring a flexible return policy while conceding a few dimes in profit, thus distributing new concept English throughout the city. Furthermore, each newsstand displayed a half-person-high advertisement emblazoned with phrases such as the authoritative work on English teaching, sister volume of Learn With Me, and the best English learning material, all of which conveyed an air of prestige. Learn With Me, the most popular English teaching program in the country, had once been dubbed the Bible of English learning. Following the publication of its dialogue text and television weekly, it had gained an additional 500,000 users, enough to spark envy in the media for days on end. However, Learn With Me, which premiered in 1982, was a television program, meaning viewers needed a television set to watch. While many families in the provincial city were relatively well off, purchasing a television remained a lavish expense, akin to a modern family buying a mid-range car in 2014. It was not unfeasible, but certainly a painful decision. More frugal households would likely choose to wait. Despite children in the same courtyard being able to watch television at others' homes, this arrangement was ultimately inconvenient, and missing crucial segments was all too common. English teaching is not like a television drama. Lacking key components could adversely affect future learning. The increase in subscribers to Television Weekly was also due to readers being able to catch up on past lessons through the newspaper. In contrast to newspapers, New Concept English was a far better and more economical option. Among the various promotional advertisements Yang Rui prepared for Shuguay, Learn With Me occupied the most prominent position. The bold characters pinned in thick brush strokes easily visible from afar. Upon closer inspection, one could also see simple illustrations on the advertisement paper. Whimsical creations conjured from Yang Rui's imagination. He firmly believed that New Concept English would achieve resounding success. This was a tale validated by history. In an era devoid of QQ and WeChat, information spread rapidly, particularly regarding a nearly monopolistic English teaching program like Learn With Me, which was well known even in county towns. In the program, the narration by a Chinese individual and a foreigner has captivated audiences across the nation, and their shared origins serve as the finest form of promotion. The New Concept English must undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. Yang Rui invested all his savings into this venture, even incurring a debt of 600 yuan. The Liberation Printing Factory demanded 800 yuan, while Yang Rui earned approximately 300 yuan in manuscript fees. After expenditures, the remaining amount of over 200 yuan was nearly consumed as a deposit. Should these 10,000 copies fail to sell, the printing factory would not simply relinquish the 500 copies to absolve him of his debt. Rather, they would likely assess the books at scrap paper value. If sales are sluggish, Yang Rui feared he would spend the latter half of the year transcribing books to repay his debts. This was hardly an enviable situation. That afternoon, Yang Rui awaited a telegram at the post office. As per their agreement, Shuguay would send a telegram back before closing time, detailing the outcome. Wang Guo's father, the director, granted them access to the entertainment room on the second floor. The lovely Wu Qian brought them 2 pots of water and sat across the table. Curiously asking questions, "Did your friend really print 10,000 copies of the book?" "Indeed," answered Yang Rui. The Liberation Printing Factory printed 10,000 copies of New Concept English Volume 1. Anyone can verify it. Wu Qian calculated with her fingers, saying, "Isn't he afraid they won't sell? If they sell, he profits. If not, he incurs losses," Yang Rui replied, appearing quite nonchalant. Wu Qian involuntarily puffed out her chest and asked, "If he loses, how much would he lose?" Yang Rui laughed heartily. "Why don't you ask how much he stands to gain if he profits?" Suddenly, Wu Qian noticed his tone and curiously inquired, "Is it printed by your Rui Learning Group?" "You know about the Rui Learning Group?" Yang Rui was taken aback. Wang Guohua coughed awkwardly, admitting, "I might have let it slip." Yang Rui waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing to be secretive about. The Rui Learning Group is not a disgraceful matter." Wu Qian giggled, her bosom quivering, and remarked, "You still haven't answered my question." "Well, within our Rui Learning Group, we voted, and everyone was reluctant to have the printing factory publish this New Concept English. I felt it would be a shame not to print what I painstakingly transcribed, so I had a friend do it." "Ah, so your Rui Learning Group was unwilling to print, yet your friend was willing? Is he foolish?" Wu Qian seriously evaluated. Yang Rui sighed. "You should say? Now, all the profits will go to one person." Oh, right, my mistake. My mother always says I lack eloquence. I apologize," Wu Qian quickly said. Yang Rui smiled and nodded, indicating it was fine. However, his mood remained somewhat tense, diminishing his interest in jesting with the young lady. After a few moments of awkward silence, the inquisitive Wu Qian pretended to refill young Rui's water and couldn't help but ask. Printing a set of books costs more than 2,000 yuan, doesn't it? Of course, he replied. And if it incurs losses, it must exceed 2,000 yuan, right? Wang Guohua couldn't help but interject. Sister Wu, can we not speak negatively? Sister? I'm a younger sister, Wu Qian retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Guohua. Wang Guohua chuckled. It's my sister, Wu. She's not someone you can just call. Wu Qian shot him a glare and, donning her modest heels, departed. Before leaving, she remembered to replace Yang Rui's water jug. Yang Rui sat sipping tea, passively awaiting news. The meeting room held newspapers, yet their content was dreadfully mundane, hardly suitable for leisure reading. As he waited, time swiftly passed, and soon it was 6 in the evening. Wu Qian knocked gently on the door, her voice barely above a whisper. Yang Rui, we are closing for the day. He looked up immediately and inquired, what about the telegram? There hasn't been any telegram. She replied, you needn't have come all this way. If there were a telegram, we would have sent a courier to the school. I'm just anxious. Yang Rui exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. That Shi Gui, despite being reminded to send the telegram promptly, still hasn't done so. He deserves a good thrashing to finally wake up. He was also troubled by the possibility of Shi Gui getting apprehended by the provincial police, or by the fluctuating sales of the new concept English book, either too poor or too robust, hindering timely inventory dispatch. Yet, in this era devoid of mobile phones, he found himself utterly unable to reach Shi Gui. Traveling to the provincial city required a transfer at Xixin County, and with only a few morning buses available each day. Even upon reaching the provincial city, he would be at a loss, left to passively await his report. This waiting was excruciating. Let's head back, Yang Rui declared abruptly. But having sat for too long, he stumbled as he rose. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Qian caught him, her ample chest colliding with his face. Ah, she exclaimed, quickly pushing him away and narrowly avoiding the water jug, thankfully escaping any scalding. What on earth? Wu Qian's cheeks flushed crimson, unable to meet Yang Rui's gaze. With a stomp of her foot, she dashed down the stairs. Wang Guohua looked on, astonished, catching hold of Yang Rui and sighing, being handsome has its perks. Yang Rui shook his head, a smile creeping onto his lips, his mind lingering on the unexpected sensation. His previously anxious heart began to settle after this interruption. He returned to the school around 8 in the evening. Grabbing a hasty bite, he proceeded to teach the Rui Learning Group. Although the college entrance examination was still a considerable time away, without systematic training, even the best tutoring would be futile. The Rui Learning Group still boasted over 70 members. Apart from Huang Run, Wang Guohua, and Xiao Baoming, no one was aware that Yang Rui was preparing for a significant overhaul. Conversely, those who had cast dissenting votes, like Li Tietjiang and Wang Wandan, laughed and conversed amidst their studies. Without any financial investment required, the conditions within the Rui Learning Group were rather favorable. Every student, in addition to earning a decent wage through participating in duplicating work, benefited as Yang Rui cleverly allocated the profits from the group directly to personal expenses. Beyond the essentials like rice, vegetables, and meat, he also sought to cover stationery, writing paper, and examination materials under the group's budget. He even began planning to purchase a batch of uniforms to distribute, aiming to alleviate the financial burden on the group members' families. Being part of a financially supported study group, the living and learning conditions of its members have significantly improved, leading to a natural sense of ease. Many students voting against the group, driven by a desire to cling to this rare comfort, are reluctant to stake it as a wager on the table. This reflects a common human sentiment. However, from Yang Rui's perspective, such individuals are evidently not the ideal candidates for the Rui Study Group. Although his group may never evolve into a secret society akin to the Freemasons or Skull and Bones, it ought to be a vibrant and charismatic platform for exchange. Men and women, imbued with charm due to their confidence, strength, and abilities, grow closer through transactions, develop a tacit understanding through shared interests, and foster kindness through inherent connections. While it is not wrong to seek comfort, an incessant desire for ease that breeds timidity should not characterize the members of the Rui Study Group. Residing at Shibao High School, Yang Rui lacks avenues to recruit more members. Thus, he places immense importance on internal unity. When the time comes for university, these supporters of the Rui Study Group will serve as a steadfast foundation. Nevertheless, all aspirations require tangible success to be realized. Yang Rui aims to purify the Rui Study Group and wishes for its members to comprehend the fragility of democracy. To do so, he must first demonstrate his own success and the failures of democratic choices. The new concept English, currently being sold in the provincial capital, serves as the foundation for everything. Its status as a bestseller or a flop remaining uncertain. Chapter 52. Reprint. Yang Rui had breakfast at school and intentionally took a moment to calm himself before riding his bicycle down the mountain. The mountain breeze was chilly, yet the air was fresh and humid. With each breath, it felt as though his lungs were bathed in cool water, an exquisite comfort. The descent was long and wide. Rumored to be a monumental project championed by Principal Zhao, who, against all odds, persuaded the villagers to support it before applying to the commune for its construction. In an era devoid of engineering vehicles, the curves of the road were akin to 6 lanes, a feat not accomplished overnight. Whenever students reached this point, many would excitedly release their grips on the handlebars and race down with the speed of the wind. This was perhaps the early essence of street racing. Yang Rui, his mind momentarily blank, unconsciously loosened his grip as he sped down, only to instinctively brace himself again. At his psychological age of over 30, he naturally avoided such perilous antics. A typical 30-year-old man, with stiffened muscles and brittle bones, might not recover from a fall, and indeed, caution was warranted. Those who failed to exercise prudence would likely be weeded out through the process of evolution. Wang Guohua followed closely behind, riding a heavier model of the Forever brand, matching Yang Rui's pace without any hesitation. Many students in the remedial class had acquired bicycles, though prices varied. The renowned Forever Phoenix cost over 40 yuan, while the Red Flag and similar models were around 30. Locally produced bicycles like Panda and Lahua were even below 30 yuan, hardly more expensive than a pair of authentic Dawei sneakers. Wang Guohua had purchased parts for his Forever model, which were cheaper than a fully assembled bike, a rather foolish method from a 21st century perspective, but a necessary compromise under various administrative pressures. Upon arriving at the postal office, Yang Rui hesitated briefly before pushing the door open. "Is there a telegram?" he inquired, hastening to the counter at a leisurely pace. The duty clerk was none other than Wu Qian. Upon seeing Yang Rui, her cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, "In such a hurry? The morning telegram is just about to be sent out. Let me check." "I'm not in a rush," Yang Rui mumbled. Wu Qian pursed her lips and began searching for the telegram. Wang Guohua parked his bicycle and entered, overhearing Yang Rui's comment. He chuckled. "Here you are at the postal office so early. You certainly seem like a person in a hurry." "Enough chatter." Yang Rui shot him a glare, tapping his fingers on the wooden counter, producing a sound reminiscent of a woodpecker with a toothache. After a few minutes, or what felt like an eternity to Yang Rui, Wu Qian returned with a telegram, softly saying, "There is indeed one." "What does it say?" "Let me see." Yang Rui leaned over the counter, almost snatching the telegram from her. The message was succinct. 87 copies sold. 87 copies? That's quite impressive, Wang Guohua chimed in, leaning closer to admire the news. Yang Rui let out a long sigh. 87 copies. This is a dire rhythm indeed. What kind of rhythm? In a single day, 87 copies are sold, amounting to 870 copies over the span of 10 days. It would take 100 days to reach a total of 700 copies sold. Without further ado, the Liberation Printing Factory would undoubtedly refuse such terms. Yang Rui shook his head in disappointment. Surely, in a couple of days, sales would increase. Listening to Yang Rui's calculations, Wang Guohua's voice also diminished as he remarked, "Our examination papers, have they not also gradually increased in sales? The examination papers are consistently updated. There will always be new additions. Previous clients are retained, and new clientele is continually added. Books, however, are different. Past purchasers are unlikely to buy again. And with the passage of time, the influx of new customers diminishes." Yang Rui ran his fingers through his hair, utterly perplexed as to why the esteemed new concept English was performing so poorly. In truth, when considering ordinary pirated books, selling 87 copies in a single city within a day cannot be deemed a failure. With a profit margin exceeding 0.5 yuan per copy, one could earn at least 45 yuan. Once the supply in the provincial capital is exhausted, it can be distributed to the region and subsequently to other provinces, earning in a day what others make in a month. This already constitutes an additional benefit derived from new concept English. To achieve such sales with other pirated works would be no simple feat. However, a profit of 0.5 yuan is contingent upon an initial print run of 10,000 copies. If only 5,000 are printed, the profit may dwindle to 0.2 yuan, And if merely 500 copies are printed, there may be no profit at all. Given such a pace, with a cost of 500 yuan in a month to recuperate expenses, one would still find themselves with nothing to show for it. From this perspective, selling 87 copies daily is indeed insufficient. As for distributing to neighboring provinces, Yang Rui remained skeptical. On one hand, this would necessitate more sales personnel, thereby increasing costs. On the other hand, it poses greater risks, as opportunities for coercion by local thugs and law enforcement would rise. The current commercial climate is unfavorable. Merely selling goods and paying taxes does not guarantee a safe business operation. In the city, from the municipal government to the community committees, individuals are compelled to pay fees. To ensure safety, street vendors find themselves celebrating the birthdays of community directors and their relatives, a narrative playing out frequently across the nation. It can be said that while ordinary people envy the profits of individual entrepreneurs, those in power also see these profits and seek to exploit them. In Hedong province, Yang's connections may provide some leverage, but once they reach neighboring provinces, their influence wanes. More importantly, the potential within this province far exceeds a mere 87 copies sold daily. This is a region where a single magazine can sell 300,000 copies. The demand for English materials surely extends beyond 300,000 individuals. In this era, the number of those unable to attend university has increased, yet the number of those aspiring to higher education is undeniably substantial. Clearly, something is amiss. Yang Rui tapped rhythmically on the counter. We could send a telegram to inquire, suggested Wang Guohua. After pondering for a moment, Yang Rui decisively shook his head, declaring, "A telegram cannot convey the nuances. Let us make a phone call. First, I will send a telegram to ask them to wait. And then I will follow up with a call." This time, yet again, they found themselves in a prolonged wait. At last, the call was connected. Without waiting for Yang Rui to inquire, Shi Gui began to express his grievances. Many people had heard of New Concept English, and a considerable number had visited the bookstalls to inquire, yet very few made purchases. Some claimed that the first volume was too simplistic, while others worried that subsequent volumes might not be available for individual sale. In summary, relying solely on the sale of the first volume was inadequate. This response took Yang Rui completely by surprise, prompting him to remark, "Although the content of the first volume may be elementary, it is, at the very least, suitable for students below the second year of high school. Even those in their final year with weak foundations could benefit from reviewing the first volume. No one wishes to engage with such a rudimentary book. Even students with poor grades would likely want a glimpse of what the second volume entails. Furthermore, half of the first volume is particularly simple, with many students merely copying the latter half, or even just a third of it. Sales would inevitably slow down. If the second volume could be bundled with the first, I suspect it would enhance sales." Yang Rui fell into a contemplative silence. It must be acknowledged that Shi Gui's assessment held considerable merit. Yang Rui's pirated editions could hardly be compared to those from major publishing houses. With only the first volume available and lacking any credibility, it was entirely reasonable for students to refrain from purchasing. The inclusion of the second volume, with its extensive vocabulary, would render mere transcription an impractical use of time. Selling both volumes simultaneously might indeed bolster sales. However, where would Yang Rui find the funds to print the second volume? Printing in insufficient quantities would not suffice, given the high costs. Before they could sell out, they would be outmatched by other pirates or larger publishers. What alternatives were there besides bundling the second volume? I could attempt to explore other cities or reach out to school teachers. In fact, some teachers had inquired, but they sought the complete set, and I couldn't specify how many volumes there were. On the other end of the line, Shi Gui's voice was heavy, clearly fatigued. Yang Rui stroked his chin, grappling with indecision. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Shi Gui's voice turned impatient. With such exorbitant phone fees, why is the line so unreliable? The pressure of selling pirated books in the provincial capital weighed heavily on Yang Rui, reminiscent of the fate of Leopard. "I can hear you." He tapped the receiver and added, "If I were to print the second volume, what kind of sales do you anticipate? Doubling is not an issue. 2 sets doubling means 250 units a day? What a crude term, but yes, that's about right. I never expected it would be so challenging to sell. If I were to print another 10,000 copies, that would total 20,000. Selling 250 a day would still take 80 days, which isn't much different from the current pace, and sales would likely plateau, wouldn't they?" Yang Rui grasped the receiver, his tone stern. The cost for 20,000 copies would amount to 16,000 000. You need to consider this carefully. But, didn't you mention that many people were inquiring? Selling 500 copies a day isn't too much, right? If you can manage to sell 500 copies, I will find a way to print another 10,000 copies of the second volume. Yang Rui spoke with apparent conviction, though his palms were clammy with anxiety. Every day, 500 books. The most favorable outcome would see them sold out in 40 days. While this time frame may seem somewhat lengthy, it remains within an acceptable range. At the very least, a month's return would suffice to cover the costs. Unless one were to incur a substantial debt at present, this remains the optimal choice. Yang Rui cannot personally sell these pirated books. Such a promising future should not be endangered. Furthermore, he considers himself not as capable as Gui. Having once managed a restaurant and possessing over a month's experience in selling exam papers, Gui currently stands as the best option available. However, Gui was taken aback by Yang Rui's words, his face glistening with perspiration. Hailing from Shibao town, he understood that escaping the situation was impossible. If he committed to 500 books, he would have to strive relentlessly to fulfill that promise. Conversely, should he decline, the opportunity for the sales role would evaporate. In comparison to running a restaurant, Gui places greater value on his current job, which offers substantially more in terms of both remuneration and enjoyment. Glancing out at the bustling crowd, he recalled the numerous inquiries from the previous day that had left him no time to send a telegram. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, 500 books it is. However, do you have the funds for printing? It need not require expenditure. I will find a way to persuade the factory director. Yang Rui contemplated strategically. Wang Guo listened intently, astonished. Gui was momentarily dazed by Yang Rui's assertiveness. Wang Guo, however, remembered that the profit from each book was 50 cents. If indeed 500 books could be sold daily, that would yield a profit of 250 yuan, amounting to 3 or 4 times the earnings of the Rui Study Group. In Wang Guo's view, such a sum was nothing short of astronomical. Chapter 53 front page. Yang Rui intended to secure funding from Director Do of the Liberation Printing Factory through Duan Hang. However, before he could reach out, Duan Hang arrived at the school, brimming with excitement. The roar of the three-wheeled motorcycle engine attracted numerous gazes. The motorcycles of the criminal police team are the finest in the county. Even the county leaders do not ride them, and the township leaders often aspire to. But most cannot obtain them. To the students, this motorcycle, capable of mounting a light machine gun, was undeniably impressive. Were it not for Duan Hang's police uniform, some might have attempted to sneak a ride, feigning the experience of driving. Is there something urgent? Why didn't you call? I had informed the teachers that you would shout for me if there was a call. Yang Rui hurriedly exited the classroom. It was not yet 9 a.m., and Duan Hang had driven over from the county, likely without having breakfast. To Yang Rui's surprise, Duan Hang wore a broad smile as he handed him a newspaper, saying, "Take a look at this." The words Nanhu Daily were inscribed in a flowing script, exuding an air of profundity. In fact, within the Nanhu region, the Nanhu Daily is indeed a prestigious institution. It is not only the best-selling newspaper in the area but also the party newspaper of the district committee, with each issue delivered directly to the desks of the district secretary and administrative commissioner. Therefore, to assert that the Nanhu Daily serves as the paramount voice of public opinion in the Nanhu region is not an exaggeration. Administratively, it bears the responsibility of guiding other newspapers in the area. There are often personnel exchanges between the district propaganda department and the Nanhu Daily. One could say that the Nanhu Daily is the people's daily of the Nanhu region. Upon seeing the newspaper, Yang Rui breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "You could have called before coming. You startled me into thinking something was amiss." Duan Hang, puzzled, replied, "Should I call before coming? Is there anyone at your school to answer the phone in the morning?" Yang Rui was left speechless. He could hardly admit to being momentarily flustered. "Is there some good news?" He deftly shifted the topic. "See for yourself," Duan Hang said, his pride evident, reluctant to unveil the mystery immediately. Yang Rui decided to play along and first opened to the 4th page, scanning the headlines, nothing particularly noteworthy. He then checked the 3rd page, still finding nothing of significance. Duan Hang's grin widened as he encouraged, "Keep looking." Yang Rui carefully folded the newspaper back and turned to the 2nd page, beginning a meticulous search. "Nothing?" he queried, raising his gaze to find Duan Hang's smile stretching broadly. The front page? Yang Rui could not help but feel exhilarated. While securing a front-page feature in modern newspapers is a challenge, achieving such in the 1980s was akin to ascending to immortality, a truly rare accomplishment. He swiftly flipped to the front page, where beneath two brief statements from leaders, he spotted a familiar phrase, zero tolerance for criminal offenses, on the destruction of the bullying gang at the county bus station. Indeed, it was the article he had penned for Duan Hang, reproduced verbatim without any edits. This was even more remarkable. Editors of local newspapers like the Nanhu Daily are typically unyielding towards the county and township below them, ordinary county-level officials. Despite being held to certain expectations in terms of publicity, often display a dispassionate indifference. Conversely, the temperament of literati compels them to publish unedited articles sourced externally, which may reflect poorly on their own capabilities. Thus, to attain the distinction of having an article published in the Nanhu Daily without alteration is a considerably elevated aspiration, entailing a correspondingly greater cost. 500 yuan hardly suffices, does it? Yang Rui remarked suddenly, extinguishing Duan Hang's smile. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered an acquaintance in the publicity department, who, surprisingly, accepted neither gifts nor bribes. It was only after his father procured 2 foreign exchange vouchers that the individual relented. Duan Hang felt no shame in relying on familial support. Instead, he lamented, "I presented the editor with a whole, unopened box of Zhonghua cigarettes, which I have never even smoked myself. In this day and age, who spends their own money on Zhonghua?" Yang Rui, intrigued, inquired about the exchange rate of the vouchers. Is it 1 to 1.5? Although he had earned some money from writing, he had never encountered foreign exchange vouchers in his secluded corner. In 1980s China, these vouchers were invaluable for a comfortable life. Direct foreign exchange transactions were prohibited domestically, even for foreigners. To spend in China, one had to first convert foreign currency into exchange vouchers at the official rate. The items purchasable with these vouchers were numerous. While it may be an exaggeration to claim everything was available, one could buy Italian leather shoes, American cola, South African diamonds, as well as domestic bicycles, Maotai liquor, and exquisite porcelain without restriction. Every day, flights from Paris landed in Beijing, delivering red wine and steak to the Zongnanhai and select foreign-related restaurants. Even though a single meal could cost a month's salary, crowds continued to indulge with their vouchers. Duan Hang scoffed at Yang Rui's mention of the exchange rate, stating, "I wish it were 1 to 1.5, but they refused. It's 1 to 2. I spent a total of 800 yuan. 800 yuan. Yang Rui exclaimed, "I thought a worker earns around 40 to 50 yuan. Surely officials would receive less in bribes. Their appetites are truly insatiable." Duan Hang replied, "What is this in comparison? There are those who pay out of pocket to send their sons abroad for studies. A plane ticket costs thousands, and daily meals are tenfold our expenses. Expenses for clothing and accommodation are also exorbitant. Even those who study abroad for a few years find their fortunes insufficient. Yet they persist and lead lives no less fulfilling than others." After expressing his grievances, Duan Hang shifted the topic, pointing at the newspaper. "I signed my name alone. Yours isn't mentioned. This was the agreement we had. What use is a hollow title?" Yang Rui interrupted with a smile. "I have no standing to advocate for a zero-tolerance policy on criminal activity in the county, do I? I must express my gratitude." Grasping Yang Rui's hand, Duan Hang warmly patted it twice before releasing it with a smile. "I estimate there's a good chance for a deputy director position now. Who would have thought we'd see our names on the front page? We are cousins. Why bother with formalities? I suggest you return home early. Those who wish to treat you to lunch today are likely already queuing." Yang Rui silently marveled at the formidable influence of the newspaper's front page. Before the advent of digital media, in a region with a population of millions, daily newspaper sales could exceed 100,000 copies, and at times reach 200 to 300,000. This was greater than the sales of provincial publications 3 decades later, naturally attracting a larger readership, and thus, it could be deemed the primary medium of communication. He merely wished to convey this sentiment. Duan Hang himself was also reflecting on the matter. Having perused the fresh edition of the Nanhu Daily for quite some time, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth, Yang Rui refrained from informing him about the impending crackdown scheduled for the following year. A zero-tolerance policy towards criminal activity undoubtedly served as the most fitting annotation for this vigorous campaign. As long as Duan Hang could maintain a reasonable number of case closures without committing any grave errors, it was highly probable that by next year, he would ascend to the position of the head of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Cc County Public Security Bureau. With a stroke of good fortune, he might even become a rising star within the ranks. The stringent crackdown had persisted from 1983 to 1987, representing the paramount focus of the public security system throughout the 1980s. To be a leading figure in such an initiative would yield obvious advantages. And it was a remarkably secure endeavor. As long as he adhered to the regulations, Duan Hang, as the executor, would only reap benefits and face no detriment. The sole regret was that Duan Hang was still quite young and held a relatively low position. If he were the police chief or held a higher office, advocating for the concept of zero tolerance would have been even more fitting. However, upon reaching such a position, whether he would heed Yang Rui's counsel remained uncertain, and there was little potential for significant advancement given the backgrounds of the Yang and Duan families, which could barely support a few promotions. "This newspaper is for you," Duan Hang offered, having satisfied his curiosity with the Nanhu Daily. He then handed it back to Yang Rui with a smile, saying, "I purchased 20 copies in advance. I intend to frame them for my son to see. I shall accept it then. Do not depart just yet. I have matters to discuss with you," Yang Rui stated, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Duan Hang hesitated for a moment, his smile fading, and inquired, "Is there yet another troublesome individual?" "Well, it is not an especially grave matter. Please do not portray me as someone who is constantly seeking out trouble," Yang Rui replied awkwardly, promptly explaining the need to print the second volume of the new concept English series. Duan Hang listened attentively, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar as he lifted his gaze to say, "Let me reiterate your meaning. Are you suggesting that you currently possess not a single cent, yet you wish for the Liberation Printing Factory to print books worth over 8,000 yuan for you? It seems there is something amiss in your reasoning." "Indeed, that is incorrect. You would effectively owe them 14,000, wouldn't you? The gentleman surnamed Do is already displeased with the 6,000 you owe. Surely he would not agree to 14,000, nor would the factory approve," Duan Hang remarked, rubbing his temples in contemplation. "Is it not possible to print fewer copies? Even if one desires to reduce the quantity, it cannot be diminished significantly, as they incur fixed costs in printing," Yang Rui responded. "Are you attempting to leverage his son for this?" Duan Hang questioned, a hint of mischief in his tone. Yang Rui felt a twinge of embarrassment as he replied, "That seems rather unscrupulous." Duan Hang, however, laughed heartily, saying, "What is wrong with that? Once a person is confined within prison walls, they cease to be an individual. For instance, some individuals cannot tolerate another spitting on the ground and resort to violence, only to find themselves imprisoned. They won't just spit on the ground. They will be compelled to clean up the toilet if necessary. Expecting the parents of inmates to perform a task is merely a sign of respect." At this juncture, Duan Hang paused momentarily, then shifted his tone, stating, "Indeed, more than 10,000 yuan is excessive. Sufficient to cover the monthly wages and bonuses for over 200 employees at the Liberation Printing Factory. Even through his son, it would be difficult for him to relent." In the early 1980s, the term 10,000 yuan household was the most envied and publicly reported label. Families earning this distinction typically employed more than 6 laborers. In other words, an average income of 1,000 yuan per person marked the upper limit of legitimate annual earnings during this era. While there were certainly instances of greater income, they were deemed exceptions. Therefore, the others at the factory understood without question that it would be challenging for Yang Rui, as an individual, to produce 14,000 yuan. Receiving goods before payment constitutes a loan. If one takes the goods and fails to pay, it results in a deficit. No one is willing to risk incurring such a loss. Even for the factory director, although his son is important, he would not exchange over 10,000 yuan for him. Unless Yang Rui could extricate his son from prison, which would render such a possibility. Duan Hang pondered this notion briefly, then shook his head, saying, "That lad is guilty of a serious crime. I am powerless to assist. How about this? I will help you seek a loan, striving to make it interest-free." The implication of an interest-free loan is, an interest-free loan? Yang Rui transitioned from a headache to astonishment in merely 3 seconds. As a man who had once ventured into entrepreneurship, Yang Rui had attempted to secure a bank loan, operating under the central bank's interest rate of 8. Not only did he fail to obtain one, but the bank was also disinclined to entertain his application. Meanwhile, various private loans flourished, albeit with interest rates often soaring to 60, rendering a 30 annual rate a mere low-interest option in the eyes of industry insiders. Yang Rui had only encountered 2 forms of interest-free loans. One occasionally offered as a short-term interest-free option when purchasing a vehicle, though it often included handling fees. The other was the interest-free loans extended by the World Bank to impoverished nations, frequently accompanied by stringent conditions. Yang Rui was filled with curiosity regarding the interest-free loan proposed by Duan Hang. Assuming Yang Rui was merely apprehensive, Duan Hang mused, What if I inquire about the possibility of securing a long-term interest-free loan, one that does not stipulate a repayment timeline? You could repay whenever you have the funds. And if you lack them, it would merely remain as a debt to be settled later. This would require a favorable designation. The prospect of not having to specify a repayment timeline caused young Rui's eyes to nearly bulge in disbelief. Chapter 54. Long-term interest-free loans. The principles of credit are fundamentally based on the repayment of principal and the payment of interest. However, in China, the term long-term interest-free shatters this norm. Firstly, the duration of long-term remains ambiguous. Many collectives have been borrowing interest-free loans since the 1950s and 1960s, ostensibly to pay wages to their members or to function as government investments for infrastructure development. Yet, there has been little proactive effort to repay these loans. Many debts incurred by production teams in the 1960s and 1970s have become so obscure that the original borrowers cannot even be identified, leading banks to describe these loans as sunk. Moreover, some bank branches exhibit a lack of diligence, as noted by Duan Hang, simply omitting to specify repayment timelines, thereby transforming such loans into indefinite obligations, effectively signaling that repayment is unnecessary. During an era when administrative bodies wielded significant influence over banking systems, long-term interest-free loans resembled grants, often misappropriated by various special funds. To some extent, these loans became a coveted resource, prompting the National Finance Office to repeatedly issue notifications urging localities to rectify the usage of long-term interest-free loans. The bank's loan recovery policies are reluctantly dictated by reality. In prosperous regions, banks are expected to recover not only loans that are due in the current year, but also as many old loans as possible in average-producing areas. The principle is to recover the loans due that year, while in regions affected by light disasters, banks may exercise discretion to recover less, striving for a balance between loans issued and recovered in the same year. Such banking policies, if placed within a capitalist context, would undoubtedly lead to bankruptcy, much to the amusement of capitalists. Nonetheless, even if banks possess a sense of ethics, it is directed towards collectives. Following the onset of reform and opening up, long-term interest-free loans became accessible to individuals, raising concerns among ordinary citizens. After all, China lacks a bankruptcy law. In 1982, even the most distressed state-owned enterprises remained resilient, with their debts eternally lingering on the books. Personal loans are no different. A natural person, unable to declare bankruptcy, incurs a debt to the bank. And if a father cannot repay, the obligation naturally passes to the son. If the son is also unable to repay, the burden shifts to the grandson. The prospect of leaving behind a mountain of debt after one's demise is a disheartening thought. Furthermore, the populace, although simple in their ways, harbors straightforward anxieties. Despite the promise of long-term interest-free loans, what if policies were to change? Yang Rui, speaking from 3 decades hence, might confidently assert that policies will remain unchanged for 30 or even 50 years. However, prior to the Southern Tour speech, no one dared to make such assurances with any credibility. The pragmatic Chinese citizen must reckon with the possibility that, one day, long-term interest-free loans could transform into a financial straitjacket, with individuals compelled to repay under duress, oblivious to the true length of long-term. Moreover, there are those who ponder whether money might one day regain its value. Despite the derision that any 21st century student might direct towards such a notion, asserting that China is engulfed in inflation, rendering deflation inconceivable, one need only observe the reality. The news may report the appreciation of the renminbi abroad, but who would dare claim that it could appreciate domestically? Let them attempt to sell foreign currency and see. However, the prevailing notions of the 21st century, if placed in the context of the 1980s, were concepts that economists dared not articulate, shrouded in an uncertain future. During that era, the Soviet Union still feigned longevity, while Europe, in its quest for the survival of the free world, maintained a charmingly defiant stance. Enduring the trade discrepancies with the United States, the Third World, though painfully aware of its role as a pawn, found little cause for complaint as American and European workers toiled in factories. China, which could hardly be deemed the world's factory at the time, was on the cusp of boundless possibilities. For the average individual, securing a bank loan, even if interest-free for an extended period, remained a daunting endeavor fraught with risk. Duan Hang felt somewhat embarrassed. Having received such significant assistance from Yang Rui, he could only propose the option of a loan. Yet, as money is a tangible necessity, he could only reassure, "I will speak to the Liberation Factory. I estimate that an additional 2 or 3,000 in earnest money should suffice. Once the money is lent from the bank, you can repay it if you can. If not, do not worry. No one will pressure you for repayment. Besides, aren't we currently in need of funds? With your capabilities, a few more articles, and you will inevitably manage to repay it. Young Rui chuckled. Are you so certain that I won't earn money selling books? Oh no. Of course not. I just fear that you might perceive borrowing as undesirable. Loans can be somewhat troublesome. Who knows how long the approval will take? Young Rui was well aware of the bank's inefficiency. Duan Hang, perplexed, replied, as long as you apply for the loan and sign the documents, they will hand you cash. I can pull some strings. And it should take no more than 2 days. Cash, that truly is swift. Young Rui found the speed remarkable, having encountered numerous inefficiencies in the 1980s. He was surprised that securing a bank loan could be such an expeditious process. Duan Hang scrutinized Yang Rui for a moment before asserting, do not mistake my intentions as an attempt to sell you on borrowing. You may proceed with the loan if you wish. If not, there are always alternative methods for printing books. Is it legal? Yang Rui suddenly inquired. His question was not born from an intense adherence to legality. Rather, as an aspiring entrepreneur in the biological sector, the concept of legality was often secondary. Nevertheless, overly illegal actions were ill-advised and unprofitable. Duan Hang was taken aback by Yang Rui's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, it's certainly isn't illegal. The credit cooperative has an excess of loans, almost eager to distribute them among employees. However, as you are still a student, obtaining a loan without any form of deceit may prove challenging. After a brief hesitation, Duan Hang declared, let us use my name for the loan. Once the funds are acquired, I shall transfer them to you. Claiming my wife requires a few thousand to start a business. That won't do. It must be under my name. I wish to secure a larger sum. A larger sum? How much exactly? If it truly is interest-free or has minimal interest, then I wish to borrow as much as possible. Yang Rui harbored no concern about repaying the loan. In the near future, inflation in China was poised to soar, with official data predicting a staggering 25% annual depreciation, meaning currency would lose over 25% of its value within a year, should one manage to acquire some sought-after goods. Earning 3 to 5 times the profit would be akin to child's play. To speak of distant matters, this long-term interest-free loan, even if not utilized for 30 years, would feel akin to a gift if employed for a decade or so. In 1992, workers' monthly salaries had already surged beyond 200 yuan, a figure 5 times the current amount. Not to mention the formidable power of considerable capital at work. Even if one were to bring a pig's head here and exchange all the cash for postage stamps, taking it back to the 90s would yield a fortune. If one merely wished to live a comfortable life, borrowing an interest-free loan in the 80s to purchase stamps, selling them in the 90s to invest in stocks, and eventually selling those stocks to acquire property in the 2000s would likely secure a path to becoming a billionaire. Duan Hang had not anticipated Yang Rui's tenacity and cautiously remarked, while repayment can occur at any time, it does not imply one can neglect it. Should you squander the funds, it would indeed pose a problem. Squander? No, it is an investment, Yang Rui countered. An investment in what? The possibilities are endless. His gaze drifted past Duan Hang to a nearby brick house, and he suddenly felt drained. Discussing investments in such an environment was akin to attending an interview in shorts, certainly lacking in persuasiveness. Duan Hang, grasping the motorcycle handle, pondered, the credit union in our county has at least several thousand yuan in outstanding loans each month. If you wish, I could likely secure 1 or 2,000 without much trouble. Anything beyond that would be challenging. If we were to borrow 1 or 2,000, would it be in your name or mine? Let's use my name. As a student, you might face difficulties. Duan Hang reiterated. He too felt the weight of the situation. The monthly salary and allowances of a criminal police captain barely exceeded 60 yuan, which was already considered a high wage in the county. By such calculations, it would take him 10 years of abstinence from all expenses to amass 6,000 yuan, and 20 years to accumulate 12,000, all while he could not simply forego sustenance. Were it not for an article gifted to him by Yang Rui and the seemingly nonchalant provision of 500 yuan, merely a familial gesture, Duan Hang would not have entertained such a request. Yang Rui hesitated briefly before stating, then let us secure the loan in your name. I will write an IOU for you. Duan Hang exchanged polite words but ultimately consented. Whether it was 1,000 or 2, it was not an insignificant sum for him, especially as a married man. In the ensuing days, Yang Rui was beset by apprehension. Fortunately, Duan Hang did not keep him waiting long. As a figure of authority within the Public Security Bureau, Duanghang possessed numerous resources in the county. By the third day, he had procured a 500 yuan interest-free loan, with a repayment period extending over 10 years, and the funds were provided in cash. For someone like Yang Rui, hailing from a later era, this mode of loan acquisition was a source of envy. However, what truly astonished him was his cousin's wife. A woman he could not quite consider familiar, who bestowed upon him her unwavering trust, merely acquiescing to her husband's decision after a single meeting. The act of lending an amount equivalent to a decade's income of the family, especially when derived from a loan, was a resolute decision that left Yang Rui astounded. The carefully prepared words he had intended to convey became entirely unnecessary. I will need this money for only 6 months. After that, I shall invest it all in postage stamps to leave for my cousin, Yang Rui resolved silently. With the receipt of the 500 yuan interest-free loan, he finally felt a semblance of what it meant to be the scion of an official. In these times, even a mere village party secretary, who holds a position of authority, ought not to engage in business using personal funds. Yang Rui merely provided a deposit of 500 yuan to the Liberation Printing Factory for the second volume. Once the printing was completed, he personally supervised the transportation, delivering the books to the provincial capital, intending to make further decisions based on market reactions. Chapter 55. Sold-out Pingjiang is a flat city, where the vast plains provide an almost limitless space for development. The city's architecture extends in all directions, rendering the city center rather sparse. The winds in the city are strong, regardless of where one stands at an intersection. The gusts are palpable, as if one were caught in a wave of air. Vehicles that disregard traffic rules and pedestrians who flout regulations rush about like sand and stones caught in a whirlwind. Yang Rui disembarked from the rounded commuter vehicle, feeling the chaotic wind and witnessing the disorderly streets. Rickshaws soliciting passengers and cargo carts congest the entrance of the bus station, haggling with passers-by. Youths clad in denim or military green pants cast sidelong glances at the bustling crowd, casually snatching apples from street vendors to munch on. 2- to 4-story buildings are scattered around, showcasing garments flapping in the breeze, verdant plants, and pigeon coops. What is striking is the remarkable uniformity in the attire of the people, predominantly in shades of gray. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the same could be said for Xixian and Xibao town. However, due to the smaller population and fewer expansive commercial streets, the feeling is less pronounced. Occasionally, a girl in a vibrant red or yellow dress passes by, her appearance and figure sufficient to captivate attention. This is a city shrouded in gray air, gray streets, gray clothing, gray bicycles, gray vehicles, gray buildings, gray moods, and a gray sky. The cacophony surrounding him and the disarray before his eyes caused Yang Rui to frown. Aside from its immense scale, Pingjiang at this moment is not more prosperous than the county towns of later years, yet it is far more chaotic and filthy. Living here is indeed less appealing than residing in the countryside. Yang Rui shook his head as he brushed off the black dust from his shoes and hailed a rickshaw to take him to the first middle school. Resource cities have never been deemed particularly livable. However, the accumulation of wealth is frequent. Along the way, he occasionally spotted a few cars that evidently belonged to individuals, most bearing military plates, yet their occupants rarely exhibited any semblance of military demeanor. Privileged vehicles are a hallmark of the era, in the absence of private cars. Failing to secure a prestigious license plate could lead to far more troublesome encounters while driving. The rickshaw brought Yang Rui directly to the guest house of the first middle school, merely a stone's throw from its entrance. With a letter of introduction from a national institution, one could secure a room. Gui jogged over to greet him, cheerfully taking Yang Rui's bag and inquiring, was the journey difficult? They always talk about road repairs, yet nothing ever changes. I've already reserved a room for you. Take a moment to rest, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight. There's no rush for dinner. Please take care of the receipt, so I can pick up the books at the bus station. Does that bookstall also have our books? Yang Rui felt a bit more at ease as he handed the pickup slip to Gui and began to observe his surroundings. While he may not rival Gui in sales ability, his discerning eye is certainly commendable. The advertisement outside the bookstall is quite conspicuous. Yet its colors appear muted and drab, reminiscent of a world where vibrant pigments are scarce. When Yang Rui designed the promotional poster at school, he did not take this aspect into account. He had presumed that the provincial capital would at least resemble the resplendent cities of later times, believing that a gray-toned advertisement would suffice. Little did he anticipate that the present-day provincial capital would exhibit such a dilapidated visage. Gui, unfazed by the surroundings, chuckled and remarked, Wherever there are large posters, they are promoting the new concept of English. In the past few days, we have sold nearly 200 copies, which is a slight increase in sales. Did you coin the term large poster? Yang Rui inquired. No, it was the proprietor of this book stall, Boss Jia, who came up with it. Quite striking, isn't it? Many students come to admire the artwork and often end up purchasing a copy. Indeed. But it could be even more eye-catching. I have brought a new advertisement, which includes a slogan for the second volume of the new concept of English. Let us procure some bright watercolors and crayons and transform the advertisement into a colorful display this evening. Gui paused, questioning the necessity of such an endeavor. The current advertisement is quite satisfactory. We ought to inform everyone that the second volume has arrived. Our situation is already precarious. If we do not devise a strategy to enhance sales, I fear I may not be able to endure much longer. Yang Rui, half joking, added, I owe the bank 12,500 yuan just to print the second volume of the new concept of English. You assured me that we could sell 500 copies daily. Ah, yes, that is correct. Upon hearing the staggering sum of 12,500 yuan, Gui involuntarily shuddered, not out of concern, but from exhilaration. If they were to sell 20,000 copies of the new concept of English, he could potentially earn over 1,000 yuan, a substantial sum indeed. Nearby the school, there were vendors selling watercolors and crayons. The two spent an entire evening bringing Yang Rui's newly acquired paper to life in vibrant hues. The following morning, Gui rode a tricycle to commence deliveries. Pingjiang is a sizable city, at least when viewed through the lens of the 1980s. At that time, even Beijing was limited to a scale within the second ring road, and the provincial capital of Hedong merely lacked the capacity for walking as a primary mode of transportation. Yang Rui awaited at the bookstall closest to the first high school, engaging in conversation with Boss Jia while anticipating the arrival of the sales period. This was an entirely new experience, akin to the sensation of having posted small ads and awaiting students to arrive, yet distinct. As the task at hand was unfamiliar territory for him, he was well versed in teaching and biology, capable of transcribing and writing textbooks, but sales were an enigma. Fortunately, the bold red letters proclaiming the arrival of the second volume of the new concept of English proved effective. As noon approached, without Yang Rui needing to call out, students began to inquire, where is your second volume of the new concept of English? He promptly retrieved a copy for them. The Liberation Printing Factory was an old establishment, and the printed edition of the new concept of English was essentially a plain white book, its cover emblazoned with the title in large letters, followed by a designation of either the first or second volume. The interior pages featured the simplest layout, appearing utterly unremarkable. When the students received the book and examined it briefly, they asked, is this for real? The content is genuine. Mr. Jia replied with a cheerful smile. The student exhibited a look of understanding before continuing to read, evidently seeking confirmation of the content. Even the pirated version of New Concept English was priced at 1 yuan and 80 cents, which constituted a week's expenditure for an ordinary student. It was essential to comprehend it fully before making a purchase. However, the current selection of textbooks and reference materials was quite limited, and the choices available to students were far less abundant than those available to future generations. As more and more students gathered to peruse the books, a crowd began to form around the bookstall, yet no student made a purchase. Yang Rui's expression grew increasingly grave. For him, this was certainly not a favorable sign. He not only wished to sell the books but also to do so expeditiously. If the students here were hesitating over whether to part with their money, it could be surmised that the majority were indeed reluctant to do so. Could I please have a copy of New Concept English, Book 2? Another girl, burdened with a backpack, approached the stall and spoke softly, stealing a furtive glance at Yang Rui. In this age of limited television shows and even fewer live events, opportunities to encounter a handsome young man were rare. Yang Rui felt a swell of pride. All the effort he put into running and weightlifting was aimed at achieving a fine physique. Thus, he returned her smile and reached for the book, only to grasp at empty air. I apologize, all the books are here. Please wait a moment. He indicated the throng of people around him, wearing a smile. The sight of youthful, charming female students always lighten one's mood. No worries, I'll wait until they finish, the girl replied shyly, smiling at Yang Rui before stepping back, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the others. A boy closest to her seemed to sense the pressure. He glanced around, and then at the book in his hands, suddenly exclaiming, so many people here? Well, have you made your decision? Yang Rui inquired amiably. The boy glanced at the empty shelves of the stall, and then at the eager girl. and suddenly resolved, "I'll take it. 1 yuan and 80 cents, right?" "Indeed. Here you go," Yang Rui replied, handing over the book. The boy paid Mr. Jia and, clutching a copy of New Concept English, Book 2, turned to leave. The gaze of the youthful girl shifted, briefly catching sight of another girl to her right. Like a chain reaction, the girl who felt the gaze promptly extracted 1 yuan and 80 cents to hand to Mr. Jia, stashing the New Concept English into her bag before hastily departing. One by one, students began to make their purchases, and throughout the process, no books were returned. Perhaps some students intended to wait a bit longer, but as they observed the copies of New Concept English, Book 2, disappearing into the hands of their peers, fewer were inclined to return any. Increasingly, students resolved to pay, and some even conferred about purchasing together, yet regardless of their decisions. No one returned a book to the stall. "Are there no books left?" The charming girl mustered the courage to ask Yang Rui directly. "I'm sorry. We prepared a total of 30 copies today, which I thought would suffice. If they sell out, you can come back this afternoon to check," Yang Rui replied. Feeling a surge of excitement within, Gaokao has sourced approximately 40 book kiosks, each stocked with 30 copies, totaling 200 books. Even if half of that number is sold, it would perfectly meet Yang Rui's expectations. Moreover, there is a possibility of selling additional books in the afternoon. Soon, all copies of New Concept English Book 2 were sold out. Someone naturally picked up the remaining copies of Book 1 and inquired, "Are these part of the same series?" Indeed, New Concept English Book 1 is more suitable for beginners, progressing from the simplest vocabulary to a difficulty level equivalent to that of a second-year middle school student. While Book 2 aligns more with high school difficulty, Yang Rui succinctly explained. The young man, intrigued, flipped through the white cover and quickly scanned halfway through. Engrossed in the content, gradually, more individuals began to pick up Book 1. As Yang Rui had articulated, New Concept English Book 1 is best suited for the general student populace, particularly given the current lack of foundational knowledge among students. Reciting or reading from Book 1 yields commendable results. Although some students opted against purchasing Book 1, deeming the initial chapters excessively simplistic and a waste, others began to acquire it. As the crowd began to thin, only a few copies of the unsold New Concept English Book 1 remained with Boss Jia. They were sold. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Yang Rui plopped down on a stool, feeling more fatigued than after conducting 2 sets of experiments, yet experiencing an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Chapter 56. Preparing for the future. After a brief sojourn in Pingyang lasting 3 days, Yang Rui hurried back, invigorated by the success of New Concept English Book 2. Over 40% of the 20,000 printed white cover books had already been sold, with a gross profit margin of 1.3 yuan per book and a net profit of 0.5 yuan. Yang Rui successfully recouped 11,000 yuan, reaping a profit of 4,000 yuan. When combined with the initial deposit, this sum was more than sufficient to settle the bill with the Liberation Printing Factory. In other words, this venture had undoubtedly turned a profit. Yang Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the realm of business, he felt like a mere amateur, lacking the extraordinary talents of true prodigies. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to posting small advertisements and finding himself inexplicably transported through time, like an ordinary person. Yang Rui, at best, possessed a modicum of knowledge and had merely gleaned insights from the experiences of others after deciding to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. It must be said that the marketing strategy for New Concept English in Pingyang was rather unremarkable, employing the same cliché tactics that had become commonplace in later years, placing advertisements and distributing small gifts. If there was anything commendable, it was his decisive addition of Book 2 to the offerings, a corrective measure for the earlier misstep of printing only Book 1. Ultimately, Yang Rui was merely riding on the wave of his rebirth and his dismissive attitude towards the modest sum of 10,000 yuan, which propelled him to seemingly resiliently accomplish this sale. Had he known that the printing of 20,000 copies would prove so arduous, he might have sought alternative methods to accumulate capital, perhaps through relentless transcription of texts. Yet, through this sales experience, Yang Rui gained a profound understanding of the monumental significance of 10,000 yuan in the 1980s. Should he have faced failure, the repercussions of such a loss would likely haunt him for years to come. As he sat on the bus returning to campus, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Was it worth squandering several years of his life for a mere 10,000 yuan? Such a prospect was utterly unacceptable to Yang Rui. Having been reborn, he deemed it worthwhile to establish the Rui Learning Group in 1 year, and nurture it over several more. However, to toil daily over a mere 10,000 yuan seemed a flagrant waste. Conversely, Wang Guohua and Xiao Baoming, seated beside Yang Rui, believed that investing time for 10,000 yuan was entirely justified. In truth, when Wang Guohua first glimpsed the 10,000 yuan in the bag, he was utterly astounded, rendered momentarily speechless. In 1982, the third edition of the renminbi did not include 50 or 100 yuan notes. The highest denomination was the 10 yuan note. For students of that era, receiving a single 10 yuan bill from parents during the new year could elicit joy for 2 months. Families often advised caution. Be sure to keep the large sum safe. 110 yuan notes formed merely a stack worth 1,000 yuan, and 10,000 yuan would amount to an unwieldy 11 stacks. Far too cumbersome to grasp with both hands. Moreover, Yang Rui's income stemmed from retailing books, and the money that ultimately reached him was predominantly comprised of small change. Given that the income was derived from pirated books, he found it difficult to deposit it in a bank and could not exchange coins for larger denominations. Thus, what Wang Guohua perceived was less a pile of money and more akin to a box overflowing with cash. A box brimming with cash, in this era. One can only envision such a fortune in their mind, as it remains unseen in films and television. The state administration of radio and television permits the artistic display of nudity, yet forbids the exhibition of wealth. It can be asserted that, apart from accountants, bank employees, or workers at the mint who frequently handle money, the average individual has no hope of encountering such a sum. Wang Guohua promptly summoned Xiao Baoming to the provincial city. The three of them toiled throughout the night, meticulously sorting and consolidating various denominations of bills until they filled an entire briefcase. Within it lay not only 10 yuan notes but also a substantial number of 5, 2, and 1 yuan bills. Yang Rui, clutching the bulging briefcase, was flanked by Wang Guohua and Xiao Baoming. Yet, despite their close proximity, Wang Guohua remained uneasy, occasionally casting vigilant glances at those nearby. Xiao Baoming, somewhat more relaxed, pondered what could be done with 10,000 yuan. Enduring a bumpy bus ride with one's eyes wide open was an excruciating ordeal. The poor condition of the vehicle combined with the stench and crowd made it nearly impossible to remain awake, akin to enduring torture. Nevertheless, the trio persevered until they reached the county seat. Upon disembarking, Yang Rui wobbled slightly, his legs feeling weak, and was immediately steadied by Wang Guohua, who protectively shielded both Yang Rui and the briefcase, cautioning, "We must be careful. If necessary, we can tie the briefcase to your hand." Yang Rui responded incredulously. Tying it up would only invite thieves. Wang Guohua chuckled sheepishly, his gaze still sharp, and suggested, "You wait here while I inquire about the vehicle and secure a seat for you." "We need not hurry back," Yang Rui interjected. "Let us first go to the Liberation Printing Factory." "To the printing factory?" "Indeed. Repaying them will ease our minds," Wang Guohua acknowledged. Although he had not earned money himself, he felt joy in Yang Rui's success. Yang Rui chuckled. "What money are you referring to? The agreed-upon payment period has not yet arrived. At most, we will pay them a few thousand yuan, retrieve our stock of books, and I intend to have them print another batch." Wang Guohua, concerned, inquired, "With the recent surge in sales, will the students have purchased enough?" "Impossible," Yang Rui asserted firmly, recalling the previous sales figures of New Concept English. "A mere 10,000 books cannot saturate the market. Our lack of distribution in the lower districts does not imply that students from those areas will not come to the provincial city to buy books. I suspect that some of the students who arrived recently may have heard the news just a few days ago." Such a notion was indeed plausible. Though Wang Guohua harbored thoughts of seizing the opportunity, he refrained from further persuasion, recognizing that this business venture belonged to Yang Rui alone. Instead, he queried, "If you do not pay the printing factory in advance, will they be willing to print more for us?" The Liberation Factory is an old establishment, likely struggling financially. He speculated. "The older the factory, the more inclined they are to work with us," Yang Rui replied. "The workshops and machines at the Liberation Factory are underutilized. Whether they choose to print for us or not, the workers' wages remain constant. The only additional costs are for paper, ink, electricity, and water, expenses that can be deferred. In essence, the additional deposit I provided them consists solely of liquid funds, sufficient to cover their daily expenditures. Thus, it appears that the Liberation Factory is rather amenable to this arrangement. Naturally, they would be even more inclined to recoup their debts. However, there is no need to indulge them to such an extent. I can defer settling the accounts until I have accrued enough profits to fulfill their demands." Yet, a lingering concern haunts Yang Rui. He fears that the Liberation Factory might independently produce the new concept English and release it into the market. Lacking the copyright for this material, he finds it impossible to organize a legitimate channel for its distribution. Moreover, as a state-owned enterprise, the Liberation Factory is not particularly apprehensive of governmental oversight. If they decide to print a larger quantity while producing, their costs would be comparatively lower than Yang Rui's. This is an advantage that no other printing houses can attain. For other printing companies to replicate the new concept English, they must first create the printing plates, then schedule production and printing time, and finally launch their sales efforts. Even if the Liberation Factory's equipment is outdated, other advanced printing facilities would need to print at least 7,000 or 8,000 copies simultaneously to mitigate the cost discrepancies. Given the magnitude of this investment, it is certain that, in line with the ethos of state enterprises, it would require extensive deliberation. Should the market fluctuate swiftly, the opportunity may pass before other printing houses can reach a decision. The Liberation Factory, however, has already completed its plate making, thus saving time on production scheduling and allowing for flexible control over the print quantity. It can be said that the sole barrier preventing the Liberation Factory from pirating the new concept English lies within the sales domain. During periods of market recession, the Liberation Factory would naturally refrain from entering the fray. However, the current market is thriving, and should the opposition become aware, unforeseen complications could arise. For such an established enterprise, whether through his cousin or the militia, Yang Rui finds it exceedingly challenging to navigate. Moreover, traditional figures like Director Doe likely do not hold piracy in high regard. Should they engage in such activities, a mere verbal apology would suffice. Delving deeper, if the Liberation Factory were to leverage this situation for a turnaround, Director Doe, having acquired surplus funds, would not fear repercussions from Duan Hang via prison guards seeking trouble for his son. He could utilize his funds and bypass Duan Hang altogether. Given Director Doe's initial price of 1,000 yuan, this self-destructive man could very well resort to plagiarism and subsequently pay for clemency. Yang Rui finds himself unable to directly thwart their intentions. Instead, he must devise means to keep the Liberation Factory in suspense. The Liberation Factory demands 8,000 yuan for printing 10,000 copies of a book, with a profit margin of approximately 10, while raw material costs exceed 70. This implies that for every 10,000 copies printed, the Liberation Factory incurs debts of around 5,600 yuan to the paper mill, ink factory, power plant, and water utility. The deposit of 2,500 yuan per 10,000 copies that Yang Rui provides is merely sufficient to cover wages and routine operational expenses. The more he prints, the greater the Liberation Factory's indebtedness to the paper and ink suppliers becomes. By leveraging this debt as a form of coercion, the Liberation Factory's resolve to enter the market will increasingly wane. Such an improperly managed old factory, while prone to receiving favorable terms, also bears countless burdens. Consequently, when financially buoyant, they tend to be audacious and make radical decisions, yet in times of monetary scarcity, they become exceedingly conservative, leading to a diminished willingness to engage in market competition. Describing a state-owned enterprise in human terms, it embodies a fierce desire to win and a profound fear of losing. Upon arriving at the Liberation Factory, Director Doe appeared somewhat reluctant to proceed with printing on a deposit basis. It was only when Wang Guohua presented 5,000 yuan in cash, indicating a desire to print 20,000 copies of the new concept English Book 2 in one go, that he showed a flicker of interest. He inquired, "Can you truly sell such a large quantity?" Despite a decline in sales within the province, Wang assured him that there remained significant potential in markets beyond. The half-truths of Wang's response left Director Doe, lacking in market research capabilities, in a state of uncertainty. Ultimately, Wang Guohua managed to part with 6,000 yuan, confirming the printing of 20,000 copies of new concept English Book 2. The additional 1,000 yuan was intended to cover the retrieval of all remaining copies of new concept English Book I, which had previously been held back. Though somewhat unwilling, Director Doe acquiesced. Having received an advance payment of 11,000 yuan, coupled with 2 fine gifts for himself. Turning back, Wang Guohua relayed the experience to Yang Rui, exclaiming breathlessly, "What a thrill! You should have seen the 6,000 yuan laid out on the table. It was quite a heap." The factory's accountant and cashier took over half an hour to count, leaving only 5,246 yuan of the total. With a hint of jest, he suggested Yang Rui assist in collecting payments from the provincial city. Young Rui, wearing a knowing smile, accepted the bag. Today, I dealt with neatly arranged currency. Unlike the mishmash of small denominations that Gui collects. Counting those would make one's head spin, Wang remarked, shaking his head vigorously. As Yang Rui counted the cash. Confirming the amount was accurate, he withdrew 246 yuan, pocketed 46 yuan for himself, and distributed 100 yuan each to Wang Guohua and Chao Baoming as a token of their efforts. Both men initially protested but ultimately accepted the gesture. A mix of excitement and bashfulness, Chao Baoming exclaimed, "I never imagined that this trip would make us wealthy." Wang Guohua, equally exhilarated, added, "I reckon I'm now the wealthiest student at school." Yang Rui, clearing his throat and lifting his briefcase, interjected, "I'm not yet on my way. I want to compare myself to you. Printing 40,000 books will cost 32,000 yuan, and I wouldn't dare to profit from that. With 32,000 yuan set aside, it might not even be sufficient to purchase a square meter." Yang Rui maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Wang Guohua and Chao Baoming, unable to comprehend his perspective, chose to revel in their own joy. As their conversation veered, Yang Rui's thoughts shifted to Duan Hang. Surely, he too was grappling with worries. A loan of 12,500 yuan, akin to a staggering pressure of 1.2 million yuan in later years, weighed on his mind. While it was a long-term, interest-free loan, the anxiety over potential losses surely resonated universally. After some contemplation, Yang Rui resolved to postpone his next steps and return the 5,000 yuan to Duan Hang. Logically, repaying the 5,000 yuan seemed utterly futile. Given Duan Hang's financial mindset, he would likely return the money to the bank. Yet, humans are inherently emotional beings, unable to exist solely on rationality. Including the unused portion of the loan, Yang Rui still possessed 15,000 yuan. And Gui continued to generate a steady stream of cash flow. Duan Hang's assistance in alleviating Yang Rui's financial crisis was already a considerable favor. Thus, Yang Rui had no reason to allow him to continue worrying. On the other hand, although his sister-in-law was a virtuous woman who would not pressure either Yang Rui or Duan Hang, this very quality meant that Yang Rui should not test her with unnecessary financial burdens. After much contemplation, Yang Rui decided against bringing the briefcase back to school. Instead, he went to the county police station, found Duan Hang's office, and handed over the briefcase containing over 200 yuan in change, stating, "This is the revenue from book sales. Within it lies 5,000 yuan, which I shall return to you." Duan Hang, furrowing his brows as he wrote a report, was momentarily taken aback by Yang Rui's words. Quickly rising to close the office door behind him, he inquired, "Aren't you currently in need of funds?" The sales of the books had been promising, and the most challenging phase had seemingly passed. Yang Rui spoke sincerely, without the funds lent by Duan Hang. The second volume of New Concept English would never have gone to print, and the current thriving situation would not have materialized. Duan Hang appeared somewhat incredulous, remarking, "The money I provided can be repaid at any time. Do not place such pressure on yourself." Yang Rui replied, "This is the remaining amount. I still possess working capital." As he opened the briefcase for Duan Hang to see, the mix of coins and notes provided a greater sense of assurance than neatly packaged 10 yuan bills. Duan Hang opened his mouth, unsure whether to feel joy or astonishment. Chapter 57. My Sharp Learning Group, having repaid a debt of 5,000 yuan without interest. The Duan couple felt a weight lifted off their shoulders, as did Yang Rui. Although it felt somewhat wasteful, had that sum been invested in monkey stamps, it could have purchased 700 editions, which, 30 years hence, would be worth a fortune. Borrowing to secure such wealth would have imposed considerable psychological strain. Conversely, settling the 5,000 yuan first allowed Yang Rui to approach the remaining 6,000 yuan with a more rational mindset, making the process feel less burdensome than borrowing the entire amount at once. Once everything was in order, Yang Rui returned to school, resuming his teaching agenda as if nothing had transpired. Wang Guohua and Chao Baoming's attempts to flaunt their success were promptly curtailed by Yang Rui. Consequently, although rumors about the sales of New Concept English circulated within the school, speculation remained just that, speculation, due to the silence of those directly involved. Among the students who had voted against it that day, some expressed regret, others disbelief, and yet others remained indifferent. Yang Rui paid them no mind and focused on catching up with the delayed instructional training. As a tutor, he maintained strict discipline during study sessions. Each member of the Sharp Learning Group was required to complete a specific quantity of exercises daily, essentially matching the number of printed problems with the number of solutions submitted. Mistakes were to be practiced repeatedly, and although not yet at the level of overwhelming drills, the approach was gradually converging upon it. Currently, the members of the Sharp Learning Group typically pursued one of two academic strategies. One group identified subjects in which they were weak and employed retention techniques, such as rote memorization, to bolster their average scores. The other group, believing certain subjects held potential, engaged in categorized practice coupled with extensive problem sets, aiming for elevation in performance. These methods, now commonplace in tutoring schools, were still remarkably effective in the 1980s. In truth, an examination-oriented education should resemble the rigor of schools like Huanggang and Henshui, employing draconian discipline and relentless methods to confront it. The nature of standardized testing itself is inherently harsh and inhumane. Declaring an enrollment target of 230,000 students leaves no room for even a single additional candidate. No matter how well one studies or how hard one works, if the national pool surpasses 230,000 students with higher scores, all efforts become seemingly futile. For adolescents, whose psychological resilience is often fragile, such a system not only breeds suffering but also clashes with the beliefs they have nurtured over the years. The notions of diligence, overcoming inadequacy, the principle that effort yields rewards, and the conviction that perseverance leads to victory all dissolve under the stark reality of the Gaokao. Especially in the 1980s, from elementary school onward, waves of children dropped out and countless others surrendered. Striving to emerge from a pool of millions to become one of the fortunate few receiving the opportunity for further education and a chance to alter their destinies. This was no longer a matter of mere diligence. In this era, every student was sufficiently industrious. Therefore, apart from diligence, students needed to exhibit qualities that set them apart to seize their chance. A sharper intellect? A healthier physique? Higher learning efficiency? Superior examination guidance? Wiser choices? Better luck? Or perhaps more formidable parents? Shibao High School boasts neither prodigies nor students capable of securing admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. In fact, not a single student dares to aspire to a vocational college. Given this reality, there exist but two choices. Either succumb to the merciless and inhumane demands of examination-oriented education, thereby becoming a recognized member of the system, or, conversely, reject such education outright, standing at the periphery of the system in search of one's own path. In an era when university enrollment was not expanding, there was no middle ground between these two options. The principals of high schools are acutely aware of this, and thus, the entire school revolves around the dictates of the college entrance examination, partitioning students into fast and slow tracks, allocating the finest teachers to the most promising students, and directing all school resources to serve the graduating classes. In a time when only a handful of students could gain university admission, any principal genuinely concerned for their students would inevitably make such choices. Those relegated to the slower classes, therefore, find their paths to the college entrance examination effectively severed. They may either retake the exam the following year or abandon it altogether. However, if asked whether it is worth it, the vast majority would likely nod in agreement. At the very least, the college entrance examination affords students, particularly those from underprivileged backgrounds, a fair opportunity to compete. Even if only a few dozen individuals from a county can pass the exam, it signifies that each year, at least a handful have elevated their social standing. And many of these individuals may well surpass the offspring of the county chief in future prospects. Without the college entrance examination, such aspirations would be unthinkable for the average student. Hard work alone cannot transform a rural household registration into an urban one. Diligence does not guarantee job recruitment, promotions, or even opportunities for military service. Yet if a student's effort is recognized by the college entrance examination, then all systemic barriers before them dissolve into nothingness. For a person from China in the 1980s, succeeding in the college entrance examination equated to obtaining a ticket for fair competition. Viewed from a societal perspective, one might even argue that it confers a privilege. The students of Shibao High School may not fully comprehend society, but they grasp the significance of the college entrance examination. They have witnessed individuals who were once insignificant transform into celebrated figures post-examination, just as they have seen students who once exhibited arrogance turn into petty hoodlums after the exam. Let it be said that whether Yang Rui allocates time scientifically or employs more severe methods, no student would dare voice discontent. To leap through the dragon's gate, one must shed scales and endure wounds. How else could it be accomplished? Yang Rui thoroughly assessed the more than 70 members of the Rui Study Group, realizing they had caught up with the required pace, and thus he allowed them a half-day reprieve. The teachers of the rework class turned a blind eye, permitting them to rest. Following the establishment of the Rui Study Group, the rework class underwent 2 additional examinations, with marked improvements in the students' performance. Coupled with Yang Rui's purposeful sharing of benefits, the Rui Study Group appeared almost to have become autonomous. Those such as Wang Wandin and Li Cheqiang, who had cast dissenting votes earlier that day, initially harbored concerns regarding Yang Rui's potential responses, but upon observing that all remained normal, they gradually lowered their guard. After much anticipation, the students finally found themselves with a half-day of respite. Exhausted from several days of toil, the majority opted to indulge in a much-needed slumber. As dinner time approached, most of the group members gradually stirred from their slumber, resembling the living dead as they sought sustenance. Li Taijian and Wang Wanbin, equally drained, emerged from their dormitory in a hazy daze as the class bell rang, making their way to the canteen. Li Taijian, supporting Wang Wandin, grimaced and said, "We've been inundated with problems. I wonder where Yang Rui finds all these. Thinking about having to study for another year makes me want to quit the group." "Will quitting the group help you get into university?" Wang Wanbin asked, maintaining a semblance of calm. Li Taijian, his head lowered and panting, eventually replied, "Looking at our recent tests, it seems we've made some progress. I've improved by 20 points. What about you?" 15 points, at least, Li Taijian remarked, breaking into a smile. Having spent 3 years in a remedial class, their persistence was a result of consistently missing the mark by mere points during exams. However, the increasing difficulty of the college entrance examination had consistently outpaced their efforts. Yet, a recent gain of a few points brought them significantly closer to their goal. Li Taijian remarked with a sigh, "If only Yang Rui would refrain from all this nonsense and just teach us straightforwardly, it would be wonderful. His teaching is quite effective. Some concepts are clear as day, far clearer than what our teachers convey." Lowering his voice, Wang Wanbin suggested, "I believe we should convene another full meeting of the Rui Study Group to reduce the number of duplicated tests, or perhaps delegate the duplication task entirely to other students. After all, much of the money we earn goes back to the school and the teachers. We gain nothing from it. Why should we bear the burden?" Several students involved in this are from financially struggling families. Aren't there others among the students in similar circumstances? We cannot allow them to monopolize this, forcing us to assist them constantly. Besides, if they wish to earn money, they might as well quit school. Wang Wanbin's family situation was not particularly affluent, but they had enough to eat and drink, and he was unwilling to devote any time to matters outside of the college entrance examination. That makes sense, and furthermore, some of those tests shouldn't even be sold. Li Tiejian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he broached the subject. The new concept English shouldn't be sold either. It would be better for us to learn it privately, especially those categorized tests. I heard the principal speak highly of them. Selling them to students from other schools is a waste. Otherwise, we could easily gain 20 points in English alone, at the very least. Didn't Yang Rui take the new concept English and sell it himself? I wonder how well it's selling. If it sells well, we might be embarrassed during the full meeting. Li Taijian glanced back to ensure no one was eavesdropping on their conversation before continuing. He didn't even make a grand announcement upon his return. I suspect the sales aren't doing well. If it were profitable, he wouldn't be so preoccupied with teaching us. It would be best if he neither earned nor lost much. No, ideally, he should only lose a little, allowing him to teach while not incurring substantial losses that would drive him to drop out. Li Taijian chuckled. It would be quite amusing if Yang Rui were to quit. He could always pursue a career in teaching. Wang Wanbin found himself lost in a reverie, envisioning the moment he would triumph in the college entrance examination. Should he gain admission to a university, he would return to Hedong province upon graduation, ideally securing a position within the provincial government. After enduring a decade or so of diligent service, he could return to Shibao town, elevated to a leadership role surpassing even that of Yang Rui's father, the township party secretary. If Yang Rui had not progressed to university by then, he could appoint him as the principal of Shibao High School, thus repaying the favors accumulated during their exam preparations. Perhaps, in his 30s, Yang Rui would be filled with gratitude. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Wanbin couldn't help but chuckle. Li Cheqiang joined in the laughter, and the two, beaming with smiles, entered the dining hall's courtyard. In the familiar corner where the Rui Study Group often gathered, a group of individuals was nearly finished with their meals. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Cheqiang greeted them. "You fellows are quite early. Finish up quickly so we can convene." One person, seated with his back to Li, spoke with his mouth full of noodles. Li Cheqiang's smile faltered. "What meeting?" A general assembly, as per Rui G's noticed the young man, glancing back to see it was Li Tietjiang, momentarily froze before resuming his meal, signaling he had nothing more to add. At that moment, young Rui emerged from the kitchen, striding purposefully to the base of the locust tree. Without acknowledging Li Tietjiang and Wang Wanbin, he declared, 5 minutes remaining. Rui Study Group. Finish your meals swiftly and gather in the gymnasium for the all-hands meeting. Exchanging apprehensive glances, Li Tietjiang and Wang Wanbin were overwhelmed by a sense of unease. Chapter 58. Voting. The Rui Study Group had convened only one plenary meeting. Yet the indelible impression it left on the attendees ensured that the term plenary meeting lingered in their minds. This was particularly true for the students who cast opposing votes. Such as Li Tietjiang and Wang Wanbin, it marked their inaugural experience of realizing they were through a democratic system wherein each individual vote counted. Their triumph was over young Rui, who seemed to wield immense power. This success, intoxicating as opium, invigorated their spirits and heightened their senses, fostering an almost fervent admiration for the principles of democracy. The notion that they could influence the Rui Study Group's decisions, though unspoken, brewed quietly among them. Many students, especially the older ones, perceived the oil-printed and sold examination papers as the very essence of the Rui Study Group. The fact that young Rui no longer directly engaged in these tasks indicated that they could indeed continue this venture. Although the periodic changes of examination papers posed a minor inconvenience, the belief that if young Rui could procure them, so too could others, prevailed. Undoubtedly, young Rui's teaching prowess was formidable. He could elucidate the textbook content with clarity and resolve any scientific problem. Yet, this was the extent of his capabilities. In an era characterized by limited information dissemination, while students acknowledged young Rui's exceptional performance, they remained oblivious to the true extent of his distinction. Perhaps within the first high school of the city, or among the secondary schools of Beijing and Shanghai, many students mirrored young Rui's talents. No matter how impressive he was, he could hardly surpass the elite students of the youth class at the University of Science and Technology of China, USC. During young Rui's time in the provincial capital, Li Tietjiang and Wang Wanbin often employed this perspective to prevail in their discussions. Today, USC is a prestigious institution directly under the Chinese Academy of Sciences and is regarded as one of the finest universities in China, boasting admission scores approximately 30 points higher than Tsinghua and Peking universities each year. This is attributed to the numerous eminent scholars from the academy who teach undergraduates at USDC. For instance, the renowned Qian Shuesan once lectured on Introduction to Rocket Technology in the Mechanics Department, while Hua Luogang imparted knowledge on calculus to the Mathematics Department. Such an experience is rare and coveted for future doctoral candidates, and for ordinary students, it remains an unattainable dream. Due to the abundance of instructors and the scarcity of students, many promising young scholars often miss out on teaching opportunities, resulting in the likes of Wang Yuan, Gong Sheng, Wu Fang, and Sui Chao, who would later become top mathematicians in China, assisting Hua Luogang in teaching first-year students in the Applied Mathematics Department. To describe this in a fantastical manner, one might say that a pig, having been steeped in the wisdom of these masters over the years, would inevitably develop a measure of sagacity. The youth class at USDC is the most scrutinized group within the university, often regarded as a representation of extraordinary intellect among the populace. Thus, no one dared to assert that young Rui possessed such caliber. Were he to have such abilities, he would have long since been admitted to the youth class. With their victory in the debate, the confidence of Li Tietjiang and Wang Wanbin continued to swell. They believed they could take control of the next plenary meeting of the Rui Study Group. However, when the meeting finally commenced, as the sports room filled to capacity with members of the Rui Study Group, and when young Rui appeared in the prominent seat across from them, their confidence evaporated in an instant. This sensation arises not only from young Rui's oppressive presence, but also from the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Today, a general assembly is convened, addressing several topics. First and foremost, due to the remarkable sales performance of New Concept English, I have resolved to allocate a portion of the profits to procure a batch of specialized instruments, with a budget ranging from 2,000 to 4,000 yuan. I will petition the principal for a dedicated classroom to serve as a laboratory for the placement and utilization of these instruments. Furthermore, members of the Rui Learning Group who are eager to engage in experiments and willing to serve as lab assistants may register with Huangren. Additionally, I must clarify that as this expenditure stems from my personal earnings, although I may retain a portion of the instruments post-graduation, the majority of the equipment will be taken with me. As young Rui spoke, The student's eyes widened in astonishment. Is 4,000 yuan merely a fraction of the profits? What does 4,000 yuan represent? Few could articulate the answer, yet most students were acutely aware that their entire family's assets did not amount to 4,000 yuan. Li Tietjiang was rendered speechless, involuntarily exclaiming, "You mentioned taking them away. Where will they go? Should I gain admission to a university? I intend to transport most of the instruments and equipment to the city where the university is located." Yang Rui continued without reservation, stating, regarding the allocation of this sum, "The instruments I acquired with my money will be utilized at my discretion. I am merely informing you, not seeking approval, as this money was earned by me personally and is unrelated to the Rui Learning Group. The laboratory will be made available solely to those students who express interest and adhere to the relevant regulations, whether you are accepted. For how long you may use the instruments and how they will be employed will be determined solely by me. Do you understand?" He directed this last query pointedly at Li Tietjiang. Li Tietjiang, captivated by his commanding presence, found himself at a loss for words. Yang Rui nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "If the previous General Assembly had approved the resolution to print new concept English in lead type, with collective participation in typesetting, printing, and sales, then the profits would rightfully belong to the Rui Learning Group, and their usage should be determined by its members. However, this time, the typesetting, printing, and sales were accomplished through my collaboration with others. Consequently, I am merely notifying you of the aspects pertinent to you. I trust you comprehend the nature of this ownership relationship." The assembly murmured in agreement, nodding in understanding. Whether it concerns Yang Rui's own funds or those of the Rui Learning Group, none had flowed among the group members. At this juncture, Yang Rui shifted his tone, expressing a sense of regret. In truth, New Concept English is a highly lucrative series of books. As you all know, Learn With Me and New Concept English are authored by the same individual, a British writer who specifically crafted these books for foreigners seeking to learn English. You should have all seen the positive results, indicating that other students also possess a desire to purchase them. Initially, I aim to augment the Rui Learning Group's income. In such a scenario, both student scholarships and grants could be established. Unfortunately, the General Assembly failed to pass the proposal, leaving me with no alternative. Indeed, a palpable air of regret permeated the gymnasium. The Rui Study Group has acquired wealth, and the possibilities are now apparent to all. It is regrettable that a mere thought led to the abandonment of such a splendid opportunity, leaving countless individuals lamenting. Some have voiced their grievances, stating that certain individuals insist on casting dissenting votes, even without comprehension. Reckless voting, devoid of thoughtful consideration. It is not as if I alone cast my vote. A student, under the weight of collective scrutiny, protested in discontent. Although the voting was anonymous, many later disclosed their choices in a school of over 400. Concealing a secret proves to be quite a challenge. Wang Wanbin was also subjected to a few remarks, unable to preserve his dignity, muttering, "Everyone wants something. Let's just print New Concept English now. You may seek a printing house on your own, but be wary of getting caught." Yang Rui scoffed, unabashedly stating, "I have cultivated the market. I do not desire disruptions. You did not assist during the sowing and fertilizing. Yet, during harvest, you appear, expecting me to be easily manipulated?" Wang Wanbin was taken aback by Yang Rui's seriousness and quickly waved his hands, saying, "That was not my intention. Please clarify what you mean." "What I meant was, we could print other materials." "What materials?" "We could print test papers and sell them in the provincial city." Wang Wanbin, unsure of what to print, hastily suggested an idea, feeling the pressure under the gaze of over 70 peers. Yang Rui disdainfully curled his lip, saying, "The test papers were sourced by me. Why should I print them for you? It is not for me, but for the Rui Study Group." Yang Rui surveyed the room, feigning indignation, and declared, "It appears some still do not grasp the situation. Are the mimeograph test papers falling from the sky? Am I obligated to provide the test papers? My intention in bringing them to the Rui Study Group was to assist more students in alleviating their financial burdens, not to cater to the indolent. I will print my own materials and profit from them without seeking your reminders." His assertion prompted a recollection of Yang Rui's past efforts, leading others to condemn Wang Wanbin. The latter, flustered, attempted to clarify, "That was not my meaning. I meant we could seek other test papers to print." "Papers that you composed?" "No. We would find papers composed by others." "Can you locate compositions that are not already printed?" Do you intend to purchase a book from Xinhua Bookstore and reproduce it? Would that not pit you against Xinhua Bookstore, setting aside the risk of being apprehended?" How can you assure that your costs are lower while guaranteeing the sale of the printed materials? Why would readers choose your papers over those from Xinhua bookstore? Yang Rui's relentless questioning continued. Wang Wanin, overwhelmed by the interrogation, replied, "We would sell gradually. We will eventually sell them." Under the name of the Rui Study Group? Yes. What if we incur losses? How? How could there be losses? Business inherently involves profits and losses. Even state-owned enterprises face financial difficulties at times, let alone us. Yang Rui expressed his disappointment, stating that if this situation persists, no matter how much we accumulate now, with such individuals around, it will inevitably be squandered one day. Wang Wanbin, his face flushed, dared not utter a single word. Indeed, relying on communal provisions is untenable. Our village was once prosperous. Yet after only a few years of communal dining, we depleted our resources and even found ourselves in significant debt. Qiao Baoming resonated deeply with this sentiment. He had experienced the greatest disparity during times of hunger. Dining communally was, in essence, a rather delightful affair. The communal kitchen, akin to a buffet for the members, provided 2 or 3 meals a day where members could indulge as they pleased. Although the fare mainly consisted of plain steamed buns and vegetables, it was a far cry from the coarse grains typically consumed in rural households. Some affluent communes would occasionally serve meat dishes, their aroma wafting for miles. And the quality of the dining hall became a source of pride for the locals, a testament to the advancement of socialism. However, the discontent arose post-meal. The wealth of the commune and brigade was finite. The accumulated resources from bountiful years could hardly sustain the voracious appetites of all members. Consequently, as the reserves dwindled, the quality of meals deteriorated until hunger became an inevitable reality. Today's students may be oblivious to copyright issues, but the consequences of communal dining are easily predictable. If hasty decisions lead to debts for the Rui Study Group, all members would have to share the burden, as discussed previously. Wang Rin, the meticulous steward, always spoke with caution, yet his words were often persuasive. Should the Rui Study Group find itself insolvent, dissolution would be the worst outcome. Yang Rui sighed. He wasn't being deceitful. While many claimed the 1980s were a prosperous time for business, they seldom witnessed the fates of its failures, ranging from imprisonment to destitution. Many who ventured into the market were swept away by the tide. If the Rui Study Group were to engage in collective decision-making, mere dissolution would be considered a stroke of good fortune. Li Chiexiang was momentarily taken aback at the mention of dissolution. If the Rui Study Group were to disband, there would certainly be no more free test papers, and perhaps even the lectures and problem-solving sessions by Yang Rui would diminish. Furthermore, the financial strain on the members would undeniably increase. Given the current regulations of the Rui Study Group, such resolutions were inevitable. There would always be those who fancied their own opinions, proposing suggestions that diverged from reality, resulting in votes that did not reflect the true situation. I propose we amend the regulations. Wang Guohua raised his hand high, revealing his intent. Qiao Baoming, Sui, Huang Rin, and others followed suit, unwilling to be left behind. Soon, many hands were raised. It was evident that they had surpassed the majority vote. With the proposal approved, the next step was to determine the specific amendments to the regulations. Yang Rui felt a surge of satisfaction. The recent tutoring sessions had not only bolstered his authority, but had also facilitated fruitful discussions with select students earlier that afternoon, achieving a consensus. Huang Ren then stood and suggested, "I propose we amend the regulations item by item." The first item pertains to the one-person, one-vote system. Previously, it was decided that formal members, reserve members, and Yang Rui would each have one vote. Those who believe this should be amended, please raise your hand. Once again, a multitude of claws filled the air above the sports room, akin to a dense jungle. Huang Ren turned to Yang Rui and proposed, "I suggest that Yang Rui officially assume the role of leader of the Rui Academic Group. Those in favor, please raise your hands." More claws were raised in agreement. In truth, when the anonymous voting quietly transformed into a show of hands, the tally underwent a decisive alteration. While the fence-sitters might cast dissenting votes during anonymous polling, when faced with the formidable Yang Rui, their sentiments would undergo a complete reversal during the hand-raising period. Democracy is akin to a whimsical young girl. Sometimes she craves a lollipop, at other times a Barbie doll, occasionally a pony, or even a yacht. Yet, regardless of her desires, what she ultimately yearns for is her father's presence. Chapter 59. The Laboratory. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your recognition. Yang Rui unhesitatingly assumed Huang Rin's responsibilities and stated, "Before we finalize the votes for the official members, reserve members, and the group leader, I would like to clarify the criteria for accepting official members. In truth, from the inception of the Rui Learning Group, I have been deliberating on how to determine the official members. Yet the rapid expansion of our group has left little room for such considerations. However, I believe the time has come to make a decision. Yang Rui paused momentarily, ensuring everyone comprehended his words. Before continuing, in the forthcoming period, I propose that our group gradually increases the number of official members while reducing the reserve members. I believe that the selection of official members should be drawn from the reserve members. Do you all concur with this notion? Huang Ren immediately raised his hand. And Chao Baoming and Wang Guohua, having previously conferred with Yang Rui, followed suit with synchronized movements, which naturally encouraged others to join in. Thus, it was approved. Yang Rui took note of the numbers and remarked, the most equitable method to increase official members would be through an election. However, our Rui Learning Group is not an institution but rather a collective of individuals united by shared interests. Therefore, I have decided against an election in favor of a recommendation system. Each official member may nominate one or several members for consideration, for whom they will be responsible. The nominated members will undergo a probationary period, and upon approval by a vote from all official members, they shall be elevated to official status. This process may sound somewhat intricate, yet it resembles the common recommendation practices of clandestine organizations abroad. Naturally, certain political parties and associations utilize this method. Akin to a multi-level marketing strategy, to join, one must be introduced by an existing member. As the other students pondered this, some grasped the concept while others remained perplexed. Li Tietjiang, however, understood and exclaimed, "The current official members are all your allies, so doesn't that mean you can recommend anyone you wish?" Yang Rui responded with an acknowledgement. That is essentially the gist of it. Li Tietjiang had prepared a myriad of remarks, yet he was taken aback by Yang Rui's candor. Yang Rui, with an open hand and a smile, encouraged, "Let us proceed to vote." The majority raised their hands in agreement. Any dissent from the others proved futile, and the decision was thus solidified. Yang Rui, not surprised, smiled. Earlier that afternoon, he had conferred with Wang Guohua and Huang Ren, engaging with more than half of the group members to clarify who would transition to official status and who would remain as reserve members. In truth, had it not been for the desire to establish a tradition, Yang Rui could have easily started anew. The Rui Learning Group possessed no substantial assets. Merely some outdated printing equipment and leftover ink and paper could be considered its holdings. As for light bulbs and such, they were affixed in the school's classrooms, and retrieving them would yield the same result. Separation would be a simple matter. Yang Rui chose not to divide, and the others could not voice any objections. The true value of the Rui Learning Group lay in Yang Rui himself. Without his presence, the learning group would lack significance. Once he or his close associates elucidated this point to the other students, there was little choice but to acquiesce. However, the semblance of democracy has indeed been presented. Employing the most fundamental principle of one person, one vote. Were there a few more individuals involved, it would be quite impossible for Yang Rui to persuade them. The costs in terms of time and energy would be excessively high. Li Tietjiang, naturally unwilling, remarked, "Isn't this a form of dictatorship?" This pertains to the earlier mention regarding the modification of the one person, one vote system. Regardless of Li Tietjiang's thoughts, Yang Rui continued. Evidence indicates that decisions made under the one person, one vote system are ineffective. Let us discuss how to amend this. At this, the floodgates of discussion finally opened, with various opinions and ratios being voiced. Yang Rui had his own ideas, yet refrained from expressing them. He had never engaged in organizational work before, having only held the modest position of a small business owner, assisting his mentor in managing a few graduate students. His subsequent entrepreneurial endeavors involved collaborating with several teachers, which hardly constituted management. In his capacity as a tutor, while students did heed his guidance, the role of a tutor differs significantly from that of a school teacher. After quietly listening to the discussions, once personal sentiments had been expressed, Yang Rui smiled and suggested, "Why don't we take some time to reflect? If anyone has ideas, feel free to write them down and submit them to Huang Ren. Let us adjourn today's meeting for now. Is that all?" Wang Wanbin was taken aback by Yang Rui's abrupt conclusion. Yang Rui smiled. "A disorganized discussion is not conducive to communication. I propose we begin by electing formal members today. Once the official members are selected, we can then proceed to an internal vote." The General Assembly had merely been a facade, and he had now demonstrated its ineffectiveness. Thus there was no need to make all decisions within that framework. There was no need to expel certain individuals on the spot. In such a large institution, confronting someone directly would be pointless, or rather, not worth the discord. As long as Yang Rui maintained control over the composition of the formal members, he could select whomever he wished. For the others, once the formal members were chosen, they would simply be excluded from meetings without notification, effectively sidelining them without confrontation. It is said that foreign human resource managers often pursue such subtle methods of dismissal, discreet yet clear. The opposition within the Rui Study Group, despite their fervor, remained mere students and had yet to grasp Yang Rui's intentions. As others gradually departed from the gymnasium, they followed suit. Thus, a cleansing had already occurred. Though lacking the fervor of Stalin, the impact on individuals was nonetheless profound. At the very least, those remaining within the Rui Study Group had a chance of gaining university admission, whereas those who departed faced minuscule prospects of success. The college entrance examination of the 1980s was not inherently difficult, possessing talent, diligence, excellent teachers, wise choices, a sound mindset, and a touch of fortune. Achieving 2 or 3 of these could yield an opportunity for success. However, within the confines of Shibao Middle School, there were diligent students and fortunate students, but none beyond that. Fortunately, apart from Yang Rui, no other student truly understood the intricacies of the college entrance examination. Thus, the emotional upheaval of joy or anger was absent. Yang Rui and his companions had departed, closing the door to the gymnasium behind them. He drew in Wang Guohua, Chao Baoming, and Huang Run, and promptly sought out Su Yi. Before a gathering of classmates, he boldly proclaimed, "Su Yi, I recommend you to become a formal member of the Rui Study Group. Will you accept?" "Absolutely," Su Yi responded, vigorously slapping his robust chest with his sturdy arms, asserting, "Just wait and see what I can do." "Very well, let us proceed to the vote," Yang Rui said, glancing at the other 3. Wang Guohua, Chao Baoming, and Huang Ren all raised their hands, thus marking the emergence of the 5th member of the Rui Study Group. Yang Rui then brought Su Yi along to seek Lu Shan. Again, in front of a group of girls, Yang Rui inquired, "Lu Shan, do you wish to join?" Amidst a chorus of envious cheers, Lu Shan casually brushed her hair and replied, "I would like to." Following the voting, it was unanimously approved, and the group of 6 continued onward. Throughout the entire process, Yang Rui was transparent, adhering strictly to his established protocol. Ultimately, 26 individuals were confirmed as formal members, while an additional 10 were reaffirmed as reserve members. The formal members were those who had cast affirmative votes that day, while the reserve members underwent another round of selection, their votes remaining uncertain. Once the 36 individuals were gathered, Yang Rui led them back to the gymnasium for a meeting, excluding others from the notification. Wang Wandin and his associates, lacking the audacity to intrude, could only observe from afar as Yang Rui convened the meeting. In the subsequent 2 days, the Rui Study Group welcomed 10 enthusiastic individuals as reserve members, completing their integration. Before the next General Assembly, Su Yi and Chao Baoming, accompanied by a faction of the bench press group, began informing former Rui Study Group members, "You are no longer required to attend the meeting." Li Tiaochong, Wang Guobin, and others were naturally reluctant. Yet in such an environment at Shibao Middle School, their dissent proved inconsequential. A few days later, Yang Rui procured a complete set of sports uniforms, distributing them free of charge to the formal members of the Rui Study Group, establishing a semblance of a uniform. The newly appointed reserve members raised no objections to this expenditure, while the expelled members could only express their envy in hushed tones. Yang Rui remained indifferent. After all, the Rui Study Group aimed to extend beyond the confines of the school, and the foundation of public support was not paramount. He devoted greater attention to the procurement of experimental equipment, recognizing that conducting experiments was essential for scientific research. Without experiments, how could one possibly write a paper? Even if the data within the paper were authentic, skeptics would still accuse one of falsification. Failure to produce papers would hinder patent applications. And even if a patent were granted, it would be challenging to compete against formidable pharmaceutical companies, let alone obtain patent royalties. The prospect of patent royalties represented Yang Rui South 2nd Avenue for financial gain. He was not particularly adept at business operations. His ability to generate profit stemmed more from his audacity and keen insight into the book New Concept English. In the context of the 1980s state-owned enterprises, they could profit from privately printing New Concept English. Yang Rui, seizing the opportunity and employing various strategies to minimize costs, naturally found success. However, when it came to further business ventures, Yang Rui found himself at a loss. One cannot rely solely on a single book for sustenance, especially since it cannot sustain one for long. He is dependent on the Liberation Printing Factory, however. The multitude of printing houses and publishing agencies across the nation means that within a mere 6 months, the most saturated segment of English language education will be laid bare. As competition escalates, even if the white paper version of New Concept English is sold at a lower price, it will not surpass the allure of the color-covered edition. Instead, it would be more prudent to invest the profits into research endeavors. Of course, if one were to engage in legitimate biological research, Yang Rui would require not merely a few thousand yuan, but rather hundreds of thousands. Just the import of a basic infrared spectrometer exceeds that amount, not to mention the need for foreign exchange. For any research institute fortunate enough to acquire such a machine, the time taken to apply for funding, coupled with the installation and calibration process, which necessitates the writing of 3 separate papers, one by the procurement officer, one by the installer, and one by the user, would be substantial. Furthermore, researchers from other institutions must present letters of introduction to gain access, often facing indifference. During his time as a graduate student, Yang Rui had exhausted the use of gas and liquid chromatography mass spectrometers and held no reverence for such antiquated equipment. He merely sought instruments that were both affordable and easily obtainable, aiming to replicate a few experiments to establish a solid foundation. Otherwise, even upon reaching university, opportunities for conducting experiments or engaging in research would be scarce. The current experimental conditions are exceedingly challenging when the need arises for in-demand equipment. Even esteemed professors and senior researchers must wait outside the laboratory, prepared to rush in the moment their time arrives, honing their queuing skills to a level surpassing that of a basketball team. As for lecturers and teaching assistants, they either dutifully engage in theoretical research or serve as assistants to the more accomplished, secretly reveling in the prospect of being a second author, with little hope of independently leading an experiment. Should they be afforded the opportunity to lead, it is unlikely they would secure funding for the endeavor. Thus, unless Yang Rui is willing to labor for others' benefit, he must possess his own experimental equipment and laboratory. By this means, he can compose papers and build a reputation, paving the way to ultimately gain access to the university's laboratory resources. Notably, Yang Rui's laboratory operates under the auspices of Shibao Middle School and the Shibao Meat Processing Plant, leveraging these affiliations to procure the desired equipment. Chapter 60. Research on coenzymes. The reason Yang Rui's laboratory is affiliated with and procures equipment from the Shibao Meat Processing Plant is due to the presence of a biochemical pharmaceutical team within the plant. Some may find it peculiar that a meat processing facility houses a pharmaceutical workshop. However, until the 1990s, the majority of biochemical pharmaceutical factories in the country were situated within meat processing plants. This arrangement is dictated by the nature of biochemical pharmaceuticals, as primary biochemical production relies on animal organs. To obtain fresh animal viscera without efficient preservation and transportation methods, where else could such facilities be established if not within a meat processing plant? At that time, biochemical pharmaceutical factories were not even referred to as such. They were typically known as organ biochemical factories or organ biochemical workshops, and their scale was relatively modest. The Shibao Meat Processing Plant had merely a small team of over 10 individuals, which, in terms of workshop units, ranked among the more prominent establishments in the country. Journals and books related to biopharmaceuticals were, at that time, either titled Organ Biochemical Pharmaceuticals or Animal Biochemical Pharmacology. The microbial fermentation methods and plant cell culture techniques that are commonly employed today were still under research, and chemical synthesis methods were far from being realized, remaining the most challenging and the last to be widely adopted. Numerous organs could be utilized for pharmaceutical production. The pancreas could yield insulin and pancreatic enzymes. The heart could provide coenzymes, and the brain could be a source of cholesterol. In 1982, all biological products commanded high prices and had assured markets. Nevertheless, the biochemical pharmaceutical team at the Shibao Meat Processing Plant was not regarded with much importance. Their most lucrative endeavor was exporting chilled meat to Europe, generating millions of dollars in foreign exchange annually, which was a source of pride for the plant's leadership. In contrast, while organ-derived pharmaceuticals were valuable, their production costs were staggering. Using the methods of the 1980s, 1 kilogram of organ might yield only a few dozen milligrams of product, all while consuming other solvents and materials, rendering the venture unprofitable. Moreover, The relatively common biochemical products of the 21st century were beyond the capabilities of the Shibao meat processing plant's biochemical team, with their level of technology. They could neither compete on price for products others could produce nor replicate the innovations that others had achieved. Of course, Yang Rui was not encumbered by such limitations. After 3 decades of development, he employed contemporary laboratory methodologies that yielded higher production rates than those of the Shibao meat processing plant's biochemical team. Indeed, the scale of Shibao's biochemical team was comparable to that of a laboratory, merely with a few more personnel involved. Yang Rui did not intend to directly market biochemical products for profit, as these were still under the nation's complete monopoly, making it challenging for individuals to achieve substantial earnings. Not to mention the exhausting nature of continuous production, which even seasoned workers could err in, let alone he and a group of students. While gaining recognition might be feasible, Yang Rui was least concerned with such accolades. Rather than trading off modest profits for prestige, he preferred to lay the groundwork for academic papers. During his graduate studies, he spent much of his time assisting his professors in sourcing papers. Typically, a mentor would provide a list, and he would spend a week gathering information. To claim he had thoroughly absorbed the journals and books he had reviewed would be an exaggeration, yet he endeavored to familiarize himself with the literature. Consequently, these papers now vividly resided in his memory. Yang Rui merely needed to select a few straightforward experiments to replicate and subsequently rewrite. In determining the simplicity necessary to facilitate the operation of his modest laboratory, he relied on the cost of experimental equipment as his benchmark. The simpler the apparatus, the better. The fewer instruments employed, the preferable. The more straightforward the experiments, the ideal. And the more readily available the raw materials, the more advantageous. Through this meticulous selection process, Yang Rui settled on research pertaining to coenzyme Q10. Enzymes serve as catalysts for biological functions, while coenzymes act as auxiliary substrates for enzymes. Common coenzymes include vitamin B1, vitamin B2, and folic acid, which, in later years, became exceedingly affordable through chemical synthesis, with the cost of a bottle reduced to mere cents. However, initially, they were still obtained through extraction methods. For instance, folic acid, which is essential for all pregnant women, was first isolated from spinach leaves, hence its name. In this regard, the so-called dietary therapy in China holds some significance. Coenzyme Q10 is a relatively recent discovery among coenzymes, initially extracted from animal heart tissue. Its research journey has been protracted. As early as 1974, the RB pharmaceutical company marketed it as a treatment for heart disease, garnering considerable attention from biologists. Consequently, in the ensuing years, 3 international symposiums were convened to extensively investigate its biomedical and clinical applications, with China producing coenzyme Q10 in 1976. By the time Yang Rui traversed into this realm, coenzyme Q10 remained a focal point of research, with biologists still exploring its biomedical and clinical applications, and pharmaceutical companies investigating its production methods. Although progress had been made in every avenue of research, coenzyme Q10 had yet to become an inexpensive biochemical product. By 1982, coenzyme Q10 was undoubtedly of greater value, both as a product and in terms of research papers. Precisely because it remained a research hotspot 3 decades later, Yang Rui was able to peruse numerous related papers. And with the appropriate experimental equipment in place, he could replicate a multitude of articles. In truth, both domestically and internationally, there existed a plethora of experts and professors who had dedicated their lives to the study of coenzyme Q10. One could amass a considerable collection merely from the ears of those who had devoted themselves to this field. With a commitment to low-profile accumulation, Yang Rui first procured beakers, flasks, and other apparatus under the name of his school, alongside reagents such as ethanol, propanol, and butanol. Subsequently, he placed direct orders for 2 batches of refined coenzyme Q10 products under the auspices of the Biochemical Pharmaceutical Group from Shibao Meat Processing Plant. He intended to compose an article detailing more precise methods for determining coenzyme Q10, which, while not as direct as producing coenzyme Q10 itself, would wield significant impact yet be far simpler to execute. While awaiting the arrival of his supplies, Yang Rui commenced supplementary biology lessons for members of his research team, simultaneously selecting his experimental assistants. Li Tietjiang and others would continue attending classes, but they could no longer receive free examination papers, nor would Yang Rui grade their papers. Nor would there be any tailored adjustments to the curriculum. For students who have never experienced such treatment, it may be challenging to comprehend the impact of favoritism. However, For individuals like Li Tietjiang, who have previously enjoyed special privileges, the changes were immediately palpable. The improvement in their academic performance became increasingly arduous. Unable to articulate the reasons behind this shift, they found themselves engulfed in a state of anxiety. Some sought out Yang Rui at night, hoping to rejoin the elite study group, only to be unhesitatingly rebuffed by their roommate, Chao Baoming. Li Tietjiang and Wang Wanbin attempted to strike up a conversation in the cafeteria, yet were met with the same unwavering rejection. Simultaneously, the curriculum of the elite study group gradually progressed from reviewing junior high material to relearning high school subjects, eventually advancing to genuine high school revision. The introduction of more challenging problems and intricate review pathways further widened the chasm between the elite group and their peers. At this juncture, Li Tietjiang and others felt a profound sense of regret, yet found themselves powerless to alter their circumstances. Yang Rui held too many cards, rendering him capable of completely isolating them without uttering a word or taking any action. This indifferent treatment only fueled their indignation. In response, Li Tietjiang and Wang Wanbin gathered a dozen individuals to form their own study group, fervently dedicating themselves to their studies and motivating one another in a bid to surpass the elite group. However, they were merely repeat students who had already invested 2 or 3 years in their education. If their previous methods had proven effective, they would not have found themselves in this cycle of repetition. Furthermore, the elite group members were diligently pursuing a more scientifically structured curriculum, which would only exacerbate the disparity between the two factions. A week later, when the initial shipment of basic equipment ordered by Yang Rui arrived, the newly formed study group had dwindled to just 2 or 3 members, existing in name only. More individuals began to focus their attention on the newly established laboratory. In the annals of history at Shibao High School, a laboratory had never been part of the institution's configuration. Even Principal Zhao could not resist visiting the small house by the garden, examining and handling the rudimentary flasks, burettes, and pH test strips, lamenting, "If only you had started school 2 years earlier, Old Tan might have been retained." Old Tan was a university chemistry instructor who had been relegated to the county due to certain circumstances, later sheltered by Principal Zhao. However, during Yang Rui's year in high school, Old Tan was reinstated in the city. Yang Rui regarded Principal Zhao's sentiments with indifference, chuckling. The current setup of this laboratory pales in comparison to that of secondary schools in the provincial capital, and even more so when compared to a laboratory at Hedong University. If Teacher Tan had stayed, he would not have been able to conduct experiments, merely wasting his life away. How can teaching be considered a waste? Principal Zhao recognized the truth in Yang Rui's statement, but remained reluctant to concede, shaking his head and asserting, "I believe this laboratory is quite adequate. It has everything one could need, and the variety of equipment far exceeds that of the first high school. What experiments cannot be conducted here?" Yang Rui smiled gently and replied, "The laboratory at First High is designed for educational purposes. I have no desire to compete with them. Moreover, in terms of value, this laboratory is worth only 1,000 yuan, while theirs is likely worth several tens of thousands." Nonsense. They merely received a batch of experimental instruments back in '78. Otherwise, they would still be impoverished. Principal Zhao, turning his face and rubbing his hands, suggested, "How about we have our students come to your laboratory to conduct some experiments?" Yang Rui spread his hands and replied, "Conducting experiments requires materials. If you are willing to provide funding for reagents and such, I would be happy to teach without charge." Taken aback, Principal Zhao inquired, "How much do the materials cost?" "A few dimes per person for each experiment, depending on what is conducted. On average, about 20 cents is needed." The prices in the 1980s were low, yet experimental consumables were not inexpensive. Calculating swiftly, Principal Zhao realized that with over 400 students in the school, conducting experiments once a month would require at least 100 yuan for funding, over a semester of 4 months. That amounts to 400 to 500 yuan. Upon reaching this conclusion, Principal Zhao promptly retracted his suggestion. Conducting experiments is too troublesome, with such a small room. Let the students just visit for free. Yang Rui was tempted to say, "Will a free visit make the room any larger?" However, seeing the curious expressions of his classmates softened his heart, and he conceded, "If it's just a visit, then so be it. However, if it's merely a free tour, I won't be arranging specific experimental content. Whether I explain or not will be at my discretion, and the rules for the visit must be adhered to by all." "That is acceptable. Instead of organizing by class, let interested students sign up, and I will notify them of the timing. This should alleviate some of the pressure of the visits." "Agreed." Students who come to visit must assist in cleaning the laboratory and washing the experimental instruments. Understood. Then it's settled. If there are indeed interested students, I will find opportunities to arrange for them to conduct experiments themselves, without waiting for Principal Zhao to respond. Yang Rui added, however, the number cannot be too large. The school has no funding, and neither do I, to truly learn something through experimentation. A minimum of one operation every 2 weeks is required, which amounts to 1,000 yuan per semester and over 2,000 a year, an expense I cannot afford. Principal Zhao nodded without hesitation and then stated his own condition. In the future, when someone comes to visit, you must indicate that the laboratory belongs to the school. That's fine. The instruments are under my name anyway, Yang Rui remarked, holding on to the receipts. Principal Zhao disregarded Yang Rui's trivial concerns and stroked his beard, saying, Last year, Shinli Middle School laid a cinder road, and Director Dong invited me to visit twice. I must reclaim this opportunity. He continued. You must notify me in advance when visitors come, or don't blame me for locking the doors. Yang Rui issued a subtle threat. He truly did not mind visitors, as writing papers was a means of gaining recognition, and showcasing the laboratory served a similar purpose. Chapter 61. Precision. Establishing a laboratory in the 1980s was an arduous endeavor. The apathetic state-owned factories displayed little regard for the quality of the containers they produced, nor did they care about the hardships endured by those who utilized them. In the case of a secondary school laboratory, a teacher might merely announce, Students, please be aware that the precision of all the containers you are using is unreliable, given our limited conditions, and that would suffice. However, when it came to conducting research-oriented experiments, complications arose. First and foremost, one had to assume that all equipment and instruments were untrustworthy. It became necessary to measure everything anew, sifting through the occasional accurate pieces to select those suitable for experimentation. This process resembled the legendary task of selecting bullets for a sniper rifle. A factory might produce a multitude of rounds, but soldiers would painstakingly pick through them, comparing each one before taking them to the battlefield. This method, while preferable to the last-minute preparation of artillery shells during the First Sino-Japanese War, still left much to be desired. Fortunately, during his graduate studies, Yang Rui encountered similar frustrations. His mentor, lacking in renown, had limited funding, which meant that equipment purchases often favored domestic production. Although the instruments of the 21st century were significantly superior to those from the 1980s, the academic demands for precision were consistently escalating. Ultimately, the task of calibrating the instruments fell to graduate students like Yang Rui. Taking advantage of the opportunity to conduct experiments for students, he meticulously inspected all newly acquired containers, only to find them incompatible with one another, which left him disheartened. While the markings on beakers and similar vessels could only provide an approximation, it was perplexing to discover that the weights on the balance were uneven. The state-owned chemical instrument store was well aware of the situation when Yang Rui returned with the containers. The middle-aged woman knitting under the counter remarked without a flicker of an eye, Exchanges only, no returns. You must select from the warehouse. Nothing from the counter can be moved without purchase. This phrase, likely repeated countless times, had acquired a distinct rhythm. Hypnotized by her words, Yang Rui and several students dutifully transported the containers to the warehouse behind the store, where they began to unload cardboard boxes from the iron racks. Squatting on the ground like soldiers selecting bullets, silently sifting through the options. If it had been 30 years later, one could have opted for foreign imports in the face of unsatisfactory domestic products. Yet in 1982, even finding a different chemical instrument store was a challenge. There was but one in the Nanhu region, a branch of the store in Pingjiang. In other words, the quality of what one encountered here was reflective of the quality found in Pingjiang. If one sought truly superior items, perhaps Beijing would have something to offer, as it housed the nation's most prestigious research institutes, where certain experiments were unavoidable. However, in the modest territory of Hedong province, major research institutes likely had their own procurement channels, while laboratories affiliated with Shibao Middle School or the Shibao Meat Processing Plant had no choice but to purchase from ordinary shops. The quest for both precision and quality was evidently unattainable. Yang Rui could only remain quietly crouched in the warehouse, selecting his options. The yellow lamp hung from the ceiling, more than 5 meters high, casting a dim light upon the narrow space between the iron racks. After squatting for a while, Yang Rui found it increasingly intolerable and thought to himself, Thankfully, my body, conditioned by daily exercise, can endure this. Otherwise, if it were my former self, I would be unable to continue after just 2 days. Yao Qi, A clever young man who had come to assist noticed young Rui frequently shifting his feet. Peering around, he suggested, "Why don't we move the items to the entrance? We can open the door and bring in a chair, making it easier for everyone. Though it might block the path, let us move it to the entrance," young Rui replied. Pulling out a pack of the Yin Tower cigarettes from his pocket and handing it to Yao Qi, "Go on and share these with the workers outside. Just let them know we'll be occupying this spot for a bit longer." "Sure thing." Yao Qi, who stood less than 1.6 meters tall, leaped 3 feet high and headed into the courtyard with the cigarettes. Although it was merely a small chemical instrument shop, it employed over 20 staff members, with 7 or 8 guarding the storeroom. With so many individuals present, it was inevitable that there was little work to do. They simply showed up and left at designated times, pretending to be at work. Young Rui did not expect their assistance, but preferred they not hinder his selection process. After all, rummaging through so many boxes only increased their workload. In accordance with the corporate ethos of state-owned enterprises, even the most idle workers would not take on additional tasks without some incentive, thus a pack of cigarettes was essential. Chao Baoming and another student from his bench press group, He Ching, helped young Rui with the lifting. Unlike Chao Baoming and Sui, He Cheng was a lanky young man who appeared somewhat frail. When he first began training, he struggled to lift even the lightest weight. So, he started with a 15-kilogram barbell, gradually working his way up to successfully lifting 35 kilograms. However, he still lacked the agility of Chao Baoming when it came to hoisting heavy cardboard boxes. Young Rui diligently selected containers, expending considerable effort to choose the reagents. Testing them on the spot was not an option. He could only select reputable brands. Fortunately, domestic research institutions were aware of the unreliability of local products. Thus, many research facilities had developed so-called refined reagents, which, though slightly more expensive, offered reduced purity discrepancies. As young Rui picked through the acceptable options, he reflected, "It is no wonder that those engaged in research strive to attain academic authority if it were a national key project. No. Even a provincial key project would undoubtedly require meticulously chosen materials, proving that wealth alone cannot suffice. That will do for now. I must visit Pingzheng next time, though it's a bit far and inconvenient by bus." Young Rui called out to Chao Baoming to assist in bringing the selected reagents to the counter for checkout. The sales clerk, still busy knitting, calculated the cost upon receiving the first box young Rui brought to her, stating 85 yuan and 8 jiao, no change available. After that, she returned to her work. Young Rui chuckled softly but remained silent. Shortly thereafter, there were 2 thuds as Chao Baoming and He Ching placed their boxes on the counter as well. Yao Qi ambled slowly, yet with an indomitable spirit. He clutched a large box that contained a mechanical analytical balance, encased in glass and exceedingly heavy. As he placed it upon the counter, it emitted a dull thud. The bear-like woman knitting nearby looked up in surprise, recognizing the box. "Did you order this?" she inquired. "Indeed. I paid a deposit of 500. Here is the receipt." Young Rui replied, presenting the document for her inspection. "You seem quite affluent at your institution. Do you have the remaining balance with you?" The saleswoman finally set aside her knitting, stretched languidly, and then, before young Rui, performed a series of stretches before rummaging through her drawer for a ledger. "I need to record this transaction. Moreover, you should inspect the contents of the box to ensure all accessories are included. If anything is broken or missing, you must contact the manufacturer. We bear no responsibility for lost components." Once again, she delivered her message with an emphatic cadence, prompting young Rui to reluctantly extract the analytical balance. It resembled a clockwork device, filled with intricate components akin to clock gears, all meticulously crafted to uphold precision. Its accuracy was a remarkable 1/10 of a milligram, essential for modern quantitative analysis, making it a staple in nearly every university laboratory. However, for those who began their university journey post-2000, the mechanical analytical balance had become merely a cumbersome tool when it came to conducting experiments. Students preferred to queue for electronic balances, eschewing the complexities of the mechanical variety. Young Rui, too, harbored no desire to operate such a device. Weighing substances on an electronic balance yields immediate results, while the mechanical version necessitates constant adjustments of knobs, beams, levers, and verniers. This was manageable for a single substance. Yet more often than not, they encountered a myriad of mixtures. During his undergraduate years, young Rui had attended a few lectures on mechanical analytical balances, and he had often felt an urge to demolish the contraption. Yet, in the 1980s, mechanical balances were the only option for quantitative analysis. When Yang Rui recruited laboratory assistants, he resolved to delegate this task entirely. Young man, which institution are you purchasing this balance for? A middle-aged man, observing Yang Rui preparing to pay, could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped from the shadows. Shibu Middle School, Yang Rui replied. Does a middle school really purchase analytical balances? Which enterprise sponsors Shibu Middle School? In the minds of ordinary individuals, affluent middle schools were naturally affiliated with enterprises, not factory-run institutions. Yang Rui shook his head, deftly diverting the conversation. Are you from a local research institute? The middle-aged man appeared slightly taken aback, running a hand through his thinning hair. How did you know? He asked. In a chemistry shop, wearing a shirt, you're either from a school or a research institute. Yang Rui answered matter-of-factly. Ah, yes. Nanhua only has the 807 and 510, lacking any colleges, so it must be a research institute, the man muttered, explaining to himself, revealing a lack of social awareness. Individuals like him were most commonly found in schools and research institutes, as only such environments afforded them a semblance of existence. Yang Rui habitually nodded, affirming. That's the assumption. I thought so. Oh, are you leaving? The middle-aged man, eager to establish rapport, was taken aback when Yang Rui showed no interest in his overtures. Clutching his belongings, Yang Rui attempted to depart, forcing the man to step in his way. Irritated, Yang Rui inquired, Do you have something to say? A little, the man replied. If you don't speak, I shall take my leave. It's not anything significant. I merely noticed that the analytical balance you purchased appears quite new. Is it fresh stock from SH? The latter question was directed at the salesperson. Equally middle-aged, the saleswoman, preoccupied and eyes fixed on a sweater, did not lift her gaze as she retorted, Aren't you here every day? Why ask? The man found himself in an awkward position. Stammering, I haven't even opened it to look. With that look of yours, you could see right through the box. The saleswoman's sharp words were disarming. Too fierce for the average person to withstand. Defeated, the middle-aged man lowered his head and furtively glanced at Yang Rui, saying, Brother, may I discuss something with you? Oh, quite the coincidence, but my mechanical balance in the lab has broken down, and I've exhausted my budget for the first half of the year. I've managed to scrape together some funds, but it's still insufficient to purchase a new one. I noticed your school has acquired one, and I was wondering if you could mention it to your principal, so I might borrow it over the weekend. He was indeed rather forward. Yang Rui silently criticized him and evasively replied, You're wasting your time approaching me. You should speak to the principal. True enough. It's over 100 kilometers from Shibao to Nanhudong. Would you make that trip every weekend? Is that feasible? Whether feasible or not, I would still have to go. The middle-aged man lamented, his expression heroic, as though he were resigned to the tragic state of having no balance available in the laboratory.